Hello, hello, hello. This is day 2 of the Grandest LAN Hearts of Iron 4, and we've got an exciting Hearts of Iron 4 game scenario to play, and we've just been handed the rules. And I read through them, and you know what? I still don't fully get it. But luckily, who does know the rules is Lath here.
I do.
Feedback Gaming, by the way, and this is Lath, and we're going to be talking about Hearts of Iron 4 game that is going to be broadcast downstairs, and we're going to be watching it here and giving you all the details and let you know all the bits and pieces required to fully understand the scenario. I'll give you my gist of it. So we have a bunch of countries here, all grouped together into different factions, but they all have separate objectives. And I think it's a combination of they don't know the objectives and some people don't know the objectives, and it's kind of an overlap. Am I understanding that right?
To a degree. I mean, so the entire theme is the Enigma, right? So we have several different factions, and there is a faction leader. The faction leader knows exactly what the objective is that their team needs to complete, but the rest of the team doesn't. So they're just sort of following blindly. They are not allowed to text each other. No phones are allowed at all. They can't just get up and go and talk to their friends. But what they can do is use the public chat, and they can also use dead drops. So, for example, last night, to be clear, they should have created a code with their teammates. And let's say I wanted to tell Feedback that he needed to build more planes. Then I could scroll that on a note and leave it somewhere for him to find, and then hopefully sneak him a message to go and find it. But someone else could find that message. So it's a lot of, I suppose, incognito stuff.
So it's taking advantage of kind of espionage mechanics, but also at LAN to kind of like keep all the information that's being pushed along kind of secretive. I suppose in a way it kind of works better for the players because then they're not like leaking information to the other factions. And of course, if someone knows your objective, they might obviously try to intervene because they want you not to achieve your objective, but you do want to achieve your objective. Right now I'm looking here, we've got a bunch of countries. So an example, one of the factions, one of the groups, is we've got Germany, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania. So they're all in a faction together. So we've got an interesting block there. So we've got the big Balkans. And the big Balkans. And of course, all-powerful Germany, because it's a 1936 start as well. This is not like yesterday. This is a classic Hearts of Iron 4 1936 start. I think we are in a position now to actually load up the game.
We'll get cracking.
Let's load up. I'm a little bit behind, so I'll let you take over at this point.
Absolutely fine. I also want to point out that Feedback has no idea what any of the objectives are. There's one like more macroeconomic one, shall we say, one about building, one more military target. So the idea is that hopefully you'll be able to achieve both. And I have a list of papers, which I'm not showing to Feedback because he doesn't know. I know all of the objectives. I am all-knowing, which is very fortunate.
I don't know.
So I'm going to try and get you to guess them throughout. The most I'll do is indicate when someone has achieved or when a group has achieved their objective. They don't just have to achieve it for that second. They have to have achieved it for the end of the session. So they need to, if it's to control something, own something, have a certain amount of manpower, whatever it is, they have to have that by the end of the session. It's not good enough just to have it briefly.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. We are loading the game up right now, and I've got a voice in my ear talking to me, and I don't know actually what it is.
Is it God?
Hello. Mom? I'm gonna come out. All right, we're loading the game up right now. I presume it's just the toolpot mod on this one.
Yes.
Yeah,
as far as I'm aware.
and nothing else. Yeah. So this is. Yesterday there was no planning, there's no preparation, it was the Great Maw Redux, and today is Vanilla Hearts of Iron 4, straight, the game we're familiar with, and it has preparation. People are out to prepare and build up, which, I'll be honest with you, I'm a big fan of building up, preparing, before you hop into the game, because then you can make your ideal template, you can min-max, and you can try and make the plans and the research that you actually want to. See if we can see the game in this case.
It should be under the Grandest LAN.
Grandest
Fortunately,
LAN.
we have a password, which is the same as yesterday, so no one else can sort of nip in.
Password is the one I'm entering on screen.
I really thought for a second you were going to just give it away. Did Dave not sleep last night?
That's the point of this game. It's just a secret. Put the phone away. Put it away. He's got his phone out. Okay. All right. So we're in the whole lobby right now, and we are building. Let's go through some of the other factions as well, because obviously Germany and the Balkans does stick out because Germany's so strong. But whoa, I'm just looking at this second faction here. USA, Greece, Switzerland, and Turkey. None of those border each other. No, actually, Greece and Turkey do.
So they tend to try and like the grouping idea was that depending on their objectives, some of them are more clustered together. So later on, you have, I believe, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Finland, the Nordic lads. So their objective is going to be slightly different to the ones that are more disparate, shall we say. And they've tried to balance it such that, for example, we've got a big player like the USA, but quite far away from everyone else, versus the Nordic countries all clustered together. Do you want to take us through the, I believe some people
I
have
just spotted my
co-ops.
favourite faction.
What's
We've
that?
got UK, British, Raj, Australia, New Zealand.
Yeah, the boys.
Long live the British Empire.
Going on about this yesterday as well. I'll tell you what, after the stream ended, he just sat in a corner over there, just like whispering Rule Britannia over and over. 3 hours.
Yeah.
Horrifying.
It never sets. Never.
People are asking, did you sleep last night? Go on. Did you sleep? How did you sleep last night?
It was okay.
Yeah?
I woke up pretty early, I had breakfast, and I went back to bed. And I woke up like 20 minutes ago. So, hello, world.
That's like 50. What's that? 50 minutes before we start the stream.
Oh,
Fair?
yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I had my alarm set, so I was prepared.
Yeah, very prepared.
And poke, Davey.
I was so scared of missing out. I've been here for 2 hours.
Oh, wow.
This room sitting here. I also just lied to you. See, that's the plan of this game, right? It's lies, it's deceit, it's cracking other people's codes. And, well, it's just make yourself feel good by deceiving others.
Did Dave still not sleep last night? Oh, I guess that's it. My voice just sounds a little bit like...
It's husky.
Have I? Yeah,
It sounds like you're about to whip up some ASMR.
I'm a coffee as well. That's another issue as well. Maybe one will magically gravitate to me.
That's
Please,
a very...
please. Mom, can you hear me? Bring me a tea.
Bring me a tea.
So we are setting up right now. So we're just getting everyone prepared. I'm just looking through the games list now and showing all the players. Well, I'm not showing them, but I can see the players.
We should have 36 players, I believe, same as yesterday, plus us being observers.
We're still on 36. I thought
should
it
be
was a little bit less.
Yeah, I think we should. I don't think anyone's dropped out unless there was active. I mean, it was very raucous. I mean, I presumably it's going to be posted on social media, so make sure to go follow all the official channels for that. But there was a moment where when France surrendered, everyone started jumping up and cheering and applauding.
I'll be honest with you, the passion was amazing.
Yeah.
That game yesterday was fantastic because to begin with, I thought the Germans were done for. I didn't think the Central Powers were going to pull it back because it just looked bad from the very beginning. It just wasn't going anywhere. But then all of a sudden, they just seemed to get their act together. I was sat on their shoulder and I was watching them and I was like...
Sat on their shoulder?
Ooh. Yeah, seriously, I was there.
Physically sitting on their shoulder?
I was like, whoa, you're doing pretty good. No, actually, the guy who was doing the micro for Germany was doing a really great job. And... once again, I wasn't confident, but then I saw him play, and I was like, ooh. He was making every single division, no battle planning, every single one by one moving forward. And the logistics were awful, but then they were slowly getting better and better over time. Are you in?
I'm still there. I had the Great War mod. We were talking about it yesterday. I was so obsessed with yesterday.
I was going to make that mistake, yeah. He's still on World War I.
Honestly.
It's 1914 again.
The glory days.
What was it?
Well, from last night, for some people it was. Austria-Hungary, they've got a medal. Serbia didn't get a medal for all of their efforts. And I also owe you water, because I'm pretty sure they surrendered right at the end.
Yeah. There's a few other things too, but I've forgotten about
Yeah, I think you're right about everything, and I owe you several water bottles.
Can we get a quote of that clip? That you were right about everything. Dave, you were right about everything.
All right, let's go through some questions on the stream
One
chat
thing,
has given
actually,
us.
speaking of the greatest faction, I also have kind of an unholy alliance here.
Oh, it's awesome, huh?
Italy, Ethiopia, unlikely friends, Spain, and Mexico.
More of a holy alliance. They're all, well, 3 of them are Catholic.
Yeah.
So that's sort of a similarity there.
Are you hearing in your ear people talking?
I'm hearing a slight whispering, yeah.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. I'm just making sure, okay.
You just decided
we didn't have that yesterday.
You just wanted to check if voices in your head. Usually they're a lot quieter than this. I don't pipe up that much.
I know, we were talking about sleep deprivation.
Yeah, you're...
am I here?
Are you okay?
What's going on?
Do you want to... You're not even here. You're still
That was a random game tip. As far as we're aware at the moment, the min-max meta of Combat Earth is 36. There you go. Well, that was a quick tip. Go on, give us a quick tip as well.
A quick tip about what? The game?
I presume. You can tell about life if you want. Tell us
about a life. A quick tip.
Yeah,
what's
tell us
it?
about how you maintain your hair.
So if you want to... Actually, there's chili oil. You work it into the scalp, and it stimulates follicle growth.
Chili oil?
Yep.
Doesn't that like burn?
How much do you want hair? You know?
Okay.
You gotta be willing to hurt for it.
You want to make an omelet, you know?
you gotta use chili oil.
You gotta chili oil it up, yeah.
Fantastic. Right, I've successfully.
You want to wash your hands after you've applied the chili oil as well, because
not
bad
if
things could happen with that.
Not if you're hard.
We can hear people talking about. Yeah, we can hear as well, and we don't even know who it is.
I think it might be us from a previous life. It does sound like us.
It does, doesn't it? I think someone's got a tab open with our live stream.
That's how excited they are. Did they ever tell us who the players were? The players are a selection of individuals who have traveled long and far to get here for an incredible, unique experience. The first ever Hoi 4 Grandest LAN in a Polish castle.
So it's a LAN. So if you're not familiar with a LAN, people all come together, play a game together, all in the same proximity. Rooms, several rooms in this massive castle. And I said to you, they're all on the floor below us. They're all playing on their individual PCs. Every player occupies a country that we're going to show on the map. And they've all participated in this event. And we're here to commentate and say, are you doing a good job? Or, oh, no, you do bad job.
Honestly, heckle.
No.
That's what I was doing. After I finished casting, I just sat in the corner of the room and started yelling things.
There's an extremely quiet echo.
That's fine. It's just your head.
I can't actually hear it anymore. Maybe that's
I can't, so I think chat's lying. Rihanna keeps.
Best Hoi 4 mod in your opinion? Ooh.
Guys are right.
Coloured buttons.
We went very different vibes there. I went for a total conversion. You went for, ooh, I love colours. It's very pretty.
Do you remember in the olden days when you first played the game, you needed that because you just couldn't differentiate the
what was going on?
You would always start with, I'll start with the leftist tab and then move all the way to the right. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I don't know which one I really want to look at anyway. I think I've got to the point now that I've got so much muscle memory. I even press the F key to actually open the tab that I want now. That's how I know you've played too much Hoi. Is there too much Hoi? I don't know. I guess maybe there is.
Is there too much Hoi?
Maybe there
we're
is.
literally
Jamie, you're a bit old. Maybe you should retire. Yeah, maybe.
Was that on the comments? Any streamers we would know playing?
No. We were going to have a bit of Steel come, but unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances,
Ooh,
he
I
was
have
not
a family.
able to make it.
Get over it. Grow up, mate. Grow up. It's just boring now.
His views do not represent my own.
No, we're in this together. We sit in the same frame.
No, he's a Soviet general. I'm just some guy who wants to celebrate Christmas with all of you. You need to mute the alt tab stream. Oh yeah, do you know?
Mute your tab on stream.
Okay,
library, apparently.
So maybe the production crew can hear me, but yeah, it appears to be the live stream that we're hearing now because I'm hearing myself.
Delayed.
On a
maybe if I switch to my
delay.
stream, do you want to check to make sure that you're not? Oh, that was a nice transition. I've just switched to the main view here, so we can start looking at some players. You don't want to take that time to see if it's on your PC.
I wouldn't.
Just check. Because
So.
I checked mine.
No, 100% not on mine. No.
Oh man, so who are we missing right now? We just need Germany.
That's right. So let's have a look at the nations. So we can see Poland. Oh wow! So once again, this is what happens when you have so many players. There's so many nations you can cover. So there's no Austria, no Czechoslovakia, no Belgium.
Well, do you want to? How about this? Do you want to take us through the factions, and I'll point out where they are?
I want to give them little nicknames as well, just to comment.
What? You're telling me Group 1?
I'll give you an update if I hear any issues. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, group number 1.
Click ready.
Germany. Oh, I've not selected a country. Oh,
There you go.
Am I in trouble?
You're in trouble.
Yeah, you know that person in a Hoi 4 lobby that doesn't ready up, and you have to message them on Discord to say ready up. I was like that right now.
But unfortunately, the difference is it's a massive event with 36 people sitting downstairs waiting.
All waiting for us.
All waiting. Well, no,
Lake,
you say yes. I'm ready. On my screen, I'm ready. It's all waiting for you.
All right. Faction number 1. We're not waiting any longer.
Absolutely. Go for it. Go for it.
Okay. Faction number 1. Germany, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania. I'm going to call this the little axis.
Okay. Nice.
Okay,
I like that idea.
Well, Italy, of course, it's like
So we've got here. We've got Germany, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania. I mean, yeah, they're separated, but surely Germany's focuses should mean they're allowed to. Oh, important to note that the players are not allowed to declare any wars apart from focus tree wars on AI nations until an hour has passed.
Just to recap, you know all the rules.
I do.
You know all the secrets.
I know everything.
And I know nothing. So I'm going to represent the chat here and be a no-nomming, a dum-dum. Anyway, Faction 2. USA, Greece, Switzerland, and Turkey. Oh, what's the similarity between these nations?
So, Greece and Turkey, proximity. In Switzerland and America,
capitalism done right and capitalism done wrong.
Yeah, sure. We'll let you figure out which ones we mean by that, so we refrain from making political statements.
Group number 3. France, Portugal, Netherlands, and China.
Okay, that feels like they've got more of a spread. So you got France. So let's see. France over here, Portugal, the Netherlands, which is going to have the Dutch East Indies, which obviously isn't going to be a player. And who else? Nationalist China. I think that's going to be kind of powerful.
Yeah, it's going to be like a little bit of a...
you not think China's going to be massively isolated by that?
And,
Well, yesterday we saw Portugal fall to Spain almost immediately, right? And that was in the Great War mod. You can only imagine this is going to be faster if they're not careful. Do you think they'd learn from that?
the factor that you're right in a way, because China is strong, especially if Japan doesn't participate in an invasion of them. So in this case, maybe they'll be able to hold their own. Maybe they'll do really well. Maybe they'll gobble up all the warlords. Who knows? Anyway, faction 4. UK, British Raj, Australia, and New Zealand. So this is
The
obvious.
Empire.
This is the little British Empire, isn't it?
That's powerful. Because they've got complementary focuses.
If there was coordination between them, they're going to be able to do some spicy things. So right now, we'll just continue reading this out. So next one, number 5, is USSR ×2. Oh, this is the only nation that's 2 players on it.
Oh, the only one, yeah.
The USSR, the Soviet Union. And then we have Communist China, Yugoslavia, and Poland. Okay, this is going to be the Warsaw Pact Part 2.
Very catchy name.
Communism 2.0. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, Yugoslavia, yeah, Poland.
Not so much. Was Poland
fine.
ever communist? Yes, they were. Yes,
yeah.
they were. Yeah, so
After World War II.
That's right.
And you've got like the peasants' revolt that happens in the game.
I'm going to go with the Warsaw Pact 2.0.
Yeah, makes sense.
All right. So once again, we're still waiting ready for the game to load up, guys. That's why we're running the game rundown of the factions. When we hop into the game, we can give a rundown of what the players' strategies are, what they're going to go for, and maybe I will make some predictions about what I think their secret goal will be.
I can't wait for that because, again, I have the secret goal in front of me. Chat, you don't know what the secret goals are. No one downstairs knows the secret goal. I think I'm one of 4 people that know exactly what is going on here.
Yeah.
And I'm about to leak it. So
I believe the way it's going to work is, aren't they going to be rewarded points based on achieving these goals?
They are.
And that
So
will
there
determine who the winner is.
there are 2 aims. There's aim number 1, which is more of a macro aim, building, economic, that sort of side of things. The second is more of a military one. Control this, own that fulfills these conditions. So we'll see if you start seeing a weird faction make some random plays, you know, then maybe, I don't know, and this is not one, but let's say South Africa goes for Iceland. You're like, well, that's a strange thing for South Africa to do. Maybe that's their aim. But maybe it's a bit of a false flag. Maybe it's a bit of a distraction. Who knows? It's worth noting that only the faction leader knows exactly what the aims for their faction is. So they're going to be constantly trying to figure out what the other people's aims are, as well as trying to figure out their own. Last night, where our players were sitting according to, well, it was just random, basically. They picked their own seats.
Yep.
That was their team. So some of these players, they've not even spoken. Maybe they're on the opposite team last night. Now they have to figure out a way to communicate without letting everyone else know.
Yep. The final 3 factions, blast them really quickly. Japan, Manchukuo, Canada, and South Africa. Oh, that's a weird combination. At least they're covering all the continents there, aren't they?
They are quite spread out.
Group 7, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Finland.
That's a strong faction just because of how they're clustered, I think.
I believe last night, I'm not sure this is true, maybe you can feed me in. Apparently one of these members is actually one of us, wasn't it? One of the people who's commentators? Or did they manage to find someone? Oh, you don't know?
I don't know.
I know the secrets now. Maybe that's gone ahead, maybe it hasn't. There was a little bit of a talk that they needed a player to fulfill all the members of that faction. And there was a possibility that me or Dankus could step in on our downtime to actually play them. Maybe Dankus is playing them. Maybe he isn't. That's a secret for another
So yeah,
day.
when people are saying, are their streams playing? Yeah. Oh, look at that. Ludi's here.
Rudy at Historia. You know that guy?
Unfortunately.
Feedback is the coolest way. I do. I'm all Christmassy.
I'm very brave online.
Where did I buy
I'm
that?
not very brave in
I
person.
didn't buy it. Anyway.
I didn't buy it. The gods themselves handed this to me. I was chosen.
The same would bring me a coffee as well. Group 8.
Group 8.
Italy, Ethiopia. So I think what's going to happen here, so before I move on, everyone's saying, how's that going to work? Well, they'll be at war initially, but what I'll do is Italy will go to the side with the Axis faction and initially have that civil war, mop up, and boom, bada boom, they're together.
Because their focus tree does support a
Yeah,
fascist,
it does, it all links
puppet.
together. It's the path that basically no one does as Ethiopia, because in all fairness, I guess you sell yourself to the devil, don't you? Spain. Yeah, Italy's the devil, apparently. Sorry
You
about
always
that.
look at me with the most, like, intense statements. Like, you're like, everything's fine. Sell yourself to the devil.
Keeping you on your toes, okay? Every minute we're up here, then we're down here. We're like a yo-yo.
It's all over the place.
Spain and Mexico. So just to call Italy, Ethiopia, Spain, Mexico. This is like the unholy Latin alliance. Isn't it? Yeah.
And
yeah.
Ethiopia.
Well, they're kind of a puppet of Italy.
Yeah, they're an extension of Italy. We'll be fine.
I think they actually do become a puppet of Italy when they go down the side with the Italy.
Yeah, they will become a puppet of Italy. I'm saying they're slightly different in Spain and Mexico and sort of.
The good
everything
ones
else.
read the chat. We read every single chat message, but we only reply to the good ones. Hi, Ludi.
Like that. Hi, Ludi. Ludi's saying I'm 100% sure Romania will win. Yeah, you want to bet? I've been betting everyone. I need to stop. I've already lost more water than I. That's actually my water from last night that you took from me. That's the water I lost in a bet.
Hey, there's a little bit of a virus flying around.
Oh, I'm not drinking it, to be clear.
I don't touch these. Oh, because I won.
You won it. Those are
these
yours.
Are mine. Okay.
Like, I'm not saying drink them. I'm saying that is, you could just hold those now.
There's a recurring theme that we keep doing bets, okay, based on certain scenarios happening. And so far, I think I've had 2 out of 3 at least.
It's been 3 out of 3.
Oh, okay,
Serbia died. The invasion
Serbia.
succeeded, and also.
See, the third one I keep forgetting.
The third one was like very important.
So here we go. Manchukuo.
Manchukuo.
Manchukuo. He's
got Chinese characters in his name, so I assume that he knows what he's talking about more than we do.
See that, yeah.
He's saying he's 100% sure Romania will win. Well, Romania is joint. Let me check what Romania's has to do, and I'm going to visually reveal it on my face because I can't tell you what it's going to be.
Could you give a hint?
I could probably give a hint.
Yeah,
okay.
just do that.
So
for
Germany,
funsies.
Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria.
So just a heads up, the people downstairs who are available in the LAN, they're going to try their best to achieve these goals by using whatever espionage they can do, whatever works for them. They can't use their phones, so they can't look at this live stream. Because obviously, watch this live stream while stream sniping, which is very naughty. But also simultaneously, it might give a clue when you look at Late's face and be like, so my goal is to capitulate.
You know?
Mm.
And they're meant to be cadets in the War Academy. That's the whole reason they're here, is to learn about warfare, to better themselves, such that they might work better in the armed forces. So, I mean, cheating's not going to help with that. Bulgaria's the same team as Romania. It absolutely is. 5 Tunisian potatoes on Romania winning. So I don't think Tunisia has potatoes, so I will take that bet.
Have we got? Do we do a hint now?
I'll give the hint.
Go on then.
I'll give it. I'll give it in form of a word. Okay. So Germany, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria. Their first aim. Population. That's a good hint, I think. Population.
So hang on, what faction and what's
That is Germany, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania. To be clear, there are like within this, there's a subset of things. Like they have to achieve something with like in 3 degrees of severity, should we say? So presumably the faction leader is going to take the hardest one to achieve. They're all in the same theme, they're just different amounts. So they have to achieve this, this, and this.
First Tunisian potato farm live, everyone. Do Tunisians grow potatoes?
No.
Oh.
We don't have the ability
What is he
to.
talking about? That's why I don't trust him, this guy with history facts.
No, Tunisia, like, well, I think it's because I was saying that I'll take his bet of 5 Tunisian potatoes because Tunisia doesn't have any potatoes. We have, our soil is as resilient as the people.
It's a good hint because I have I'm not fathomed by, in any way, shape, or form, how this is even going to be doable. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting.
Oh, I'm glad. I'll drip feed more and more as we go on. Because I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm enjoying this. It's nice to know what's going on for once, you know. Danker's sitting there talking to me about breakthrough, all these different numbers. He kept on screaming esports alta at me, and I was just very confused. It was
mein Gott.
It was horrible.
Go on, give me one of the hints that Dankers gave us.
What are the hints?
Yeah.
Well, he was just taking me through different metas. I got a full education. Maybe 6% Tunisian in DNA. Mashallah, brother.
Okay, we've got some good news. We're actually heading into the game.
Fantastic! Right, we're cracking on. Now, to be clear, I believe it's the first hour, there will be a very obvious audio and visual cue to the audience and also to us as to when the players are going to be able to declare wars on each other. And that's when, the fireworks will start going. So we'll see how... What do you expect? So let's say Germany. We're looking at Germany right now. What do you expect? Do you expect a very standard opening for Germany in terms of how they're going to set up on different borders, or do you think they're just going to do something wacky?
That is going to all depend on their objectives, isn't it?
Well, Germany's the one that's going to know about it, so hopefully we'll be able to glean from Germany what that is.
So recap, only one of the faction members know their goal.
The faction leader. The other faction members. So Germany's the faction leader.
I presume it's the first in the list here, right?
Yes, absolutely is. So Germany, in their faction of Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania, is going to know what the aim is, so they're going to be trying to direct their boys, their crew, their team, as to how to achieve the objective without giving it away to others and without failure, I guess. We'll see. So seeing how they're going to succeed or how they open is going to give you, hopefully, a bit of a hint on that one. and then the military one later. I mean, the military one should be pretty obvious, I think.
Well, let me take a guess with the Germany situation then.
Mhm.
It almost feels like they've got like 3 countries that are
Okay.
disconnected,
Mhm.
and then one that is connected. So it almost feels like a need to kind of like divide the bridges together.
Interesting you should say that, because that is completely wrong.
It was a guess. I guessed.
Isn't Tunisia where they filmed Tatooine in Star Wars? Better than that's what Tatooine is named after. Did you hear that? Did you hear God talking to you in your ear?
I know, Mom. I know.
It's not just physical connections. So that would have been a military aim. So you were saying the military aim could have been to occupy Austria and maintain a connection throughout. That would have been a good aim. It is not. Their military aim.
Feels a bit easy as well, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
I mean,
that's why it's not it.
It's back into the focus, you know what I mean? Yeah. It would be an unusual location. For instance, a tricky goal would be a landlocked nation to potentially gain a coastline. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there, you know, but obviously it's quite a tricky goal. Everyone knows of the Hungary achievement, the Houthi battleship achievement. And it's not an easy one, you know what I mean? You got to get to the coast, then you got to build a battleship because you need to build a naval dockyard. So it's not an easy feat. Do you have that achievement?
I don't have that achievement.
Do you have any achievements?
I do.
Oh, go on.
Win a war. It's not an achievement.
Join a faction.
Join a faction.
Reach
Leave a faction.
1945.
Australia, Hungary. That's the one I've got.
Just 5 speedable pause.
What can I say? I'm a speedrunner.
Okay, cool.
Let's see how they're setting up. I want to refresh myself of these.
So as
aims.
normal, when you start a Hearts of Iron 4 game, if you're not already aware, players will be looking at what they're about to do. Right now, has Germany done anything? So they've put all of their divisions into one faction. The Papal Alliance.
So, good. Do you want to try pronouncing their name?
Lin
Manfu, who corrected us on our pronunciation of Menguquo.
Yeah.
So the Ethiopian Orthodox Church was under the Coptic Pope in 1936. So Ethiopia, Italy, Mexico, Spain has the potential to be the Papal Alliance, which is good.
Yeah,
And
we were role-playing the idea of what the mini factions, if they've got anything in common, and whether they could, if they were to have something in common, what would their faction name be? And then, I went. What did I go with? I went with the Latin Alliance, didn't I? So it's
The Latin Alliance. I mean,
the Papal Alliance.
the Papal Alliance, I think, works a little bit better, given that Ethiopia is not Latin.
If anyone in the chat actually has suggestions for certain factions and what you think the name would be funny with,
That'd be
let us know.
great.
Yeah, just let us know. That'd be cool. Yeah. We love chat activity. We love it when you guys interact with us. It's so lonely here, just me and you in this room, nobody else.
I like how you look at me
Hello?
and say it's so lonely here. I have
Hello?
no one I can relate to.
Is there anyone there? See, just me and you.
Production.
So and this guy behind us as well.
All right, I'm gonna click this button before you get.
If someone could hear me,
Yelled
they
at.
would bring me a coffee. I definitely would. I know they would. So hang on, that's a good point. So how are they going to be able to join a faction? They're going to have to do it by unlocking the faction focus.
So
I presume.
that's when they'll use the tool pack mod and just sort of shove everyone in there.
Oh, so the people, the tech guys in the back.
Tech guys, I assume, as far as I'm aware, that is the idea behind it.
That's cool. That seems really cool. All right, so another nation. Let's go into the player mount mode. And we'll have a cheeky look at the players. I think what's interesting to look at is going to be USSR because they're the only nation
With 2 players.
that has 2 players.
Absolutely.
That's right. So what I'm going to do is I will look at them now and see what they're up to. Let's start from the bottom. Research. Standard. So standard. Remember, this game they can prepare, they can build up before they go for their ambitious goals. And probably the first hour is just going to be that build-up
Absolutely,
stage.
yeah.
Is it going to be civilian factories?
There he is.
Civilian factories. Are they going to be training? No, not yet. No convoy surprise.
Let me check what the USSR's aims are.
Or maybe you could drop us a hint as well, just for fun.
Okay, so USSR, Communist China, Yugoslavia, and Poland. I thought you said that was like.
It was the Warsaw 2.0, wasn't
Warsaw
it?
2.0.
Yeah, mini commie 2.0.
I've got to think of something. Mini commie. I like.
It's your faction, isn't it?
Yeah, it's what I'm repping. I mean, I am impartial, but I was gonna say a Russian word, but there's only a few that I know.
How can you join us? Well, it's not confirmed yet, but maybe when we do an event, maybe next year,
Yeah.
there's a chance that you can get a ticket and you can play downstairs with the boyos. Listen, I hung out with them last night after when our commentary session had ended, and literally they were having so much fun. Like the screams they were making when nations collapsed.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of passion. I started to get really hyped because I was a bit
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, I'm a bit sad. I've had to come off of the off of the stream. Let me go chill out for a little bit. Came downstairs because there was a cacophony of noise that just drew me in.
People
a
say
moth to a
like
flame.
people play Hoi-Fi are nerds, but man, just a little bit of drink, a little bit of excitement, a bit
that's
of
it.
passion, actually talking to our fellow man, and all of a sudden they actually come out of the shell. So it's nice to see. Hey, listen, I am surprised as well. So anyway, continue. Go on. The secret,
So
the hint.
the secret hint. Okay. It's going to be hard to describe without giving it away completely.
Well, that's what.
So I'll start with.
Go vague.
I'll go vague. So I'll start with equality.
Quality.
Oh. All right. So we have just heard from our spy master in chief something special.
Yeah, we had secret intel that we had one of our boyos playing as a nation in the faction. And do you know what? This is all about secrets, right? Because remember, you know the rules, you know the secrets, you know what they need to do to achieve their objectives. You know what? I'm going to give you one hint. It's Scandinavia. And that is going to be one of our boyos playing.
Do we know that it's like that he's playing that nation? Why don't you say that? Oh, interesting. Okay, why don't you say who it is, and then chat can try and figure out where they're playing.
Yeah, so I'm having a little cheeky look right now. So we have Norway. Excuse me, a little bit hoarse. Going for the air focus. Remember, this is Dankus, by the way. We can reveal that, can't we?
Yeah, I would say I don't know if he's on Norway.
Dankus. Well, that's what I mean. I'm looking at it.
So Dankus is the player.
If we can
figure
figure it out, if they can figure it out, you know.
Okay.
Is this a historical style? 100% no. Then we have Denmark. Once again, research.
All pretty standard.
Yeah.
Okay, let me give you a
out.
hint on the Nordic
medium
bloc.
airframe. Okay, I don't think this is Dankus. I don't think it's Norway.
Okay.
What about Finland? Finland's a popular one with Dan because he loves the modifiers that you can stack.
Here's your hint for the Nordic faction.
All right, okay.
Sovereign Wealth Fund. That's the hint. That's everyone's hint.
This feels economic, you know, it kind of feels like not exactly occupying something, but
Well, they've
just
got
kind of
two.
building
They've got
tall.
one objective, which is the economic, and the second is going to be the military. So I'm giving hints on the economic for now.
Yeah, so if you don't understand, you want to catch up, these players are all downstairs. They're all playing individual factions. One of the factions is the Scandinavian faction, and we've hinted that one of these nations in the Scandinavian faction is going to be Dankus as well. And I'm kind of looking at them trying to figure out. Now, they have two goals within the faction. Only the faction leader knows that goal. There's two goals, could be an economic one, as you mentioned, and a military one. And depending on achieving those goals, will reward them points, and at the very end, the winner will be the one who gets overall the most points. The leader of the faction for the Scandinavians is Little Denmark, the smallest of the Scandinavians.
But you didn't have to add little.
If you actually, then again, that's not true. Actually, if you include Greenland and Iceland, they're probably the biggest of the
I was about
three.
to say, that's just hurtful.
Yeah,
Just called him short for no reason.
Stop. It is small geographically. Look at this.
Every Dane right now just went, and they didn't even know why. They woke up for their
Sweden?
breakfast today.
Denmark. You see, there's definitely a size difference. And then finally, we'll look at Sweden. Once again, there's nothing really much to see here.
I mean, I'm not.
Infrastructure. Ooh, that's a bit different. It's a bit different.
Some people might be close.
Dave
might not be.
Senpai, hello.
In terms of the aims, I mean, it's going to be good. Oh, Canada's leaving the Empire. You see that?
Right.
Because
So
they're part of it. I can't. I mean, which faction's that? You've got Japan, Manchukuo, Canada, and South Africa. I don't think the USA. I mean, surely the USA would just roll them, unless the secret objective is to force them to get rolled. Who knows? Maybe that's it. Maybe it's to be capitulated, to become a martyr.
I mean, you're saying as if, but you do know.
I do know.
I predict, I don't know. Ethiopia. So we mentioned that there's a bit of a peculiar scenario here because they are going to be pairing together with Italy in their own faction. And Ethiopia is doing the focuses. Hang on. I don't think they've selected the right focuses here. Rally around the emperor?
Interesting.
So if you want to go for the Axis aligned path for Ethiopia, you have to go reach out to the Italians.
Well, you can see defensive wars only allowed.
Yeah. So to summarize what we can see here on commence operation,
The amusing thing is, stream can read that better than we can.
I mean, that's right. That's the very reason why we're getting so close. Hi, guys.
Leaning
We read the text on screen. Defensive wars only allowed. Good hunting. Gather intelligence, research, training, potential interests of your designated country. I mean, I'm just reading out what's on screen so they can see it anyway.
They can see it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool.
Let's see here. Is he? He's going more the war side as well. I mean, they don't technically have to.
Yeah, I know. It just makes them a bit peculiar because they're going to be at war with the Italians. So, oh, I know what they might be doing.
Yeah?
He might be going for the path that gives the biggest bonuses, and then he might just walk over the front line, take one tile, and say, white peace.
That makes sense.
And
that
then,
makes sense.
And then a faction can form on the back of that. That would actually make sense.
That makes sense.
Abuna. Abuna, is it Abuna? Yeah. Yeah.
It sounds like the focus is going to be a boon.
Is that a hint?
No, it was a pun.
All right. I laughed internally.
It was out of pity, but I'll take those. Look, a pity laugh is still a laugh, is all I'm saying.
Okay, would this be a hint? I'm going to hit you with this. So that we've called this unofficially the faction of cookies. No, it's not cookies. those in my sight
We
right
just got
now.
given cookies.
Yeah, that's
Very
right.
exciting.
The unofficial name of this faction was the Catholic Alliance or the Papal Alliance. Does that tell us anything about the goals that they have to achieve? We have to have a look. He's having a peek. Don't show them.
Would never. It depends.
Ah, that's a yes. That's a yes. That's a yes. We got him there. We got him there. I wonder if there was some kind of theming. I always wondered that coming in.
Interesting, yeah.
Because there are definitely some similarities with a few of these. The British one, for instance, and the Italy, Ethiopia, Spain, and Mexico. Once again, I'm kind of hearing a voice in my ear once again. Can anyone on the stream actually hear, like, voices?
Let's have a chat about mental health, guys. This is an awareness campaign. If you are a loved one or hearing voices, make sure to get in touch with
speak to a doctor, please.
your doctor or your technician.
How is Poland cold? Today, very cold. Look on the screen right now, it's -2 right now. I was up at like 7 o'clock and I had a little walk around, and it was, you know that feeling when the cold hits your face and you kind of just feel like tense up a little bit, you know what I mean? It was actually that cold.
This is why I don't go outside.
Why? We've made a living out of not going outside.
This is the entire point. Oh, it's snowing, we've just heard.
Right now?
Great.
Oh,
It was snowing a little bit last night as well. Let's check out the USA, shall we?
Oh, that's
See what they're up to.
All right.
We're switch, sure.
Yep.
Okay. So the USA are in a faction with Greece, Switzerland, and Turkey. So they're very far away from literally everything.
Which I've nicknamed capitalism done right and wrong. Which I've nicknamed capitalism done right and wrong.
And right, okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. So we've got like what, 3 confirmed nicknames now. What was the French one you wanted?
You can use your imagination which one's right and which is wrong. It's all into interpretation, isn't it?
It's great. Okay. We have Germany embroiled in civil war. Interesting. So an early conflict. Technically, that's a defensive war, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, how embarrassing would it be if you lost the German Civil War
that's what
in
I
a
was about to
full
say.
Grandest LAN campaign?
That's what I was about to say. This is probably the war that's hard to lose. It's like literally, it almost like there's a challenge video that we could do, like lose the Civil War. You know what I mean? Because look at the
I gotta go
leader
record.
bonus.
I gotta go. I gotta go record.
I got some ideas right now.
Yeah,
guys.
God's talking to me. He told me I need to record.
Look at the leader. And you hover
There he
over it,
is.
and like 20% attack and defense. But it literally is basically hand it to you on a silver platter. It's like, why don't you defeat the Germans?
Why don't you
the Germans?
It's
The
like
bad
you
Germans.
half committed to an accent there. You were like, I'm not sure if this is
The
okay.
bad Germans versus the
I mean,
king.
look at this guy. Look at that hat.
Yeah, I know, it's big, isn't it? Are we the baddies? I don't know. He's got the hat there.
Well, he has a skull in his head, but his opponent is, well, Hitler. So I feel like
we all have a skull in our head.
on his hat, man. Come on. You're better than that. Right, well, we'll see how that goes on.
The question is, guys, are we the baddies? Number one, if we are the baddies.
Yeah, spam number 1 in chat if we are in fact of the bad. Me and feedback. Everyone else the good guys. Oh man. Okay,
I'm trying
so
to think from a focus perspective, whether the path of the monarch is, or it could go democratic if he wants to. Whoa, what if it's a twist? Oh, stop. I just had a massive brain moment. What if it's a twist? What if this we refer to as the mini axis. Turns out they're all going in a liberal path and
Well, let's
moving
check it out.
towards democracy. I'll move over to you.
Okay, well. Czechoslovakia always.
Well, Czechoslovakia isn't a
democratic country.
faction. They're not actually.
Oh, sorry, they're not. I was meant to go for Hungary.
He's not read the rules.
All right. Hungary's already pretty democratic. Wait, I've not changed this, the thing I was about to say. It's very strange.
Yeah.
Amazing. So we do know which nation that Dankus is playing. I don't think we reveal it. I think we let chat guess.
Yeah. Do you know what? It is more fun, actually.
Yeah.
I have a secret inkling based on what they told me last night that I know what faction it is and what nation it is. And, okay.
I don't have any inklings because no one spoke to me.
No.
If you're going to say something that sounds really sad when you leave that with dead end. No one spoke to me. Pure silence.
The reason why I paused for a second is I've never actually seen that advice, but this guy gives ticking stability.
Ticking stability and also daily power gain.
Well, I mean,
It's
the
quite
power
nifty.
gain is mid, but the...
I know,
the
but
anything-
more than one.
Listen, another pro tip. Everyone... I like to shoot out tips every
Yeah, go
now
for
and then. Anything that gives ticking stability in Hoi 4 is very, very good. Because it potentially can give you 100% stability whilst at war, which is usually very difficult to get. And that gives you an insane production bonus. I think it's like 20-30%, I believe.
I want to pick your brain about something then, in that case.
Oh, yeah.
The new Scandinavian stuff. I always go for weekly manpower, like immediately. That's like the first thing I do.
Oh, yeah.
Because you need so much. Is that right?
No, 100%. No,
Okay.
100%. It's always hard. It all depends on... I think from a balancing perspective, you always want to go for what you need the most. And you always think of, like, I've got to think really further in the future. What is something I'm going to need the most of as of in the future? And if you're a nation that has low stability, or sorry, low war support, and you need to mobilize more to get advantage of more mills, for instance, then obviously that's the best option. But if you are a Scandinavian nation, you've got no bloody manpower, then in that case, maybe it's the option to go for the manpower guy.
We need to have more children.
I mean, that's it, yeah. And this guy's like, yeah, maybe baby's a good idea.
I'll pick your brain about something else. So, it's been a long time since I played China or Communist China.
Yep.
Both of these guys are lining up on the warlords, right? So Communist China gets through their focus can attack these guys quite easily, and then China similarly can go after them. So do you think it's going to be a little bit of a rush because they can't declare war on each other just yet? I think it's good. Like, do you think that it's going to be a little bit of a rush to see who can secure as much territory as possible in this region prior to the ability to declare war on each other?
I'm not gloating, but I predicted this. I said that China was going to eat the warlords because Japan won't stand in their way. And if that is going to be the case, then, I mean, it looks like they're doing that. I mean, look, it's usually you put front lines on those to tell them you're going to attack them. You know?
Well, yeah. It's a decent indicator. I'm just imagining, like, these are going to be areas of contention. You have to imagine that Communist China needs to rush those down to try and get through. Yeah.
What focus are they going for?
Communist China or? Communist China, I think they were going agrarian socialism. Yeah.
Oh, of course. So, this is a factor I didn't put into account. So
The Communist China as well.
that's right.
Yeah,
There's two
those are players.
players in China.
That's what I'm saying. They can run them down. And over here, you've got this.
Yeah.
And it will go against Shanxi and Shibisan-ma.
The free CBs.
Exactly. And you've got to think that he's got to try and go for those before China goes for him, right? Let's see. Down here, subjugate the warlords. So I feel like China's going to go for those immediately. Go for demand subjugation. From the focus tree here, you've got, integrate the warlords. You China demand subjugation.
That's OP, that.
Yeah, you'd assume that he's going to go straight for these two up north to try and isolate Communist China.
The only downside is you're a slave to the dice. If you don't get the RNG, you're praying up to RNGs. Unfortunately, you just don't get what you want, do you?
You got to risk it at this point, don't you?
Risk it for a
See,
biscuit.
because you got the USSR is going to be a problem, but Communist China is isolated. So we could. What do you think is going to be out of this list? The first player to be demolished. I think either Communist China or Portugal. I think Portugal gets rolled. If Spain decides they want Portugal, we saw it yesterday in the Great War mod. If Spain decides they want Portugal, it's over for them. Nothing they can do.
Yeah, so
Then again, you can say the same thing with Netherlands.
Are you indirectly, inadvertent, hinting here that there might be some goals to eat neighbors? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm not trying to say anything. All I'm saying is, me personally, if I was sat down in a castle and said, you need to not only achieve your aims, but stop everyone else from doing it. You know what's the simplest way of stopping someone from achieving their aim?
To get out of bed and get it done.
I was just going to say, just kick him out of the game.
Okay, well,
Get rid of him.
okay.
Get rid of him. That wasn't like a spiritual point.
I know. I was going for more of a like fix yourself kind of scenario.
No, it was not a fix yourself kind of scenario. It was how do you win at Hoi 4? You get rid of the other players.
How do you achieve your goals and your dreams?
Yeah, I wanted to hijack the stream to start selling my new book. It's about meditation and the Taoist faith.
Self-help.
Meanwhile,
Self-help from YouTubers.
self-help from you.
Like, what could go wrong?
Number one, start a YouTube
Let's
channel.
just recap the faction for the China. So,
Absolutely.
So remember, they're all in factions. They're all 4 nations. So
You look at
nationalist China, is France, leader, Portugal, Netherlands, and nationalist China. Now, communist China is the 2 people in USSR, communist China, Yugoslavia, and Poland. I do like that faction.
That is good.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a very interesting one over here on the West.
So I made a prediction earlier that the Germany was going to go for a more liberal democratic path. If we were to back up that theory, can we see any of the other Axis members and what ideology they
The Axis, you can't really call them the Axis anymore, can you?
Well, it might be. Might have a name change in a moment. Yeah.
Okay, so Hungary, looking at going after the Austrians, electing a
the
king.
So
They're
it's
going
not a liberal
unaligned.
path. It's not a liberal path.
They're going
It is-
unaligned.
They're all monarchists. We are literally putting crowns on everyone's heads in the Balkans.
I'll be curious to see what Romania does. Let's see, and Bulgaria. Bulgaria looks. I mean, Turkey's not a player. I don't believe. Are they? No, Turkey. There's no Turkish player. Yeah, there is a Turkey player.
There is that.
Ooh.
That was the capitalism done right and wrong.
Ooh, that's a bold decision considering Greece is also in the faction. So I'm not sure why they've got a front line just to go and storm Istanbul when Greece is a thing and will presumably defend their ally.
It kind of hints among eating the Balkans and unifying the Balkans almost. I'm kind of
Okay.
saying. Oh.
Okay, interesting.
Ooh, you gave something away then.
Did I?
I saw a little twinkle in your eyes.
Oh,
Ah.
I'm sorry, but there's regular twinkle in my eye. So, especially when
It
sitting
was,
next
it
to you,
was
Dave.
more twinkly than normal.
All right, this war seems to be wrapping up pretty
Is there any other
soon.
factions that we can look at as well? So UK, British Raj, Australia, New Zealand.
I think the key part here is to look at the focuses, right? To see exactly what they're trying to go down. I mean, what did you say before? That Norway is doing air, foreign plane designs.
Yeah, that's why I presumed, I took a hint that that isn't Dankus, because that's not something Dankus does.
Yeah.
No,
Not a fan of it.
I know what he does.
Oh.
Yeah, I do. I know Dankus' specialities, regretfully. Because I've been on the back end of it a few times. you know.
Unfortunately,
Yeah,
I know
I
Dankus.
know.
Daily fashion support over here.
Dankus can't pull himself back and be like, I'm not gonna go full min max. I'm not gonna go meta. I'm gonna go MP big boy. And every game he does.
You think he's in this thing in the castle? He's gonna go.
Well,
Meta.
yesterday they walked in and said, we might need one of you guys, one of the commentators, to play as one of the Scandinavian nations. And he looked at Dankus and he went, do you want to do this, Dankus? And I looked at him and I went, don't do that. Don't do
Don't
that.
do it, Dankus. Don't do it.
Don't do that.
I enjoy the fact that they said we're gonna need one of these commentators, and I wasn't anywhere near, and that was presumably the right choice.
I guess maybe it might
Like
not
it's late
be-
night, yeah.
It might
Any
not
of
be
you
me
guys.
that stands in. It might be somebody else. Who knows? But he might be playing for the full duration. Then again, once again, Dankus is his home when he's playing MP anyway. That's what he loves to do. Nice sweater, Dave. Thank you, Lady Magnus. Yeah, it's Paradox approved. I'm an advert, a walk-in advert. I mean, they all own Hoi4 downstairs. I'm not advertising to anyone, am I, really? Could speak to the staff and who speak only Polish and be like, you would play Hoi?
Right? Look, you're getting sales. You're getting conversions. You know what else is on sale?
Well,
Hearts of Iron 4, 70% off on Steam for this week.
there we go. He finally got it in. We forgot that last time. So if you don't own it, I don't know why you don't own it, but you can get it 75% off. What is the price for that? Must be like
70% off?
Well, I know, but 70% on what?
Why are you quizzing me about this, man?
I thought you knew!
Well, that's what. Look, it's a secret. It's part of the Enigma code. You need to go to Steam right now and find out.
It's all about
Communist
the
China is declared one Shibi Shanma.
So, all right, I'm going to hop over there.
Absolutely.
And have a little look. I've got the control right now. Communist China is... Oh, that's really interesting. Oh, did you see that for a second? Saima actually made the initial attack, and now it's a counterattack from Communist China in the other direction. This is not easy to win this. Once again, I've done these a few wars when you start as Communist China or one of the warlords and you're going to unify China. And the initial first 1 or 2 wars are actually kind of tricky to do, you know. You have to time everything just right.
They're exhausting.
And a lot of like wiggling around the front lines and avoiding battles and stuff. They're just like, oh, it's like a micro-intensive nightmare. But you know who loves micro?
Who?
Dank.
Oh, this could be him.
No,
Is
it's
he
not.
him?
I can
He could
guarantee
be, but he could be. I don't care what you say, Dave. It
It's
could
not.
be.
It's not.
It could be.
No, stop it. No, he's playing Scandinavia. We don't know what nation in Scandinavia. I think I know, but I'm not sure.
You could be lying. Ooh, Murphy says maybe the Axis Monarchs have to capture Constantinople like a two Kaisers thing.
Nice plug there. Where's the plug? Overhype for stream, a subscribe tab, and I found this.
Welcome. Congratulations.
Welcome. You made it. You made it.
You're very special to us.
Speaking of plugs, actually, there's a massive bathtub in there because this streaming room is set in the master bedroom. There's a massive bed over there.
It is.
That we chill and relax on.
What are you saying?
And through there, there's the ensuite, and there's a massive bathtub. And if I ever got a picture of it and sent it to the production crew, I could show them me in the bathtub. There's probably a few of those pictures. Everyone's taking a picture. In that
Sorry,
bathtub.
you're gonna take a photo of you in the bathtub and
Well,
put
no,
it on stream?
I'm fully clothed.
I mean, hey, I'm not. Look, I am not trying to pass judgment, my friend. Look, I welcome that photo.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to it being on stream.
Our relationship has just changed.
Hoi 4 sales through the roof.
So once again, this kind of battle, I find these frustrating. If you don't know what you're doing, it's going to be a problem. And right now, he needs the most amount of soft attack right now. And I'm going to take a guess. He doesn't have any artillery.
He's not got guns, man.
I think I know who's playing this. I sat behind this guy yesterday, and he was playing. Oh, who was he playing as? He's one of the members of the Allies in the Great War. No. What I'm saying is, you disappeared last night, but last night I went back downstairs and I was sat next to the players and watched them play. And he had this weird strategy going on where he made two production lines, one of an old gun and another one of a new gun. So he made two separate lines. I've never seen people play like that before. And I said to him, like, why do you do that? He's like, oh, I want to maintain the production efficiency. And I was like, oh, actually, that is kind of interesting and kind of cool.
I'm very impressed that you looked at one.
He was an American, and he was wearing an American army helmet.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. And he said to me, he says that when I bought this, there's a label inside of it that says not actual any protection from bullets. It's just a plastic fancy hat. You know what I mean?
I was going to say, it's impressive that you saw a mechanic in the game, saw a playstyle, and went, I know who this is.
No, I'm 99% certain.
Oh, breakthrough.
Yeah, and that's good.
Look at that. It's going to go straight round, you'd imagine now, right?
1, 2, 3, 4. This is what you have to do to win these kind of warlord wars early on. It's less about fighting battles to win and having the firepower, and it's more about finding spaces and doing the snakes. If you're not familiar with the term snake, it's a kind of a hoi term, and it's where you basically make a push on the front line. The AI used to do it a lot in the old days. You don't see it as much anymore.
Yeah, just go straight forward.
But the idea is you beeline all the way to the victory point.
Is he going to go to the victory points, or is he going to go for an encirclement, do you think?
I don't think you would do it in encirclement. Well, I won't recommend it.
Okay.
I won't recommend it, but he might do.
Well, he is going for it.
He
You're
does-
not recommending it, but he's sweeping around.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It looks like he's trying to get into. If you select the unit, his path seems to be going straight to one of the battles.
But look, what can happen here? I just don't recommend this. By the way,
It's a gamble.
Zambai Sanmar is not a player, it's AI, so just FYI, but the player is Communist China, M9. The M number, if you're not aware of, downstairs, each of the PCs have like a number code next to them. So if you ever wanted to find something, you'd be like, oh, R7, and like they're designate a certain room in a different computer, so you could go up to them and find out what they're doing.
Might I show you something? In the bottom left here, you can see that this is public chat, right? This is one of the ways our players are communicating. You might see some of these things don't make any sense, and that is because last night some of the players developed a code. They didn't yet know what the objective was, but they had to come up with a way of communicating because they have to use this. So, for example, R7, do you copy? They've said Roger, so obviously understanding that. But then underneath here, you have OWPEONDERESDIPYOR. So there's like a code here. They've created their own codes.
Yep.
And I think we should try and break any of them.
All right, okay.
B8 weight deciphering. I mean, the most average way to create a code is to shift the letter and then take out vowels.
Rip for my Mongols.
Yeah, I think they're talking about Jibri-sama. I don't think that's a
Right,
code.
okay. Ooh, that battle's not going well for them.
Yeah, he's just been encircled there.
I said to you
You
earlier
did
that he
say.
shouldn't do that. He
You
shouldn't
did
do
say, especially when he's got a deficit, so that's not gone well.
Oh no, look, Japanese volunteers.
Oh, that's rough.
Is he allowed to do that?
I don't know. I mean, it's unsportsmanlike.
In this scenario, with the strong 3 Japanese volunteers, Communist China will not be able to break out now. They're stuck.
They might not even be able. They might even get pushed. because
It'd be difficult because, remember, he's got the cornered fox bonus mount.
he does.
And he also simultaneously is pushing into mountains. It's on his face.
Yeah, it's horrible for sure.
50% damage is big.
But unfortunately,
Even if the
he's
division's
still
rubbish.
attacking, and that strength is not great, and he's got a deficit of 1,000 guns. So with an army
Yeah.
this size, that's going to be a bit of an issue. Just want to look at these. To Turkey, USA, and Swiss, so to the capitalism done well, capitalism done poorly, they've gone for VUXYOTBHXG, and also the Italian Union. Maybe that was a code for the Italian Union to declare war on Italy. That's interesting as well. I'm going to have a great time trying to ODHXG. I'm going to keep working on these. If I had a pen and paper, I'd start trying to crack them. I love cracking codes. It's good fun.
So maybe I've got this completely wrong then. So
I'll flip over
as
to
you
you.
can see here with Italy, let's move this a bit closer. What you can see here with Italy is they've gone for either the... So there's two paths you can go for when you make a civil war for Italy. You can give communists. Well, you see the communists or the social democrats, and the social democrats are the blue faction, the Democrats, and this is what's actually happening here. It's looking good for them, though, because they planned it really well, because it looks like they've got lots of divisions. You can win the civil war really quickly if you do lots of snaking. Snaking seems to be the key word for today. It's the
Word of the day.
safe word for Hoi 4. But no, seriously, though, this is the path they're going for. Is this somehow relating to an objective? Ooh.
Who knows?
Oh,
I
no,
do.
You do.
By the way, in the meantime, if you don't
Yeah.
mind if I take us back to the Chinese front. Firstly, royal wedding Brazil, very excited for the happy couple. But we see China declaring war on Shibusan-ma right now, and that is an unguarded front line. So Communist China's efforts have resulted in a Chinese or a nationalist China victory here.
Yeah.
Although the Japanese volunteers surely maybe are trying to defend that a little bit, you'd assume, right? Unless, no, it looks like they are going to break through here. It looks like we might have a player death this early. 1 out of 4 members. What code do they come up with to dismiss this action? If this gets pinned.
I really hate this. If you're having an MP
Oh.
game,
Can you hear that?
we have war, boys. War is on the
There
rise.
outside.
Is there actually war happening elsewhere?
Oh my God. That, by the way, indicates that war is allowed. Oh, there we go. War is allowed to be declared. The players can now, the gloves are off. They're allowed to go after each other. They're ready to get cracking.
So hang on. So there was a rule to begin with where they couldn't.
They were not allowed to declare war, and now they are. The gloves are off.
Amazing. Amazing.
I do love the lights.
It is. It is. I mean, no, they're not just lights. They're in.
There was an arrow.
They're in place, right? Yeah.
There was, okay, and this is maybe because I'm a little bit dumb. There was a split second, for some reason, that I thought it was an actual air raid. I was like,
Yeah.
I don't know why, but my brain went, I'm in a castle in Poland. Do I need to, like, is there cover? Because you looked, like, you sold it really well. You looked scared. And I was like, I looked at your face, heard the air raid siren, and thought, this is a problem. This situation I don't want to be in.
Oscar, thank you. I appreciate it. I know. Thank you, God. I appreciate that.
You know who isn't appreciating things?
Communist China.
Yeah, they didn't appreciate life when they had it.
It's
and
so,
right now,
it's so frustrating when you are a weak nation to begin with, which is already annoying because you don't have a lot to work with, a lot of production or industry. But then simultaneously you have to deal with situations like this where you're boxed in and you just can't do anything. So basically, if I was him right now, I'd set my hands and be like, well, that's my game done.
I would
Enjoy the next 3 hours.
Well, I don't know about that because it does appear to me that, well, if I was Nationalist China and I was a bit of a, I'm just going to say a bit of a prick, which I am.
Ooh,
so if
okay.
I was playing Nationalist China, I wouldn't go in against Shibuya-sama because it looks like the Japanese are going to take out Communist China, right? But if you take out this lot, the Japanese volunteers go home. So you just, if you want to be that guy, you just wait for them to get carved out by the Japanese, dismiss them, give a little nod and a wink in real life, and continue on cracking on, really.
It's still going to be a hard one to lose. As you can see, they are making a push here, the Japanese divisions, but once again, it's a tricky one to win. So the terrain and the mountains and the bonuses, but then you're still going to take the capital, and because it's such a strange nation with very few victory points as well, I think you have to almost gobble up the entirety of the country.
Once you break this, though, these are a
points.
lot easier to take. These forts are tricky, but this is the main.
What's
victory
that?
point.
There's a modifier for the state. What's that?
It's a densely populated rural area.
I've never seen that before. Is that
No,
new?
I haven't seen that either.
This guys in the chat, can you help us out? Is this a new mechanic? I've never seen that.
Why are the Soviets not sending volunteers to help out. You have to imagine there's some sort of escape. Oh, broken through in an area. Well, that's surprising. You have to imagine they're trying to help out their boys.
It feels like more of a diversion, to be honest with you, because at the end of the day, they need all the divisions to hold the fronts they've got. They have to rely on the benefit. This is always how Hoi works. You always have to work on the strengths of your nation to overcome them. And the biggest strength of Communist China is they have to stack lots and lots of defense, and you're in a really defensive position. And right now, I think him attacking right now, he's just burning manpower and equipment, therefore hurting himself in the future counterattack that's going to happen, and it will happen.
Well, it looks like he can like head up here and encircle some divisions, actually. If you just marched in, these tiles are open.
Moving back to Europe, German civil war has not concluded yet. Now, there is a bit of a cheeky exploity strategy. Let's not call it an exploit, because we're not allowed to do exploits. But
exploits are banned.
It's kind of a loophole where what they can do here is if they are at war, they have maximum war support. So what they can do is hop onto, can we actually see it here? Country list, country list. What they can do is actually, they've actually done exactly what I just said. Yeah. So what they've got the option to do is to do total mobilization. And the deal is when you're on total mob, you can take advantage of the full part of your industry. But it's 1936 total mob. Put that in perspective. That's the earliest any country can get total mobilization. And of course, you get ahead of those bonuses. But simultaneously, because you lose minus 3% recruitable, you need extensive conscription. So what he's doing right now, he's banking political power before he does the final counterattack, getting all the politics sorted out, and then when he's done with the war, we're going to have a mighty fine, chonky, thick Germany.
These are technical Hoi 4 taps.
It is. No, it really is. It really is. Chonk.
Interesting development as well. Communist China's joined the Comintern. So I believe the boys they've actually managed to get an encirclement since you've been talking, and there we go. Shirishama has capitulated with 17% going to Communist China. I don't think that's enough. We might have to take this province. That's kind of nasty.
So remember, Communist China and regular China are in two different factions, and the contribution is divided right now, but the lion's share has gone to regular China. So if you wanted to be a complete ass, you know what you would do as China? You would take that one there and
block him off.
Yeah.
I imagine that's what's going to happen. You'd think, right? By the way, Shanxi submitted to China as well.
Maybe they have equally mutual goals. You just don't know, even though there might be in different factions.
They could do.
Yeah, there might be some overlap.
Yeah.
I thought that would be a good twist.
Yeah.
Stop. No, that would be a good twist. If two factions had the same goal, but they didn't know they had the same goal.
I mean, they could have that. Who knows?
That goal is to both the goal that overlaps for China and Communist China is to unify China. I just said it.
Wow.
I actually didn't know that. I just made a complete guess. I had no idea. Just a heads up, just a reminder again. So we've got a lot of contested claims.
Yeah.
So what they've both done, all of them have just selected the entire
thing. And
yeah,
now we sit.
Yeah. But look, for the most part, Communist China has made some developments there.
Which is surprising given they had 17%.
So just to recap, if you guys just tuned in, if you don't know what's going on, this is the Hoi 4 Grandest LAN, the first one. And right now we have got a scenario here where many factions, all played by players, all downstairs, all together locally, are trying to achieve goals for their faction. Mr. Lath here, he knows them all because he has them all written down right here. I, on the other hand, do not know the goals, so I'm making lots of predictions, lots of guesses, and see if I'm getting them right. And
so far, you've been absolutely 100% incorrect.
Okay, yeah. You give me a twinkle in your eye every now and then, I presume.
That's just because I'm looking at you, Dave.
Okay. Oh, shucks.
Shall I give you another hint? Give me a faction that you want to see.
Let me look at the factions.
I'll give you a hint.
So I can make a guess just based on the changes that were made in the new expansion. So let's go for the Scandinavian faction, which is led by Denmark.
Remember, the hint I gave you was Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Okay, right. So that's Group 7. Denmark's the leader, so they know the goals, but the other members of the faction don't know the goals. So it's Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Finland. And one of these nations is played by the man, the myth, the legend, the goat, the meta boyo himself, Dankus Mimicus.
Absolutely is.
We don't know which one it is, though.
You did crush him in FIFA, though.
The production team does, apparently. Who is that? And, yeah. I have a sneaky feeling I actually know who it is as well, because they did actually tell me a country name, but they may have changed their mind. There may be a switcheroo. There might be a little bit of a red herring in there. Who knows? Yeah, I'll let you resume. Go on, give me a hint.
So the first hint was Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Yeah, Sovereign Wealth Fund.
So this is to do with the economic one, right?
So there's two goals, isn't there? There's an economic one and a military one. So the economic one is Sovereign Wealth Fund. So that tells me there's a focus on the mutual co-op focus tree that they need to complete. I presume, but that's too easy. That's too easy.
I think you're overestimating how smart I am in terms of my hints. I think you should take them literally.
Sovereign Wealth Fund. So in the chat just said Sovereign Wealth Fund could be having the highest oil extraction for Scandinavia, though. Literally. No, it does have access to oil, don't they? I forget that.
Well,
he's scared to say anymore because he's like,
I could have just. This could be one big red herring. I could just be lying to you, Dave. It wouldn't be the first time.
He's backing off. He's right. Congratulations, you got it right. Okay, that's cool.
So people say Sovereign Wealth Fund could have been having highest oil extraction. All right, interesting.
Oh my
I'll give another one. I'll give one for another one that's involved in this. We have ourselves USSR, Communist China, Yugoslavia, and Poland.
Yep.
So, last one was equality.
Okay. And what was that for faction? Was that
the Communist 2.0?
Communist 2.0. They want equality. So that
here's another hint.
Implants an ideological change, I presume.
Equality of economy. Economic equality.
Oh, okay. So that tells me that maybe we're going to give an economic leg up for some of the weaker ones. Okay, moving on. Go on.
Another hint for that?
Yeah.
What's up, feedback and Lath? Well, right now I'm enjoying torturing chat and feedback with minor hints that may or may not.
This is what's happening right now. This peace conference right here.
I don't know why. Now this is something that I was asking earlier. Right now, one of the aspects of this is that they need to communicate via public chat.
Yep.
So you might see over here, and rather interestingly, to USA, Turkey, and Swiss, MXV8 QUSS. Now that is going to be a code that they've come up with, something that needs to be cracked. This Sweden one is horrible, but I imagine, like I said, the most common one is to shift it by one letter. If we have access to pen and paper, I could get cracking. I enjoy cracking codes, so I could make a start on it. And we can see from that. We also have a request from Canada to UK. Could I any chance of getting you found in Labrador? I don't think that's code. I think they're different factions. Like, just please, can I have some?
I think that's a flavor-based preference. That, and like, you know what? That's not the unified China, unified Canada I'm aware of.
And I'll tell you what, another form of code. I very secretly. You might have noticed it there.
Where did that come from?
Production for pen and paper, but it was in code, so no one noticed. So I'm gonna go silent for the next 2 hours.
Okay.
You take over the stream when I start cracking these codes.
Oh,
all right,
okay.
you take over. I'll scribble in it occasionally. I don't want to sit here for like massively antisocial. Like, cool guys, I'm here to cast.
I would love to do a deeper dive here and look at some of the nations, but when we're in this peace conference, we are well and truly
trapped
into the peace conference.
Yes.
And for some reason, your peace conference is updated a lot quicker than mine, so I'm just going to hop back up to you again. Sure. You've actually, for some reason, I can't actually see anything that's been taken.
I'm really good at the game.
Okay.
So it does help.
Can
all right.
Quote that.
please don't. All right, I'm just going to say, so who's M14, if you don't mind checking at all? M14 is saying this to...
This is tricky because we don't know what the R number, the A numbers all represent when it comes down to the factions.
Okay, well, B2 is...
more difficult in this screen because we obviously have got the peace conference.
B2 is Greece. So Greece has said MXV8 Q... Chat, you need to help me crack these codes. And he said that. So that has to relate to something.
Okay.
I can't imagine it's that complex of codes they've come up with. They've had like one night, a few hours at most.
They might have given them hints downstairs of what kind of enigmas to use, so maybe there's a little decoding sheet they've got.
No, they made them up themselves.
Oh, okay.
These are custom, homemade enigmas that have been created.
So in the chat just said, can we get a graphic or a post in Discord about the factions? That's actually a really good suggestion. Yes, if someone could post that in the actual chat. That would be really cool.
Okay.
There is a total of 8 factions, and we did actually go through them a little bit early. I'll be honest with you, this is actually something that I have a bit of a gripe with when I usually watch MP games, because you always come in and always like, well, who's playing against who? You know what I mean? You don't really know the numbers. So it's nice to have that list somewhere, if that would be possible. Why is the camera so small? It's our big personalities. We had to be downsized to keep us all squished in this little corner.
I was going to say the
And
same thing,
to
but
be honest
ego.
with you, the biggest issue we've got right now. Oh, here we go.
We're huge.
We're big again. We're good again. Yeah, we're good. Yeah.
I feel good about myself suddenly. I feel massive.
You said,
And now it's
don't look at yourself too much. It's like back to the big screen, back in the bunker
Shut your
where
eyes,
we
boys.
belong. You know.
All right.
Yeah.
Off the top of your head, what do you think this means? MXV8QUSS, and that is from Greece to the USA, Turkey, and Switzerland. They've said something. They've translated something in there. It could be a time frame. They could say we're going in 1938, for example.
That potentially could be a Roman numeral, that couldn't it? MXV.
Do you not think that'd be too obvious?
Yeah, it would, but.
But then why would there be an 8?
Well, no. You just said earlier that they made this up themselves, so they might not be that complex.
I mean, I think it'd be more complex than just a different language.
Yee boy, big camera, and then all of a sudden back to the start.
Immediately.
Yeah.
QUSS.
I wonder why they're struggling so much with this peace conference.
I imagine it's because Communist China doesn't want to give up any land.
Well, I get that part.
They're actually settling it with a game of rock, paper, scissors right now.
Maybe they're actively having to negotiate in person.
I imagine they are, yeah. He's like, I will... I like to imagine everyone else is trying to ask Communist China to like leave the peace deal go. And he's like, no, I refuse.
If you look really close to what's happening here, there's only one piece of land that hasn't been taken, but it would even be connected to the main part of China if they did take it. But they're still contesting it, and I presume it's a smart thing to do because you want to use all your participation to potentially.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think he's negotiating.
I think we're here.
Deliberating.
Thinking about it.
He's not sure.
And we
he took a province.
We're back into.
He did take a province. Okay, Sweden has gone for a very strange code. Now, the tricky thing for us is that most of the participants downstairs, almost all, speak a different language to us.
They do. Their native tongue is not English.
I reckon that this Sweden lot aren't speaking English. And if that's the part that Dankus is part of, what language does Dankus speak?
Dankus speaks
Swedish.
yeah.
And English.
Ooh, hint.
So I mean, maybe it is English. Because usually what you do is you adjust it by 1 or 2 letters. It's the simplest cipher there is. Plus, if you scroll up earlier, people were saying 1 second just deciphering that message. So they probably do have some sort of cipher. Look, B8 wait cipher. Who's B8, if you don't mind? You can check on the player map mode.
B8.
I'm getting way into this.
I know, I can feel the investment. Okay, so
I want to try and crack one of these codes. Chat, you need to crack one of these codes as well.
B1, we have R1,
Greece just says his
B5.
keyboard is broken.
This is
B6, is that Portugal?
B6. Oh, B6.
That's B8.
B8. Oh. This is
R7. So if we find R7, we can find out who that is.
Isn't the easiest
It's a
way of
player
doing
list.
this? Is
Yeah,
looking
player.
at
Yeah.
the
Chat. There you go.
B6.
So it was B8. B8 was talking to R7. So R7 is who? Because B8 is Portugal. R7 is
B7 is Canada.
Canada. So Portugal to Canada. And they have to acknowledge.
Anyway, while Laith looks at those
Cracks the codes
and looks into it, we're just going to summarize the other factions and see if we can look for any patterns, and maybe we can take an inkling of what their objectives might actually be. Remember, there's 2 objectives for each faction. The faction leader for the one we're looking at right now is USA, and they know their goals, but the other members of the factions do not, and they cannot directly tell them. They need to drop hints and hopefully do codes and ciphers to hopefully figure each other out so they can talk to each other and communicate. The reason why they're all talking in a public chat is that's why they could find out the other faction's potential goals. And that's the reason why it makes it a bit more tricky, because you have to talk in code to indirectly tell your teammates what we need to do, but then simultaneously not tell your opponent because they may try to intervene and get around you. Speaking of civil wars, we've had one in Germany, we've had one in Italy, and we're having one in Spain. But then, you know what? Why not have another one? Another one, another one, another one.
It doesn't even look like a civil war, it's just a straight up war.
Is it a straight up war? No, this is the...
They're on the same faction. Oh no, it is the civil war. It's the Italian Socialist Republic of fighting Ethiopia. And have gotten troops encircled. This is not presumably
So
not.
this is not a civil war. This is just a regular war.
So, I no, but I know it's a regular war, but they're fighting. Wait, who's in control of Italy right now? Like which side?
So the M8 is the guy playing him, but they're in the Italian faction.
That's what I'm saying. Why would the Italians, if they're both players over here, why would they encircle Ethiopian troops?
It might be that's AI, but it is AI.
That's what I'm saying.
It is AI.
So I think that they have to fight that, and that's why they're telling them in code to win their war. They said Ethiopia, win your war in code.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Coming back to the United States to see if there's any kind of pansy. I don't think there is going to be. So we have plane production, tank production, train production, should I say. Going for heavy infrastructure. There's kind of a weird meta with this if you do this, because you take advantage of most of the construction bonuses. But I just like to make civs from the very get-go. Am I weird making civs as USA?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, another faction we could have a peek at to maybe get an inkling of what they need to do. We're going to have a little look at Japan.
Can you check the I just want to see what's going on in terms of all their armed forces. Can you show me the Army, Navy, and Air Force for a second?
Of Japan.
I want to see. I just want to see what's going on there.
Which gives me a bit of an inkling of that might be an objective for them. So let's have a look. So making civs on the construction side, and when it comes down to the production side, well, there's a lot of upgrading happening here. This guy loves the upgrade button, and we are making a battleship. This looks like the one that was at the start, because it's partially constructed, but there's not really much else going on there. They're not really changed that when it comes to
that tells me a lot, but it doesn't tell you anything.
Ah, okay. Anyone in the chat maybe could read between the lines and understand what Lath is trying to imply there?
There are a lot of.
He says apparently looking at the production for the assembly lines gives him an inkling of something. What could potentially that be? Does anyone want to guess?
No? I could also just be lying.
No. You keep doing this.
I do.
And every time you say that, I feel like I'm getting a bit of a sense of what it actually could be. It's like he's trying to no, you've got.
I can't wait to talk to you after this, and you'll probably take. Oh, there we go. Mexican Civil War. It's happened every game so far.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the standard play for Mexico.
To be fair, there was two.
There was two last time.
Mexico, yeah, that's right.
And now there's only one.
There's just, you can never get enough of Mexico, can you?
Why have just one Mexico when you can have 5 in 2 games?
Did they even participate in the Great War in the last game? All I saw in this part of the world was civil wars. That's all I saw.
Well, we were in the first half where all there was civil wars for Mexico.
Anyway, do you want? Apparently, someone's saying, why don't you look at Turkey?
You want to show you Turkey POV?
Turkey POV.
So
what's the faction for Turkey? So this is this is the USA faction. Again.
This is the capitalist, not capitalist.
That's it. USA, Greece, Switzerland, and Turkey. Capitalism done right or capitalism done wrong? The only other factions we've not had a cheeky look at yet is also Denmark. So once again, Dankus is participating as one of the members of these factions. Seek protection. Have they begin on the collaborative focus tree? They have not. The Nordic Council has not begun. I presume that, do you know, in a weird way, it's a bit too obvious, isn't it? Because taking advantage of the new DLC features as a part of the rule set for this, I guess, is a little bit too obvious. So maybe I'm starting to think that might not even be one of their objectives. Maybe. No, it wouldn't be.
Second triple guessing yourself.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, So, once again, we always look at the Scandinavian nations to try and figure out who is Dankus. So, we have got civs and mills. Okay, Dankus does this usually. He does plan really far ahead normally. So this is
so far ahead. When would all those get completed?
The very final one will be completed. Oh, it doesn't actually say.
It's that far in the future.
Yeah.
It's indefinite.
Yeah. This could be slightly inclining now. Planes is probably not Dankus. I don't know. I'm feeling not a Dankus with this one. Denmark. Let's have a look. Research-wise, not really anything that could tell me much there. Once again, planning ahead of mills and civs, which is interesting. Nothing else that seems... but trading artillery with Belgium.
Now, I didn't want to say it when it was up on screen, because it would have told you way too much, but you just skipped over something when clicking through those tabs that told you exactly what they were trying to do.
Wow. Wow. So it kind of gives...
Finally, it happened, Germany.
An inkling.
That's what they were doing.
Well,
what they're trying to do. So it's interesting.
It's an economic objective, Alex.
This is the economic one.
Yeah, that's right. Next up is Sweden. artillery, pretty standard. Civies. Once again, there's not a lot to work with here. And finally, we have Finland.
There's so much.
There is a lot going on. Once again, they're all doing the same kind of thing. They're mixing civs and mills. So it kind of tells me there's a mutual goal between getting a certain number of civs and mills for the entirety of Scandinavia. That's an inkling. It's a guess. I don't actually know if that's true.
It's something.
But you know someone who does know? This man. He knows. He's got a list here.
I have a list.
He's not special. He just has a list.
I'm special because I have the list. Here I have power feedback.
Oh, my goodness.
I like the I like this. What do you think of this?
Turkey's
Full
great.
back line.
I love Turkey.
Yeah. Look at that fullback line. That's confident. I don't even have enough to fill. I want to know what that is. What is he doing?
Strong. I love Dave. Just going to. So, what do you think of this? It holds up a picture of Turkey. What do you think of this?
What do you think of this? I meant more the fullback line.
I know what you're trying to-
concentric circles that go on. I was trying to hypnotize.
It's a hint what we're going to have for lunch. It's spaghetti.
Yeah, it goes in so deep we have to solve what we're going to eat later.
Everything's espionage today.
Everything.
It's an espionage themed day. By the way, there's going to be 2 games today. It's 2, right?
There are.
So this is an espionage theme.
2 games, 3 sessions.
And this is the slightly shorter one, and the other one's going to be like a 6-hour one, I believe. And that will be held after this game. So.
Absolutely. This entire game is going to be a self-contained session, and then later on moving on to something called ethical warfare. Which should be a lot of fun. And we're taking the first session of that, which should be good.
That's fun. You know, that one that does excite me because there's certain rules about being naughty. And if you are more ethical and are a good boy, you will be rewarded. But if you do the naughty...
But if you do the naughty
strategies,
the war no-nos, as they're called.
Yeah, the no-nos. Yeah, that's right. Geneva is the question.
And in this case, it'll be the answer.
That's right, yeah. It's going to be fun, that one. And this will be happening later probably in the evening, afternoon and evening.
Absolutely.
Anyway, any updates?
Well, right now, the Italian Union is doing what it can to finish up over here. I imagine that's a player, right? There's no shot that this guy is, again, losing a civil war here.
It does kind of look like that, actually.
Well, Ethiopia is...
No, you're right. The
That
one
has
who's
to be
winning.
surely.
Yeah, no, it has, you're right.
Ethiopia has almost shoved out the Italians entirely, which is good to see. So assuming that you are right and I think you are, in terms of their tree. Yeah, it does look like they went down here a little bit, and then they get one province, and then they get their peace deal, and then they join the faction via the modded pack. Which I think would be smart.
I love the Ethiopian focus tree.
It's great, huh?
I love how kind of simple it is and predictable it is, and you got lots of decisions and choices, and they make really big outcomes based on what you're doing in the war. And I suppose it's interesting. It's a nice twist that's on the Hoi 4, like where you have no preparation and you're immediately at war. I really love the Ethiopian path.
Have you played Orsa?
No, I don't think so. What path does that show me? Oh, the little...
Yeah.
The little tribal kingdom, yeah.
Give that a go.
I have once. It feels a bit cheesy because you've got to do the whole stupid little fallback line thing, don't
Yeah.
you? Yeah. It is quite fun when you
What is console
master
commands?
it. There is console commands, that's right.
I feel like that'd be more my friend than anything else.
Tilkey.
Oh, it's the tilde key.
Tilde.
I'll give you. I've got a cheat sheet. I keep it on me at all times.
What's your favorite console command?
My favorite content, research all. It's a baked-in video.
The only
I
problem
took
with
on the
that-
entire world while I had all researchers.
You know, the only issue with that is it researched all doctrines. And that's actually like a scenario that never happens, is it? Because you can't get all the doctrines, can you? So you
Well,
have, like-
I can if I
you have
type in the code.
You have 150 organization for one division. It's like a guy who I just never want to quit. You know what I mean? If I'm losing or winning, okay, I'm still go. You know.
Look, people say console commands are cheating. I say if it's in the game, it's a mechanic. You know, simple as. I want to
Type
see.
1 in the chat if console commands are ethical by the
Our
Geneva
ethical
Convention.
warfare. I think it is, personally. Right, I want to check out your theory about the... Oh, look at that. As I was clicking on them, Kingdom of Hungary is just
the
taking
ball-
Austria. Look at that. Austria votes to unite with Hungary.
Think about what this has done now. That
They are
now we
now
have
unified.
a highway. Yeah,
Absolutely do.
Yeah.
Which is good to see. Let's check out our old buddy in China. Yep, China has cleaned up all... Well, they've got 2 left, but these guys are puppets. So they've done quite well. I can't really fault the Chinese gameplay in any capacity. Can you?
I mean, they made the most of what they've got. I mean, in all fairness, they were about to lose. Japan was about to crush them. So I suppose to...
I more meant
to
China
pick
versus
up-
communist China.
Okay. Oh,
China's done well. Communist China-
Look to the south. Look to the south.
Yeah, they've cleaned up pretty well.
Mm.
I want to see, what are their losses at this point? Oh, they only lost 20k.
Once
obviously
again,
is
some of
China
these
doesn't matter.
warlords don't have a lot of victory points. So as you can see that would usually be a capitulation, but it's not. It's still holding
You
on.
still have to rinse him.
Yeah, yeah.
That's miserable. I mean, he is in a 17,000 deficit of guns.
I
which
mean,
is good.
if you're winning, who cares, you know?
Well, yeah, I suppose he is buying.
We talked about
planes.
making omelets, didn't we? You know what I mean? And
Break eggs.
He's breaking lots of guns to make lots of omelets.
He's
you know?
breaking a lot of
Omelets
guns.
for everyone. Type 1 in the chat if you want an omelet. Because China's handing them out.
It looks like, let's see, all the Thai nations are selling guns. That's a pretty standard thing that's going on there.
Can you reread the factions? Yeah, there are a total of 8 factions. We'll go through them based on what we're looking at. So the Chinese faction, we have a peace conference. It's the Ethiopians and the Italians. We'll let them sort this out. These might take a little while. So this faction we're looking at right now, the Italian one, is Italy, Ethiopia, Spain, and Mexico, which we've kind of branded the papal faction or the Catholic faction. The next one we were just looking at just a second ago was the communists. So 2 players in USSR, 1 on communist China, 1 in Yugoslavia, 1 on Poland. So we've got this kind of unofficial Warsaw Pact thing going on. Then also we were looking at that area of the world, Japan, Manchukuo, Canada, and South Africa. How do we make any coordination between those countries? They're all over the place.
Can we just call them the mess?
Then we have another faction here. This is the one that Dankus is a part of, but we don't know what country he's playing as. The leader of the faction is Denmark. Then we have Norway, Sweden, and Finland. So classic Scandinavian, Nordic style union there. Just a heads up, by the way, only the first faction that I read out is the one that knows the objectives. And of course, they need to say in the public chat, without letting the opponents know, what their objective might be. To be fair, you know, when I think about it, I've played a game like this before. And I remember there was quite a lot of objectives that did overlap quite a lot. Because it made things interesting, didn't it? You know, because there would be certain conflict flashpoints in certain areas of the world. So to be fair, I am going to predict that's going to be the case. Anyway, let's finish the factions. UK, British Raj, Australia, New Zealand, so basically a bit of a mini Commonwealth. We have France, Portugal, Netherlands, and nationalist China. We were just looking at China just a moment ago, and France is a big boy, so they're involved as well, but however, they are quite far away. Okay, peace conference done. Final 2 factions, USA, Greece, Switzerland, Turkey, which is the unofficial capitalist, what would the word be? Powder keg. That's a good word, actually.
Capitalist powder
I
keg.
think I'm trying the words come to. Instead of Balkans powder keg, we've got the capitalist powder keg. And then finally, the faction of Germany, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania, which I made a prediction a little bit earlier that all 4 of them need to go monarchist, because it does look like that's the path they are going for. Maybe that's
They're
one of
all,
their
I will say this, they
objectives.
are all economic objectives, not ideological or political. So they have to have something.
So they've all mutually agreed to go monarchist then. It's just a
Must have done.
coincidence.
Must
It's a
have done.
coincidence.
Well, they have to
You're
discuss that.
confirming it's a coincidence.
I am.
It is a coincidence.
It's a
Oh,
coincidence.
Okay. No, I was getting excited.
I'm so
But
sorry.
who doesn't like monarchies, right? I mean, that's Paradox at first. We're like, monarchies, we'll put those in for a few nations. And then all of a sudden, every new expansion, it's
Every
like,
single one has
every nation has a king. Every single, or queen.
Every nation king.
Women on that.
Interesting development. The Bulgarians have decided to switch their front line from Turkey over to Greece. They've realized. But in doing so, they've left their... I don't understand what's going on with Bulgaria. I've got no idea.
So, what do we read between the lines here? So
Okay.
it looks like the owner of this faction, which is Germany, has conveyed some important information to Bulgaria. Remember, he can't go up to him and say, you need to take out Greece. They can't say that. They have to say it in the public chat, which you're going to open up now and just show them. See, there's a lot of like weird stuff going on in this chat. Because remember, they're telling each other what their objectives need to be to fulfill their goal and gain the points, but without deliberately spilling it over to their enemies.
You're the kind of
opposing
person
faction.
that I was taught by in school. You know, so my English
He
teacher
was
goes...
'cause I'm not that old.
My English teacher would go, well, the curtains are blue because it represents the author's sadness around the current situation.
Oh, yeah,
You know,
yeah.
the clinical depression, the sweeping of the dusty rug shows there's lack of care. When it actually it's just a dusty rug and a blue, some blue curtains. So I'm enjoying how in depth you're going in with this. We'll see how true you are.
Oh, okay. You're not saying yes or no.
I'm not saying yes or no. I'm saying that
let's see.
sometimes blue curtains are merely blue curtains.
You ever seen Sixth Sense?
I have.
Yeah, and there's like lots of interpretations of red representing the ghost. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So is that kind of what you're implying?
I'm saying that when I say sovereign wealth fund, that's what I mean. I say exactly what I mean, and I mean what I say.
It is what it is.
That is my personal ideological thing.
Because the sovereign wealth fund is the Norwegian thing, right? Isn't it?
It is.
It's the oil bank account,
is.
isn't it? It's where Norway No, he's usually seen as the good guy in the world. He's pushing its ideology to other parts of the world, to important corporations, by buying it with with the oil money, you know. Yeah. And that was your clue.
That was my clue.
Oh, okay. All right.
That was my clue.
I don't even think there's any oil focuses for Norway is there? I kind of want to have a look. Let's have a look. Norway, is there any kind of oil focuses, or let's have a look. It feels a little bit too obvious that the objective would be to get a certain amount of civilian factories and military factories, but I wouldn't rule it out completely. Let's just type it. You know what? Fuel. No, okay. Oil.
Fuel, oil.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, guys. I'm ruling that one out. I don't think that's the case. Tell me in the chat, guys. Is there actually is there a fuel or oil focus for Norway?
Why are you focusing on focuses?
I guess that's the way my Hoi 4 brain works.
If there's not a focus for it, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and that's implying that I guess I am getting misled here. It's more about, you know what? I think it's about time we maybe reveal one of them at least, because then that's going to give me a little bit of an idea of how ambitious these objectives might be.
Do you want me to? I'll reveal it to you.
Okay.
But not to chat.
Yeah, so cover it up with your hand and just like.
Okay.
Okay. I'll fold it.
So
over
this is the one, the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Okay. There you go. That's the one.
Okay. Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland.
So that they have to have that, and that in different nations.
Okay.
See?
And then,
so he has to have that. One of them has to have that. Presumably the big one.
And then the bottom one is.
So you're starting to understand the theme, yeah?
Yeah.
I think my clue was good, huh? I think it was a good clue.
So anyway, those objectives you just showed me right there, they're the only ones they've got.
Yes. They also have the military one underneath.
Oh.
So everyone's prepping. So you didn't read that.
Go on,
So everyone is prepping for the military one.
Yeah.
Right? Interestingly,
oh, I see.
we do have the USSR looking for an invasion of.
I'll be honest with you, that was an awful stream thing we just did there. We
just both went, here's something off camera. Oh, wow.
We're not allowed to see it.
So
it's
cool.
spicy. It's the least visual thing ever, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it was obscuring them for sure. But now you understand the theme of them, right?
Yeah, I think I get it now.
So they're all in a similar ish.
If I was
vein.
gonna not directly say it, but kind of help the chat, obviously help them with the experience. One of them is an expansionist objective, and one of them is an internal objective. And of course, the expansionist one encourages war, where the internal one is just kind of like. To me, it feels like some of the internal ones might going to be a lot more easy to access, where the expansionist ones are probably going to obviously make flashpoints in the.
Well, that's the point. And remember, you have to have achieved the aim by the end. It's not just about achieving it once. It's about having that objective achieved at the end.
Yeah. So I need a recap here. So we're halfway when it comes down to it, but apparently we started a little bit later.
We started a little bit later.
So does that mean we're going on longer than we would normally be?
Presumably.
Oh, right. Okay, fair enough. So we're not at the halfway point. We've not reached that point. No,
not quite.
No, that's fine. That's cool.
Not quite yet. Okay, I want to see. China still hasn't sorted out this acne they've got.
So zoom in. So it's that one city in the south, isn't it?
Yeah, they're really.
Yeah.
Oh God, that
you
was
have
miserable.
to concentrate your fire parts. What you have to do.
Yeah, I mean, let's see the war itself. I mean, they just need any province. Literally any province will do. They've lost 34,000 men. I mean, it's more than material losses in this war. 16,000 guns in deficit, and a load of fighters as well.
Yeah. Having a little browse around the world right now to see if there's anything that just can be jumped out that's blatantly obvious, but we can't really see anything. Here's a little pro tip for you, by the way. Sometimes you can be a little bit lost in potentially RP-style games like these of what actually is happening. But if you want to actually just see someone who's being a troublemaker, what you can do is look at the world tension history, and you can just have a little look if there are any people justifying. I don't actually think there are. So China joined a war here. We've not had an update since March 1937. We are paused right now. I'm not sure why, though. Maybe there's something coming up that we're not aware of. I don't know. Mexican Republic is having a war with itself, of course.
It's standard. I mean, that's just our Hoi 4 games now. Which side of Spain is the player playing?
I don't think there is one, is there?
There is.
Oh, yeah, there is. So it appears
He's playing Republican.
the Republicans. yeah.
Interesting. Okay. How's that going?
I kind of feel like. Are they going to make it difficult for them? Are they going to make them go for an unusual path, an anarchist path? There was a guy downstairs, actually. I remember him saying, he's like, my main is Spain. I was like, your main is Spain? Of all nations, Spain?
Just plays Spain. Religiously.
And he said he lives in Spain, but he's not Spanish. He moved there. And yeah, he has a passion.
Spanish passion.
A Spanish passion, that's right. And he tickles that itch by playing Spain, maxing it, yeah.
He wants to just be Spanish.
Well, maybe he does. I don't know. I mean, the world we live in right now, it's possible. It is possible.
We went from Hoi 4 commentary to, hey, the power of globalization and modern technology. You at home right now can become Spanish. This message sponsored by the Spanish
I'm
government.
from Yorkshire, and I became British, and you were a Southerner. You
I'm-
became British as well. Isn't it a weird turn of events?
One day Britain will come to you too. If it hasn't already.
Looking at the Balkans as well, once again, we're seeing formation, by the looks of things, of Austria-Hungary. Well, zero manpower for Hungary, oh dear. And as you can see, the restoration of the Austria-Hungary Aryan Empire. Do you know, I'll be totally real with you. I might have fluffed that a little bit, but you know, I've always been confused why you use the term Austria or Hungary or Hungarian. I feel like sometimes I've seen different combinations.
No, it's just, if you're talking about someone from it, it's the Austro-Hungarian. You are Austro-Hungarian by citizenship. The name of the nation is Austria-Hungary.
Of course, Austrian would imply the nationality, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so it's Austria-Hungary.
Hungarian is the nationality. Ah, I see. Okay.
It used to just be
learning English.
a little bit more just
I'm from Yorkshire,
Austria.
it's not my native tongue.
But the Hungarians were a little bit annoyed because they represented quite a large aspect of the empire. And so they had a bit of trouble. So now it's Austria-Hungary. And then later on it'll be even more trouble to the point where it fractured.
It's a bit of Victoria 3 there, isn't it? You know. So
Victoria 3, E4.
Stop discriminating against the Hungarians, and all of a sudden we have a different name for our country.
Honestly.
If we stop discriminating against the people from Yorkshire, what would the United Kingdom be called?
Worse.
It'd just be worse. The
Objectively.
United Kingdom of Yorkshire and England.
Why is Yorkshire its own state? Why is it its own nation state? Are you a Yorkshire nationalist?
I guess
You're
so.
looking for the return of
There
Northumbria?
is a Yorkshire party in Yorkshire, though. I don't know what they want, though.
Presumably
I think they
Yorkshire.
want devolution. I think they want their own government. I think.
In Yorkshire?
Yeah.
God, you could have it. Honestly.
A lot of people don't even know the context of what I'm talking about. But here's Yorkshire. Here we go. See this? This is York. This is where I live. Not Hull. No, not near Hull. No.
Apologies. Give me your full
Sorry,
address.
I'm sorry about people who live in Hull. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to see the political advisors of others. Right now, you see investing in Eastern Poland, a very smart move when you have an ally in the Soviet Union.
That's an impressive amount of factories for one focus as well. Can you remember the old days with the generic focus and it gave you one factory for 70 days and then you get like 4 or 5 on certain factions and you're like, that's an eye-watering amount.
I mean, you say the old days as if some nations don't already have
Listen,
it.
I've been playing this game since 2016. I'm literally an old man now.
There you go. One civilian factory.
Yeah,
One civilian
fantastic.
factory.
I remember when they introduced the Baltic focus trees, and then you had one focus that gave you like 5 factories. It's like, wow.
This game is
For the
broken.
Baltics, of all the nations, the Baltics?
Mind you, there's the whole strat, isn't it? Of just releasing a bunch of nations as puppets and then getting them to fulfill their focus tree for free factories and yoinking them back. That was always fun. I always enjoyed that.
I'm about to show you guys. So this is not just an ordinary MP game. This is not organized chaos. This is not an anarchy game. This is GMs, I'm not using much right terminology here, actively playing a role if certain things in the games aren't going quite well. And right now, as you can see, this is what's happening. The dawn of the Austrian Concordat. Am I pronouncing that? How do you pronounce
Concordat.
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 Concordat. Okay. Dyslexia strikes again. And as you can see, they're using the toolpath mod here. I don't know why.
So they're going to be setting up factions at this point.
Well, I get
So
that
it
part,
looks
but
like nations are. Yep.
No.
Why has it been ascribed to the Soviet Union?
Yeah, what you've just said makes sense. So they're creating factions, which is we can see that. But why have they just generated so much world tension?
I imagine it's so certain nations can join factions. So to get rid of the limits.
Of course. And the Soviet Union has to be the bad guy. How do you feel about that?
Mother Russia will prevail. I'd like to give you a little challenge whilst we're paused. I would rather like a cookie, and I know you do too.
No, I think not. My stomach's been a bit messy recently.
Well, I
so
was gonna suggest.
for breakfast, all I had was salad. I had a salad for breakfast.
It's kind of sad.
I know it is.
So this is
It
my cookie, right?
All right, okay.
Rock, paper, scissors. If I win, I get the cookie.
Okay,
If you
right.
lose, you can add it to your ever-growing
Alright.
things, like stash of my things.
You ready? Ready?
Rock, paper, scissors, then go.
Yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors, then go. Rock, paper, scissors, go. Rock, rock, paper, scissors.
go. I just went with the same one again. So we have one cookie, I see it like you guys see it. The cookie. Oh, it's actually. Oh, and you can't actually see
So
it's the
dark.
light. Yeah. Ooh, into the darkness.
I'm really hungry as
It's a
well.
full moon, isn't it?
So you've got my water
Oh,
and my
yeah.
food.
Yeah. So,
I have nothing else to bargain for but my freedom.
so if you've been watching since yesterday, we've been making quite a lot of bets. So I have 2 waters now and 1 cookie. And Lath, what have you got?
A crippling gambling addiction, apparently. Jesus, it's not gone well. Let's see if any of these factions have turned up. Right, where's the factions? Factions, okay. So, Asian Concordat over here, which includes France and, well, China.
We'll try and help
Here
you
we
out in
go.
the chat, by the way, because obviously you guys are important what factions are with which. Now we actually have visual factions. We'll try and stick in the faction map more often.
They're trying to start fixing them to the Canada's still part of the wrong faction. But again, they'll right now, because I assume wars are going to be declared soon. I imagine that's why they're spiking their tension to make sure that that's feasible, and also going to be steering people into different directions. Let's see what else. This has been going rather well for Spain over here. They've lost 4,000 and to a ratio of 21,000 nationalists. It's quite nifty. You don't think it's good enough?
I mean,
You look pained.
Spanish Civil War, man, is a pain.
Right, we have Poland joining the Soviet Union. That's fun.
Yeah, we have definitely got some kind of a Warsaw Pact thing going on right now, if you look at the faction view.
I think the last nation to join that is going to be Yugoslavia in that little section there.
Oh, yeah. So historically, Tito's Yugoslavia initially sided with the Comintern, but then later remained neutral, neither NATO or Warsaw Pact.
Well, the fun thing about Albania is that they joined the Chinese. They were more in the Chinese sphere than anyone else's.
Oh, really? And what
As far
was
as
the
I'm
history behind that?
I think they just didn't like the Dawn of Northern Dawn.
The dawn of dawn.
I hate the fact that it's not capitalized. That is really annoying me. I'm gonna click off of it, and I'm never gonna look at it again. I really.
Oh,
Okay, I need to know who did that. We are in a castle. I'm going to find them. It's yeah.
Hang on, stop. No, but when you see it as on screen as the map view, it's all capitalized anyway, so you can just kind of like mentally blank that out.
I cannot.
Okay, you've seen it. You can't.
The
see it.
cognitive dissonance
You
does
watched
not
it.
work.
You can't unwatch it.
Dawn of Central Powers. There you go. All right, factions are being put into place now. I think we're going to see a cacophony of war, an orchestra of violence.
Where are the
upcoming.
Central Powers?
In the well, I'd imagine in the center. We did the whole thing with them yesterday. You know where the Central Powers are. There you go. Just waiting on Bulgaria now.
I really dislike it when
Yato.
Yato. Ah!
I love that. Switzerland, the United
I
States, that's going to be
I
theirs.
really dislike it when the faction is a similar color to neutral. And I'm like, where's the faction? Oh, yeah, Central Powers.
It's light grey.
Yeah.
The most striking of all
I'll put
colours.
The
Right.
Northern Dawn.
I'm really curious to see what the Comintern has in store for this invasion of the Netherlands.
Please forgive us if the commentary is slowing down a little bit. We've got less to talk about because right now the GMs in the background, the guys pulling the strings, are obviously setting up the factions, setting up the world tension, prepping us towards the actual, I guess, more likely wars that are going to be coming up.
Think of it like a roller coaster. We're slowly clinking up, and then it's about to dip.
Yeah, we're just getting really close to the halfway point now. I think we're actually at the halfway point. And this is probably the reason why they're doing the factions now, making it crystal clear who's who, what's what.
And then
we'll
allow
go.
war. War is
Allow war.
legal now.
War is legal.
War is legal. Everyone at home, war is legal. You can't just do it.
Can anyone hear the echo? Yeah, I've been hearing my own voice now for the last, for my entire life, I guess.
You also have monitoring on. So you can hear your own voice anyway.
Yeah.
For context,
This-
feedback when he talks, his voice is fed back into his own audio into his ear. So he
Yeah.
can hear exactly when he speaks to himself. I don't do that because I don't like it. And frankly, I mean, I would consider myself to have a rather large ego, but it's not that big.
So just to clarify what some people are saying in the chat here, I don't know why this has happened to the very start of the stream, but we're hearing ourselves on a 10, 15-second delay, and apparently people in the chat have been hearing that too.
Look, it's a matter of perspective. You can say, oh, there's an echo. Oh, no, what do we do? Or you flip your perspective, your mindset, and change it and think, damn, I'm getting 2 streams for the price of 1.
There's 2 kind of people in this world, okay? There's people who love the sound of their own voice, and there's people who ain't. And you're the one of those who loves the sound of your own voice. So you're like, this is sweet music to my ears right now.
I speak loud enough that I don't need monitoring in my own ears.
Well, do you know what's funny? This is actually, a bit YouTube meta here. I don't like those headphones that completely consume all of your ears when I'm recording at home. You know, the reason why, they're great for noise cancellation.
The Red Friends.
Red Friends. I did actually say that, though, didn't I? I said there was going to be a... Well, actually, no, I didn't. No, I presume that was the Warsaw Pack one, wasn't it? Anyway, I don't like the ones that cover your ears completely because I want to gauge the volume of my own voice. And sometimes when I get a little bit too excited, as you do when you're playing games, map games particularly because they are so exciting, you raise your voice and you start shouting a little bit. And, of course, everyone in the house is like, the girlfriend bangs on the door. She's like, turn it down.
This is why you live alone.
It feels bad, man.
Get away from everyone.
Type 1 in the chat if you're alone.
Type 1 in the chat if you're on. Just let me type in the chat. No, I don't have to deal with that because we have a fantastic production team which, when I scream, will adjust the volume accordingly and then beat me to death if I do it too much. Mexico's joined the Italian Union.
What a name of a faction, the Italian Union.
Well, I think, that's a bit sad. I don't like that. Versus, like, the Red Friends. So you got Yato, which is by far the best. No, the Red Friends is that one.
They should have let them pick.
They did pick. They joined the Italian Union. They joined their faction, the Red Friends.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Oh, it's the message that confused me. Yeah, definitely confused me.
So Yato
Yep.
is amazing.
I love the colour of it too. It so stands out.
Because NATO, too negative, because it stands for no. Yato, yes.
So NATO is North Atlantic
Treaty Organization.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it an organization or a trade? Make your mind up, you know. But what is the Y? So North. What would the Y be then?
I don't think they thought it through that
No,
much.
I think
they went
no.
Yato.
Let's just do it anyway. So what does the Y stand for?
Y stands for yes. Yes, Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Treaty Organization.
Because the other one's like, oh, it's North Atlantic. This was just yes.
Hearing myself distracts me. In the olden days, when I started on YouTube, it used to do as well. I just kind of started to... It's a bit like, like when you have an air conditioning unit and you initially turn it on, it's like, wow, that air conditioning unit's loud. But then mentally, you can start to blank it out, you know what I mean? You start to like, well, I don't really hear it anymore.
We've unpaused.
We have. We're back to the gameplay. I'm going to hop onto my screen right now. And we have a beautiful, wide, girthy, smooth long boy of Austria-Hungary right through the middle of Europe.
That made me feel like I need to submit a ticket with HR.
Smooth boy.
Girthy was
Listen,
not
I've got enough tickets
expecting
with
that.
HR, okay? We're not having another one, okay? Back down. Back down.
Down, boy. Girthy.
So, it makes sense in a way why no one was on Austria and no one was on Czechoslovakia because they
then
were already
Hungary
pre-planned to be a part of Hungary. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Hungary is a difficult nation to play because you start off with a lot of negative modifiers that you're actively pursued by not going to war. However, that's why people love Austria-Hungary past so much.
It's good. Hungary's my favorite nation.
Neighbors. No, it is, and it makes sense in a way. It's a shame about the RNG stuff, but apart from that, where is Flory? Well, Flory was an EU4, man. Does this look like EU4 to you?
Flory, he got sent home. Yeah, honestly, I'm sick
Got sent home?
Yeah.
What did he do wrong?
I turned up.
Did he go to HR as well?
Yeah. We kept on leaning off camera, and so they took him off camera. Like, if you're leaning so much. They had to set up, by the way, for those who don't know, there were cameras set up because he would lean so much off of frame like this, which I think production got very upset at me for doing just then. Please don't hurt me. That they had to introduce extra cameras just for the lean cameras. Yeah, HR. Okay, I imagine things are going to start kicking off soon, which is going to be...
So we're on pause now.
They're cracking on.
Factions have been formed, so if you want to know who's who and what they're doing and what they're all about, remember, the leader of the faction designates the color of the faction. Not a lot of people know that, but you can see that's the reason why the Central Powers, which is hard to make out, is the color of Germany, and also Yato, which we haven't figured out what the Y stands for, please let me know in the chat, is led by the United States. That's why it is the luminous blue.
That's a good word. Can you take me through the luminous green of Mexico and how that civil war's going on?
Yeah, this one's been going on for a while. The red
He's got encircled up
friends-
north.
Yeah. Ugh. Mamma mia.
Let's have a look. Oh dear.
no.
Oh no.
No, no. This is a civil war that you can kind of cheese. Once again, no exploits. Exploits aren't allowed.
Mm-hmm.
But if you loophole it, which is our soft word, our safe word for today, is you can just snake to the victory points. But right now, with him forming 2 front lines and not having enough division to hold the front line, that becomes an absolute bloody
Now,
nightmare.
tell me if I'm being silly. Why would
You're
he not?
silly.
What? Why would he not just walk past him?
He could do. It's just a micro issue, isn't it? He's battle planning as well. He shouldn't be battle planning in this
But
scenario.
just
If
take
you don't
3
have enough
steps
division
back.
to hold your front line, you need to be microing.
Yeah, he doesn't over here. I don't know. I mean, look, I'm not world's best Hoyfall player,
Yep.
but what I can do is walk into an open tile. And I
And-
feel like this is a tile that. There we go. He's walking into one.
Shh. I think he's heard you.
He heard me all the way downstairs. He's like, "Ah, cheers, late. I'll march in."
Keep your voice down. Yeah, okay. This guy says Y stands for Yatlantic.
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 The Atlantic. But then it's what's the A? The Atlantic Treaty
Oh
Organization.
yeah. Oh yeah. 2 Atlantics. Yeah. Okay. Boo. Wrong answer.
Ban that man. I want him gone. I want him gone from the stream.
Oh dear. All right, back into Europe right now. Are we looking at my screen or your mine? Okay.
Yep.
All right, so usually at this point, Austria-Hungary usually tries to integrate Czechoslovakia, and they're doing war games. Okay. I guess in a way it makes sense because they're trying to stack their army experience. One of the issues you find with these shorter games is it's kind of difficult to do the full mid-maxy stuff for doctrines and stuff, but he's trying to stack a little bit more army experience. Maybe that's the direction he's trying to go with it. When it comes down to Romania, we got any kind of inkling of what they might be doing? Form and preserve Greater Romania. I mean, it's the big Romania. You start the game with it. You have nations that unify themselves to make themselves nice and really big and powerful, you know. But Romania's like, we're the biggest we're ever going to get, at the start of the game, you know.
We're as large as we're ever going to be. Let's just leave.
Some big nations like spend ages building themselves up to their great Bulgaria, for instance. But Romania's like, the first focus they get is preserve Greater Romania. So it's like we're already the biggest we're ever going to be. Yeah, Bulgaria on the other hand. Nothing really. Oh, so there is a monarchist path happening here. There is a monarchist.
Yeah, there's a bit of a crossover there.
Yeah.
The Atlantic Attacking Treaty Organization.
The Atlantic attacking.
I like that.
Attacking.
Attacking.
I mean, it gives away what they're going to be doing, though, isn't it?
The Atlantic.
Yorkshire Attacking Treaty Organization. Is that
Iraq.
That's
the one.
Iraq Attacking Treaty. Atlantic. These are all bad, really awful. I would have got better answers if I asked ChatGPT.
I said it's we're asking the wrong chat. Is it still not done?
I can't believe
It's still
this.
not done. How
I
long has that been
can't
going on for?
believe this. It's hard to break to in this situation because you're pushing a river, you're pushing to urban. It's got some forts, it's got 1. But at the end of the day, if you've not got very good divisions with lots of soft attack, it's just going to be difficult to do.
If I get frustrated enough, I'll just leave the front line, let them expand, and then just go around the back.
What do you do when you're frustrated?
Yeah, that's what I'll just leave the front line
Uh,
and then just go right back in.
Oh, it's that little loophole, isn't it, to make
Yeah.
the AI.
So they're like,
abandon their
oh,
front-
we've
yeah,
gained
yeah.
land, and then you just sort of just nip round them.
Oh, look at that. Ooh, don't you love that circle, man? Ooh.
Pop. There we go.
Off
All
they
done.
go.
Surely. There you go.
I
Fantastic.
was really
And
strange for a second. I
finally-
wasn't hearing myself. Now I can hear myself again. Let's go in one big circle here.
Unfortunately, I've been able to hear you the entire time.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I mean, we're right here.
I know. Speaking of encirclements, we've got 2 more in the Mexican Republic. I'll switch over there. Look at that. He's finally dealt with them.
Do you know what I really wanted this morning when I woke up? My number one thing I wanted was a lovely, delicious, unbrand named energy drink, just to down, boom, get it down. But there weren't any left. I'd drunk them all.
There are any drinks around here?
They've got sugar in them, though.
Oh,
I got
I'm sorry.
diabetes.
Oh,
I know.
well, that's-
I know. Oh, I even said that.
there you go. Spanish commune. You
Yeah,
did call
I
it.
did say.
You
yeah.
did call it. Is he playing as a Spanish commune?
Ooh, dear.
Oh, invite to faction request from the Italian Union.
Ooh, dear.
What? You don't think it's a good thing?
I mean, he's doing okay, I guess. But in this position, when you're like this, if the nationalists capitulate the regular Spain, it's actually really difficult if you're in a really bad spot to actually start to win against the nationalists. Because technically, for the most part, nationalists are meant to win, so they have a little bit of an advantage over all the other factions. I've been in a situation before, accidentally, where I actually ended up losing as the anarchist because it's kind of hard to pick it up from this point. Well, we've got another pause now. Can we have a little look what the tool pack mod's doing?
Whilst doing that, I'm just answering some questions from chat. Is there a Dutch player? There is. The Dutch player is in a faction, I believe, with France, Portugal, and nationalist China, and their secret objective is not going to be said to you. Oh,
Secret.
look at that, completely baited them. Yeet at the opponent, I like that. Yo, Atlantic Treaty Organization. How is so casual?
Yo.
Yo,
Yo.
Atlantic Treaty Organization.
To be fair, Atlantic still applies, isn't it? Because it is technically an alliance over the Atlantic.
But yeah,
so,
100% it does.
But is it a treaty or is it an organization? I don't know. It's both, I guess.
But I mean, yeah.
One of two. Pick your poison.
Oh, that's nice. Amelia Hearts
It is,
managed to circumnavigate the globe.
Cool. Oh, then we don't have to reference the sheet anymore. That's good.
Oh, fantastic. Right there.
Okay.
Right.
All right, fair. That's cool. We've just heard from our main man that we have information available to us that we can feed back to you with regarding the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I've just realized what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah? You realized?
So the sheet, the magical sheet. I had to think about it for a second. I was like, are these standard rules?
They're not rules.
The rules that Lath has been talking about the entire game and keeping
Are we allowed to reveal them?
mysterious to Lou. I think it's about time.
Should we reveal
We've
them?
been talking in code for like a billion years, haven't we?
Yeah, all right.
So I think it's about time. We actually
Shall I
start to
do it?
talk about
Because
it.
I've been
Yeah,
keeping
why
this
not?
a secret for a while.
In fact,
So
actually, reveal the ones you've already hinted
that's
at.
what I was
'cause
going to hint at.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first one was the Sovereign Wealth Fund. That was my hint for, if you want to take control of that for a little bit so I can focus on this.
Oh, okay.
So my hint for the Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Finland for their first objective was the
Northern
Sovereign
Dawn.
Wealth Fund, which I thought was a pretty good hint, and a lot of chat got it before you did.
Yeah.
Which was it had something to do with oil. I thought it was pretty obvious.
Yeah, I
which
mean,
was as a faction have a stockpile fuel of oil consisting of 1 million, 2 million, and 4 million apiece. And their, I mean, I didn't get to hint at their military one, but it is control a state with a natural oil source. So quite a concise set of objectives there.
So the more that they stockpile of oil, those three markers, the more points they get. Is that how
No,
it
it's
works?
they just need to achieve 1 million, 2 million, and 4 million in terms of like, as a faction have a stockpile of fuel. Like, so they need those, as far as I'm aware.
So where there's multiple numbers then?
So one of them needs 4 million, one of them needs 2 million, one of them needs 1 million.
Oh, I see, right. Oh,
So like they need to have the larger
there's
amounts.
a level of complexity there, isn't there?
Especially, it'll make more sense later on. Like, for example, like having stockpiles of different things. So that's the first one.
This seems relatively straightforward, but however, if you look at the country itself, basically under mobilization determines how much you can actually stockpile. So if you look really, you see their fuel stockpile capacity, and because they're on a civilian economy, they lose 25% of the total capacity they can got.
They'll shift
So
off
technically,
it,
you
yeah.
have to be mobilized to actually have a higher capacity overall. So that's just something interesting, and FYI.
So remember when you were looking at Norway, and I was like, something's just giving it away. They were just hard researching or building synthetics.
That was it. Right. And did
So
they
I was like, it
actually
was there.
have any synthetic? Would that? Ooh, hang on. So would that mean they get their objective because they've got oil producing in one of their provinces?
No, so they need to have a natural control estate with a natural oil source is the
natural-
military
Look
objective.
at this. The GMs thought about it, didn't they?
Look
They
at
thought
that.
about it.
Control estate with natural oil source. So that's their concise one. I'll go on to another one, right? The
Okay.
Soviet one. USSR, Communist China, Yugoslavia, and Poland. So mine was, you were never going to get this, I was going to reveal it later on. But mine was equality and then equality of economy. It was, as a faction, build infrastructure in 90% of your core provinces to a level of infrastructure level 3, infrastructure level 4, and infrastructure level 5. So everyone has to have infrastructure. All of them.
Right. Okay.
And then for their military one, connect the capitals of your faction countries with railroad and control all provinces of that railroad connection. So they need to have a railroad connection to all of the capitals. Bear in mind, this is USSR, Communist China, Yugoslavia, and Poland. If you go over to Europe for a second.
Hang on,
this is-
these rules are awesome. I really like them. But the only issue is that, man, someone's going to really sit down and check all these individual states. You know what I
Yes.
mean? It's like, oof, it's quite intense,
Fortunately,
isn't
that's
it?
not us.
It's not on us, yeah.
If you
Luckily, it's a job for somebody else.
If you look at Poland, so they need to connect up the capital of Poland to the capital of Yugoslavia. Do you notice a slight issue with that?
Yeah,
There
yeah.
appears to be another faction in the way. So they're going to be hard pushing that, I'd imagine.
Oh my good luck, they're all
There you
doing
go.
Exactly
See, now you can
what
start
I
to see
said.
that.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to someone else. Germany, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria, the new Axis, as you called them. Something to that effect. As a faction, you'll like this one. As a faction, have an army that consists of 7 million manpower in the field equipped at 40%, 13 million manpower in the field equipped at 60%, and 19 million manpower in the field equipped at 80%. That's a lot of manpower.
That's insane.
That's
I don't
hefty.
even think I've seen an army that big in the field in any high game, actually.
That is huge. I assume that's all of them together. 19 million in the
factions,
field
yeah.
equipped at 80%.
Yeah. And my
But
goodness, I don't
think
think they're
now that I'm
achieving the
reading it, I
first
think
one,
it is point-based. Like, if you get that, if you get that, if you get that, that would make more sense to me. I'll have to get
Hang
confirmation on
what?
that.
Which one are we looking at right now?
So, for example, they need to have 7 million manpower in the
it's
field
the
at
top
40%,
one, right, it's the
and
top
30
one.
million manpower in the field equipped at 60%, and 19 million manpower in the field equipped at 80%. I think we'd like confirmation on that, because that looks to me like it's a tiered system, like 1 point, 2 point, 3 points.
Yeah, it looks. Well, a few of these kind of imply there's like more points based on.
That's
how
what
you
I'd
go.
imagine. Let's go with
Yeah,
that for now. We'll correct ourselves for
Yeah,
now.
yeah, and it just seems that way.
And then they need to control any state in the Africa continent, which should be nifty. That should be all right.
Oh yeah, that's kind of cute because they don't.
They don't have
naturally
that.
them. Yeah.
So I assume,
yeah,
like, but
yeah.
queue up a naval invasion is going to be rather tricky, or just blitzing through someone. Then you have the capitals done right, capitals done wrong. USA, your personal favorite. US or Yeta.
Just 1 second before
Go for
we
it.
hint about this one. Liberia is probably the easiest path
Absolutely.
to doing that. Yeah, yeah. Interesting naval invasion opportunity, but they do have access to the Atlantic, you know. With
I mean, also, however, the world they are non-aligned now, and the world tensions drop back down to 13. So I don't think they can justify just yet.
Is there in-house rules though for being able to justify depending what ideology you have? Did you have to follow set rules?
There is set rules that they have. I'm
Let me
not
find
exactly
out.
sure what
Hang
that
on.
is.
There's one way of
specifically.
finding out. Let me just do this. No, you're right. No, we need 50%. Ooh, that's really tricky, and that really hurts them. So going for monarchists is actually really.
I'm not sure why they did that. That's why I was confused when I saw that, because I would have thought that as Germany, you'd wait for war to be able to be declared, they justify.
Yeah. Okay, I'm moving on. Next.
So, mind you, if they were at a war, they could have been rinsed. But still, capitals done right, capitals done wrong. You have here USA, Greece, Switzerland, and Turkey. As a faction, have a stockpile of convoys and/or trains of at least 10, 20, or 40k. So
Oh
basically,
my
stockpile
goodness. That's
convoys
a
or
lot.
trains, and control any state in the Arabian Peninsula. So you have to imagine Turkey's going to be the spear there, because you go straight through Iraq and then head into Saudi Arabia from there.
But once again, how are they going to be able to do that with the world tension?
Well, the world tension, I imagine, is going to increase when everyone starts decking on each other.
So
I mean, look at the
let's
Soviet
have
Union.
let's a
They
peek at
have
that.
they have plans to invade the Netherlands
So we have an interesting thing here. We have Japan justifying on Portugal,
and the Marco Polo Bridge instead.
Marco Polo, and we have the Carlos Roads. That's really good for the anarchists. That.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Portugal are they really going to be destined to die every time?
Yeah, it's true. That's
Ugh.
right. They got absolutely steamrolled in the last game,
They
didn't
got
they?
rinsed, and that was in World War
Yeah.
One. Speaking of Portugal, France, Portugal, Netherlands, and Nationalist China are all in one faction, and as a faction, they have to build bunkers in 90% of provinces on borders with countries not in your faction.
Okay.
So level 3, 4, and 5. So if you go to Portugal, should we check if they've been doing that? Because Spain, for example. So level 3 bunkers on 90% of provinces. Are there any of them built?
So look.
I'd imagine not.
No.
None just yet. Okay.
No. No.
And then they need to control any state in North, Central, or South America. No, sorry, that's the wrong one. I was looking at that. That's UK, yeah. They are control any state in Arabian Peninsula. They're also, yeah, you're right. I double read it.
Yeah.
You remember when you were saying
yeah,
they should overlap? And
yeah.
I was looking, by the way, behind your back the entire time. I was looking at the camera, shaking my head. But you were completely right. They have the same one, so they'll be fighting over that.
Well,
That's what confused me.
not-
3 of them have that.
Not
I
necessarily.
am blind. What? Probably, yeah. So the natural oil source is presumably going to be in Arabia as well. Maybe they can go to Persia.
So
Right.
there's inadvertently overlaps happening there, then isn't
Yeah.
there? Yeah. So just to summarize, guys, these are the goals they have to achieve. It looks like depending on how high they achieve them, depends on how many points they're awarded, and of course the faction with the most points is the overall winner. And in this case, there seems to be an overlapping faction requirement
Oh,
objective.
look at that.
to
Japan's
take
declared war on China.
land in Arabia and also have oil. And we now have a war between China and Japan. I was worried that this would ever happen, that it would buff China, but we do. Look at the size of China.
That's huge.
Big China. Huge China.
Well, I mean, check out the war itself. Let's have a look. Let's see how they're stacking up.
So railways, building railways in China.
It's a thing. It's a thing. I mean, this is going to be good. This is our first major flashpoint. It's interesting that they were justifying on Portugal then. Why would they do that? I'm really not
the
sure.
good news is that this is not going to create the stalemate that I predicted, because once again, a lot of these objectives require expansionist goals and justifications, but need world tension to be able to do that. And it's up to the fascist nations who can justify, and the communist ones, to create that world tension to allow people to do it. But the time's ticking away. I think we just got about over an hour left, haven't we? No, it's a little bit less than that. A little bit more than that. Sorry, a little bit more than that. I think about an hour and 20 minutes. So is there going to be enough opportunity to justify and to get to war and fulfill those objectives? And a lot of people are shaking their heads around me.
I think you're wrong.
I think I'm wrong. I'm wrong, or
We'll
is it
find
time?
out.
I don't know.
But interestingly, no one's called in their allies. This is a simple 1v1 of Japan and China. Maybe an honorable 1v1. Also, Portuguese India. Did they release India? Let's see, Portuguese India. Interesting.
So we've just actually had an update, and the worst fear may have actually come to the case. I don't think there's going to be enough time to even justify to declare war to actually achieve a lot of the more
military aims.
expansion
Well, we'll see what they get up to.
objectives. Yeah, as apparently we've got only another 20 minutes left for this scenario, and I think we're done with this scenario then, aren't we?
Well, then there's the ethical warfare a little bit later.
Well, that's right, but that's a completely different scenario. This game gets wiped, and we're like, another one, another one.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
we'll
we
get updates on
have
that soon.
word from.
For now, though, let's go through
High
the-
Command, and they're saying that this may need to be checked. We're going to look into it.
Let's go through another one. So the UK, British Raj, Australia, and New Zealand have to, as a faction, have an air force that consists of 100,000 manpower.
Okay, let's just have a look at the UK then in that case.
And they also have to control any state in North Central South America.
This is something I never check. I never look how much manpower is put into the Air Force. I never check that. But if you click on the Air Force tab, which is L, I never knew it was L, and then you look at equipment in the field, you can see they have 38,000 manpower.
38,000. So, I mean, they're not that far off.
How much do they need for the first?
100,000 for the first, and they've got 4 nations between
I
them.
don't know about that. I don't know.
Well, check out the British Raj. It's all of them combined.
Yeah, I understood it is all combined. However, I believe an individual plane is only like 5 or 10 manpower. So they've got to be pumping out a lot of planes to just achieve the first goalpost.
I mean, India might have to pick it up a little bit because they have 720 men.
Exactly what I'm trying to say. That's exactly. And how many planes is that? 37 fighters. So it just gives you a reflection of how many planes you have to put in to achieve those. I think they're a little bit overly ambitious.
They're also
A little bit ambitious.
What are they? Are they selling? Are they selling planes?
Someone's getting fired for that.
They're selling planes to China. They're also selling planes to China. They need those planes. Why would they sell planes to China? They don't want their faction. They need those planes.
So remember, as we said earlier, the only person who knows the objectives for the faction is the faction leader.
So you think that he
He
hasn't
doesn't
been
know.
able to communicate
He
it?
doesn't know. Look, he doesn't have manpower, that many planes deployed, and he's also selling the remaining ones that they've got. So what's happened here is they've not conveyed it. UK has not conveyed that information to the rest of the faction.
Well, they might not have. The leader is.
It is, but remember, they can't tell them directly. They have to find a way in code with the in-game chat to convey that information. And clearly, the code the
code hasn't worked.
The Indian code.
That's
hasn't
why I
been
couldn't
broken.
crack it. Also, some good news though. Mexican Civil War's done. They've achieved it. They're
Is
finished.
there a possibility? So let's start from the top.
Okay.
Let's start from the top. So the Germans' faction objective is to have as much manpower in the field as possible. So let's hop on to Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria and see if. Oh, look at that, Austria-Hungary.
huge.
Oh, beauty.
They have 347 or 350k, or 340k in the field.
Click on the army tab
Over here. Yeah.
on the top right button. Okay, they are seem to be pushing their weight. But remember, oh, hang on. One factor is for Austria-Hungary to take Czechoslovakia, they need to fulfill an overall manpower goal. So inadvertently, they might be doing it, but not realizing they're doing it. You know what I mean?
So you're trying to check to see if they've communicated effectively.
All right, look at Romania then.
Sure, let's see.
And Romania's the same. Romania starts off with a chunky army to begin with.
Well, that'll be why they pick this.
Are they training any? No, I don't think they're aware.
I don't think they know. I think
Bulgaria is a really tough one to deploy manpower for, though, as well, though, because
I think there's been a fundamental misunderstanding.
low manpower, low military factories, so they're going to have a really hard time doing it anyway. So what's the deal? We talked about this earlier, talking about Bulgaria attacking Greece. Is there any kind of method to this madness?
I imagine it's just to stop them from getting theirs.
Okay.
But this is why I wanted you to look at Japan, because Japan, Manchukuo, I'll switch over to you. Who are the other two? Canada and South Africa need to have a navy that consists of 200k manpower, minimum, to score a point.
So looking at Japan right now, so the Japanese faction has to have a navy that consists. That is a really hard goal to achieve. So just to recap then, the secret objective of the Japanese faction, which consists of Manchukuo, Canada, and South Africa. Canada and South Africa, man, their objectives are so hard to achieve based on the fact that they're not even really that naval power base.
No, they're not. And they don't have that much manpower.
And one of the reasons people in Hawaii don't tend to make navies is because the time investment is massive, the production investment is massive, and usually it just doesn't pay off in the long run. So the only person who can really pull the weight on this one is the faction leader of Japan, which actually starts out with a lot of naval dockyards. Someone's getting 5 for that one as well. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, I think what I'd like to do right now is a coffee.
You want to get a coffee?
Yeah, I think a coffee.
I'm
would
happy
be
to
fantastic. We are
hold
going
the
to
fort
go for just one more hour and a bit more. And but by the looks of things, luckily, we are going to see some action and some fun. But you know what I need to do right now? Have a coffee and stretch my legs. So I think that is what we're going to do now. I think we're going to cut to the ads.
Are we both taking a break, or are you just taking a break?
We are going from there. I presume they're going to run a roll here, so therefore we can both stand up. Yeah, that's right. Guys, we'll be back in a few moments, and we will see the action, particularly on the China-Japan front line, and hopefully we might see some justifications for war from acts outside of that.
We've been doing this for like a month straight. I've been working like 12 hours a day.
This is something I'm arranging personally by myself.
I want everyone to understand how hard it is to organize these things. It's just us. If something goes wrong, bear with it.
We got a Boy 4 tournament organized in like a World Cup style.
Continental Smash Tournament.
Mighty Czocha
Hey, welcome back. And we're here for the next final part of our scenario-based espionage game. And we're going to be looking at, first of all, the China-Japan war. And by the way, just a heads up as well, we took a little break for a second to nip to the loo when nature calls. And the game has been still playing. So we're going to give us an update of the current status of the battles and the wars and what's going on.
Check out the casualties for Japan.
There. Japan casualties. So look, first war at the top of the screen. So right now they have 56,000 losses, where China has sustained 53,000 losses.
Rather similar.
Yeah,
Which
that's
you don't
strange.
really want to see as Japan, do you?
And to be fair, they've not really getting a lot of land from that
Nothing.
too. They've just broke Beijing and pushing further south. So Japan has justified on Portugal. Why do you think they've done that?
They've declared war on Portugal.
Yeah.
For Macau, apparently.
Oh, and they have, if you look closely here, you can actually see that they are doing a naval invasion.
Because it's probably an undefended port.
Go on. Do you want to put a bet on this? Are they landing or not?
Yes.
They're going to land.
You think they're not? We've got a cookie left.
Oh, it's going to be difficult, isn't it? You know what? Why not? I'm going to
Okay,
go.
I need to win one of these.
It ain't happening, and you think it is happening. All right, boom. Oh, that's looking very favorably.
That's very favorable.
Yeah. So there's definitely a lot of reinforcements here, but if you look at the actual penalties they're experiencing, that's pretty brutal. However, this one Chinese division is doing a lot of legwork here.
They do have supremacy of will.
Do you have the will?
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Benelux has formed. That's really awesome.
They've made
And also the battle. We're just having a quick look here. 10 days happening, 10 days. These look like they're always going to win, but then over time, it's hard to tell if it's actually going to break or not. Particularly if you reinforce like 1 extra or 2 extra divisions, and he is reinforcing. I think I'm going to win another bet. I don't think they're going to break this.
I can't afford this anymore, man.
No, he's not eaten in 2 days now. He's not drunk in 2 days. Things are getting really bad for him.
It's horrible.
Oh, delicious sparkling apple
Now,
juice.
later on, we do have the developers appearing, so you'll be able to ask whatever questions you like. So, chat, if you don't mind, if you have any burning desires to ask any questions about, for example, recent DLC release, if your nation isn't getting an update fast enough, developers love to hear about that, don't they? Make sure to sling those questions in chat, and we'll be sure to ask them live on stream later on.
The Lowlands have united. I love the color of this.
Oh my god.
Benelux Federation.
It's been a while since I've seen that.
Yeah.
And they've dismantled the faction immediately.
It's funny this because it's like, when would there ever be a scenario where the Belgians and
Today.
the Netherlands
Right now.
would be like totally okay giving up their sovereignty and
there's no
unifying,
tension at all.
You know what I mean? It's like, and Luxembourg, how did they survive so many conflicts and wars and still manage to keep their sovereignty, but not anymore? Anyway, anything on your end? Tell us what.
I've been trying to crack the code.
Oh, okay. Do you want to hold that up and show them?
Sure, why not? It's the incoherent ramblings of a madman right now. But generally speaking, the only people speaking in what I can term as full sentences are the Scandinavians. What happens usually?
So he's hover around the chat there.
Round here.
Yeah.
What happens usually is people shift. Like the easiest type you can do is shift a letter 1 or 2 to the right or left. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to translate what they're saying and then shifting it 1 letter to the right, 1 letter to the left, and then 1 letter to the left and 1 letter to the right beyond that. Usually what you'll have, if you want to make it a little bit more complex, you have like a command letter, but I don't think they've had time. So that's what I've been working on. And right now, I've got nothing.
Well, that was underwhelming. No breakthrough.
You asked me
there.
what I was working on, and I told you.
No.
But look, they're using VT twice at the start of a sentence, so it's a 2-letter word that happens twice.
Yep.
So 2 or like so. Okay, we just reached information that the Scandinavians did in fact have a cipher, but Dank has found it too complicated, so it is no longer in use. Wonderful.
It's funny because I'm not sure if this was a choice by them, but there's a chance that they could have kind of ignored these rules and just been literal and just said, this is our objective, this is what we need to go for.
And then just gone for it like that.
That's right, yeah. I mean, what is worse? You having a cipher, a complex system, but nobody understands it, or just being literal and blurting out to the world, I'm going to conquer China, you know what I mean? You know? I don't know what's worse. Yo, how's it going, my dude? Hello, Lath and feedback. Hello.
Oh, he put you first. He said feedback and then late. What's that about?
I switched it back the other way, didn't I?
What are you trying to say? Empire of Portugal, Brazil. Do you want to take us through that, what that means?
Another bet. Give me another cookie.
Oh, for God's sake! There's literally one cookie left. I've lost 4 bets in a row.
Damn.
I don't know anything else to bet.
It was a wild card because I literally had no idea what they were holding on that port. So Japan declared on Portugal to take Macau, but that was it.
Yeah.
There was nothing else going on there. And so looking at their objectives for Japan, where is Japan? Is Japan not even in this list? Where's Japan?
Japan is there.
Japan has a faction. They have a navy that consists of 300, 300, 400, 500k of manpower and control any state in Europe.
I've been mocked mercilessly.
Cookie.
Well, that's not me because I can't.
Well, it is me because I've got the cookies.
Yeah, you have literally all of
I
my
am the
cookies.
cookie monster, yeah. And they also need to control any state in Europe, any state as well. The only way they could springboard into Europe is with Canada and South Africa. So that probably is the purpose of South Africa and Canada as a member of their faction. So as you can see here, this is the Japanese faction, which is the Greater East Co-Prosperity Sphere, the worst faction in the absolute world. And South Africa is still in the Allies. I'm not sure if that's intentional, whether they can leave or not. I don't think they can. And also simultaneously, Canada is meant to be in the Japanese faction as well, but they're not because they're forced into the Allies because of the fact they've got the stick to their allegiance of the empire.
So what faction do you think is the strongest? Right now, you have to hedge your bets on one. Which is the strongest faction, in your opinion?
I think it's going to be Germany because what are they doing here is, regardless of whether the faction members understand their objective, which is to build the largest possible army, Germany is making the largest possible army. And the result of that is they're going to be deadly in Europe. So let's just look at the total manpower in the field here. 573,000.
What would you expect to be seen by like
100%
39?
fulfillment as well. Not a single gun is not in the hands of every
Of a
soldier.
German man.
We're not doing the Soviet Union, not enemy at the gates here. Every soldier has a gun. Say what you say?
I was going to say by 39, what would you expect to see in terms of manpower in the field?
So to achieve their first goal,
7 million.
they need 7 million. I think that's a little bit ambitious.
Yeah? You don't think they get 7 million?
I know, but I know there's 4 members of the faction.
And you don't believe in them?
Well, I believe.
You don't think that they have the ability to do
listen,
that?
I believe in miracles, but sometimes they're a little bit out of reach, and there's a chance that might not even happen. So I don't know. The answer is I don't know. That's the answer. I'll continue drinking my apple juice now.
I will say that
Delicious nature. Okay.
I've not managed to
Infrastructure.
crack this code. I'll tell you that much for now.
So yeah, so while Lath here is deciphering Enigma, not an easy feat, I'm going to have a little look at the objectives of the Soviet Union and the
Sweden,
Warsaw
look at
Pact. The Comintern. So as you can see, the faction is here. Ignore the color of the Nordic Council because it's a very similar color. For Yugoslavia, one of their objectives is to connect Yugoslavia to Poland. As you can see, there's an issue with that. For some reason, every time I click on that, it clicks away. There we go. They have to connect them, and also they have to build up infrastructure. So if you look at the production queue here, you can see in the construction infrastructure is they're prioritizing because they'll gain extra points for that. And you can see every member of the faction is prioritizing infrastructure. But once again, we're reaching a point now. It's 1 hour from now until we're done. So this is the final goal. So right now, you know, Ball Street. Just have a look. Come on, show us what you want to show us.
I just found some templates,
Yeah.
and they're called Doodoo and Dankus Smells. Do you think Dankus would call himself that?
I think there's a very high chance this might be Dankus. It's funny.
This looks like quite a complex invasion.
You know, just to recap here. So, once upon a time, the last MP game that I was a part of,
Okay.
Dankus was in it, and he was playing as Finland, and I was Germany. Of course, I handicapped myself by deleting all my civilian factions, as you do. And he came in as Finland, and he absolutely demolished everyone, because he is the micromaster. He is the GOAT. The myth
Standard.
imagined himself, the GOATus Maximus of Dankus Mimikuses. Anyway, regardless of that, he's on Finland again. He knows Finland really well.
Is he on Finland?
Max really well on Finland. Well, I'm guessing. I actually don't know. I mean, with those names, it just kind of looks a bit sussy, doesn't it?
It does. It does. I'll give you that. So you think this man right here? I mean that. Let's see. Those templates may or may not have been a prank. They. So it has to be.
It's a prank, bro. It's a prank.
Has to be Dankus because he's been pranked. It's been absolute rinse, mate.
That naval invasion looks ambitious as well. Looks kind of pro as well. So it tells me it could be someone who knows what they're doing.
It has to be, surely.
Yeah, it does imply that. I actually did think it was Sweden. But there's a chance there might have been a switch out. Sweden is quite powerful. It's got the best industry in Scandinavia. I keep saying Scandinavia. Every time I say Scandinavia, include Finland, there's someone in the comments that gets really angry and just wants
Scandinavia not
to
include
shake their
Finland?
fists. No, they're classed as a part of the Baltic. Not Baltic, what's the word?
Nordic.
Nordic, that's the word I was looking for.
Right.
The kind of the Nordic sphere, not necessarily Scandinavia. But then again, sometimes Iceland and sometimes Greenland gets included in Scandinavia. It's a really weird system.
France is apparently justifying on South Africa. France has also gone online. Apparently they're justifying on South Africa. Let's see. We've got their allies. I think they might be lying to us because that's what I got told. So someone's asked, what is going on? Is it like a tournament or something, or are they playing vanilla just for fun? Let me take you through it real quick. There are several different teams, 8 teams. Each of them are made up of 4 different nations. The faction leader of each of these different groups has a secret objective that's going to be, for example, you've got to have infrastructure level 3 in 90% of all the provinces in the faction. They have to try and communicate that to their faction members, whilst they only can use public chat. So that's why you see down here, you'll see different ciphers and codes and such. And we'll see. Now we're in the sort of second half. We should start to see them try to achieve some military aims, like hold or control a state in the Arabian Peninsula. And there you go. You've got our nice little land schedule.
Yeah, yeah. So we're going all the way to midnight tonight, guys. It's going to be pretty intense. Lots of games. I believe there's going to be 2 scenarios today, and the second one is going to be significantly longer than this one. To be fair, this one's actually run on a little bit longer than I expected, to be honest with you. So there's a chance maybe that the second scenario might be quite a lengthy one as well. So I'll come back to what I said earlier, and I know it's an issue that could be contentious. But once again, the democratic nations can't justify, and they're all democratic Scandinavia, so how they're going to be able to find the oil is going to be very difficult for them. Oh, okay. So I see what's going to happen here. Finland has gone fascist. So what they're going to do, Finland is going to be the one causing all the justifications.
Causing the ruckus.
But as a member of the faction, he can probably call in the Nordic Council.
Is he part of the Nordic Council?
He's not. Oh, what's going on here? What is happening?
He's outside of the faction.
Yeah, yeah. So one of the concerns is going to be is that democracies can't justify, but they have got expansionist goals as a part of the list. And also non-aligned nations can't, which is Central Powers can't justify until the world tension gets high enough. They need at least 50% world tension. Let me just double check that because it's been a while since I've done this. If I was to justify, I need 50% world tension. We're getting closer to that, but at the moment, no one else. There's always an issue. It's like a domino effect when Hoi fought because you need world tension to justify, but you need the bad people of the world to justify for you to get the world tension. So you can all justify, and without that in mind, we can't justify, can we? You found anything in
what I can
Far
justify
East?
is, well, what I also can't justify is the amount of losses Japan has taken. They've just made their first breakthrough.
Yeah.
But they are using an offensive order just to sort of march on there.
Hey, I'm going to call out the community here. Just want the heads up. People really struggle with the new supply system. I think in the old days it was quite simplistic. This area has this set number of supply. You go over that number, you're going to suffer severe penalties and attrition. But now with the system it is currently right now, as you can see, look, the supply is always... They stack too many troops in a very tight bottleneck and it becomes a problem. Guys, logistics is king. Please, at the start of the game, make it your meta now to research with logistics companies. Get that supply down. You're going to be able to shove so much firepower into the front line. You're going to be able to make a damage. And that's exactly the problem the Japanese players having right now.
I really, honestly, first you're saying girthy Austria-Hungary, and then you're saying things about shoving firepower. I'm really feeling rather uncomfortable.
I like to give you visual imagery
Oh,
represent.
believe me, there's visual imagery going on in my head
Listen,
right now.
people remember this because all of a sudden they were like, I remember when Feedback Gaming said I need to shove as much supply into the China front. And they were like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to research logistics companies. You'll never
And
forget.
they do it.
Type 1 in the chat if you never forget.
If you'll never forget, just in general.
Type 1 if you're scarred by this live stream.
I think that Japan is starting to make some headway now.
Yeah, it's
They're
making a breakthrough,
starting to
yeah.
break through.
Yeah.
China merely has a fallback line. They don't have one set up on the river here. So I think that's going to be a bit of an issue. I can't imagine it's going to go well. Oh, it's your old friend Supply. Dare I annoy
Hello,
you?
darkness, my old friend.
Oh, look at that.
Oh my goodness, no, turn
You
that
happy?
away. I don't want to see
You
that
happy?
again.
All right, I'll turn it off. I'll turn it off. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. National Spain is done.
Are we still in the
Finally.
chat, boys?
Look at this. The Spanish Commune is king. They finally dominated the rest of Spain, as they said they would. Fulfill their Spanish ambitions.
It's so weird to see the anarchists and the Carlists as the final two factions in Spain, isn't it? That's so strange.
Does that also upset you? Do I have to be careful about what I show
Well,
you?
I mean, to
on
be
screen?
honest with you, it's acceptable, but it's weird.
Also declared war on Ethiopia. Ethiopia was not ready for it, and they got pushed out, which is fantastic. So, I mean, my new favorite nation, AI-controlled Ursa. It's a mythical. Oh, he could march into Addis Ababa right now, but instead he's attacking into the mountains. Doesn't take easy victories. He's a legend.
Ethiopia, I don't know.
No, also
Sometimes.
just declared war on Ethiopia. He just didn't.
What I mean, yeah, I see. He's trying to unify the horn, you know.
The AI has decided he's going to unify the horn.
No, Ethiopia is. Oh,
This was also declared war on
I get
Ethiopia.
it. So it's the opposite way around now.
Yeah, look, and he's actually like marched in and taken territory. He's expanded by 3. His country's increased by 100% of the size.
Is the chat still with us right now? It's just they've been very dead for quite a while.
They're gone. I'm afraid it's over.
Hello, is there anyone still there?
Are you with us?
Let me out of the basement.
UK is disavowing appeasement. The Ursa Sultanate is actually expanding. That's phenomenal.
Usually when I say one in the chat, I usually get 1,000 ones. You know,
I think there's a bit of a delay.
I do. It's been 10 minutes. F.
Oh, I thought they'd be marching into Addis Ababa.
The last update, let's pop onto my screen now. Gaze your eyes in this direction. We're here. Oh, thank you, Simon. I appreciate that. Cough. Yeah, okay. So here we say Finland is justifying on Estonia. I understand from expansion purposes, just to kind of get a bit more land and maybe a bit more factory output. That's awesome. But I guess it's helpful that we'll presume this is Dankus is boosting world tension by 4%. Oh my goodness. To help other nations to be able to fulfill their goals. Someone should poke the GMs downstairs. I'm like, maybe we need a bit more tension, maybe just maybe a bit more.
Do you think just crank it up to 100%?
Yeah, I was just whacking up all the way.
Oh! I'm so sorry, but Addis Ababa's just been taken by the Sultan of Ursa. They're leaving as well. They don't want to hold it. They just did it to send a message. That is AI Ursa taking out Ethiopia.
Maybe they're doing the strategy you talked about earlier, you know, with China, where you see.
Let him out.
Yeah, look.
And then just,
look
yeah,
at the
you're
gaps.
right.
Look at the gaps.
Just march in. You're right.
He
heard.
He heard you.
Dude, they can hear us.
Aye. You're doing the right thing. Lace giving advice.
The lathe strat. Well, to be fair, if you're listening to my advice and all you thought, you've probably done something wrong. I'll be honest, I'm about to lead you down a dark, dark path.
What is your signature, like, strat when you play Hoi? Is there, like, a thing you always go to?
I take simple pleasure out of just full infantry armies. Just like the
Oh,
grinder.
yeah.
It's just, that is so satisfying to me.
Yeah.
I don't like all this blitzkrieg tactic. I'm a World War I general playing World War II. Just slowly march forwards. That's my plan.
No, that's popular. I know there's a few other big content creators that do that too. Torio is
Yeah, he's a big fan of that.
famously passionate for his infantry cast spam armies. I mean, if it works, don't fix it if it's not broken.
Production lights, rocket artillery. What's your go-to? What's your standard?
My
What's your signature?
go-to is the same old Grand Battle Plan tank where it has an AAA tank in there, and it's like a modified 7.2 with an AA tank
Yeah.
in there. That's what it is.
Nice.
A little bit of
like
art.
you grimaced whilst you looked at me. Whilst you
Well,
said that.
I mean, I'm a little bit sad with myself in a way because I like to see myself as an adaptable guy. who can-
innovative man.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, make new strategy, new ideas and whatnot. But I feel like I just make the same template over and over again because you know what? End of the day, if it works, it works.
It
you know?
doesn't. Don't.
If it's
fix
not
it.
broke,
There
don't
you go.
fix it. Exactly. Yeah,
And
yeah.
that must be what Japan is feeling right now because Japan, slow start, but the casualties have slowly been rocking up. They now have a 2-1 KD against China. And I mean,
Hey.
I'm very curious as to, okay, they finally called in their allies, But do you think the French Empire should be doing more to try and help out China here? Turn up, help out? Or do you think just leave them to their devices?
I said this to you before. Supply is an issue. The more troops you put on this front line, particularly in northern China, that little plain in between Beijing and the river, there's not many supply depots there, so it's really difficult to put more troops into there to actually help out. You could put firepower, the best division in the world there, but if you can't get the supply there, that division's going to do nothing anyway. Guys, in the chat, this is a good question, actually, because we just talked about our iconic strategies, the ones that kind of we use the most. Tell me what you go for. What's your most desirable template? Did Arms Against Tyranny change how you make your templates?
12 infantry, 2 artillery.
12
It's the standard, isn't it? It's 12-2. Wait, why did you tell 2?
Well, he said, you see, he corrected himself. He said 2
2.
after when he said 3. So that's 2, 6, 12, 24. It's around about 30 width, isn't it? That's okay. It's pretty mare at the minute. Around 30 seems to be the big one. The 36 I've heard at the moment, as far as I'm aware, is the sweet
I
spot.
feel like the standard was it the 7-2 comes in and out of fashion.
To be honest with you, it never went out of fashion. People
people didn't
people
like
kept
it.
saying that he was out with the old, in with the new.
And yet, it was not.
Pain has been unified. The commune is here. And the
Was it a
objectives of Spain, which I think I'll probably just recap, actually.
It's a medal.
I know it is.
It's adaptable.
Oh, it's adapt. Oh, yeah.
Look at you.
Someone watches my videos. Yes, adaptable is something I would usually go for. This is the mat. Okay, now he's been brought up and been shown to everyone. We might as well talk about it more,
Go on,
right?
then. Go on.
So what you do is you off as a core. Actually, we'll pick a nation that's actually grand battle plan, actually. So what you do is when you go for your grand battle plan, as you do, grand battle plan, then you go for your logistics focus, -5% supply. Remember, I told you supply is important.
You did.
Listen,
you
got to
were
keep your
very
ears
adamant.
open.
We
Then-
took a break and he just yelled at me about supply. I didn't understand half of
This
it,
one
yeah.
doesn't matter as much. Tip of the spear has changed recently, so it's not as good as it used to be. I used to use that one a lot because it used to give you that +10 amphibious invasion, which was always cool. And then here we go, theatre training. And that's what you just saw on screen a second ago. That was the secret to get adaptable. Because if you can get the terrain traits 20% faster, that means you can get adaptable 20% faster. 20% faster, adaptable, bing, bada boom, bada bing. Wham, bam, thank you, man. I know what you're
I
looking
felt like
at.
there were a couple of different steps there. You just ignored. Lithuania declared war on Poland. Lithuania declared war on Poland. What? Why would they do that?
Baltics are seen as the secondary speed bump. After the lowlands are gone, that's where...
The Poles aren't ready for this, and they still aren't. They aren't moving anything. Poland's a player. They're allowing Lithuania to march in. Maybe everyone's doing the late strat today of just letting them themselves be attacked. I imagine you should probably be able to push. Okay, they finally stopped. I think they've realized they've stopped training. You think someone's told him?
You've got to say that this... So, listen, normally I give you the benefit of the doubt. It could be a strategy to let them come in. That's fine. But he's exercising. Well, he's just stopped, actually.
He's just stopped. That's what I'm saying. He's just stopped.
Yeah,
Look,
so that
he's just
tells me it's
split
not
his
intentional.
division.
Listen, I mean, everyone's made this mistake.
This is a hallmark of panic. And I know because I panic a lot. This is panic. If you get, I mean, obviously it's never going to happen. But if you got capped by Lithuania, again, I think we would just have to kick you out.
We've all made this mistake before. We've had exercise on the front line, then we declared war, and we're like, oh, crap, we're still exercising, you know what I mean? And
Well, you
then
did that with me in Stockholm. You're playing Germany, I was playing as the Netherlands. And you like encircled me completely. I was about to die, and you started exercising the front line.
Yeah.
And I just nipped out, broke a lot of MP
I
rolls,
was
I'd imagine.
completely unprepared for how much enemy divisions you had on those one province tiles. I was really unprepared. I thought, I was like, he's never going to counterattack me in this position, so I might as well just use this time.
Yeah, I asked Dankers what I should do, and he said just sit in these 2 tiles, get UK to blockade for you, and then just sit.
To this day, I have flashback memories and nightmares of me just I should have like, you know what, I should have spammed cast out from day one and just demolished all of you. That's what I should have done.
This is full meta
And
play.
I'm devastated.
You
that I
idiots,
didn't
why
do
would
it.
you try
I
this?
know, I know. And there's me handicapping myself by deleting all my saves, and then there you go.
But no.
I live here in this constant agony of what I should have done.
Your waking hours.
It's like a classic shower thoughts, isn't it? Maybe I should have said that. Man, that would have been a good comeback, wouldn't it? Why did I do that at that moment? Oh, well, that moment went.
You know how the moment has went? Japan. They've stopped. They've not done anything.
This go to F4. Yeah, this is the point you don't want to sit, because you can see the difference between the supply depots from Beijing to that top part of the river. It's such a far distance. Oh, no, actually, no, they do have that left one there. Oh, never mind, they have the left one. That's okay, that's okay. Because usually what happens, they get stuck right in the middle, and because there's no supply there, it's hard to push through to the next supply depot.
I mean, you say that, but look at this. That's 13% attrition.
Because they're right next to that previous supply depot.
Yeah.
Are they using motorized priority?
Let's check. No.
No. Once again, supply is king. Everyone knows that. Many content creators have said this. Oh, he is using a little bit. Look on the port next to Beijing.
I don't think he is.
I don't like it when players manually change. No, look. There's a little motorized next to the port.
Oh, I see.
There's
Yes.
one. They got one level.
That one.
You can
that
up
one
it again.
guy.
So this is the cheap way of getting more supply on the front line. Easy. My advice is don't manually change it because you'll forget about it. And you have these trucks stationed there forever that you never move and you forget about them. Click on the army. And then change it on the general level because then they will constantly update themselves to the right of that. Right. Up. Right. Up. There we go.
Gotcha.
Yeah. If you change it on that level, it will automate update
I didn't
nearby.
know that was a button.
We're learning
There
new
you go.
things. Yeah, it will update ones that are nearby. So as you leave that area, it'll change the ones nearby. Yeah. Dude, it's the way you
Let me
should.
get my pen.
No,
I'm
it's
writing this
good.
down. Motorization.
And if at the very start of the game in 1936 you put 2 mills onto motorized, that's it for the rest of the game. You sorted.
You're
You
done.
never need to worry
About
it'll keep the supply going for the rest.
You
of
know
the
who
game.
hasn't done that?
You.
Japan.
Oh, right.
Oh, well,
yeah,
I wasn't taking. I'm not personally
yeah.
being attacked right now.
Well, maybe
Whatever.
if they hear me, maybe they'll update that.
Maybe if we yell loud enough.
Yeah. It wouldn't be the first time. Okay, let's have a little quick look where we usually check when we do our update. So we have Lithuania declaring war on Poland. Oh, of course, this is what they usually do because they always want this state.
Yeah.
This is what they have a claim on.
They've got half of it.
Yeah, they do. And then next up, we have Finland justifying in Estonia. I'm nervous. I know I've said this before. Dave's a broken record here. Do we have enough time here for justifications and world tension? We're at 41%, so we are creeping up. We were at 39 before. We need to get to 50 before the central powers.
And would you look at that? White Finland declares war on Latvia.
We're up another 2%.
If you don't mind, I'll take
Yeah,
over a
go
little bit
for
here
it.
because I believe
Oh, I
he's going
wanna
to try and
see.
trigger that
Oh,
immediately.
here we go. Here we go. The castles are coming.
What do you reckon? Oh! Immediate red bubbles everywhere. Oh! There we go. Reporting live from Riga. We're under attack. Actually, we're sort of attacked by the Lithuanians in Poland.
Oh,
Let's
man.
see. There you go. There's one landing.
The sandwich.
The force attack. That's
Boom.
2 landings.
Boom.
Immediately. Trying to support the attempts on the ports. Surely he gets it. No way, right? If he doesn't get this, we have to go downstairs and assault tankers. Physically assault them.
Yeah.
It's
In a
corporal
computer
punishment.
game. In a computer game. In a computer game.
Yeah, the computer game of life.
This is me like a seal here,
There you
clapping.
go. he's got a port there, so he's secured
This
2
is
ports.
No, this is good landing. This is
That's
good.
perfect.
This is good.
It probably couldn't even do any better. That's it, straight through,
Oh,
cleaving through. Should we check
This
out
is
the division?
dankers. This is
Of
dankers.
course.
Click on the division. I'll see the template. This is dankers. This is
There you go.
dankers. This is dankers. So he's put engineers on. The reason he's put engineers on is he gets the 15% attack bonus for amphibious invasions.
Right, okay.
And
Nice.
and of course he's stacked artillery because he wants the maximum soft attack, which soft attack is king in Hoi 4. So there you go.
What do you think he does here?
So there's definitely method to the madness. Latvia must serve some purpose. So this must be like a staging platform to somewhere else.
You think?
Where would the oil be though? Because that's the objective, isn't
yeah,
it?
the objective. I mean, I completely forgot about the objective. It's all
I
right.
think
Yeah,
everyone
just-
has. I think
honestly,
everyone has. Who needs this list?
throw it. Well, he's going through his focus tree a little bit, isn't he? So I mean, this is what he did again in Stockholm.
It did. No,
did
this
the
was
exact same
it.
thing, yeah.
And
This
he
is the exact
creeped
play.
through
And
the
he creeped
Baltics,
round here,
East
and then tried
Prussia,
to
and then towards
secure
Germany. Yeah. He
So
rubber
France
banded
has to get
around.
into. Not France, sorry. Germany has to get to Africa. Nice, there you go.
I'm just checking up my. I just realised I've been showing my knee on stream there. Actually,
Well, nothing for free, my friend. Nothing for free.
Another burlesque show.
So they need a control state in the Arabian Peninsula. Where would you say the Arabian Peninsula ends?
Well, it's everything Saudi Arabia and the south of it, isn't it?
Well, you wouldn't say
Would
Jordan's
you?
in the Arabian
No.
Peninsula?
Oh, it's hard, that isn't it? I think Kuwait is Arabia, but
Saudi
everything
Arabia
else.
is the Arabian Peninsula, apparently. And then down here.
I would include Kuwait though as well.
A peninsula is a body of land that's surrounded
It's
by
like we're
water.
getting a report from
So-
my geography
don't.
teacher.
It's all
You
from
are
me.
wrong, Dave. You failed geography. Oh, fair
Peninsula
enough.
is a body of
Okay.
land that's surrounded by water. Yeah, because for example, like the Sinai Peninsula, you know?
I actually enjoyed geography at school, but I remember none of it.
Italy's a peninsula, the Sinai's a peninsula. What other peninsulas are there? Is Iberia a peninsula? Wait, yeah. Iberia has to be a peninsula.
So this is interesting. Look what he's done. So
There you go.
So he's chose to puppet Latvia. So my guess is he doesn't have a lot of manpower to work with, so he doesn't want to have to occupy this land. So the question is, what is he going to do with this? So it's a Reichskommissariat. I believe is that the highest level of puppet? I'm not even sure if it is. Because with that, you get to kind of sponge a lot of the factories as well. Yeah, it is the highest level. So that's good for him. So he can use and take advantage of that. Is he going to justify it on someone else? He is. He's going for Estonia now.
Nice. It's movements. It's movements.
I mean,
it's making movements.
it's nice that there's, once again, it's nice that Dankus. Dankus is fantastic when it comes down to
pushing the action a little bit.
yeah, and he is doing that here again inadvertently. He probably doesn't even know that. Oh, we're 1% away from Judgment Day, because that means the Central Powers can start justifying too.
Everyone can start justifying.
I want
also,
that
by
to
the way,
happen because I
still
don't want
holding out.
disappointment. I want people to be able to do stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
And we still do have a decent chunk of time left. 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
Yeah. Well, actually, I believe it's going to be a bit longer than that if we look at the new schedule.
God, this is complex. This guy says he makes 10 infantry, 2 artillery, 180, 188, add a heavy tank when available. To be honest, this is similar to what I do, actually. It's kind of like this combination of a space marine with soft attack, heavy as well. Probably not as complex as the way he's doing it, though. Anyway, I'll let you resume.
Is he wrong? I'll let you go. I'm just
We're all right in a way, but some of us are more wrong than others, and he's slightly more wrong than me. Put it that
I
way.
see. Okay. So
It's a
you're
sliding
wrong.
scale. It's like a spectrum.
Feel bad about yourself. Do better next time. Iberian Korea are the other big peninsula examples. Nice.
Anyway, justifications again. We have Russia, Finland justifying on Latvia again, and that will be the flashpoint because now we're going to be over 50 world tension when the justification is complete and the declared war and the annexation happens.
I'm ready for that.
Yeah, it's coming. How long have we got? Let's have a look. This justification will be complete on the
checking for
17th
me?
of November. God,
The
there's still a
German
lot to
army.
go. The German army. So remember the objective. Does anyone remember what the German objective was?
7 million minimum.
Yeah,
Manpower in the field.
yeah. Which I did say I thought was a little bit too high, but we have gone up to almost 700k.
And we do have over an hour left.
Yeah. What's the minimum threshold again?
Well, you threw away
Threw the paper away. So the minimum threshold is 7 million. No, it's
You
nowhere.
threw away the paper again. This is
No,
really
it's-
disrespectful
no,
to the
it's-
secret command. You
We're
don't
not
get
going
this
to.
happening?
It's just too high. That's way
Okay,
too
so out of
high.
all of these, I'm just going to read them off to you, and you tell me if you think they're feasible.
Okay,
Minimum
we'll
ones.
do a thumbs up and thumbs down. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the German faction. 7 million manpower in the field, equipped in 40%.
No.
Okay. USA, Greece, and Switzerland need to have a stockpile of convoys and trains of at least 10k.
No, it's just that's way too high. It's way too high.
France, Portugal, Netherlands, and nationalist China have to have 90%. Nationalist China. Bunkers in 90% of provinces on borders with countries not in your faction.
What
Level
level?
3.
4, level 3. Ooh, that's viable.
Viable, but Japan
have they
and China.
have they communicated it though? That's the deal.
But also, if you look at, if I don't mind me switching over here, the Chinese front line, it's a bit static now, but you'd imagine that's probably going to move. So if he builds bunkers here and then they get taken, it's over. So there's that. So that one you think is mildly possible.
Possible.
UK, British Raj, Australia, New Zealand. As a faction, have the air force that consists of 100k manpower.
Yeah, it's way too high. It's just way too high.
So if I check out Britain right now, which is the only real one.
I don't even think they're halfway.
No, you don't think? I think I'd
No.
agree with you personally.
I'm glad you agree with me.
Yeah, what else
We're on
would
the
we
same
do?
page.
We're wrong.
Oh,
They are
wow.
halfway.
Oh, just over. Come on,
know,
just over
but
that.
we're wrong.
Ooh, just a little tiny baby step.
We have to admit we're wrong, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
So they are halfway there. USSR, Communist China, Yugoslavia, and Poland. Infrastructure level 3 in 90% of core provinces.
Sorry, run that by me again. Sorry, I zoned out.
So, USSR, Communist China, Yugoslavia, and Poland. As a faction, build infrastructure in 90% of your core provinces to level 3.
It's doable if they pull a finger out. I think the one issue that they've run into, if I'm looking a quick look at them now, is that I think they've almost like not prioritized civilian production that much. Actually, no, I tell that lie. So Soviet Union's actually doing okay.
Do you want to check their infrastructure levels? Because they need 90% is, they can't.
I feel sorry for the man who has to count these up. Oh my goodness.
Well, they need 5 out of 5. Because it says 90%. In 90%, okay. Level 3 and 90% of your core provinces. Okay, that's what he's trying to do. Poland's clearly trying to do that. So
wrapping
the
his hands
message,
around
at least we
Germany.
know, the message has been confirmed from Poland. Like from the USSR to Poland. They know. At least they know.
Infrastructure's not cheap. Oh, but look.
Look
oh.
at that. He's done well. Poland is carrying the side.
Yeah.
Then we're also looking on that side of things. We're looking for Communist China and Yugoslavia. Do you want to check out Yugoslavia real quick before we check out Communist China?
With the infrastructure thing again.
Yes.
Yeah, once again, the hardest part of this one is it's doable. It's easy.
I think they're doing it.
It's easy and it's doable.
Look at that.
It's easy, but listen, it's easy and it's doable. However, once again, it has to be communicated. So Yugoslavia got the memo. Poland got
They're
the memo.
going too high. They're going for the third level, infrastructure level 5. They only need infrastructure level 3 for the first point.
But I think that's what I mean. We've decided this is a points-based system.
Yeah.
So I think,
So I think they're going for the max, is what I'm saying.
So this one's doable. It looks like they're going towards it, but meet the objectives. and
But do you not
requirements
think
of
it's
gonna
better
be
to get
difficult.
level 3 in all locations before
Yes.
getting to level 5?
Yes, 100%.
So let's check Communist China if you don't mind. So right now, the Soviet Union is going to be the issue.
They are. So they got the memo.
Yeah? Well, how many? What are they at right now? Because I imagine they've only got two states. Yeah, okay.
They got the memo.
Yeah,
Hey, well, listen,
they're
we've
in.
seen some good communication here anyway.
So, they might score. So that's the first one. We're kind of thinking on an hour left. It's just the Soviet Union, really. But they can probably do that.
Next.
So Japan, Manchukuo, Canada, South Africa, as a faction, have a navy that consists of 200k manpower.
Did we just do this one?
That was Air Force.
Oh.
Let's check it out. Yeah, they could do that. 127k.
Because this is the combined though. But the issue is that no one else has a big navy other than Japan now. The ones are just token navies, you know.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. I'm just checking out Canada right now. They've got 2k, which really isn't anything, and then 1k for the South Africans. So what about Manchukuo? Maybe they've got a navy that's like 50,000. Nope, 0.
No, I don't think they start with one.
There we go.
Build. Look, the memo did get to Canada because look, they're making a cruiser here.
Well, there you go. The memo
And they
might
are
have gotten
making
that.
more naval dock. Yeah,
Let's
so
see.
that's great.
Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Finland have a stockpile of fuel. 1 million, 2 million, 4 million.
Denmark, no. Sweden. Oh, Sweden has 87.
They need 1 million.
Okay, we're nowhere near that. 70k for Norway, and Finland has 70k. So we're about 100, 200k. Oh, just 200k, just under, I guess.
Yeah, they're not making that.
Yeah.
Okay, and Italy, Ethiopia, Spain, and Mexico have a stockpile of any tanks of 10k, 20k, and 40k. Stockpile.
What faction?
Papal power.
Oh, right, okay.
Let's check out the Italian Union, see what they're working on. Can you show how they're using the spy network? If you click on the chat for a second. That is going to be how they're using it. So, yeah. There's going to be lots of little things in there. Okay, so how do you feel about that one, the stockpile?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
it's doable. However, this one is abusable because once again, you could make an absolute piece of rubbish.
Yeah, you could.
But they're not. They're actually making a decent tank, which maybe in their mind they're thinking to themselves, well, maybe I want it to be viable. Oh, what is this? Oh, cast armor.
But then, no. Maybe I want it to be viable. Clicks on the tank chassis and immediately goes, ugh.
It's just, it makes it unusually expensive for what you actually
For what you're
need
trying to
for
do.
it.
You just want to
Yeah,
like, get it out. Oh, there we go. White Finland declares war on Estonia.
So how many...
Look at the threshold.
Yeah, we are at the flashpoint right now. The question would be, is all the nations going to follow suit now? Are they going to realize
so, right?
that we're over the limit? So here we go, boom, going for them. So how many tanks do they need to fulfill their mission?
10,000.
Okay, 10,000.
Oh!
Yeah. With
Communists trying to declare war on China. I mean, yeah, I'll switch to my POV. Look at that. I mean, communists trying to declare that war.
Yeah, Italy has 5k tanks, so look, it looks like they're
They're on
the
so we've got a couple
way.
of different. Maybe
They're
we'll see
on
it
the
pick up a little
way.
bit. I mean, why would you? Mongolia's joined in, so that's a front line there. But Shanxi's not going to come in unless called. Shanxi is not going to come in.
Yeah.
So this is not a wasted front line, but there's not much you could do with it.
Mm-hmm.
And they are losing on all fronts, so China might have a little sweep here.
Mm.
Communists trying to, okay, no, there we go. They declared war on Shanxi directly. I think they've seen it. And they are just going to walk in here. They are, yeah, very easily just going to walk in. Shanshi's desperately trying to leave the front. Look at that. They're not even trying to get the front. Shanshi, I think, is going to collapse here. This is going to be big. And in the meantime, Japan is pushing against China. This is very good for them.
Yeah. It's all going to come down to how long Communist China can survive for in this scenario. That's the biggest issue.
I mean, I think that this is all core territory, right? So does that I mean, this is going to be a very silly question.
Yeah, go.
Does that account towards their capitulation limit? So can they just shift? So if they take all of Shanxi and they lose all their original land, can they do another long march thing, but east this time?
I think the way it works is the core territories that you own on the declaration of war are the ones that go towards your surrender limit.
Right.
I think you can't add them to remove them because that would create really weird stuff like, hang on, I've technically not lost as much land that I started, but I've capitulated. It doesn't make sense, you know what I mean?
That makes a lot of sense.
This is important to see because right now we can see who the players are. So anyone who is in a faction, which I believe so is the case, is actually a participating player, and you can actually see what's going on here.
Trying to break out to reach their buddies up north.
Actually, that's not true. I just told an actual full-on lie because there's some of the warlords that aren't the AIs.
Yeah.
But you can see here, so R7 is a player. We have M9. These numbers basically represent the computers downstairs. They have little tags next to each of them, so they represent the players
Well, ask
who
them
are
to change
playing.
it to their names next time.
I think there's a lot of micromanagement around that. That's probably the reason why they've not done it. It's probably a little bit intense. But yeah, you can see here that the players now are coordinated. And then we can see with the faction map mode who is working with who. So poor Commie China is just by themselves here. Japan is obviously making headway towards the Asian, the name I struggle to pronounce, date. We're going to go with Asian date.
The Asian date.
Yeah, the Asian date. And then, funnily enough, Brazil has an opportunity to join this. Are they actually what they are actually?
Oh, look at that.
What
snake.
is Brazil's objective? That's interesting.
Brazil?
Yeah.
They're part of Portugal.
Portugal.
Yeah, because
Which-
they did the focus.
Which the objective is to France. Oh, it's the bunker.
Bunkers.
Oh, it's the bunker one. Oof, the bunker. One of the frustrating. Some of these objectives are deliberately helpful in wars.
Dude, I've just realized something. I'm so sorry.
Go on.
Portugal. It's 90%. Let's see. Where is it here? As a faction, build bunkers in 90% of provinces with borders with countries not in your faction. By taking Brazil, look how much that's expanded by. Instead of just having to do Spain and calling it a day, 90% is now all of that they need to build forts in.
Go to factions map mode.
None of those are in their faction. They need to build border, like up until here. All of this needs to have bunkers level 3.
So specifically, the bunkers have to be with factions that then. As a faction, markers 90% of the province of the border with countries not in your faction. Oh, I see. All right.
So expanding
okay.
to Brazil is probably a bad idea.
You can game this mechanic, particularly if it's a nation with a lot of resources, because you can buy them, give them civies, and therefore use that to build the bunkers, you know. If they were coordinating, which is always debatable, because remember, these coordinations aren't crystal clear, it can depend on if they're going to achieve those objectives or not, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing any bunkers being built, so maybe they just haven't. I mean, there's bunkers over here.
So the leader of that faction is France, right?
Yeah, I'll let you show it off.
So
But France appears to have built bunkers.
Are they the ones that they get through national focuses?
I don't
though?
believe they have.
No,
is there
you're
a national
right.
focus to the south?
You are right.
Yeah.
Oh, coordination happening here. They are making them aware of a defensive measure for the north.
So the north is in the same faction, right?
So what's the levels of forts that they have to get
3,
to?
4, and 5.
3, 4. That's viable. 3, I always say, is the most economical. 4 is maybe a bit more of a stretch. 5, I probably wouldn't do that. But to be fair, they start to become less cost effective around about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so that's usually why I recommend. Just do the little one, and then you'd be fine.
Bulgaria just declared war on the Hellenic state.
Yeah, we are seeing the flashpoint now around the world, and we
Germany's at war again. Finally, here we go.
Boom.
I mean, it would be the Balkans, wouldn't it? Where else would it be to be a flashpoint?
I know. Powder keg, eh?
Okay, so the Greeks aren't in a faction. Well, no, of course they are. The capitalists.
Boom. Germany.
That should bring in Turkey and also the US and Switzerland.
Just FYI, there actually aren't any German troops participating. Oh, here we go.
There we go.
The dominoes are falling
I
over
think
now.
Yato's about to have a bad day. What do you reckon about this initial conflict then?
Germany is initially focusing on Switzerland by the looks of things.
Surely. I'd hate to be Switzerland in this scenario.
Yeah, true.
There it is.
Boom. So it gives you a bit of an outlook of what's going on here. This is Yato. versus the Central Powers. And the United States, are they going to participate by sending troops over here and actually make an impact?
Surely, right?
Or are they going to try and just achieve their objectives? They could be selfish and just ignore them and be like, you know what, we're going to go for the objective.
Sorry,
Whoa, that's just think about it. So a lot of these objectives are based upon
Percentages.
Percentages. What if your strategy would be like, you know what, I don't care about my allies. We can achieve our goals locally anyway.
Or to flip it, if you're altruistic and say, capitulate me, do it. I'll leave my front way open, so then my 90% doesn't count.
Interesting. Okay, so it looks like the Americans have arrived now into Bulgaria.
Into Bulgaria?
I mean, this is a Bulgarian... Is this a naval invasion?
I think it is.
I think it is. Yes, it
Oh.
is. But it has been
No,
intercepted.
surely he doesn't capitulate. That's too robust. Surely he doesn't capitulate. We've got two... Look at this. 2 Austro-Hungarian heavy tanks. Are those heavy tanks? Let's have a look. No, they're mediums.
Show you them.
Let's go have a look. I'm gonna go check it out. Immediately gonna land it. Look, there's the indication.
Mm-hmm.
Should we see if these units will switch on to the temple?
Time to fort up, indeed.
Okay.
It's a decent division. Not spectacular, not wowed, but it's decent.
Crack unit, apparently.
Crack unit, yes.
Right. I mean, that's gonna. I think no one's reacting to this. To this naval invasion.
Once again, one division can hold on that location for a long
For a
time.
long time, yeah.
I'll be real, you know, I'm great that these guys are thinking about naval invasions from different angles, because I always forget about this kind of stuff. That's usually what really beats me up a lot of times. They land on me, they get a port, and they're like,
And they hold.
I hate you. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like a thorn in my
The
side.
thing is, having these 2 infantry divisions there is basically useless. You've got Marines there that just aren't
What's the penalty? Ouch.
70%, well, minus 69%.
Yeah.
It's time to fort up.
Oh,
Absolutely.
it's a pigeon strapped to a rocket.
Oh,
That
no.
appeared so quickly and disappeared, I couldn't even just study it. I couldn't even have a chance to make it out.
I don't know. This looks bad, to me at least. I mean, the Greeks are holding for sure, but
So I said this a little bit earlier. Some of the objectives they had to go for has actively buffed them and made them militarily stronger.
yeah. Well, the Central Powers are strong. at this point.
Exactly, exactly. So right now they've made the big army and they're taking advantage of that big army. So it's a win-win-win-win-win-win-win situation. However, some of the objectives like making forts, and playing defensive,
It's gonna be a rough one.
Tears. We've got 70% world tension now, so we're reaching the point where, well, actually, everyone can justify now, because
Everyone can, yeah.
the only people who can't justify are democracies, so they need someone who has actively caused world tension.
It does appear the Germans have left the Swiss front. They're pushing on certain areas, but they have just left. I mean, if France really wanted to right now. Look
Yes,
at
this is what I'm currently. Yeah, we're looking at the same
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, so this is a tough one. So we'll look at the combinations that's going off here. He's jumping over a big river into urban, and it's also snowed in.
And that's a full. Well, only level 1, still.
Yeah. Infrastructure rigged to blow. Man, there's mechanics here that I never even knew about.
Well, that's the Swiss one. Part of their focuses. Can
I like to pretend the Swiss focus tree doesn't exist. It's one of my least
I'll
favorite.
show you something that's gonna upset you.
I mean, are there Swiss people?
Look at this.
Oh,
It's French.
to be honest, that has always been a problem at the start of the game. The way you get around that is just to build the supply depot from the very beginning.
But look at it. There are troops
yeah.
just standing there dying.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
not healthy.
Yeah, no, it is a known issue.
In a little bit, let's have a look.
69% world tension. I know, right? Nice.
It looks like Shanxi has... well, that's... I don't know how to describe that. I mean, you can just get cut off right at the base.
It's a long boy.
That is a very long boy.
Yeah.
And it looks like Communist China has pushed out a decent chunk. They've been a lot more successful than I really gave them initial credit for. It does seem like China is stretched out on multiple different fronts, and they might be struggling a bit here. I'm not sure how that's going to develop.
Things have happened, and it's not looking
Oh,
good.
no!
for the Swiss.
Wait, did they get through the east, or did they go through... Okay, yeah, they did. I thought they got military access for a second.
It kind of
Walk
looks
around.
like what's happened is the north, they were punching them and breaking through, and then they've just kind of scooped around the side by
Yeah.
going through Austria.
It does. That's it.
This is literally
It's over. They're dead.
Hannibal. Hannibal has gone through the mountains with the elephants, and this is the elephants banging on the back door of the Swiss. Bern is about to be
It's so
encroached.
close.
It's not looking too. The issue with Switzerland now is it has that crazy surrender limit thing, where it means they can basically survive until they've got one province left, which is a massive pain.
I mean, this entire thing I think is going to be a massive pain. Oh, National Focus completed fortified border with Germany. Right in good time as well.
Well, there you go. The border's fortified. Too little, too late, eh?
I want to see the French do something there. Because what do they need to? I believe, in terms of their so let's run through the military aims and you say how possible you think they are. Okay? So Germany's faction needs to control any state in the African continent.
What faction?
Germany. Central Powers.
It's a tough one, isn't it? They've got a lot of distance to cover and they need the range on the ships, and it's just going to be really difficult. Unless they've intentionally built cruiser submarines from the very beginning, they're not going to have that.
So you don't think so?
No. Boom.
Damn. All right. USA, Greece, Switzerland, Turkey. They have to control any state in the Arabian Peninsula.
It's the exact same issue, isn't it? Unless there's some kind of
Iraq.
springboard.
Goes
Oh,
Iraq.
yeah.
But they are fighting a war now.
But no, so this is never going to happen. What you just said is never going to
Okay.
happen. The democracy, Iraq's never going to cause any world tension, so they're
they
never
can't
going to get a
justify.
justification. The only way Turkey could have done this is if they went communist early on. That's the only way they could have done it.
So why do you think they went democratic?
Not the foggiest idea. To be honest with you, they should allow democracies to justify, but it's too little too late now because they can't change the base game rules. But no, I can see what you mean. You can see the corridor.
See the corridor.
Yeah,
the
but
path is open.
So unfortunately, boom, it's not
All right,
happening.
it's not happening.
No, next.
It's a Dave guarantee.
No.
So similar aim: France, Portugal, the Netherlands, and nationalist China. They have to control any state in the Arabian Peninsula.
So it's all going to be proximity again, isn't it? Is there any springboards you can see here that they can actually get to? Oh, goodbye, Swiss.
Oh,
F,
get an F in the chat.
F in the Swiss, boys.
A little salute there.
We
They are done.
Well
It's
and
over.
truly Swiss cheese, eh?
I mean, they had a lot of bunkers as well. You need Portugal to go down. Oh no! And the Sultan of all the good guys are falling.
So hang on, just remember those nations, the factions again.
Which ones?
The one you just read out.
The control. Okay, it's France, Portugal, Netherlands, and nationalist China.
No, the Arabian thing. Oh, is that
That is
one?
also the Arabian thing. So both of them go for Arabian things.
Okay, so this one is just do. No, it's not. The issue we're going to find again is France is democratic, and once again, they don't have the ability to justify. So sure, they can use Goa here, the French India, but where do we go?
They're not springboarding it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess the only thing they could kind of do is if somehow, in a roundabout way, get a war to United Kingdom and yoink Qatar or the Emirates or
The Republic of Bulgaria just declared war on itself.
Well. Oh, I know what's happened here. It's the internal mechanics, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, that really sucks because he's lost half of his army now. And it does actually
That's
look
massively impactful as well because of the whole 7 million manpower of the field.
Oh, that sucks so much. Because it even looks like most of the army's actually gone to the AI side as well. That really sucks. Oh, man. I'm feeling second-hand pain here.
I'm not. I'm enjoying it.
36 combat. Oh, someone's been listening to me.
There you go. 36 combat work.
And he's gone soft attack heavy. He's got the recon, which boosts the soft attack. AA's always nice. Engineers hit and miss. But overall, dude, this is a good division. And they're arriving. They're basically the cavalry arriving to try and help out.
And these are the Germans, right?
And the Bulgarians. Yeah, the Germans arriving to help the
So
Bulgarians.
someone's hot joining, which I assume is going to mean the Swiss player is going to switch on to someone else.
Potentially, yeah.
Who do you think they're going to?
I love his name, B7 Susmarine. Sussy. He's going to hop on.
Okay, let's look at another one of these. UK, British Raj, Australia, and New Zealand need to control any state in North, Central, or South America.
I mentally zoned that. Do it again.
So, you've got UK, British Raj,
British
Australia,
Raj.
and New Zealand.
Yeah,
they have to control any state in North, Central, or South America.
Doesn't Britain already control that? They've already got Belize.
And they also have Guyana.
We didn't hear that. So
They
went
did it.
wrong.
They did it.
Someone got fired for that one next.
So, do you think they're able to do it?
I mean, they've done it.
Feedback and breaking. Do you think they're able to do it? Oh, man. Okay. So, Let's see. The next one. This is quite a complex one. USSR, Communist China, we forge on. Yugoslavia and Poland. Connect capitals of your faction countries with railroad and control all provinces of that railroad connection.
Let's have a look.
So they need to break through the central powers.
Yeah, they do. They do. That's going to cause a major conflict. Listen, I like the doability of this one, and I like the possibility of this one.
That's I think this one, it's the only one that really, in my opinion, means that direct conflict has to happen. Remember, the Bulgarians declared war on the Greeks, and I'm not sure why they did that. I'm not too sure about that. Anyway, Japan, Manchukuo, Canada, and South Africa have to control any state in Europe. I don't think it's possible.
So Japan, Manchukuo, Canada, and South Africa. So the only springboard they're going to get is from Canada, and it's a range thing again. So
Ireland, maybe?
Iceland, maybe.
Iceland? Iceland could be good, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming the Nordics don't have too strong of a navy.
Yeah, that is actually do because you go 1, 2, 3. So it is possibility within range. Oh, and of course you can use Japanese the fleet, which has got the range
Absolutely.
as well.
So that one, actually,
yeah.
that's possible then.
Once again, this is going to come down to what I said earlier. Have they been communicating? Have they been talking to each other? Do they know the objective? Because Japan has to convey this strategy to Canada. And once again, they might be reluctant. You know, I'll be honest with you. If I was Japan right now, I think I'd just blurt it out to the world.
Yeah. You would?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Never mind Enigma. You know, like we're reaching the point now that Enigma's less effective.
The Enigma is no longer.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm under attack.
Yeah.
Scarlet, Wendigo, and early Denmark egg Norway Knight owner 1 strap.
Huh.
There you go. Look at this. Look at this. Sweden. Look, SW. Sweden. KOWS. KOWS. Sweden KOWS. That's the code. We've cracked it.
So what does that mean?
I don't know.
There's a code there.
Yeah, Sweden. He's talking about Sweden. Because Scarlet Wendigo and early Denmark eggs, Norway Knight owner. Yeah, I think that works.
I love this guy. Anyone want convoy? Let's get this guy just spell it. This is me. I told you. I just spell it out. We need convoys so we can send convoy, please. Thanks.
All the nuance of a
Our
spoon.
objective is to take out leader of faction.
Guys, you want to help?
Yeah,
Team
that's
up,
right.
team.
Yeah.
KOWS. What do we think KOWS would mean?
I have not a clue. I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to shift KOWS, right?
I just thought for a second, if you would anchors, whether we would have got any further on these codes. I don't think we would.
I don't think we would. No.
I think
I
think Modred would be pretty good with this, actually. I think
Mordred would be great.
He's got quite a good brain on him.
I did a code cracking thing when I was younger. I
Oh,
won a
wow.
certificate. I was 9 years old. I went to Bletchley Park and I got a certificate for code cracking.
All right.
So. Oh, we're rehosting.
Yep.
Absolutely. Do you want to go to big camera whilst we do that?
Yeah. It'd be nice if we had a big camera
possible.
button, wouldn't we? Is it one of these big camera? No, it's not. But that'd be nice. Maybe that's something they can tell the production team for later. Okay.
KOWS.
I think we might have to kill the client as well.
I don't think so. Shouldn't we have to? Straight to menu.
Well, usually when they do a rehost, they want to make sure the client's refreshed
Okay.
normally.
Well,
Oh, don't
do
look
that.
at this. No, you can't see this.
Switch to my POV for now. Could we, if production wouldn't mind putting us up to big camp, then thank you
Yeah.
so much.
And we're back in the room. Hey. I'll correct my posture now. Posture.
Now you're
You know, like
conscious about
people on Twitch live streams, they always say do like hydration checks.
Yeah.
There should be posture checks as well. Like.
I think that's happened as well. No one tells me to do that. I don't think they care about me now.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Honestly, relaunch the client. They usually tell people to always do
I will
that.
do that now.
I just wanted you to celebrate this moment with me and my my new buddy
New
here.
buddy.
And I don't even know who this is. It's a Polish chap. Anyway, me uniting with my.
What's his name? Read his name tag. So it says
Carol
Sweden knows.
Batman.
Use knight as KN, not K. Sweden knows. That works.
Sweden knows use knight and not K.
So it's KN. Because the thing is with KOWS. But if you take it as KN, it's KNOWS. Knows. Sweden knows.
Sweden knows.
We're starting to crack it.
Okay, all right. I think we're onto something. It's relaunching Hearts of Iron 4. So, I'm showing my knees again. I should put some trousers on.
Honestly, mate.
I know, you can't take me anywhere. Anyway, so, if you guys aren't aware, we are currently in Poland right now. The great nation of Poland. Little historical fact, actually, this was actually Germany in 1930. So the screen you're actually seeing right now, the land we're going to point to, we'll show it on the map, that was owned by Germany and then was handed to Poland at the end of the Second World War. And right now, we're in Poland. Polish Castle is Polish now. And we are a part of a LAN event, which is the Grandest LAN, Hearts of Iron 4, the very first one. Hopefully something can develop and be bigger and stronger and more powerful. The guys are all downstairs playing locally. And we're playing in a game right now, which is kind of an espionage-based scenario where we have certain objectives that they need to communicate to their friends without anyone else know. And we're watching that game and we're commentating that game and we're trying to give the best interpretation of the events happening. And we're actually into the very dying hours of this game. How long have we got left on this game?
We have about 40 minutes.
Oh, okay. God, I feel like we're getting close to the end, and every now and then the goalposts move. You know what I mean?
I think it's to make sure we achieve the objectives.
Yeah, they're making sure they're getting our money's worth out of us, aren't they? You getting paid for this?
In cookies, but I've gambled them away to you.
Okay. Grandest LAN.
I don't think we even have any cookies left. Oh, we've got one left. All right. Well, I need to earn this cookie. How we gambling this?
How do we head off in? How we gambling it?
How we gambling this cookie? This is
I
my
suppose
final
the question would be: is we both kind of put a bet on who we think's going to win, based upon the objectives. I mean, to be honest with you, if they're going with the wonky rule that we predicted, I feel like the UK's won, haven't they? Because
that was going to be my plan as well. But I think you caught them. You've said it before.
The first objective, getting a lot of 100k manpower for their air force, that's tricky. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's realistic. The second objective of controlling some states in the Americas, which Britain already has done, but I don't know.
Britain communicates to its allies by going, "It's fine. I'll do everything. I'll just win."
Already,
there we go.
God.
Readying up in the game.
Thank you. Susmarine.
The issue is I can't see the chat anymore to decipher the code.
All right, we're back. Oh, of course, because we've rehosted.
Yeah.
We've
I was
we've
close to
reset
cracking it.
the-
I was basically two letters
man.
away. VT. They use VT a lot. No, so TW, which I think meant if. So I basically had it down.
Okay. I actually don't want any cookies.
Well, I know you didn't want my water either. You didn't want anything of mine. You just hoard it.
Oh, lunch today. Are you excited about? What are you excied for lunch today?
I'm not excited for lunch.
One thing
I'm sure Polish food is great for those who enjoy it. Personally, I find it incredibly hearty and dense, and that's not my vibe.
Yeah, there's kind of there's a lot of pork, which is quite a heavy meat to begin with because it's quite fatty,
It's
isn't
also
it?
something I can't eat.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize you're actually practicing Muslim.
I am now.
Okay. As soon as you arrived into Poland, all of a sudden,
Yeah, I turned up in the airport. That was it.
all of a sudden, Allah is great. Yeah. What else do they have? So it's
Bready as well.
a lot of bread. Yeah. So
It's
it seems
got
to be.
dumplings that are like Silesian dumplings that are also they're just dense carbs.
Yeah, and also a lot of dairy as well. Listen, I usually have a little bit of milk, a little bit of cheese. I'm lactose intolerant, and it usually is okay with me. But man, there's just a lot of cheese. There's a lot of dairy, vegetables stewed in like cream and stuff. It's like, oh,
It's a lot. It's like it's
yeah,
heavy. It's heavy.
It's
food.
heavy. Yeah, the best way to describe it is heavy. Yeah.
I'm used to Mediterranean food, which is very like light and small.
I think a
plates
lot of
and
the time the
cheeses and
ingredients
sort
are very. Have you noticed that with cuisines around the world, the best ones are usually the ones that are very simple. Like Japan, it's like at least you've got fish on rice.
fish,
seasoned-
rice, done.
Yeah. And then you've got Mediterranean, which is just like veggies, olive oil, feta. You know
It's
what I mean?
simple.
It's like, yeah, it's really relatively straightforward.
Oh, I'd kill for some olive oil right now. They use butter here a lot instead of oils.
There was olive oil I noticed for breakfast this morning. It was next to the salad.
There was olive oil. I didn't
Yeah,
know
it was
there.
in like one of those pourable juggies.
It was. Okay, I'll have to check that out.
Well,
see.
it's meant to be like a continental breakfast, wasn't it? So it's like a little bit of salad,
A little bit of everything.
cold cuts of meat, and got a little olive oil. Yes, I realised the name is still saying feedback for me. I noticed that this downstairs.
Yeah, you changed it. Stream
Yeah,
feedback.
yeah.
I'm still player.
Yeah.
It's like what I identify as.
What are you? All right, you're a player.
Bit of a player. Man.
Yeah.
It's ironic because I'm casting this time.
Yeah. That's true. That's fine. Doesn't even make any sense, does it? So when it's here, it's not feedback and it's not a player either. So it's like, who are we?
I mean,
Sussy.
who are...
So
This is
see.
the existential portion of the stream where we start to comment on things like, who are we? On the inside.
It's deep,
Right.
boys.
I think, here's my predictions. I think that China's going to capitulate before the end of the day. I think it goes down.
No, I'm putting my money on no, actually.
You know who's capitulating?
The surrender limit's just too high, you know, so it's just too difficult to do.
I'm back in Japan. I think they got their head screwed on. I bet you my cookie.
We got 34 minutes to get it done. I don't think that's happening. No.
Look, sometimes feel you just have to believe. All right, Dave. Gotta believe.
I guess I'm a non-believer. You know what I mean? No.
Oh, I know
I'm
that.
still eating pork. You know.
Yeah, weird, because you were a practicing Muslim before you came to Poland. You walked in through the airport, and then suddenly it was just there. There we go.
I see myself mostly Hindu. You know, I like holy cow. You know.
Yeah.
Never big fan of beef, to be honest with you.
Beef's lovely.
You got beef with me?
Well, I would have, but you don't like it. Right. Let's see.
Hey, we're back.
We're in.
Woo! Let's go.
Okay, so it does appear Greece has taken advantage of this to try and sort of funnel into here. You can probably get a decent encirclement off of her. Oh, these Austrian tanks are in a bit of a... I don't like that positioning. What do you think?
I'm confident that Germany could mop up here. They've arrived with some of their best divisions.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to do quite well. Once again, the issue is going to come down to, are they going to get traffic jammed with the supply? That's what's going to be the major factor. There's one thing I wish was communicated more with faction members. Oh my goodness, we're really going fast now. Oh, of course, it's when you rehost, the speed goes up through the roof, doesn't it?
Yeah, here we go.
We're all in the same save game. Oh my goodness, blasting in this. Yeah, one of the major factors this I really like is if faction members communicate with each other, they'll say, my division's not very good. They're just crappy divisions that I hold the front line with. If you pull those off and replace them with another faction member who's got really good divisions, at least then we're not going to have a traffic jam issue.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think sometimes people forget to do that, you know. Because Bulgaria probably acknowledges that, all right, my division's not as good as Germany, but can we just pull them off the front line so they let Germany do something?
What just happened?
Yeah. It looked like a front line may have
Yeah, it
broke.
looks like, I think he's leaving. Do you think he's been told to focus purely on
access has been broken there, hasn't it?
I'll flip to you.
Yeah, so I'm trying to like differentiate what's actually happening. So Germany is still at war, but I don't think they have access to the Republic of Bulgaria anymore. But why would they even have access to that?
But surely Bulgaria's at war with the rest of them. Wait,
Isn't
which
that like-
side have they sided with?
Yeah, I know it's hard to say,
It's
isn't
very
it?
strange.
The player is definitely regular Bulgaria, but then Republic of Bulgaria is the breakaway state.
But then, look, the breakaway state is a war with Bulgaria, but not a war with the rest of the factions. What is this?
We have a capitulation, and it looks like...
Of who?
What has capitulated? Oh, it's Bulgaria. So they literally... Oh, this is going to create some weird borders. I think the GMs might have to step in here to correct
I
this.
say let the boys play.
Yeah.
I say let it happen. Let them cook. I'm using all of the phrases that I've heard on TikTok. I don't actually have TikTok.
Zoom,
I receive knowledge through my younger sister. So
No-
she says things, I'm trying to parrot them back.
No
to try and-
cap. Vibing.
On God, for real, for real. It's giving loose Victor vibes.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I know
man.
of these things, but I don't really use them.
Well, yeah, I imagine you wouldn't.
Actually, I use mid quite a lot. Mid's like my vocabulary now. Yeah. That's a Zoomer term, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
mid's pretty standard.
People use it differently. Some people say mid when they basically want to say something is crap. But I use mid to represent literally something as mediocre in the middle, you know.
Yeah, I think I'm more in the former camp.
Like, what do you think of that girl? Oh, she's kind of mid. And that usually means she's bad, you know what I mean? But for me, mid means just in the middle.
But
you
that's
know
also
what I mean?
because if I was to say something, let's say like, oh, that cookie was like 5 out of 10. You'd be like, oh, that kind of sucks. But it's average. But we as a society have shifted the average to 7. And it's statistically incorrect. And I'm upset about it.
As a mathematician, that upsets me.
Yeah. My channel's meant to be apolitical.
I'm the mathematician, so I should be doing the codes.
Okay, go for it. There you go. You have that.
To be
I'll say
honest,
my channel's apolitical, but this is something I'll take a stance on.
man, I've never been really good at maths, to be honest with you. I'm going to be real with you.
Yeah?
So it's something I don't really get in a lot of enjoyment. Maybe if it's something I was really proficient at, I'd really get a big buzz from it, but I just really don't.
I do like maths.
Did you? What was your favourite subject at school?
History.
Yeah, me too.
Makes sense. History and
history
geography.
and IT.
History, geography, maths.
Wow, so how did you end up to where you are now?
lockdown.
Okay.
Dude, I was in the middle of a master's in energy sustainability and development. This was not meant to be the path. I was meant to be working on like.
That is insane to think about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like how many people's lives change just based on the career changes that happened in lockdown. Lockdown is just, it's weird that we lived through such an unbelievably colossal, massive event in history, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, Dankus would be single if it wasn't for YouTube. This piece still's taking a little bit of time. I don't know why. Oh, it's because 38% is taken by the United States. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I think they're negotiating and saying that you just need to give it back to Bulgaria because it's going to create weird borders and
Guys,
messy
give it back.
situations.
I want to see the French kick off. I think somebody spent you thinking about Dankus. Huh?
I know. I'm still riding that one. Damn. Poor Dankus. No, not poor Dankus. He plays MP. He literally hates himself anyway.
Yo. Right, I think they're stacking
All
up
right,
now.
let's have a look. See what's actually happening. So we
Leaving
can
the borders.
see that what has happened here. So kind of Bulgaria's been expelled. Oh wait, no, it's not.
So why? What are these?
Have they changed factions?
What are these little white spots?
So that's the other Bulgaria. Oh no, that's Central Powers owning parts of Bulgaria.
Oh no!
But Bulgaria now has been a turncoat, I presume. They've joined the other faction because now they're not in the
They're not in
Central
any
Powers
faction. Yeah.
anymore.
Do you think that's gonna get?
But
Well, they're also
Germany
fighting
is-
Austria-Hungary.
Yeah, this is weird. This is weird. I think Germany might justify on regular Bulgaria now if they're smart.
But Bulgaria's now. They've just switched sides. Is that allowed?
Well, I mean, something's happened here, haven't they? Maybe this has been negotiated downstairs.
But why is he
from
fighting?
our perspective, it's hard to actually see, isn't it?
Bulgaria has just noped out the challenge. He's left.
Once
He's like, I
again,
don't need an alliance.
they've
I'm my
definitely-
own man.
They've flipperinoed. It's gone the other way.
But they're not with anyone. Okay. Well, that's confusing.
Yeah, I'm looking through the world tension here to see if there's any patterns forming. So we're in the 30th. Hang on, this is oh, I think reloading the saves messed this up because this is 2 years out of date now. Yeah. Okay. All right. So usually I can go here to get an idea. I think that's the issue. This has always been an issue with Hoy. Hoyvo's never had a ledger of something like to kind of track events. So the only thing I can do right now as a commentator
go into
is to
the-
look
yeah.
at the world tension. Yeah.
Have you seen this though? Regardless of what's been negotiated, this is poor form. Look at that. He's encircled and is attacking.
This is BM. This is bad manners. This.
But the Hellenic state is
Yeah,
going after the Bulgarians who aren't in a faction.
Ugh.
But the Bulgarians are fighting. The Bulgarians are fighting everyone alone. Wait, Romania's been invaded by the United States of America. They've made it. That's where the oil is.
I mean, oh.
That's not their thing.
It's not their
No.
objective, though.
I was just more commenting on.
I know you got
what
me
the United
excited,
States
and
did.
you got excited for someone actually achieving their objective.
No.
I want to be honest with you. I want to say 2/3 of the factions have not communicated their actual intent.
So who do we think has? We think the infrastructure guys have.
Yeah.
100%.
Honestly,
100%. They've done well.
The hardest part of theirs is just what you get from it isn't very good.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
The fuel stuff isn't going to happen. Do you want to give us an update on tanks?
I'm just gonna see if this is gonna accommodate anything.
Well, they landed and then left.
No, I think they may have just been encircled. They landed and got encircled. They've taken the territory. When it comes down to the oil situation, 83k, 151k. Wow, Sweden's got a lot of storage. 500k. Oh, I think we've just had the first
go.
marker.
That's actually big. We didn't think they were going to be able to do that, but
No.
they need 1 million. They're going to do it.
Yeah, because what's happening is the stockpile. So the maximum capability is 441k. They're going to get 1 million.
They're going to do it.
Well
They're
done.
100% going to do it.
Yeah, well done.
And we didn't think that was going to happen.
No.
Well, that's good. So they're going to achieve one at least.
And I have a feeling they've done that because they built silos.
Yeah. Do you want to check their construction real quick? Maybe they're still doing
It
it.
was actually Denmark, the one that actually had the highest.
Fuel capacity of 1.283 million.
Base. Why is
Look
it
at that.
so high? Let me have a look at their infrastructure. There we go. Exactly.
There you go, fuel silos.
Yeah.
Excellent.
They built them in every single state. Wow.
I think Bulgaria, by the way, on my
Wow.
POV, Bulgaria is has been declared a failed state. It is at war, I think, with everyone.
Let's see.
Austria-Hungary, at least. And I think they're just getting rinsed. So I think they've been abandoned by their allies. So, I mean, that does change things because it means the border is now up here.
Yeah, but we're going to see a real cool front line here. When this Bulgaria gets annexed, we're going to see the two factions face each other head on, full front line, full action. As long as they don't make traffic jams, they're going to be all right.
I mean, and let's not forget that Poland and the Russian faction need to get to Yugoslavia.
Oh, that's a
So
mess.
they should carve through Austria-Hungary. That's part of everything they need to do.
That's a messy front line, though, isn't it? Look how many people are involved in this. So this is, unless I really hope downstairs they're going to be like, let's negotiate this and actually have one person take it all, because otherwise it's going to create some messy borders.
So right now, if the UK are able to get 100k manpower, they're going to be the ones with two objectives. But if this is a tiered system, like we say, I mean, I'm seeing the potential for 2 million. The Nordics in terms of fuel. They're not getting a state with natural oil resources. It's not happening. Not in 25 minutes. But the fuel stuff will happen, I reckon.
Yeah, the vast majority of the people in this game are players. They're all downstairs. It's a local LAN being played over the internet, and we're viewing the game right now. They all have set objectives, and that's why we're going through each objective to see if they're fulfilling their goals and actually going through them. This is the Grandest LAN, the Hoi 4 one, the very first one. And right now we're seeing all these players play in Poland. Where's the location? Is Poland? Whereabouts in Poland are we?
Like near, why do you have, like Wrocław? So
Silesia, Poland. We can probably
point
actually-
out on the
Yeah, we
map?
could. Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah, it is. Is it like here?
I think it's a little bit further south there.
Or is it
there.
here?
I think it's around there.
Yeah. It's hard to see because we've not got the victory points on the map, but roughly we are around about here.
Let me find. Let me bring up maps.
I swear it must be here, you know, because it's almost like a very similar distance to Prague that it is to Berlin.
No, look at that. That's where we are. East of Dresden.
East of Dresden.
So northeast of Prague.
Is it like here? No. So it must be like here.
Wow, yeah.
He's discovering where we actually are. How did we get here?
It was a 2.5 hour.
I'll be honest with you,
bus
it was
ride.
weird for me because when they picked me up from the airport, they ordered me a taxi, and it was pitch black outside because it was like 6 o'clock, and I was traveling like a mystery tour over like just pure darkness.
Forest and
I know. I wanted to see it. Well, I know it wasn't until the next morning that I knew I was in a forest because I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see
It
anything.
is very dark. It is very
was-
dark.
Yeah, and it's a shame really because I've never been to Poland before, and I wanted to kind of absorb the surroundings of the wilderness. And
you're telling me a medieval castle is
traveling-
emblematic of modern day Poland?
What? Does a castle represent Poland? Listen, if you're Polish in the chat right now, let us know if you live in a castle.
Every Polish man lives in a castle. This is what I got told. I used my impeccable Polish to figure this out.
Le funny. I think they laughed at our joke then. F.
Right. Let's see. USA, Greece, Switzerland, Turkey. Their aim is to have a faction, as a faction, stockpile convoys or trains of at least 10k.
Yeah.
And you were like, that's not happening.
Yeah. No.
You don't think even the USA, with their industrial power, is able to do that?
So the nation that starts off with the most convoys is the United Kingdom. It starts at 1,000. It used to be 800 before. They upped it after. Okay, we're F for the Bulgaria, my lads.
He's gone.
F
He is
for the
gone.
Bulgaria. Yeah.
I got a game over screen for some reason. I thought that I
backed
thought
out.
I was the guy.
I'll
that
see
did
you
it wrong.
later. Nice
Yeah.
to know you. The door's over
Cool.
there.
Cheers,
See
guys.
you later,
It's
guys.
been nice. The only man to ever lose a Hoi 4 game without even playing. Actually, interestingly, I have a 100% win rate in Hoi 4. MP. Genuinely.
Okay.
Because I've only played that one in Stockholm.
Oh my goodness.
And I won.
What's your win rate in FIFA?
Against who?
That's true. It's a win rate. It's 100% for all of us as well. Yeah, me, Dankus, and you. I've got to actually destroy Dankus. It was 5-0, and he just forfeited, didn't he?
No, I had to cast. The game never ended.
Hey, listen.
To be fair, you had forfeited too because you had like
Yeah,
5
it
red
was
cards.
3-1. But of course, I scored with. Who did I score with?
I'm not sure. Hurricane.
Yeah, it was Harry Kane, of course. Yeah.
Right. I'm interested to see if this.
Finish
Do you think this
master.
front line's going to change at all? Do you think it's going to stand? I mean, I personally would nip across the river here. It's open.
Nipper.
Oh,
Nipper was
nip across the river.
that? Is that what the river is? That isn't it? Oh, it's the.
Oh, the Dnieper's over
I
here.
was thinking the Nipper. Yeah. I was trying to.
I see you're trying to make a joke.
It was
My
like a
bad.
Freudian slip. I thought you were
I'm
like.
so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I could have played along with that, and instead I highlighted your mistake. I'm a terrible friend.
Nah, it's good. It's all good.
I do feel like they could. they could head across. They should have head across into this river. I want to check out. Should we check out some tanks?
Mm.
Do you want to take us through some tanks? You're
Yeah, sure.
know more about it than me.
Yeah, so we're
Oh.
looking at the Austro-Hungarian
There's lots
tanks.
of
Yeah,
frantic clicking there.
So this is the Central Powers right now, their faction, which consists of the highway through Europe. And what they're doing is coordinating their attacks here because they're trying to defeat the NATO alliance, which is led by the United States. And they're absolutely trying to smash through this area. I don't know what the long-term objective of this is. Maybe they just want to go to war. Maybe they're not clearly communicated.
Well, their aim was to have control any state in the African continent and have manpower in the field. So maybe they needed to be at war to go total mobilization.
Nah.
Okay, I'm trying to help them out.
Yeah, listen,
I agree with you, but I'm trying.
I know I always thought it was kind of strange that Bulgaria justified it on Greece, to be honest with you, because it doesn't meet up to any of their goals
No,
or
it
objectives.
doesn't.
to
If
be
anything,
honest
it puts
with
them into worse. They don't know this, but it puts them into worse position.
you. What's your best FIFA total whole template? You're worth adding engineers to yours 4-3-3.
Hoi 4 FIFA might be the worst, most cursed crossover. We'll play more tonight.
4-3. Oh, 4-3-3 is the
Yeah, it's the
formation.
formation.
I just twigged on what I was talking about.
Jesus,
Yeah, I know. What game are we playing?
Jesus. Oh, that scared me. Oh, man. The Raucous of course really scared me. Jesus. All right.
Well, I presume we're going for another 20 minutes.
Oh. What's going on over there?
Yeah, we are, yeah.
R8. There's a chat there. I'm not breaking that cipher. Damn it, he said it in the other chat.
Show him again.
I'm not breaking this one, I'll show you.
So this is a representation of the factions. So remember, only the faction leader knows the objectives of the factions. And as you can example here, they're trying to communicate with their faction members by using a cipher, an actual code to break down. I'm not sure. Oh, that's a really good point. So before the game started, they wouldn't have been able to communicate how to break the cipher, right? No?
No, but they could have said, they set it up last night. The ciphers were set up last night.
Right.
I don't know that they're going to be spending that much time trying to break the ciphers. Ooh. Would you look at this?
So Austro-Hungary is...
Turkey's about to get encircled if they break this.
Oh, I see. That's where they're trying. So they're doing okay in the south, but then the north had to break the
12
river.
remaining divisions taken out. 11. Ooh, I'm going to do
Ooh, the
your
last
least favorite
standing
thing,
as
mate.
well.
What do you think of that?
A smart Greek player here would be planning fallback lines in advance, particularly over the river lines.
Yeah.
Because you can't win this. This is just a stalling tactic.
Yeah, that's a lot of troops.
Yeah.
That's a lot of troops.
I don't think
There's
I
no
approve.
fallback lines here at all. And
No.
again, if you're the USA in this point, it's mean. But I don't think you even commit to Europe. I think you try and, because look, your whole thing is you need to have stockpile convoys. Greece isn't going to help you stockpile convoys. I just don't think it is. I don't think this war is conducive to that. You're going to get things sunk. I think you just pull out and just build stuff.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of the objectives are around building stuff. A lot of them, to be fair, a lot of these objectives can be achieved without going to war with the major factions.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think even if you do go to war, I think my cookie's not safe, by the way. Even if you don't go to war, like there's no need for, even if you do go to war, there is no need to fully commit to a war that doesn't benefit your overall objective. So we'll see how that goes. It looks like a stalemate on this front. It looks like they've stabilized things on the line here. However, I heard
The concern is Japan's struggling with supply to get over that river. That's usually when you break Beijing, you have to sweep all the way to the bottom to grab that supply depot over the river, and then at that point you can keep progressing.
this one here.
That's right. Once again, I know you hear me say this yesterday. But when you make a breakthrough and you slip through, you need to make sure that slip turns into a slide and keep sliding, rolling downhill. You know.
I was actually on the phone with my girlfriend last night, and I told her you said that saying. I said I was very impressed with it. Make sure a slip doesn't turn into a slide. I liked it.
That term comes from addiction. So when you're like, let's say, an alcoholic, you can have a drink, but you need to make sure that's just one slip.
Doesn't turn into a slide.
Doesn't into a slide, then you haven't drinking.
So if you're addicted
to Hoi 4,
to Hoi 4,
then you should turn up to the Grandest LAN next
then you
year.
should. And if you're not addicted to Hoi 4, then you should check it out on Steam. There's a 70% sale on right
Get
now.
some
So
help.
you could become addicted today.
How does the meme go now? Get some help.
Stop it.
Stop it.
Just
Get some
received
help.
A message from Mr. Paradox saying that we should not use addiction to try and sell Hoi 4.
Oh, okay. Ooh,
Too
true.
late.
That's true, actually. True.
Well, that's a cursed thing. Hello, no. If you're not, not addicted to Hoi 4, why
Yeah,
not?
what can bring you over the edge? What can take
Go
it to the
tell
next
us.
level? maybe a few social streamers and maybe a few feedback gaming videos. You know, I'm like, oh, maybe I want to try out that strategy that they did that worked so well. The feedback said it was OP. Maybe it is OP.
Dude, they're not holding this. I'm concerned that they. Oh, that's nice. Not for guaranteed opponents was already accepted. They're on the same faction. I'm concerned they sweep down here because this is always. This is always an issue. Getting across like that. But if you just are able to just blitz and sweep through. I mean, I was showing off the Austro-Hungarian tank because I wanted your opinion on it. I wanted your judgment. Be as harsh as you want. It's over here.
Let's go. All right, so let's do division
There you
review.
You switch your POV.
Okay. Oh no, we're going around the world. Woo. He calls it a crack unit. Okay. Once again, addiction salt filters into itself.
It's all thematic.
So the division itself, let's review it. So first of all, we have half motorized and half armor with 24 combat width. Listen, when it comes down to smaller combat widths, it makes sense if you can't afford it. So it's best to go for a smaller width overall. It's best to have at least 3 divisions over having just one that's relatively larger. Trust me. Breakthrough's decent, and also the soft attack's pretty good defense actually, if I have to speak about it. And overall, this is what we ended up with. I like the motorized, it gives them extra speed with the recon. Engineers is not my favorite, but it works. And the artillery for extra soft attack is also good. But let's actually look at the main attraction, which is the actual tank itself, which I believe is this medium.
It is that one, yeah.
Yeah. It's called the Turan 1. Oh, we've got arrows pointing, yeah? Arrows pointing. Well, we'll just get rid of that for the time being. Ooh,
I'm monitoring it, though.
I'm just looking at what screen we're looking at. We're looking at this one, yeah. So once again, 2-man turret, that's decent. Good breakthrough, small improved cannon. Very good all-rounder cannons, the small cannons, by the way. Good piercing, good hard attack, good soft attack. The wet ammunition storage. You know, if you're looking to preserve your equipment, particularly if you want to get as much as it as possible, it's always good to use because it keeps the reliability high. And if you have high reliability on your tanks, you can recover more of them after the battle and fix them to restore them back into the battle again. You can actually see that in the breakdown of the screen here. If you hover over
clicking buttons I didn't even know existed.
I know, right? Attrition. So you got, is it not here? No. Yeah, recovered. There's the word. This is it. So if you have high reliability, you basically, when you lose some, a percentage of it can come back because the little engineers have fixed them and brings them back in. So when you have high reliability tanks, there's a potential for them to come back in the battle. There hasn't had many of them come back because they've only lost 3 to attrition. That's all they've lost. It's not really lost.
They didn't even lose any in battles.
They've also gone for high reliability with the torsion bar. I always forget torsion bar even exists, you know. They've also gone for riveted armor, which is just a nice, cheap one, I guess, to pump out the tanks in numbers. They've also got the gasoline engine too, which is focused more towards speed. If you want reliability, the easiest way to get is with a diesel engine. Overall, this tank's okay. It's not amazing, it's not impressive, it's not the best. But
You know, isn't okay?
This is not
That's
okay.
an encirclement right there for China.
Yes.
That is going to be a hefty loss. China, by the way, at this point, it says 415,000 troops. Right, it was a good segue. I'm not having production dismiss it and undermine me.
It's sad, because we heard the sound effect. That means that we knew it was sad.
No, that was not a sad. That was like, oh, that, like...
It's pretty pathetic.
It was undermining. But this is not going to go well, I don't think. And this front line... I mean, attrition's going to be... Oh, there it is. Shanxi's gone. Shanxi is completely capitulated. Now,
I don't see this as a big deal. And the reason why is that these divisions that China's got are really weak, really poor as well. It's just a stalling tactic again. It doesn't make a big difference. If you encircled a tank or a big fat artillery infantry division, okay, I'd be crying right now. I'd be in tears. I'd be flooding myself. But right now, it's not a big deal. It's just infantry.
Production's calling me Loif. I'm trying to focus on
I missed that message. What did it say?
It said, trolling Loif is our new favorite thing.
Loif.
Yeah.
That's your new name.
It was a thing on Twitter. And
Loif. Oh, right.
No, it's not. It shouldn't be. It's not. Don't. No one say it. It's not. No. Anyway, the Communist China's pushing. So that's fun.
Turkey,
Okay, I wanted to
how
draw
sweet.
attention to 2 things. Firstly, the first thing that was that. The second thing is this.
Yeah.
It does look like the French are stacking up as if to. They've left the front lines of Spain and Italy and are looking to complete head in. I don't think it's fact.
The line is extending.
I think it's extended a little bit. It's 3. The thing is here. Boyth plays Hoyt. That is cursed. God. What a miserable saying. Anyway. But this, in fact, isn't lost on the Central Powers because they are looking at setting up their own battle plans here.
Yeah.
Oh, this is... There's the tanks coming in, doing a bit of damage. Let's observe this from the winning side. It's about to be an encirclement. Get your screenshots ready for the Reddit.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I've noticed Midgeban quite oftenly posts pictures of encirclement. He likes to rate encirclements.
He does.
Yeah.
He does. It's really sad.
It's sad. It's sad.
You know, imagine he can't get his own. So.
I can't get his own, so he has to rate other people's.
Of course. You know.
Right. Okay. It's like a movie review. He's a critic. I give this one 7 out of 10. Good encirclement.
Oh, this is 7 out of 10 for you.
No, it's bad too.
Bad 2. 2 out of 10. Nothing
I
special.
need to see a big one, you know. That's what I
Yeah.
like. What makes the encirclement good for you?
What makes it good for me?
Yeah, yeah.
Multiple layers of encirclements.
Oh.
Like an encirclement within an encirclement. You know. Like if that right there had like several like layers deep, because that's what happened in real life. Encirclements weren't just like this one big circle. It was like that, and then that was cut off, and then that was also cut off, and they try and get out, and that was also cut
So
off.
they're not circles encirclements. What shape are they?
Enstraightlements.
It's in what?
Enstraightlements.
Entraitlement.
Enstraightlement. They're straight lines.
Oh.
Are the arrows and crosses manually generated by the production with a part of the Grandest LAN mod? So basically, when people, if I'd hold down like Control Alt and I were to click, I don't know if that shows up since I don't want to do it. That will like trigger like a defensive icon to flash up to people who are your allies.
I'm not sure if you can actually see because my face is in the way, but if you look at the mini-map in the bottom right, no, you can't see it. In the mini-map in the bottom right, you can actually see the icons. Now, I believe it's only people who are in your own faction can actually see those, so we're not in a faction.
So we should be fine.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But yeah, those are pings just to help coordinate, especially when you're using code.
I think one of them. I think the mini-map is locked behind a DLC, so maybe those buttons are behind a DLC. I can't.
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so. You can just control.
I'm wrong. What do you know?
Who knows?
I really don't know.
These casualties are rather similar. I imagine most, well, let's see. I want to see how many were inflicted by Switzerland. Switzerland really did not do too much in terms of casualties numbers, unfortunately. But the US has lost 213,000.
Well, what's interesting to see about this is that, remember, these manpower losses are going to hurt them achieve their initial end goal. Because remember, losing manpower.
That is very
on the
true.
field, yeah.
So, but they're the ones that declared this war.
They're hitting them. They're sitting themselves in the face. Why are you doing that? Stop it. Stop it. Get
Please,
some help.
please.
Exactly.
That is, yeah, you're absolutely right. They've lost more than they've killed, and that is really hurtful to them. Maybe, no. I was about to say maybe the other guys managed to decipher it, but there's no reason.
No big surprises here. You can see that the Germans and the Austrians and Central Powers are making developments and pushing further forward and making an initial push onto Greece. This is why you should set up fallback lines in advance over like key mountain ranges, rivers and forts, so you can pull back initial happens. As you can see, the vast majority of the army is over the eastern area right now, and if he sweeps around here and grabs this city that I can't pronounce in Greece, there'll be a massive encirclement. And he's doing exactly.
You can hear me. I take that city. That one I can't pronounce in Greece. Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, he is.
And he's going to get the one to the left of it anyway, so it's not going to matter. And to be fair, what always surprises me about Eastern Greece here, Eastern Greece, is that there's only one port here. So if you ever chop any of these segments
It's
here,
completely done.
that's it. Yeah. Oh, but then.
But the things they're in a thing with Turkey.
Oh, that's true.
So
Yeah.
they should be fine.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's totally true.
But that's not fine over
So if he was
like
smart,
Skopje with the West.
if he was smart, he would try and take this one too, because that way then it's a full encirclement, because you can't retreat, no escape, no run away. I think I always forget that sometimes. When you play against AI, they're always silly. You put them in a port, they have an opportunity to leave, they can Dunkirk it if they want to, but they choose not to. They just sit there and die, you know what I mean? But as a player, remember, you can click them, and you go like, get the hell out.
Want some advice, if you don't mind. What do you think this means? Red Baron, toy truck, deterred Gaul, Hellas Trident, Bear Eagle.
Oh my goodness.
I tried to do the whole like first letter, but it didn't work.
Yeah, I think we should abandon that.
You wanted to just click this button and never think about it again?
No, hang on. So Red Baron, Toy Truck, Gaul, Hellenist, Trident, Bear, Eagle. I'll be honest with you, it does a good job, because initial look at it, it just looks like gobbledygook.
It does. I mean, obviously there's France and Greece in there. That's an encirclement there. Ooh, that's so open.
Yeah, Greece is
Oh,
done.
that's so open. Surely they just
Guys,
march
I
in,
want
right?
you to let you know in advance to type F in the chat. Don't hit enter yet. We're not there yet, but I want to prepare you in advance.
That's it. Organize a funeral.
Oh, wow. So you're one of those people who used to be competitive MP, and you would call GG before it wasn't even over.
I'd call GG before the game
That's
started.
BM. That's BM. That's it. Bad manners, man. You'd be banned, ejected.
I will not apologize for who I am, Dave. I'd be ejected. I'm not allowed in. Well, I'm not allowed in the first place. So.
They're not hurt me though. They're not closing that port to these. But then again, they're not pulling out of it either, and this is just really silly for them. I'm surprised that USA has really poor divisions that are actually losing to the Germans. I would have thought with America's industry, they should be able
You would
to...
have been able to do it.
Yeah, really good
The interesting
divisions.
thing, for me at least, is that when Greece capitulates, that's going to a couple of issues.
Let's not look at that. Oh my goodness, let's not look at that. I'm moving here.
Desperate waiting. Toy truck equals tanks, red baron equals Germany. I mean, that could be a shout. You think that German trucks have deterred France.
Hellenus is Greece.
Greece Trident Bear Eagle. That's where I'm lost. Okay, chat, what do you think a Trident Bear Eagle is? Apart from a creature from my nightmares. I don't... Submarines. Something marine.
Submarines.
We've got 4 minutes left.
Susmarine. Marine.
We've got 4 minutes left. Should we give it, like, 4 minutes before the end, should we give a runner, because it might take us that long, to go through the objectives here?
All right, let's do them. Boom.
Okay, so. You're going to have to check this for me.
Yeah.
Has Germany got 7 million manpower, or have the German faction have 7 million manpower in the field, equipped at 40%?
I think they'll hit 1 million.
But not 7 million.
No. That's
So that's a no. Do they control any state in the African continent?
That's a straight up no.
Okay, so they've not achieved anything.
Oh,
They
such a shame too, because they're the ones that kind of did the most.
They did
fun.
something, yeah.
Yeah.
USA, Greece, Switzerland, and Turkey. Do they have a stockpile of convoys and/or trains of at least 10k? I think just look at the US.
No, it's
No,
straight up
2K?
no. They have worked towards their goal though, because they've got 3k hitting towards now, but it's nowhere near.
Well, how many
10.
trains do they have?
No, it's nothing. It's nothing.
Okay, so they've not got it,
So 10k is the minimum.
and they don't have
Yeah, bolster. No.
and they've got nothing in the Arabian Peninsula, so no one has anything in the Arabian Peninsula.
It's
Okay.
because they weren't able to justify. That's the problem. It's the democratic nations that needed to be able to do that.
France, Portugal, Netherlands, and nationalist China. Bunkers level 3 on 90% of borders with.
This one's going to be difficult to define because someone's going to have to manually count this up and count the averages. To be fair, France has really pulled their weight on this one. But I think the biggest issue is that I don't think no one else has.
I think Portugal's the biggest issue.
So let's hop on to...
Have they built anything?
Portugal.
It's more Brazil.
Oh, I get it now. They've unified, haven't they?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I don't know why my brain didn't click on with that one. Oh no.
So they have. What about Brazil?
Oh no.
They haven't built in Brazil.
Oh,
That's
so
are those their core provinces?
that counts against their average.
It has
right?
to. So they can't do it because that's their core provinces. So that's done.
Man, they beat themselves up with that. By actively forming Portugal, Brazil, they've actually hurt
Yeah,
themselves.
100%.
It's the worst United Kingdom. The worst one.
So, UK.
Yeah.
This is one that they've already got a state in.
If we clarify, this is if we...
Here we go.
Yeah.
Air Force. 100k manpower. Do they have it?
What are they doing here? Transport planes, really?
I think they have the most
they're
amount
too
of manpower, maybe?
Hang on.
They use the most amount of manpower, don't they?
Oh, that's next level.
There you go.
Wow. I never would have thought of that. Because I would have thinking about practicality of the Air Force.
Versus, let's see, Air Force. How many men does he have?
So the total manpower on the Air Force is
134. They did it.
Yeah, so they got the first one.
They got the first one and also the military one. So that's 2.
Well, if we consider that, because they own that at the start of the
It
game,
just says control.
it would just be weird.
Letter of the law.
It'd be weird if they're like, well, you didn't have to actively do anything.
We're ending
about
soon,
that.
so we need to whiz through
I'm just saying.
USSR, Communist China, Yugoslavia, and Poland build 90% of infrastructure, level 3, and 90% of your core provinces. Let's see. So,
yeah, this is a tough one to decide because someone's going to have to get out the maths brain out. And so Poland definitely has meet the minimum objective.
so is Yugoslavia.
Yugoslavia looks like they had. Oh, we can see both sides. Now, this is difficult. I would say the average is probably around 3, but it's hard to say because you can see, look, they're boosting the small ones, the ones that are in Kazakhstan.
I mean, I don't have to count it, but I probably would give it to him.
I think it's close.
All right, and then Japan, 200k manpower in the Navy.
This is a hard one because, once again, ships take a lot to build, so they're going to...
Close, but no.
No, all the other members of the faction
They don't control a state in Europe. Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Finland.
I'm just, before you move on, it doesn't even look like they're actively trying to push this one too much either.
No, it doesn't.
Were they even aware of their objectives?
Right, I think the session's coming to a close, so we need to...
Yep.
Right, here we go.
Next.
Let's leave that one for last. So Italy, Ethiopia, Spain, and Mexico, 10k of any tanks and control a state in Asia. So I don't think they control a state in Asia. Would have noticed that.
Boom, bada boom. So I don't think so. No, they're not even
Let's
made it.
just check the
Once again,
logistics.
it's just hard to fulfill these objectives because there are lack of justifications. Yeah, so we're looking at
Tanks. Stockpile.
So we'll look at we'll look at the fielded ones first.
Well, it just says in stockpile, specifically in stockpile.
They don't actually have any in stock on fielded, so that's interesting. So they have a total
15K.
15K, yeah.
Yeah, they did it. 15K, and then let's have a quick look at Ethiopia, Spain, and Mexico, because I think it's worth it.
I wonder if they've gamed this. Let's just check. They have. They heard me.
Nice.
Hi guys, how's it going?
Nice. All right, we're coming to a close. So let's
Final
figure out
one.
the other ones.
The final one is.
Well, we need to check if the other ones. I mean, we'll publish
Well, hang on.
later
What?
because they might have 20K or 40K with Spain. Just quickly check Spain for me.
Light flamer. No.
No, so it's just them. Okay, and then finally, we have Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, the Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Denmark has 1.6 million.
Nice.
Norway has 141. That's a bit low. Sweden has 1.6 million. So we're over the
3.2 right now.
Yeah, and then about just shy of 1 million for the
Oh,
Finns as well.
Norway might have just put over the edge to have all four. They're the only ones to actually get it. They're 4 million in total. 1.6, 1.7. Then the 100K and then the 700K. That'll do it.
600K, 1.6,
Yeah.
5.
That'll do it.
Yeah, you're right.
4 million. They did it.
It
They didn't
might
control
be-
the state with natural resource, but they
It's,
got 4 points
it's
for that.
close though. It's close. There might be a chance that it might be just under 4.
I look at the numbers. I think it is 4 million.
You're the
So
mathematician.
they got 4. They still get their 3 points.
Potentially-
The UK is the only one
they don't oil.
to achieve both.
What about the oil thing? I don't
They
think
did not get natural oil source.
No.
There's nothing there. But there
There you
is.
go. We've called it. The shots have been fired.
go.
And I think that pause is to conclude
That's
this
the session.
campaign.
But that's not all we have for today. Later on, we're going to be going through ethical warfare. It's going to be split into 2
Oh.
sessions.
As
think
as this has gone on
that's it.
longer and longer, I've slid in more and more.
Your
damage.
posters failed more and more, huh?
Get up, Dave. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
All right,
So-
so that's the first session, the first game of today done. We're going to go off and do some activities now. There'll
So-
be some stuff with developers later, so make sure to get your questions in, whether it's on DLCs, nations, whatever you'd like, and we'll be back later on.
Maybe what might happen is later on after this, we might find out who actually is the winner, because there was a lot of counting
we will.
required for these specific
We will.
rules. So we can't conclude who the winner is, but it does look, just by fudging the numbers right now, that the winner
Nordics.
is the Nordics, yeah. Dangus, Mimikus, which we think was on Finland. But that was just a hunch.
We'll hear it before
we
next
fudged
time.
some numbers
We'll absolutely
anyway.
hear it before next time.
That's it,
Fantastic.
guys. We're going to run some ads right now. I think the stream is going to end on, and then we'll move on to the next scenario, which
right.
might be concluding.
And we're going to be
in-
casting that as well.
Are we?
We're split with the others, yeah.
All right.
Absolutely. So we'll
Oh,
be back
okay.
soon.
Yeah, that's awesome. So you might see our faces again, or maybe not. We'll see.
The world remains at war. Despite my efforts, Italy's conquest continues. The troops are engaging the Allied forces on multiple fronts. The Ethiopian military continues to hold the invasion at bay.
Ever since the Germans flooded our streets, they saw a feeble nation. The enemy continues to mercilessly crush our resistance, but I see hope. Hope in securing international trade with Sweden. You must find your courage. We are the land of the midnight sun. We will rise anew.
Content designer.
And I'm Robert, I'm a programmer.
And we're devs, and we're gonna react to stuff. That's the whole map in CK3.
Actually,
Yeah.
that is amazing.
I would love to see like a game on this. Like I want to see like, okay, who wins if they were medieval kingdoms?
I wonder what are the difference between those countries actually.
Well, for one, they don't have military factories.
Okay.
Steam community, this is a mod. Oh yes, they made this. They made it, they did
Okay,
it. And
okay.
that's Wojtek.
That is actually good.
It's a lot of work, man.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your wasting of time.
I can certainly feel the pain. It's not even funny. It's like it's a very sad video, I think.
I think I prefer making achievements than actually getting them, to be honest.
Yeah. So you like to create challenge for
Yeah.
for people.
Yeah, and like I guess they were playing Switzerland, so my assumption is they were trying to get one of the Swiss cheese achievements, maybe. A small DC Comics Gotham City.
Okay, well.
Baltimore Metropolis, yes.
That is actually good.
So, I could be mistaken, but it's supposedly Gotham City. You could see Gotham City from Metropolis and vice versa. So it would actually occupy, I guess, two provinces, maybe. But that's great.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
War chess.
Okay.
So this opens a window where you play chess.
In the game, so it's a mod.
My question is, how does the AI do? Like, do they have AI will do for every single movement? Start a game of chess alone. Enter the chess pool.
So by chess alone.
By chess alone. Can we play this?
Can we play this? Can we play this live? Can we have a live stream of
I'm gonna subscribe.
Yeah.
I don't have an account. Oh no.
Let's play it.
This is what? I want to play this.
I had no idea our scripting language was that powerful.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it's powerful. It's an
old man.
Yeah, he's a streamer. Look at him.
Oh, nice. That's so wholesome.
Yeah,
It's
that's very nice. Actually,
I'm sorry for any bugs you might have, Mr. I don't know who he is, but I mean, you never know.
look at this. He's actually 30, but playing Hoi does this to people.
Hearts of Iron 4, not even once. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah.
Well.
How did this happen?
How did this happen? Yeah.
Germany conquered the Raj.
Okay.
Right, the British Raj, which is now the German Raj.
And it became a German Raj.
No. Yeah, exactly. It became German Raj, and then Germany just granted Poland to the Raj. So yeah, that's what happened. We solved the case.
I would assume that it's just a focus tree branch because we have like huge focus trees in our game, and I think they just like include every possible scenario.
Yes. We think of everything.
Yeah.
We fix everything.
Basically everything that happens in the game is scripted.
Yeah. We made the German Raj. Actually, you don't need to talk about it. It's okay.
Yeah.
I want to see it again. World of Blaze.
Oh wow.
World of Blaze is an ongoing project to completely overhaul Hearts of Iron 4 to become more challenging, historical, and exciting to play. Oh, that's a lot of guns.
Okay.
Oh no.
So it's expanded tech tree, basically.
Yeah. So that's a lot of... Hey, buddy, that's a lot of text. Oh, what's Division Designer? Okay, yeah. Okay, adds colors, I guess. Oh, that's a lot more stats. You sickos. Don't you have enough stats already? We've given you so many stats. So many stats. Do you need more stats? It's okay.
No, I mean, Carlos, as a content designer, I think you should have some appreciation for that. It's more content, right?
No numbers. No, I don't like numbers. I like text. Give me dialogues.
I think this mod is crazy. Like,
each nation has a customized tech tree containing all the historical equipment they built and produced during the game's time frame.
So basically, each country has its own tech tree.
Fair play, that's a lot of work. For me, yeah, that is true. Chad Bulgarian joy here. And that's all we have for today. Keep sending us stuff. Like, we'll look at it and we'll complain and critique them. We're good at that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're the best.
Yeah.
I'm Marie. You might recognize me from the April Fool's video we made on Hearts of Iron. I'm also probably recognizable from the loading screens I've been doing for By Blood Alone and No Step Back. Today, we're gonna look at how to make a portrait. We know that you fans have been asking a lot of these questions, how to make them. So now we're gonna show you how to do them. Well, why game art in general? I always wanted to make art for games. and I always wanted to make concept art, but the industry is pretty intense. I studied concept art here in Stockholm, and when I graduated from the concept art school, I was obviously looking for concept art jobs, but I had trouble finding those types of jobs. There's such high competition in Stockholm especially, and so I branched out, and I saw that Paradox were hiring UI artists. And I was like, let's go. And I actually got the job for U4. So I actually started outside of Hearts of Iron. So that's my gateway to Paradox. And Hearts of Iron comes half a year later when we finish up U4, ship it to Tinto, and then during the pandemic, I am the new artist on Hearts of Iron. So it was a very fun and wild ride, because even if Paradox wasn't new for me as an artist, the team was completely new. So it felt like starting over. How long have I been here now? 3 years? I think it is 3 years. Yeah, in April, I don't even know how old I am. From 2019. Yeah, 3 years. Oh my god, I'm celebrating 3 years on Hearts of Iron. I've been there so long. I work with the other Hearts of Iron developers pretty closely, at least with content design. I try to talk to them daily, very regularly, but we bounce ideas back and forth a lot. They obviously have a vision of what they want from me, icon-wise. If I have questions, I will obviously go ask them. And then just to don't have miscommunication or assumptions of what will be happening. But they do post their vision, and my job is to make their vision come true. I love to bother them and talk to them a lot. And post work in progress or like versions of one icon just to see, is this what you had in mind? But having a very open communication of what's going on. So content designers will most likely be the ones that I work closest with. My favorite art asset that I worked on is probably my first loading screen for No Stop Back, because it has horses. It was the single-handed most intricate art piece I've done ever. And I said, sure, let's go. Because they had the vision of the Polish cavalry charging German troops for the battle for Krianti. And I was like, sure, let's do it. And then when I sketched it up, I was like, wow, I probably took on more than I could chew. Crying, sweating, throwing up. How am I supposed to fix this? But it was a battle. But even if it was a battle for me, it was a battle I won, because I still love it today, and that's very uncommon for artists to continue loving their art. For me, it's when I've seen a piece for too long, I usually start to like, okay, I'm over it. But the loading screen for No Step Back is still something I can look back at and be proud of. I'm using Photoshop and also a Wacom Pro drawing tablet. When it comes to portraits, we do need to, is it the correct person? Is the time period accurate? Like, is he supposed to be this old, young? Like, is it the correct time? And then when we know these things, we usually also, if it's a uniform or something, we want to have the reference for the uniform colors. And also correct insignias or whatever they have on them, if it's that type of uniform. But the process is, we have the portrait, cut him out, and then start to remove artifacts, such as like from confirmations of the image. That's the longest process, because it takes a lot of time and effort to make him look still like himself or herself, because you do need to smoothen out without removing personality from the face. It takes a lot of practice. You usually don't do it right the first time. You probably will do it right after 50, 100 times. So it's just continue practicing faces, structure of the human anatomy are very good to have here as a knowledge base in the back of your head. This process, as shown on the speed draw, most likely just 3 hours of me smudging out artifacts, repainting facial features such as wrinkles or like something in the eyes, most likely wrinkles. So the things that we usually have here are that we focus on to keep likeness: eyes, nose, mouth, ear. And you just keep on doing that. As I said, it's 3 hours, give or take, of me smudging and repainting, smudging and repainting, and testing stuff out, essentially. So a lot of layers going off and on. This was the video for showing you how to make a Hoi portrait. And in the future, we're looking to maybe showing you how to make and how to think when creating a loading screen for Hearts of Iron. And if you have any more ideas, please let us know in the comments. And hopefully we'll see each other soon again.
The DLC is called Arms Against Tyranny, and the action takes place somewhere in between the Nordic countries. Säkkijärven polka was written back in the 1920s, and it made a huge impact on the continuation war, as the Finns were using the song to jam the frequencies of the Soviet army's minefields. This one is upbeat and happy, but it still has that kind of dark vibe to it.
Almost joyful, very easy to hum along. And we also added some orchestral elements to make it more bombastic.
Yeah, and I really believe that this upbeat song will motivate the gamer. And I want the gamer to feel the tension.
I don't know whether it's the rhythms or the instruments or everything combined. The melody gets stuck in your head very easily. It sounds as Finnish as it gets, exactly.
God, I'm snivelling so much. It doesn't help by the fact that I have a bit of a blocked nose. Hello, welcome to Hot Ones, or should I say, Hoi Ones. This is the interview with Hot Wings and even hotter devs. Today with me, I've got Jean, QA on Hearts of Iron. I'm your host, Bradley, game designer on Hearts of Iron, and today we've got some exceptionally hot sauces to down. How are you with spicy food?
I mean, here's the thing, right? You always think you're good with it, right? So I'd like to think that this is gonna go fine, but
yeah, you got a nice mix of like French and Swedish, so I think you got like a good pedigree right there for like pepper. First one, the Hot Ones Classic. It's pretty tangy. It's pretty good.
that's nice. That's real nice.
What's your origin story? Where you come from? How did you end up at Paradox?
I was studying for God knows how many years in uni. So I got a bachelor's degree in social anthropology. Great for game dev, right?
I mean, you understand people.
Yeah, and then I'll look at bugs all day. Didn't find anyone who would hire a social anthropologist.
There's not many social anthropology factories going on.
No, unfortunately not. Then I saw that there was like an application for a QA tester. Don't tell my boss this, but I didn't know like half what was written on that application, but like I said like, well, I'll just apply and we'll see what happens.
I mean, fake it till you make it, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and you made it.
I know I've been here for like a year and a half.
Okay, so next up, Tropicante. Tell me about a day in the life of a QA.
You have a morning sick. We always have that in morning where we just talk what broke yesterday, what we're about to break, stuff like that. And then you just get into it. Usually we have what we call test plans, where it's like, do these things. Just go through it and see if something breaks.
How about community bugs?
I mean, we really appreciate you guys like sending stuff in and verifying that. The more we have in our database, the more we know of stuff, the better, right? It's like...
So you're always fixing those community bugs whenever you can, and they come to you and stuff like that.
Yeah. Exactly.
This one's pretty nice. It's got a cat on it. Picarico. You feeling good so far?
I mean, this is number 3, right?
Yeah.
Like, if this was number 7, I feel like the cat would be very disingenuous.
What's one of the most challenging things you've had to do as a QA?
I think the most hard thing is when you have like a random bug. Like it's something you have to figure out. Like, so we do this thing called repro, and that's everything, right? We need to figure out like, how does the bug happen? So usually you need to figure out like, how do you make that bug happen? So we can check afterwards, is it gone? And sometimes you have like really weird like repro steps. And it's like, I've seriously like restarted the game continuously non-stop for a week to find something. And it's like, that's just pain.
So it's almost like a mental challenge, not a...
Exactly.
It's not like you're having to be like technically looking at code as much, but also like you're having to like go through a long period of testing the same thing over and over and over again, even though you know, already bug testing takes that technical understanding, but sometimes it's mental as much as...
Exactly. And I mean, it's that thing, right, where it's like, I've been doing this non-stop for 2 days, and you think you figured it out, and it's like, and then you tweak it a bit, and it still happens, and you're like, well, here's another day of doing the same thing.
So, Los Calientes, barbacoa, nice little bit of Mexican spice in there, mixing it up from the fruity tangs. You still feel confident?
Oh yeah. No, so far so good.
I haven't asked you yet. Wings or drums? So we've had 3 drums and now a wing.
I mean, I'm gonna go with the drums just for simplicity's sake.
What makes a good QA? You work with lots of good QAs.
I work with lots of good QAs. 2 things, thoroughness and curiosity, right? How do you figure out every part of a game? Because that's what we're supposed to test, right? And like figuring out different ways of doing things and just being like, heck, if I do this, what happens then? So I think like that's part of like creativity, curiosity type of thing, where you just go like, can I take this further? And then thoroughness, like check everything. I mean, like,
no stone unturned.
No stone unturned, just go for it.
Szechuan gold.
This is like a pure oil type.
Yeah, it's like a chili oil.
Yeah. No, I'm a big fan of like Szechuan food. Actually been once, so... Could have taken the easy road out and not bit off the side that was towards the plate, where all the oil accumulated.
We're reaching the first kind of peak of flavour. Yeah, always good. Make sure you hands away from face.
That's true, yeah.
You said in your origin story, you're fairly unknown to the games industry as a piece of work before you came here. You didn't study anything to do with games.
Yeah.
What surprised you the most once you actually got in here? What was the thing that you didn't realize or think that the game industry would have or be like?
As I said, like, this is my first job in the games industry, right? So like, what I think the games industry is Paradox, right? So this might be more on a studio level, but or studio company level, right? But I think it's like the openness we have here of like taking in different like perspectives and taking in perspectives from people who have different disciplines. Because I mean, like, okay, let's be frank, right? The things you hear about QA in the games industry usually isn't that like uplifting, but I feel like coming into Paradox and the games industry, like, we're super appreciated. And that's really, like, that is what makes my day, right? It's like, your input is valued.
So, Lengua de Fuego. Nice one from Honduras. Tongue of Fire. How's your tongue doing?
Oh, it's doing fine, actually. This is going great.
Maybe that's a false sense of security.
No, it absolutely is. It's like, I say it now.
Obviously, with World War II as a theme for Hearts of Iron, you get to learn a lot about it. You're immersed in it every day of your work. So what's your favorite bit of history or trivia that you've gained since you started working on Hearts of Iron?
I learned a lot of things about Switzerland, I think. It's like this whole spy thing that was going around in Switzerland. Because I mean, like, personally, when I play Hoi, I like to play smaller nations that I don't know that much about. So for example, like, I enjoyed a lot about Ethiopia, for example, playing Ethiopia, because like, it's usually a subject treated as like, well, it happened, it was over quickly. But I think like learning a bunch about what was happening in Switzerland during the war, I know that's a cop-out also, because I'm not talking about the war, or they weren't in the war, but yeah.
I mean, it's World War II history, right?
Exactly.
It's from the period. They were involved in a small way.
Yeah.
It's still a story. Yeah. Every country's got a story to tell at every point. It doesn't matter. Honduras, even the hot sauce we had a war in there with one of their neighbors, I believe.
Oh, really?
So that's a bit of trivia that I know. I may be wrong. It's definitely one of those really small countries in Central America. They had a small war, but like it gets like hidden underneath all of the all of the big stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Cosmic Disco, 4 to go. You feeling confident still?
Yeah. No, this is going great.
This is when it starts ramping up again.
Yeah.
We've been in the calm for a little bit.
It's always funny that like you're waiting for it and it comes slowly. Yeah, this one came slowly, but it's increasing in intensity.
Some of them creep.
Oh god, yeah.
Some of them creep. Getting a little bit back to games.
Yeah.
What are you playing right now? And what's your history with gaming?
I mean, I've been playing since I was, well, since the Windows 95 days, right? So
quite a while.
Yeah. And like most of the games I've been playing is like strategy games. Huge like city builder nerd when like really small. So doing like the historical ones, Caesar, Emperor Rise of the Middle Kingdom.
So, Pharaohs maybe?
Actually never. Like
you never
huge,
played Pharaohs?
No. Like huge like ancient Egypt like buff. But I never played Pharaoh, which is weird. I don't know how that happened. But what I'm playing right now is actually Vicky 3. No. Like Vicky 3, yeah, no, it's starting slowly. No.
Hit the water if you need it.
We're good, we're good. No, because like I'm a huge Vicky 2 nerd. But I tend to easily get fixated on one thing. I think this is just QA trait, but like you get fixated on one country and then you just like replay it and try to effectivize, do it better.
So you're like an efficient style gamer. You want to like,
yeah.
You pick a country, you learn how to master it, and then you
exactly min-max
dominate
to min-max to the maximum.
I guess that's a very QA.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, how can I break this? It's like, how can I exploit and break this?
The bomb.
Yes.
The notorious one. Described as tasting like battery acid. Still going right in for it. I'm not going to let it beat you.
No, it's more of like I'm thinking, the longer I'm chewing it, like the longer I'm eating it, the worse it's going to get. Like I realize that I'm unconsciously starting to eat this faster. It's like, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be fine.
You just get it through. 2 more to go.
Yeah.
That's all we have to do. And then you can go take whatever meditative process you need to get through this. Harking back a bit to now, you've worked in the games industry. You now know you've got a history of games. How has your view of the way communities interact with games.
Yeah.
Like Reddit and YouTube comments, Steam, all of that. How do you feel that has changed since you've kind of got this inside understanding of like the way we work?
I think a lot of that is understanding that devs listen more to community than you often think. It's like, I mean, this depends on the game, right? On the game community, but sorry, feeling it. But it's very much that thing of like, even if you don't have devs that are super out there and like having conversations with people actively, you start to realize that they see it. Like if you make a post on Reddit or a Steam review or something like that, they will see it. I have a Kickstarter, not a Kickstarter actually, but like a project I'm looking very much into, like an indie project, and the guy is, because it's one guy, is like kind of getting pushed to release because people are hyped about it, and that makes sense. Like totally, I get that. I mean, I want him to release, but it's like that thing of like, now you understand what the pressure is on the person, right? It's not just
you understand the technical process. Yeah. God, I'm sniveling so much. It doesn't help by the fact that I had a bit of a blocked nose. Second from last, Unique Garlic. I believe it's named like that so that they don't get sued by Big Garlic.
The fear of when you're eating these, and you're like, you're just waiting for it, is palpable.
Really bringing the tension of Hearts of Iron to your mouth.
Exactly.
I have a picture for you. Please explain this photograph of yours.
First of all, you're holding it upside down.
Oh, sorry. Why is there a macaroon flying through glass?
So this is an expression of the futility of modern consumers. No, actually, I do some stuff in Blender, and I was following a tutorial. Like, this is classic thing, right? You're like trying to learn Blender. You find a tutorial, and I found a tutorial with a bullet flying through a window. I thought, hey, that's been done before. That's boring. Let's find the most like inoffensively little small meek thing that could fly through a window. And I don't like macarons.
So now we've established some of your interest in photography. Where does it come from? What do you like doing? You know, what do you do now with photography as a hobbyist?
Like, actually, it's similar to, or I should put it like this. It comes from my parents. Like, my parents always took pictures and were super big into photography with, well, this was film camera. Yes, I'm that old. And basically, like, I grew up around them, going around taking pictures while we were traveling and stuff like that. Bored out of my mind because 5-year-old Sean doesn't want to look at some pretty big building that mom and pop thinks is nice to taking pictures of. He wants to go to the Lego store or something else.
Do you have like a favorite thing or a place that you're like really proud of?
I think like my favorite photo is actually of taken out of an airplane window, flying from Nice with my father. So I'm French on my mother's side, but my father and I went to Nice for a week, just the two of us, and flying back, we flew over Switzerland, and we took a picture, and I took a picture of Matterhorn out of the window. So I have and like it cleaned up great in editing. So
even when you're on your downtime, you still got that photo mind going on, and you see like a spot, and you're like, I gotta take this now. We're on to the last sauce. It's Hot Ones Apollo, made with Pepper X, over 3 million Scoville, the hottest hot sauce in the world. It's time to do it. It's the last dab. Let's get it done.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
I'm actually feeling pretty good, actually.
Yeah? How are you feeling about this one?
I'm a bit scared. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Like,
a little bit hotter than your average chili in Sweden.
Yeah. I mean, we don't do spicy.
Yeah. We're going for a brave double drop.
Yeah. Okay, that's a small one.
So
get your cap as well.
We'll pour to meet you. So,
all right.
The last one. We're gonna touch wings.
Yeah.
Cheers. Cheers. It's a slow burner. I mean, it's come in.
I'm expecting my
So-
evening to be destroyed now.
You've gone through the 10 wings. You've answered all the questions.
Yeah.
You've mastered QA at Hoy. And now it's on to you. There's a camera there. There's a camera there. 30 seconds. All yours.
Hey kids, if I can do it, you can do it. Always remember, there's someone in the world that can't do it the same way that you can. Also, the people that are seeing you don't know what you can actually do, so you can actually fake it till you make it. Seriously kids, I'm here. I have no idea how I got there. But it could work for you as well.
You've come into Hot Ones or Hoyt Ones. We'll see you next time. Whew. That one wasn't actually as bad.
No, I can't expect it to be worse.
Yeah.
My name is Philip Wereborn and I'm one of the composers for Arms Against Tyranny.
My name is Andreas Walletoft. I'm one of the composers for Arms Against Tyranny.
We are here at the Smeky Studios in Prague recording the new score. I think nothing really changed during the process more than that it's amazing to be here and have the music you've been working on for a few weeks really come to life.
Short and sweet, right? I'm always short and sweet. I really hope that the gamers feel the music portraying the uncertainty in Scandinavia under this difficult time in World War II. But we also wanted to portray hope in Scandinavia.
It's raining, it's miserable, but they have a beer and they have a stuff.
We also try to distinguish the different countries by adding a few different instruments sometimes.
Norway should have some hardanger fiddle, Sweden should have some nyckelharpa. Thank you guys for playing our games. I hope you will like this expansion.
And I also hope that the music and the game itself can give you a moment to reflect on history.
I'm Daniel, and I'm a content designer for Hearts of Iron 4. You might know me from my other Stiff videos when I've talked about the alt-fascist branches for Italy, and I'm currently trash-talking, working with the Danish focus tree. Not trash-talking, not bashing Danes. I love Danes. Hearts of Iron is an interesting period in human history with major events and ramifications that we're still feeling today. And working with Hearts of Iron means that you not only get to do events. A lot of other Paradox games revolves around events and stuff like that. We do have that, and that's a lot of fun to do. But a major draw for me, for specifically Hearts of Iron, is the focus trees. You can create this sort of narrative through the different focuses. Yeah. I'm too dumb to do code. So I'm sticking to scripting. Content is perfect for me in that sense that it allows me to create stories. It's been a narrative around events that have had major ramifications for the world we're living in today, that you can create this really fascinating narrative in a really fascinating period of our history. Game development in general means collaborations, because very few people manage to do a game by themselves. And I love working with other people. I have to request art from our amazing art department, 3D, 2D art, and you can spitball ideas with them. I have a rough idea of what I want. I can come to them with that rough idea and then just polish that and just deliver amazing stuff. I also have to be in contact with coders if I want a new feature or I want to change a mechanic or something in the game to fit the narrative I want to tell. I also get to work with other amazing content designers. So it's always this back and forth collaboration. And just that back and forth is why game development is so much fun. Making a focus tree for Hearts of Iron actually takes a lot of time and effort. Usually we'll know what we're going to work with even before the latest DLC is finished. We'll have a rough idea of what countries we're going to work with, what new mechanics we're going to implement and stuff like that. And once we've launched our latest DLC, we're going to start researching the country we're going to work with, finding out what the country was up to before World War II and during World War II. We really need to have a good picture of what was going on in the country. And once we've done our research, it's time to sketch out a high-level design. And that's when you start to really carve out what the country is going to be in the game later on. After the high-level design, you can really start to lay out the rough shapes of a focus tree, the different branches, what you want to implement, and you can start thinking of individual focuses, create this narrative that's going to run through each branch. And once this is done, once you have a pretty good, solid idea of what the focus tree is going to look like, you start implementing that. So you work one branch at a time, make that as polished as possible before moving on to the next branch. We're always trying to refine our process in how we're implementing the focus tree, how we're giving each other feedback, how we're working, always trying to refine, improve this process. And yeah, that's basically it. You're starting implementing the focus tree, the individual focuses with all the modifiers, effects, and everything like that. You start getting feedback from QA and other designers, always refining, always polishing, balancing the focus tree so it feels good to play. And then when it's time to launch the game, you just hold on tight and hope for the best. Yeah, that's basically it. How you design a focus tree for Hearts of Iron 4. Thank you for watching how to make your own focus tree for Hearts of Iron 4. What part of the game development would you like to see more of? Do you want to see more of how programmers work, how art works, how the UX designer is working? Do you want to hear more from other content designers? Do you want to hear from our community manager? Let us know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I don't know if we do that. Do we subscribe?
My God, like the entirety of like my mouth right now is like.
Hello and welcome to Hoyt Ones. You know the deal. We've got 10 wings, 10 hot sauces, 10 questions, but only one feedback gaming. Welcome to the show. So, you feeling good? How are you normally with spicy food? You feeling
amazing.
Confident?
Usually always go for the hottest at Nando's.
Okay, you're an extra hot guy.
Yeah, exactly.
The black flag.
What's the rule with the water? Are we going sipping as we go? Or?
We can have it as much as we want.
You know what? This is going to be my first, and this is going to be my last sip.
Start with one little bit of water. With that, we can get on to our first sauce, the Classico. It's pretty mild, it's like your normal table sauce of a hot sauce. So let's get into it and have our first wing.
A little nibble? Are we doing a big wholesome bite?
You can eat as much as you want.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It's up to you.
Wow, what is that like? Oh wow, okay, I was expecting something really tame to begin with. I was expecting like a sriracha kind of sauce, but there's actually kind of a little bit tingle on the back end.
So, what's your origin story? Where'd you come from? How did you become feedback gaming?
Wow, this is a popular one. So, feedback gaming, the name itself, comes from one of the spells in a game called StarCraft. Are you familiar with it?
I'm actually not a StarCraft player.
Ah,
I've played
okay.
a lot of RTS, but not StarCraft.
In a weird way, this is good because beginnings of real-time strategy was my thing, and StarCraft 2 was something I tried to play kind of semi-competitive, grinding the ladders. And I was a big fan of another streamer, and I remember he made a big mistake in the game because he was waiting for a spell called Cyanic Storm, and I told him like, well, just use feedback instead, which is one of the other spells, because it's not as effective in the scenario used. And I remember the chat all turned on me, the stream all turned on me, and they made all these little memes as well, like memes back in the day. Obviously, this was about maybe about 8 years ago. I started in 2012, and yeah, and it really stuck. And I was like, feedback. And feedback was already taken, so I went with feedback gaming. And then before you know it stuck. It felt like a proper name, but before it was just the Dave and a bunch of numbers. You know.
Was it full time straight away, or?
No, I set myself a challenge of 52 games in 52 weeks in 2012. It was the 1st of October 2012. So this year will be the 11th anniversary of my brand, you could say. And yeah, I said, you know, like at the moment, they're all doing those A to Z challenges they make, which is like you commit to playing a set number of games, which that's what kind of the 52 weeks challenge was, 52 games, 52 weeks, and see how far I got. Because the idea was I was trying to become a full-time Twitch streamer. Surprisingly, I kept going afterwards, but then it was like YouTube and the release of Hoi that I finally found my feet in my home, you know?
Really found your feet early in the game and still here.
It's funny because I wasn't prepared for this release. I didn't even know it was coming out, Hoi 4. I didn't even know. I mean, I played an absolute ton of Hoi 2 back in the day. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh, they're making a sequel on the back of the sequel, the one I didn't play before. And I played it and I was like, hey, this is pretty cool. And then recorded a few videos and out of the blue, like, they got views.
It was magic.
I don't know, no, it really was magic. It really was, because I didn't expect to get a following from it. It was just a little bit of a side project on top of my full-time job, you know?
We got Tropicante. Starting to heat up a little bit, with baby steps at the start, nothing too rash. Quite a tropical, as Tropicante implies, flavor profile on this.
I love the color.
So, let's get into it.
This is definitely the prettiest one of all of them. They've all got like orangey red hues, but this is the first yellow one. And look at the fruit on the front as well.
Maybe lulling you into a false sense of security.
Oh, okay.
It's nice.
A bit of foreshadowing there. Oh, damn, that's good. Oh, yeah, no, that was, oh my God, that was class. Why wasn't that one first?
What else? What else are you playing right now? And is it part of a line of long set of types of games you've been playing? Are you still playing RTS?
No, you know what's funny is I don't actually touch RTS much anymore. I think the problem is when I was at the height of RTS with the Blizzard games and the Command & Conquers, that's when I played it and I played absolutely nothing else. But now I feel like I've returned, oh man, I'm going back to my roots again because I played a lot of Baldur's Gate 2 and then 3's come out now and I'm playing that and surprisingly I'm enjoying it as well. And then there's Starfield as well, which I'm dipping into, and I played a lot of the old Bethesda FPSs. So it's kind of interesting, a nostalgia trip on repeat, and it's a reflection of the games community. They love nostalgia, don't they?
Does that make your life as a content creator easier? Like you know, when you've got these kind of nostalgia things, because you know people are gonna like it, but you also get to play something that kind of is that nostalgia. Does that get in the way, or does it make it better?
I think it mostly gets in the way. I think a lot of the time I play this and I enjoy it, but then deep down in my heart, I'm like, I don't think my core audience is going to be into this. I don't mind giving it a try though. I think one thing a lot of content creators fall into is they get terrified of this idea of like, what if I make some of the content that's not going to get views? It's almost like the dashboard is what terrifies them, not the actual response from the fans. And I don't think there's much to lose, you know. You make that content, it's a bit different, it's a bit unusual. Maybe your audience don't like it, but who cares? Just move on, plow.
So you're feeling a little bit like tied to like watching the line of viewers go up and...
I think I used to, but I think generally among content creators, that's what they do. That top 10 list is like literally paralysis, you know? But for me, I don't care as much as I used to. I'm kind of a lot happier than to have a video that bombs and I felt like I put my heart into it, like a piece of art I've created, you know?
That's a really humble thing to say. Like but that's nice.
Thank you.
It's a nice thing to be able to like, you know, sit there and go, you know what? We're not going to just chase that thing, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna have fun while we're doing it. We'll move on to our next source.
Oh, I think this is my favorite.
So, Picorico, a common favorite among people who try this out of the whole lineup. So I think you're going to enjoy this one. It's another gradual step up. They claim 3 flames. Welcome to TV magic.
Oh man. This is just a tease, isn't it? The first few are teasers.
A lot of people say like they're lulling you into this false sense of security.
Oh, okay. Ooh, hang on. Well, that was a creeper, wasn't it?
Yeah. Some of them affect different parts of the mouth. So some people say like, oh, that one's right at the front or it's right at the back. And they've all got kind of this different personality to them.
The chilly personality.
So, you've been a streamer since you say 12, coming on 11 years. What was it about being a full-time streamer and content creator that's kind of surprised you the most over the years?
What jumps into my head is the rise of IRL streaming. I suppose that when we look back on like reality TV sheet, we look at like the rise of Big Brother, and I think everyone was caught off guard with that, thinking, wow, why would someone just watch someone go about their daily lives inside of their house? That seems kind of boring. However, this TV was massive. But then on Twitch, I think it was about 2017, 2018 when they allowed it, because before then it was just gaming content. In fact, it was worse than Big Brother, because it wasn't even a highlights reel. It was just raw, uncut, people walking around with a camera. But this stuff was massive, exploded. That really did blow me away. I didn't think IRL streaming was going to be as good. We thought it was going to be another gimmick.
Move on to the next one.
Yeah.
Right, this is my favorite. Los Calientes barbacoa.
Yep.
And Mexican barbecue style sauce. We're starting to get into the danger zone now.
Initially, when it hits the tongue, it's like so unbelievably sweet. And I think that's the biggest red herring, you know? This idea, this isn't a hot sauce. Oh, this is just a pleasant sweet sauce, and these are barbecue wings. Nope.
Are you a wings or a drum man?
Wow. Wings or drum? I think it's based on mood, you know, because there's something about wings that's awesome, because like there's a bit of a technique, you can like slide them off the bone, and it's kind of fun. It's like opening pistachio nuts, you know what I mean? But then the drums, like, it's like slightly more easy mode, you know, but then, oh, that's a hard one. I think I'm slightly more towards wings, because that's traditionally like associated with like hot sauce and and ET hot stuff, you know?
So for you, we okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Just clearing my throat.
So, roughly, when you're making a video, how long does it take to go from nothing to something? And what's the longest you've ever spent on that kind of thing?
Oh, wow, that is a good question, because straight away, the longest video pops into my head immediately. I like to pride myself on like not only min-maxing in Hoi, but also min-maxing in like Adobe Premiere, you know? And I think there's like so many, oh wow, this is gonna come on to a fun thing, shortcuts in Premiere that I really enjoy to speed up the production process. So on average, when I'm killing the video and recording it, so it's gonna be an average of 2 to 3 hours to record, then another 2 hours, potentially 3 hours in Premiere, and then the thumbnail. So we'll say probably on average video is about 7 hours, I'll say. The longest video I ever had was my most successful video, and that was my 30 minutes of hell video. It's pretty rare you get to say that on YouTube. A lot of time YouTubers always go, oh, this video did really well, and I really don't know why I did well. I didn't really put a lot of effort into it, but suddenly it blew up. This was the exact opposite. This was like, I put the graft into it, and I got the reward, so it turned out okay in the end. I think sometimes, this applies to everything in life. Oh, there we go. When you do something and you are enjoying it and you're having fun, like everyone around you can see it and they can feel the energy, they can feel the passion. And I think genuinely when I was doing that, I was just a little kid, you know, and I was like, oh, I'm having a really good time. And I think they probably watched it and they probably thought the same thing. It's like, wow, this is actually really cool what he's doing. And it's kind of fun to watch.
You gotta have fun and the audience will have fun.
That's it. Oh my God, are we having fun right now?
I hope so.
Next.
Next sauce. Szechuan Gold, bit of a different one, this one. It's like a chili oil as opposed to a chili sauce. Gives it a bit of an interesting mouthfeel. So this one's a bit of a builder. You're gonna feel it a little bit around your mouth.
Yeah, not my favorite.
But it's not gonna.
No.
It's got that Oriental feel to it. And then after this, we start getting into the real heat.
Yeah. I'm not sure about Ireland. I think we started now.
Okay.
I think we're revving now. I think we've moved a few gears.
I want to get on to a possibly contentious topic.
Oh boy.
But not about you. Just it's in general. Your experiences of dealing with the YouTube algorithm and the nature of the content that you deal with. It's a very common thing, people that deal with World War II and warfare, that the YouTube algorithm can be something that that at the whim of YouTube can really hit you, or sometimes elevate you. How has that been for you over this time? Have you ever experienced or known people where this has hit them, and how do you deal with it? Not just with YouTube, but like as a creator, how do you keep going when that hits?
Oh, that's a good question. You're really good with these questions. No, that's a good question because my answer is super short, personally. Initially, I cared a lot. I looked at my peers and I was always competing. But then I reached a kind of like a point where I was like, you know what, I'm doing okay and I'm doing all right and I'm kind of happy where I am, even if I don't necessarily get crazy success, or I guess I want to stay somewhere in the middle, not die off completely. When it comes to the content creators, yeah, I think a lot of the time the success is a massive inducer of anxiety. And you know what, if it is the crux to your success, it's probably for the best you dial it down. And like, here's a piece of advice, maybe a little bit controversial advice. Ooh, mute your competitors on Twitter. You follow them, you show that you genuinely are friends, you're connected with them, but it's not going to be good for the noggin when they're constantly appearing and releasing their new videos, and then you have to dig into their analytics, dig into their numbers, and then play with your head a little bit. It's just not healthy for you in the long run.
I like this one. I think my favorite one, though, is...
I thought that was going to be a running joke. You've said three is your favorite so far.
Okay, Lengua de Fuego. The Tongue of Fire, also known as the Turmeric Bomb. There it is.
The initial flavors are so good. I love that. I love the taste of turmeric. I love the taste of it. And then right on the back end, it's like, hello. Hello. Oh, there we go.
It's gonna keep
right
building.
there.
It's gonna keep building.
Some of them are lips, some of them are tongue, and that one's right there in the throat. Oh yeah, right in the throat.
Previously, you've spoken to other people about things like body weight.
Body weight?
Like staying healthy.
Right.
Not, you know, you're in a chair all day. You know, your job requires you to do that, and I know a lot of content creators have talked about mental and health, and the effects of it. How do you deal with those things personally? Like how do you make sure you don't stay sane?
I think you hit it on the head with body weight, actually, because I knew I was going to do this. I lost 10 pounds for this.
Wow.
Kid you not? No, I did. Only time in my entire life I've been motivated to lose weight. No, when I'm going to be on camera. I'm like, oh no, I don't want to look a mess. Oh, mental health. I'll tell you what, walking, this is old man talking here. Walking has been the biggest thing for me. I'm like a smartwatch, getting 10K steps in, try and get it consistently every single day. And usually when you're on your walk, you can kind of like, it's almost like a little bit like meditation in a way. You can kind of collect your thoughts, think about what's happening, what's coming up, process ideas, write them down in your phone as you go. This has been a game changer for me. And I wonder sometimes if I eat, like triggered by anxiety, it's a classic way of eating, you know. And I wonder if just being able to process those emotions with this quasi-meditation from walking has a lot of help.
This is it.
This is it, okay.
Cosmic Disco, you're gonna feel it now. We're in that final four.
I really hope it is going to be difficult, because I think we're doing too easy at the minute. This one isn't a sneaker. My initial bite, I can kind of see where this is going.
It doesn't stop, right? It kicks you in the teeth, and then it keeps kicking you. And it keeps kicking you. Look, all right, just keep some wet wipes, you'll be fine.
Oh, wow, the afterburn. Oh my God. Once again, it's attacking a different part of your mouth as well, isn't it?
It moves around.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, breathe in.
The fire.
See, my eyes go at this point, and my nose.
Yeah.
So, next question. You've been a content creator for a while. What was your kind of fish out of water moment? What was the moment you did something, you were like, oh my God, like, am I part of this?
Yeah, it was ParadoxCon in 2018, and I was surrounded. I was like in the little suite upstairs with the content creators, and I was surrounded by these people that were like successful. And before, it just felt like I was a little kid in my bedroom playing computer games with these numbers on the screen. But then when you meet people, everything just becomes real. The pieces all slide together. And I think when I was like around Drew and Remy, I'm trying to think of any others, there was Aldrahill there. Oh, there was Quill there. You know, and obviously these people were just kind of like, I kind of looked up to them all, you know? And being around them, it's like they were real people. They weren't just like a voice on the screen, a YouTube video, a number, you know? It was amazing.
And you were one of them?
I didn't quite feel like one of them. But then later on, when Paradox officially invited me to an event, I was like, wow, I felt part of the cool crowd.
So, are you ready?
I'm ready. This sauce is extremely hot. Keep out the reach of children.
Dabomb, evolution, been described by many as battery acid, death, awful. It doesn't have many positive things ever described by somebody who's ever had it. But,
this is 100% an afterburner. It's all the afterburn. Initially, I can see why you wolfed it down, because initially there's not a lot going on to begin with, is there? But my God, like the entirety of like my mouth right now is like, the embers are burning, you know?
How do you stay inspired over 11 years of content?
I gauge inspiration from other content creators. My mouth is just full of spit right now.
Let's go.
You all right?
Ooh, my eyes are watering. Oh, this one is good.
It's not competition, okay, but I think I'm doing a little bit better than you right now.
My nose is just suddenly gone. Unique garlic, really in it now. Let's get into it.
I was gonna sniff it, but obviously I can't smell anything right now because my mouth is already on fire.
Last question.
Oh.
You've already mentioned it. So you're 38, one of the older lot.
Yep.
Do you feel the need to keep up with the kids, with the newest trends?
So it's a bit of 50-50. I'm like kind of create my own model of what I think will work, but then simultaneously be inspired by other creators. So it's some kind of a way in between.
So you're always trying to keep up with the newest trend, but you're not trying to make it so you're just following that group.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I do your own thing on it.
It's amazing when you see a new creator do a new thing because you were definitely inspired. So you kind of go down that rabbit hole and explore what they can do. But I think that's the beauty of whenever you copy someone, imitate. Because eventually when you do create their format, over time, it kind of becomes your own format because you kind of slowly make adjustments and tweaks, things that are more familiar with your style, to the stage where you've created something absolutely brand new. I can think of countless creators that you can look at them and like, you know, they kind of remind me of someone else from the past, but once again, there's only about a little bit of that, only a little bit of that left. Oh.
So, right, the last dab.
Oh, yeah.
Apollo, the world's hottest hot sauce. Now, it's called the last dab because it's tradition.
Yep.
We put a little bit extra.
Yep.
On the last wing. So this will be our last one.
Do we touch the tips?
We cheers.
Boom.
There we have it.
So yes, luckily just in time.
You've made it through all of them. You licked your lips. You did everything. Answered all the questions. We've got one last bit for you.
Oh, okay.
We've got 30 seconds for you to tell us what you're doing. We've got a camera there. We've got another camera there. 30 seconds. Tell us what's going on in Feedback.
Feedback Gaming is a Hearts of Iron 4 map boy. I'm not even shy to admit it. That is what I do. That's my main show. However, there's a little bit on the side of my passion, my love. YouTube is where you'll find me. I don't need Twitch anymore. No more Twitch. YouTube is my show, is my stage. If you want to subscribe to me, Feedback Gaming, on YouTube, Google's, my mouth is on fire. I've got a reservoir forming here. Subscribe.
Well done. That was a good interview. You got some really nice answers. Whew. Right, do you want some milk?
Yeah, sure.
Right, you're gonna sit there.
Yay! I had a lot of fun. That was so much fun.
How long? I had no concept of time.
It's like just past 3.
Thank you.
Don't shake hands with me.
My jacket in the corner. Remind me if I go out without it.
I was wondering what that was. I was like,
Attention! Welcome, cadets, to the Heart of Iron School of War. We'll teach you not only how to wage war, but also how to call for peace.
Russia are not in a position to fight in Sweden. If they can do it on their own with their own troops,
Can you hold the line so Sweden doesn't backhack you when you get pulled in?
I can inquire with the Russian.
The role playing, they've really done a really great job pulling everybody into being in a character. A lot of players are already jumping on that. Just in the prep for this, a lot of players have already started scheming and strategizing. And my partner and I, we get to play one of the major powers along with two of the others in our group. And so a lot of the minor countries are coming to us and looking at us as major powers regardless of our experience. So it's just who we get to play as a roleplay aspect versus how much knowledge we have about the actual game, which makes the gameplay that much more fun and irrelevant to winning or losing, actually.
Well, hello.
Welcome
We're
back. Nice husky voice there, huh?
I know.
You, like grumbled your way for it.
You could tell I've woken up now before I was very sleepy. Hey, more Hearts of Iron 4 coming up right up. And today
Absolutely.
we're going to be talking about ethics. Oh dear, that doesn't sound too exciting, does it?
Is that how you start your streams?
Ethical warfare. Hey, listen, we start from the bottom and we work our way up, okay?
Absolutely.
We've been presented with these rules, okay? And the rules are simply this. We must be the most ethical general, field marshal, commander possible, and do you around? I mean, to give a summary of this is like almost following the rules of the Geneva Convention.
Yeah.
Most modern iteration of it, and these rules, if they were to go to war, and follow these rules by the book, they will be rewarded by points. It's a point space system scenario again, and I give an example. Of course, some of the scarier parts of war: nuclear bombs, strategic bombing, convoy raiding, mobilizing, well, everyone.
That's unethical. You're not allowed to do that.
Conscription, everyone gets conscripted. Just some samples. There's obviously a total of 15 rules here.
I'm sure we'll go
They
through
have
them
to
like
follow.
throughout the stream.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm not sure how this. These obviously are the rules. We understand that we're going to promote war because it's a war game. That's what Hearts of Iron 4 is. But obviously they've got to see if they can move around the maze of these rules to get to their destination.
I mean, yeah, they can also decide if they're in a desperate situation to throw all the rules of war out the window, use every filthy trick in the book, nuke everyone, but then they won't be rewarded with points.
Yep.
So we'll see. I'm sure we'll see some ethical Germany. Some of them, for example, my favorite one out of that list is like allowing your opponent to retreat. If you do secure an encirclement, you have to let them disband instead of like constantly attacking them in order to get a full wipe on them.
To swear that your favorite rule you like
My
to break.
favorite rule. I mean, I will do. It depends. If I get heated, it'd be amazing.
Field hospitals is an interesting one. You know my take on field hospitals. I'm not a big fan of them, but they have recently been buffed. Now, if you were to have them on 80% of the total of your whole divisions, you'll be rewarded because obviously you're looking after the troops, you're looking after your manpower, you're looking after your armed forces in your nation, and you're giving them a jolly good time, and hopefully looking after them more. Yeah, so we will attempt to join this game right now. How are we doing with that anyway?
We're still connecting. I think it's still setting up.
Does this usually mean that we are still trying to hop in? Is it still pending? Are we doing
It's still
the right
pending. You
thing?
can try again, for sure.
So refresh LAN.
In the meantime, I'll give you a rundown. Some people were asking in chat about the previous session. Dankus was in fact Finland throughout that time, and the Nordics did manage on the last day. On the very last day, if the game had ended a day early, they wouldn't have been able to achieve their full 4 million objective. But they did. Mystery hand. Yeah, that's the hand of God, as we like to call it. Reaches over. If we're doing something wrong, gives a little slap. We move from there.
Yeah.
Chad's going to start obsessing over the hand now.
Will there be Russian nuclear tech? Now, my understanding is I'm not sure about that. You are allowed to research nukes.
Yes.
However, by using them, you're obviously breaking the rules
You
of
are.
the game.
That's
I think
illegal.
It's blatantly obvious if you're going to be using a nuke too. You know?
It's a massive visual cue. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and even the first nuke that drops, everyone that's known about it, everyone zooms in on it. Like, oh.
Well, that's the thing. Let's say you're playing, like, for whatever reason it got stretched out, but let's say you're playing as Japan, I'm playing as China. If I'm on the back foot, I might decide, well, okay, I'm going to get knocked out of this game. I need to use some of these rules and hope that you don't. And then maybe you respond in kind. Maybe you decide, oh, well, I'm using them. I've got the advantage. I now, as Dave, need to go through as Japan and do what I can to survive as well. So I'm hoping that we start off, everyone's super ethical. Everyone abiding by the rules of law and the rules of war. And then as the game progresses, we get slowly dragged into the darkness.
I mean, out of desperation, it would be nice to actually see them. Because let's just imagine World War II, 1945. Germany is pushed to its absolute limits. Conscription is obviously not really happening anymore.
No.
Obviously, the doors and the restrictions of conscription need to be loosened to actually have soldiers on the battlefield. In those desperate situations, you might need to find a way to find manpower. And some of these rules, these dirty rules, these naughty rules, are the ones you might have to go for. Might have to go for. The situation has to be that will the players be pushed to those extremes?
I hope so.
That's exactly what we're going to.
Does that make us bad people? I really hope they use.
We're bad people. We're
This is
the
running
gift of
these.
morality we're giving them.
The gift of morality.
Yeah.
You, Feedback Gaming, Dave, are giving the gift of morality.
No one hates me with exploits other than the devs, okay? They've already expressed their anger with me through the marks on my
Speaking of anger towards you, in terms of the devs, later on we're going to have a nice, friendly little game where we're going to be playing Feedback Gaming and Dankus on Communist China and China respectively against two devs who will be on Japan. So that'll be a nice little head-to-head. I'll be casting that with illustrious Midge, and that'll be good. That is going to take place after a 30-minute dev Q&A, I suppose, questions for the devs. So if you do have questions for the devs throughout, do put them in the chat. We'll make sure to make a note of them, and we'll get that going.
So we're waiting to get into the game right now. So we're just saying in the chat that I'm not very loud. Am I any better now? This is just my microphone. Is that any better? 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. We are waiting to get into the game. Just to recap on everything, to bring everything back together. We are in Poland right now. Me and Leith are in Poland. I'm Feedback Gaming, by the way. Dave, everyone calls me. And this is
Don't
Leith.
say my name because people in chat were saying I'm not very good
Leith,
caster.
the
So let's
social
keep me
streamers.
anonymous. Okay, and then you say, and then you
Well,
fully immediately go for it.
The guy that's not didn't even know your name. He just went the other
He just
guy.
went, the other guy's
The other
bad.
guy.
He didn't even know I was agreeing with him in chat as well. He didn't even know it was me.
Much better. Much better. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah. So we're in Poland right now. We are obviously commentating this game that's coming up. We are working on getting into that game now. Everyone's downstairs right now playing a local LAN. They've come to be a participant in this tournament. We have 35, 36. I've lost count. The number keeps jumping up and down of how many people have attended, and they're all going to be in this game. Everyone's going to occupy a country, I believe. Is everyone going to be on a country? There's not going to be any co-ops with this one?
I think that you're right in that. As far as I'm aware, because ethical considerations don't really need co-ops, but we'll see.
The atmosphere is going to be fantastic, though, because everyone's going to be in the room together. You're going to be people shouting over, saying, oh, can you help me with this? Can we do this? Can we work out something between us? So there's almost a little bit more of that RP element. Something in High 4 usually is forgotten, the diplomacy elements. So you're going to get a lot more of an atmosphere. I remember yesterday when Russia capitulated, everyone was cheering and shouting. You know, it really was a nice, really cool atmosphere, and it really did feel kind of cool. So there is a level of intimacy you get with a LAN that you don't normally get with a normal, distant, far away Discord game, for instance. Yeah.
So we do have a little bit of time before the next game starts. I want to ask you, Plus. This is going to turn into an interview now, right? About the game so far.
Interview me.
About everything.
Interview me.
Game 1. World War 1. What was your favorite moment? From the first half first and the second half. Because obviously you and I casted the first half. Dankus and Mordred did the second half. So
I think I ruined it. I spoiled it. It was the Russia collapsing.
Yeah?
I was downstairs and I was having a laugh. I suppose the part that we were a part of, I guess everyone's a little bit clutch, you know. I like the fact that there was multiple lines upfront lines opening. There was multiple moments where people were held on the edge of the seat. You know, like usually
the France invasion, for example, was great in Slovenia.
The France, yeah,
because they invaded Austria-Hungary. They were invading everywhere.
Of all the places to Gallipoli, in Slovenia.
Well, speaking of Gallipoli, the Australians managed to invade eastern Bulgaria. Immediately wiped, but they were there, which is nice.
You can't disagree. They definitely did try. They looked for an avenue to land it. They definitely landed. It was hard with the part of the game that we watched because I felt like it was a little bit slow. It was more of a build-up.
That's the setup.
Gradual grind. But then, man, the minute we left, we got out of this chat, they would decide, you know, let's actually play our best game now.
now that
boom, put the foot down and boom, they went for it.
They knew we'd criticize them too much. They were playing it safe. They feared our wrath.
Yeah, it definitely upped the momentum. Let's see if we get into this game. Are you going to let us in?
Mind you, today I will say I was very impressed with the Nordics. I mean, Dankus was there. He was cheering about. We actually had lunch immediately afterwards with Dankus, and he immediately started gloating. So another aspect to that was that they not only had to hide their own objectives, they also had to guess other people's.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not sure that anyone guessed anyone else's. I heard like Dankus claimed one, but he's a notorious liar. Is the issue? No, am I wrong? Pick a side, Dave.
Hey, listen. Pick a side. What, you and Dag? Go Dankus then. I'll see you later.
Just immediately. Well, yeah, you'll be playing on his team.
That's right, yeah.
In literally 2 hours.
So, yeah, to let you know what's going to come up. So, after this game, so I believe this was going to be about 2 hours. We're running a bit behind that, so it might run a little bit over. But the truth is, after this game, I'm going to be playing with Dankus, co-oping as China. And I believe the devs are going to
There's a dev thing first. So, the devs are going to, we're going to have a sit-down chat with the devs for 30 minutes beforehand.
Oh, we are?
Well, the streamers.
The stream. Oh, I see. Right. Okay.
You and I are going to get dinner and that time.
All right. Okay.
And then you are going to go and...
I thought we and me.
No, not us. Not us.
We
Then
already
you
did it.
and Dankas are going to be playing on China, taking on the devs in Japan. This is going to be probably a two-parter, depending on how far we get today. So we're going to have that. The first session of that, I'll be casting that today, and then tomorrow as well, we'll finish that off. So what do you reckon your chances are? How confident are you? Use this time to start shit-talking.
I mean, Dankas definitely, for the most part, he seemed like he was almost making preparation in his brain in advance.
He's 100% right now.
Honestly, you know that moment when you go in the toilet and you have to think all these really great, awesome video ideas, and you're kind of like, wow, that's going to be really cool. Dankas probably does this 24/7, you know, like always. He's got that little parasite in his brain saying, ooh, I wonder what the best template is for this, and ooh, how do I get the encirclements? Ooh, how do I do that? No,
I've called him a liar, and you said he's got a parasite in his brain. He's not going to be best.
There's a difference. There's a difference between those. Yeah, there definitely is.
I think I'd rather be a liar than have a parasite.
Listen, I'm not saying here that I'm not a nerd, all right? I'm not a nerd. I'm definitely a full-on nerd. There's moments that I've been sat in the toilet and I've thought, ooh, that'll be a really good strategy for Sweden. You know, I think I'd probably give that one a shot, give that one a go. Oh, lads, I wish we had some gameplay to show you. We're still trying to get into the game, so we're just working our way towards that moment. Just to recap then, so me and Dankas are going to be co-oping in China in several hours' time from now. So that's something to expect from this live stream, so make sure you tune in for that. Maybe the devs are going to pull the finger out. Maybe they're going to absolutely stomp us. It'd be really weird.
That'd be very funny. I can't wait to cast that.
We'd never let it down. Every time I lose an MP game, my comment section never lets me go. Never lets it go. Always bringing it up over and over again. I'm like, okay, guys, I think it's time to move on.
Well, I've got a 100% win rate in Hoi 4 MP. So there's that.
If you don't attend, you
exactly
have a great ratio.
Exactly. I've attended once, and I won. Was I carried by Dankas? Maybe. But it doesn't matter. That's the percentages don't lie. Really?
Listen, I want to be humble about this. I rage quit that game so hard. I know. It got to the point where I was just deploying divisions, putting them on front lines, dealing with stupid logistical problems. I was like, you know what?
It didn't seem like you had a fun game, I'll be honest. My entire role in that I was playing in the Netherlands was to just sit there and do nothing. And annoy you, pretty much. It was great. Do we get the rules of the graphic or Discord? That's a very good question. We'll see. I'm sure that hopefully there'll be something. If there's not, then you have
I didn't really want to read them out one by one here.
I think we'll do it. We'll do it.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
We're not getting into the game in a minute. We're kind of waiting for the prep and the builder. So we'll do them. We'll take turns. So first one is the field hospitals one. So they're expecting you to have 80% of your divisions to be fielded with field hospitals. You could loophole that a little bit by just having them on, but not having the support equipment or the motorized. Think about it. You can get around.
Ethics isn't just about loopholes, though. It's about passion. It's about morality, intention.
Listen, you're talking to people about gaming, they exploit massive. I'm always thinking of loopholes, you know. If there's just something that can happen, I want to see, can it be working the other way? Not as the devs intended. Anyway, number 2.
I think we can crack on and get
Are we 100%? Oh, yeah. Ooh, okay.
Okay, let's see who's the one that's starting. Let's see if we can get in here.
Well, you usually sort by players. You can usually.
There's a server name that's just called I'm tired of this place.
Which place is that, Poland?
I don't know. I don't think it's here.
I'm Polish. I'm tired of this place. Anyway, number 2 rule is military police. Just advise not to use it. Okay, no police. No police.
No military police. That's, yeah.
Whoop, whoop. Yeah, full ACAP. 3, no flamethrowers in the division 10 place. ACAP. No flamethrowers in the division, so just no flamethrowers, full stop.
Yeah,
okay.
can't have that.
That was something as a kid that always confused me. You know, like in a lot of World War II movies, you saw flamethrowers all the time. But then Modern Warfare is like, what happened to them? Because as a kid, you just think they're really cool. You know
what happened to them?
Well, yeah, I know what happened to them, but what I'm saying is that I thought they were really cool as a kid. Because obviously you don't know the ethics of war or anything, do you?
So you just wanted to set people on fire as a kid?
Well, yeah, but you don't know. In the Hollywood movies, you don't see the consequences of the aftermath.
I didn't see the consequences of action.
Yeah. You're just like, he's a bad guy.
You're out there aiming gaming with flamethrowers.
Nuke, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I want to point out that also does entail flamethrowers on tanks. So absolutely no flamethrowers in any capacity. So nothing. None.
No flamethrowers on anything. Number 4, no strategic bombing. Strictly no strategic bombing.
None.
Not really adventure ones, because a lot of time people don't do strategic bombing anyway.
Well, the thing, I was talking to Dankas, right? You know how it goes with him. He was immediately telling me about an exploit, which is if you have a bunch of strategic bombers, you can just flick from air zone to air zone to air zone, and they can never stop you, but you get a little bit of bombing done each time.
Hey, so how do you do that? Just remind
So
me.
you just
again.
have a strategic bombers,
Please tell me
and you
about
just
that
go from
exploit. I
like
need to use the
section to
video.
section to section. You right-click on each section, on each airfield, and because you have to, in order to actually start, shooting down planes, you have to have a certain amount of mission efficiency, whatever it is, and so you just have to sit there microing your planes around the place to try and catch the strategic bombers. But if they never stop, you can never catch them, and you'll do a little bit of bombing each time. So it's incredibly tedious, and the only thing that a Hoi 4 MP player would do.
No,
hopefully we see some of that today.
No, I was aware of that one. In the olden days, it used to be a lot worse because before mission efficiency, you'd have moved to a different area and you'd do the 100% mission efficiency, and you just ping pong around and you'd never be able to catch them. Oh, it was so frustrating. Next one, no last stand and no force attack. Number 6, scraping the barrel and all adult served is a noob. There's a bonus if you don't do all men serve. 8, honorable surrender when encircled, so basically you allow your opponent to delete their divisions, which you do gain 20% of the equipment and manpower, but don't you? So there is a consequence to that,
I don't think we'll see that one. It's too satisfying just to finish off an encirclement, right? Surely just,
What's next? Number 9, use total mobilization is forbidden. Number 10, the use of force or violence for handling strikes or any other events. That was a really interesting one. Not only are strikes unbelievably annoying, but how you deal with them is usually kind of forceful. 150 political power, bing, bada, boom, get out of there, Who needs trade unions for this game? Bing, boom.
Big political statements there from Dave.
That was dope. We're talking about Hearts of Iron 4.
Big, bada, boom. Who needs unions? So, that's right. All unions, stop. He's not in favor of it anymore. It's too much.
Do not use force. No, I've already done that one. Convoy raiding is forbidden. No convoy raiding. Strategic bombing is forbidden. We've already done that one. The 2 rules are the same. Deploying nukes is allowed. So it's not allowed.
It's not. The point, ethical warfare, but you're allowed to nuke your opponent. If there's no one left to complain, it's ethical.
Yes. However, researching the nuke tech is totally fine. My suggestion when I spoke to him about this one is like, give everyone nukes at the start.
Yeah.
Give them the forbidden
Just give them a little temptation.
The problem with nukes is if we start in 1936, we're never going to see them anyway. So
No,
I mean,
probably not.
The ultimate weapon of war, unfortunately, is not out of reach.
Unfortunately, another political statement there from Dave.
I mean. Whoa.
Here we go.
Tangent style. I mean, is there a bigger deterrent that's ever existed other than the nuclear bomb? I don't know. Tell me in the comments below, and I will ignore those hot comments, those spicy comments.
Speaking of chat, where is everyone coming in from? Because I'm seeing a lot of different styles of names, should we say?
We're near the end of the rules, by the way.
We're almost there. But in the meantime, I don't want to see where people are coming in from.
This guy Brian was banned.
Brian's been having a go at me the entire time.
Brian
I'm coming for Brian.
ripping you apart.
I want to know where Brian. This entire thing is the whole thing. I want to know where Brian's from. I want to know his full address.
I'm a little bit taller than, by the way, but I slouched down, so I feel comfy there. I just realised you were like, well, you're towering over me. I was like,
it's posture.
Yeah.
Let me bring you down here.
How low can we go?
Yeah, guys. Oh, USA, right? We've got our first, of course, the first person that shouts out the nationalities in there.
This is the
way to
feedback,
beat the stereotype.
The feedback game in stands as he slouches on his chair. You're not allowed to use the first 4 levels. Hang on, you are allowed to use the first 4 levels of your garrison law, but anyone above that is a no. Regulate the ratios of military to civilian factories. Oh, this one's an interesting one. So they want you to keep the ratio 50-50. So, I mean, it's doable, I guess, but you have to keep an eye on it every now and then, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This does not include dockyards. Spy missions are limited to counterintelligence and allow pressure only.
You can't spy on people.
Nah, this one's rubbish because I don't think there's incentive enough to make a spy network to actually want to do that one.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
But it's just to make sure people don't do it. It's ethical. Let's see what people say. I masquerade as a Deutsch person. But what are you?
And that's it. Those are the rules, gentlemen. Did you read them? Did you study them? Let's test you guys. What was rule number 9?
It wasn't no strategic bombing.
No, it wasn't.
So
No, I mean,
4 and 12.
you had a higher chance to get that one because there was two of the same
We've
rule.
got USA, 2 guys from UK. We've got Sweden. Well, I think 2 because of Homeland of Hoi 4. I assume Homeland of Hoi 4 is Sweden.
Actually, how tall are you?
6 foot.
You want to stand up right now?
Well, it's not going to catch on the camera. I think production would have a go again. I think they'd be very upset. I got yelled at for wrestling with Ankus. 6 foot with my hair. There you go. It's going to be 6'3". Well, that's a fun camera
you're
shot.
right. You're totally not. We decapitated, aren't we?
It's gone. Oh, man.
All right, the game is actually up
It's loading
now.
up.
Yeah, so
It looks like there is going to be a co-op on Russia.
We are making progress.
We're getting there.
It's just once again when you've got so many people in one MP game, it is quite a lot of work to get everyone organised, get them in one place.
Especially when these guys were out there doing knife defense earlier.
Oh, did you see some of that?
I participated. I got yelled at.
What do you mean?
So me and Dankus were doing it, and we were trying to film some stuff, and they weren't happy with us.
Why?
We weren't taking it seriously.
Well,
and so the guy stood in front of us with a plastic knife and said, "Defend yourselves," and then he slit Dankus' throat.
Oh shit!
Literally, he was like, "Yeah, defend yourself." We had to just sort of stand, and so instinctively we backed away from the man with the knife. It's a rubber knife, obviously. And he was like, "No, come close," and then proceeded to stab us.
Oh my goodness, is Dankus okay?
Well, we'll find out later when he's casting. You're only concerned there. He's not concerned for Dankus' safety.
At all. It's just me on my own. Dankus is gone.
That's what he's concerned about. He's concerned he's going to get stopped by the devs. He don't know Dankus. He's trying to find ways to increase his win percentage.
God, go on with Dangus. I'm like, yes, yes, Mr. Microman.
Okay. So, what is the win condition? Are those the rules they're trying to adhere to? What are they aiming to achieve?
That's
so you can only attain these points if you are at war. That's the key part. So the incentive to go to war is there. You will lose if you lose. Fundamentally, if you're kicked out. Because tomorrow we're going to have a full vanilla session.
Long
The mages are going to be selected based on how well you've been doing over. So I've given my advice, Feedback's given his advice, Dankus has given his advice as to who we think deserves to win the mages. So it's a chance to prove yourself, sort of your final chance. So going to war is imperative, and then following the rules and regulations also is gonna be the most important thing. So we should see a Germany play a little bit historically, trying to secure victories, trying to knock out other players to try and get themselves on a decent nation for next time. So. It's all sort of like set up so that the final day tomorrow is all grand and epic. And this is almost like...
Grandest.
Well, why would it be the grandest? Why would you call it the grandest?
Well, I would call it the grandest. And it's a LAN.
Right.
And it's in Poland. And it's Hoi 4. I would call it the grandest LAN Hoi 4.
I would too.
That's what I would too.
2023. Yeah. If I had to have an edition, I'd do that. Fantastic. Okay, we have 24 out of 36 players, or 38 players in the game, so we're still waiting on, how many is that? Oh god, I made myself do maths. 14.
Yeah.
14 players.
Mathematics. You were the code breaker earlier.
Well, you say code breaker as if I broke it.
Do you want to see his...
These are my workings out.
He's working out.
So apparently, I talked to Dankus as well, I was right that they would do a simple code, and they would shift 1 or 2 letters to the left or right. I assumed that they would go on the alphabet, but instead they did the lazy thing and shifted 2 to the left and right on their keyboard. So I would have cracked it if I had known that. So if I'd known the code, I would have cracked it. Simple.
When you know how to do it, you can do it. But when you don't,
you
can't.
Okay, sweet. So this first session is going to be shorter than the second session, so we're going to have a shorter setup session. It's going to go for a little while, and then after that we have a 30-minute sit down with the devs, after which we're going to have an hour's blitz game, or an hour and a half blitz game, with Feedback over here and Dankus co-oping on China versus 2 devs on Japan. So we'll see who's better, devs or influencers.
Yeah.
So we'll see. You got to rep the brand for that. You really do.
I think this is probably the 3rd time we've had a clash with the devs. 3rd, 2nd? I don't know. I've been in 2 of them. Oh, we've dumpstered the devs
every time?
every
Nice.
single time.
I'm looking forward to that then.
I remember there was a scenario where they played as like all monarchists in mainland Europe, and we were like allies elsewhere off to the continent. And I remember we mass power dropped them massive. I mean, and I feel like before we even got our troops into active combat, we capped them just from dropping lots of power troops. So it was pretty intense.
So what you're telling me is we have a lot to look forward to in the stream today.
I mean, in fairness, it's looking pretty hot. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, definitely.
And then after that, we'll have the second session, the conclusion of today's ethical warfare, hosted by Mordred and Dankus. And then that's the end of the stream. And then we'll be back tomorrow for even more. Did you do any of the knife defense stuff? You didn't do anything?
No, I didn't.
You went to bed?
I just had to chill for a little fun bit. I needed a little time by myself.
Well, there's more knife defense stuff tomorrow. You can turn up, try to avoid getting stabbed.
Where did they stab you?
Everywhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Did it hurt?
No. Well, I mean, it's like a rubber knife.
So, I mean, that should hurt if you look it up.
Well, I don't think anyone's trying to actually, like...
Oh, well, I mean,
I'll be honest with you, man. It's like... You need to have a willing partner here. It's not like twist the head off and then the guy flips off into the corner.
Oh, shit.
Don't wait. Okay, I don't like... So I think it was hidden off the camera. Do you want to do what you just did on camera, please?
What was that?
You looked at that and went like this.
It was a bit
Sharp.
of it was a little bit of
I was 100%.
it was like a stim tie, you know what I mean?
I thought you were gonna like try and like stab
Oh
me.
right,
Like,
I see.
how's the stab defense?
Yeah, how was the training?
How's your 15 minutes? Oh, they just yelled at me and Dankus. We also started wrestling afterwards, and they told us to stop.
Was it banter when they were yelling? Was it kind
No,
of like,
no, they were serious.
Okay.
And then Dankus and I started wrestling. Then we were just having a good time. The guy was like, "Oh, stop," and we just ignored him. And then he picked up a gun, gestured at us, and went, "Stop." And when someone points at you with a gun and says stop, generally I stop what I'm doing.
It's crazy out in Poland, isn't it? Yeah. Well, not appropriate anywhere else but Poland.
I like to imagine he's not even part of the crew here. He just walked in one day and just decided to tell us to stop. He's a man who just...
How did this guy get in here?
Why did he have a gun? There's guns everywhere.
Dear.
Everywhere.
Oh, dear me. I love you too, CEO. I love you too.
So you hold 98% shares though.
More DLC, more money.
Operation Supermarket Garden. What is that operation?
Yeah.
What a terrible name for an operation.
Okay. So, once again, waiting to get into the game.
So we have
now.
4 more players coming in. 4 more players coming in, and
Oh, I
then
just
we are
realised I'm
ready
not ready
to
up.
get cracking.
Ready
Yeah, we should probably ready up. I don't want to be the I don't want to be that last guy.
Gotta be the guy. I know that guy.
The guy last time.
So is there anything you guys are particularly excited about for Hoi in the future? We could speculate on the future.
You want to speculate on Hoi DLCs?
Yeah, why not?
Well, okay. If right now you could change one thing about the game, like click your fingers, doesn't matter how complex. It can be something like completely unreasonable, like
That's a
unreasonable.
good question.
What would it be?
It'd be a keyboard manager,
Yeah?
shortcut manager.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and it'd be able to mod us to actually individual code it as well. So we can get like lots of UI things that can be improved by the mods. So then we'd have to rely on the devs and like shift Lenley Saw and stuff like that. You know
Could be a question for the devs later.
I think I've, for the most part, bored Cannon to death by telling him this over and over again. I think he's done with me now.
It's scheduled such that you're not allowed to talk to him.
Yeah.
They've timed it such that you can't be here.
Was the lead developer of Hoi? I forget now. What's his name? Michael, is it? No?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well,
Who's it, M?
if I ever see him, I'll say, oh, do you know what would be really great? You know what you would really like? A keyboard manager. Yeah.
Like Hoi 5 apparently is what people want. Oh, that came from Brian, my nemesis. Let's ignore that.
Yeah.
None of that.
No, it's just, I'll be honest with you, when it comes down to my experience playing Hoi, I'm eternally grateful I'm able to make videos for it, and hopefully you guys watch it as well and enjoy it. And when it comes down to, it's so sad in a way, because it's like the stuff that I want is almost production process style stuff that kind of make my life a little bit easier. And when I do my 10,000 Lenleys, I want an ability to just hold shift and click, and it adds everything to the Lenley sense, and not have to manually type in 99. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
No, it really is.
Well, I think the games are trending in that direction. You saw the new EU4 update. You had like a lot of quality of life things that just came with the update.
Well,
so
like,
hopefully Hoi 4 is coming in the same direction.
Like in EU4? What?
In EU4, they had automatic missionaries. Was a thing. You've got like the certain flags updating you, that sort of stuff. It's just helping optimize that like the quality of life stuff. So I hope that's kind of what we'll see. So maybe your dream will come true.
I think we're reaching that destination with Hoi, because Hoi is becoming more of a full game now around
absolutely.
a tile. But it's less a lot of random jigsaw pieces. It's more of a formed shape we're getting now. So, but then again, all right, we do want to talk about actual core features.
Yeah, sure.
When we're going to get a focus tree for Albania, when we're going to get a focus tree for Belgium, when we're going to get a focus tree for Luxembourg, when we're going to get a focus tree.
So you're thinking
Republic
more
of
just
Ireland.
pure additional content?
Well, I mean, always. But I mean, those are the ones I feel like they're the last European nations that have not had that focus tree.
Yeah, like an Albania one would be fun. Because I think the game has gone from like, it's gone almost wackier. You know, the amount of things that you can do is there, which I like because it is fundamentally alternate history, right?
We've gone from no way historical, none of it, to monarchist moment.
You can get a bear on the throne of Poland.
And then, we've gone to the slight wacky corgis as political
It's nice because that's not the core part of it, but if you really want to, you can go down that thing. And also I like that there's like slight changes. So for example, for Germany, if you want, was it Wilhelmina on the throne, you have to have the Zeppelin not set, like, you know, burn up and invite her back and all this other stuff. So that's fun.
You know, that was the beginning of things getting just a little bit stranger, you know what I mean, like the HRE stuff. Yeah, CEO, you're right, actually. I've always wanted a Germany rework as well.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think they're adding more like balance. You know, for example, like Italy has it, and so does Ethiopia. You've got like this little balance of power type thing. You know, Like you take the decision that goes on the left or on the right. You know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Something like that. I like those things. They're sort of like almost additional macro. You're not a fan?
I think sometimes it's executed really in a really cool, interesting way, particularly if you have got a straight decision between left and right. But there are some paths of the new focus trees where it's kind of like a little bit one-dimensional what direction you go.
In Yugoslavia, apparently.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
For context, Feedback had Yugoslavia selected.
Am I actually on a country right now?
I think you're fine. You're observer. Look, no country selected in top right. You get it.
Okay, wow. So I was about to play.
You're about to
I was
turn
about
up.
to play whilst commentating the games. I've been
That'd
commentating.
be phenomenal. Damn, this Yugoslavia player is insane. He's doing so well.
Hang on a bit. So would I co-op with this guy as Yugoslav?
Can you imagine being like imagine that guy didn't say anything. He's like, I don't want to. Oh, we're getting in the game. Absolutely. Let us get cracking with the first session of ethical warfare.
It was like a dream sequence. That. Ooh, now we're into the game.
Now we're in the trenches.
Loading the graphics.
I need to get the playlist for this music. This is great.
I hear you've been mistreating Sokron.
Oh, that's Lady Saffron. Yeah, she got in E4. She got waterboarded. Sock, yeah. There's been a bit of discussion as to who's going to get
That's a breach of the rules.
It's the first breach of the rules. It's a shame it wasn't ethical warfare when she was around. The Geneva Convention wasn't around for E4 time, I'm afraid.
Okay, so I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know a lot at this point. So we're playing a normal game of Hoy, I'm presuming. And
Yes.
then, is there any kind of direction?
There are no. As far as I'm
players-
aware, they are directed to roleplay. That is the whole idea. But they're going to report that. So right here it says each accomplishment in this regard.
On Bhutan. I wonder why Germany had only,
Germany only had two things.
research slots. Yeah.
It says it's an alt history game.
All right.
So it's all history.
So they're forced to do an alt history path.
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Oh dear.
So see what happens with that.
Oh dear. Okay. That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I thought you were coming up with like a music.
No. I was kind of gather myself in what direction we're going to be going with this. It looks like the German player is making his first initial moves, working on production stuff. There's going to be a slight build-up. It's going to be interesting how this is going to pace this game, I suppose. I suppose there's going to. It'd be kind of cool if it was incentivized for them to go to war really early. But if Germany,
I mean, it is if it's incentivized because in order to score points, they have to be at war. So I think we might see some of the more democratic nations, if it's all history, go down the fascist path and then to try and go for those points. I mean, and it's worth considering. It's a lot easier to be ethical in warfare when you're fighting Liberia than you are fighting, the USSR.
Let's have a little look at the players. So, he's actually named himself in this game. That'd be kind of cool.
That's useful.
So, Spain, France, the UK. We have Poland, Germany, Italy, Hungary, and Romania, Turkey. India.
So just before we get
China.
cracking, for those of you who just joined us, we are playing an alt history game of Hoi 4, Vanilla Hoi 4. There are a list of 15, 16 rules and regulations that I have in my hand here that our players know about. There are rules for war. The whole scenario is ethical warfare. It's going to take place over 2 sessions. So the idea is that you have to go to war, obviously try and win your wars, and adhere to things like not strategic bombing. You can't use flamethrowers, and you get points for not doing those things. The players with the most amount of points over the last sort of couple of, like yesterday and today, will more likely than not be placed into major nations and have a larger impact in the more, let's just call it what it is, the more sweaty, the more serious vanilla game tomorrow. The more meta game, I think.
Yeah, no, that's cool. It's the game that most people are familiar with the most, playing with historical rules and also playing historical Germany, I suppose, with the historical path that Germany goes on.
Italy's joined the Axis day 1.
Yeah, so are they incentivized to play solo or just because there's a high chance of hugboxing here, isn't there?
There is, and I personally wouldn't play solo. I mean, the whole point is that you are in a castle with other players. You can go and talk to them. I mean, if USSR and you're playing Germany and the USSR is opposite you and you are playing an alt history game, you go, look, the Unholy Alliance is on the table. Why don't we just go and get it? Again, it's a lot easier to be ethical when you're not struggling for your life. If you're fighting against Czechoslovakia, you can sit there and like, cool, I'm not going to use strategic bombing. I'm going to humanely encircle. There's all these different things that you can get away with that you're really not going to be able to do.
Yeah. So You just said the Soviet Union had 2 players on it. Did you
Yes, as
spot
far as
that?
I'm aware, the Soviet Union does have 2 players.
Ooh, that's a
I'll
massive-
double check that now for you.
That is a massive advantage, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the Soviet Union is here, and just having a little.
Soviet does have 2.
Who has 2 too?
Soviet has 2.
And that's it.
And I believe that's it. We've got a Bhutan player.
We have a Bhutan.
I think that's the game master there.
Interesting. Okay.
France has 2. Checking through here now.
If you score low, you'll get the nation like Bhutan. Ah, I see.
I'm just checking this. I think USSR has 2. The US has 2. France has 2.
So people are incentivized to do alt history paths. It should almost be rewarding them because they're following the said rules in question.
I want to see how Bhutan does. Imagine if Bhutan is the only nation to break every single one of these rules. We come out of this session like, don't know what the monster over there was doing. Sitting at that table, we managed to nuke people in 37. It was very impressive, but horrifying.
So I'm presuming we're running a modded version of the game here. Do you know what changes they're going to be being preserved on this version?
I believe, I think it is just vanilla, but it's got the toolpack mod. So they can change things like factions. But as far as I'm aware, otherwise, it is just vanilla.
My big fear with this game, so here's a little bit of foreshadowing, Dave's prediction moment, is my fear is that this is going to be a normal Hoi 4 game, and these rules will be followed and adhered to. However, we'll probably just see more likely a normal Hoi experience, you know?
I don't know. We'll see. If I was playing as France and I'd done well the previous 2 sessions, I think I'd rather break the rules and put up a fight than go down.
I'm looking at the rules right now. I'm looking at the ones that I participate in pretty frequently. And I would say flamethrowers are always a part of my Division templates. So there's not a game where I never do that. The only one here that probably is a deal breaker for me that really would affect my gameplay is keeping the ratio of civvies to military factories.
Yeah, that's going to be rough.
Yeah,
That's
I
an
don't
industry-based
usually
one.
do that. In a way, that could slow down.
Do you want to switch to me? Because I think you lost the
Yeah,
server.
sure.
But
That's
I'm-
cool, that's cool.
Oh, hang on. Some countries are missing modifiers. So we're doing a quick tech break. In the interim, so if we wanna chuck up our full cams,
we've got a button for that now.
We do have a message from Mexico.
All right, go on.
Public announcement. It says, "Viva la revolution." We, the people of Mexico, are tired of being exploited by our leaders and the church. We plan to start a workers' revolution in Mexico and the Americas. But like other revolutions of the past, we intend to be ethical and value human life in the most professional way. We hope to help much of the Americas join us in our ethical revolution. That man is role-playing, and I'm here for it.
Who is this guy?
That's Mexico.
Oh, right, okay.
So Mexico is saying that he wants a workers' revolution. He's taking ethics to the highest of degrees.
I see.
I like how
Is he a
felt the need
player
to-
or is he one of the...
He's a player.
Yeah, okay.
He's a
That's
player.
the tech,
Full
okay.
player in Mexico. And he's saying that unlike other revolutions of the past, we intend to be ethical and value human life.
What's your favorite alt history path?
Probably Mexico with their like ridiculous
Okay.
Catholic thing. It's fun.
Okay, all right. Okay.
I like that one.
I do like Mexico, and I like the path of either the atheist church or the Catholic church. But I think either path is kind of interesting because it's so a little bit wacky and a bit different, you know. I like how you end up, because you actually ended up in a different ideology, even though it's not really one of the normal format ones, you know,
Yeah.
monarchist, liberal. Or
It's a little bit about the format. With Villa Mexico. Right, let's get some hype and chat for Mexico for declaring their intentions.
Trotsky, Mexico. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, think about it. There's like 2 or 3 paths for communism for Mexico. Mexico is such a good focus tree.
It's
so,
great.
It's so complex. There's so many moving parts.
Well, it feels dynamic.
Yeah, especially when I always think that's an issue sometimes. Some focuses just don't really give enough.
Yeah.
But like sometimes you get like 2 or 3 civs or mills from Mexico, which is technically a minor power. And in that circumstance, it feels really rewarding. It feels really good.
It was, like I say, like they nail the dynamism aspect of it as well.
Okay, there's 2 of these now. So I'm
Feels like a
worried.
change. I assume it's the one that's starting. I might have selected the wrong one there, my friend. So we'll see.
Do you know my favorite alt history focus?
What?
A focus path. Communist Germany.
Communist Germany.
Yeah.
I actually haven't done that one.
I mean, it isn't a path really. It's just an advice.
It's just a
yeah.
thing.
Yeah, yeah.
About to say, I was.
It
feel
doesn't
like
make.
I've
It doesn't actually make any
done
sense
that.
at all. It's strange that you have the ability to go all the way down the Axis path for Germany, and then around random point you're like, oh, you know that old guy that we put in prison a long time ago? You bring him back, all of a sudden he's a revolutionary.
It seems decent.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Want him back.
We had a change of heart, and all of a sudden he's back.
The entire nation woke up and went, damn, we the people.
A lot of times when people say ask for a rework of Journey, they always say like, "Oh, communist part, that would be kind of cool. That would be kind of cool." Anyone else think that would be kind of cool? Communist Germany? No, yes, no, maybe.
It must suck though to think like I can make this really as a dev, like I can really, and you can ask them later, making a really convoluted and interesting path that is going to be played by like 2% of the player base. You know, because each time you make it more niche, you make it more different, and you have to anticipate that people aren't going to be, you know.
I think there's always this mix, you know, like you obviously want a mechanic to be fun, you want it to be enjoyable, you want to have a good time playing it, that's always understandable. But for me as a content creator, I look at it through the content creator lens, you know.
Of course.
And I think to myself like, well, has it got some spicy Easter eggs in there or something funky that happens or something OP?
Yeah.
And then I can kind of laugh and react to it and have a good time with it. I get a lot of people, that, and you probably get a lot of them too, but a lot of people approach me when we made a mod for Hoi 4 and they say, play my mod. And I'm like, is there any like Easter eggs or anything kind of special?
Is there anything special?
Yeah. And they just, well, you get to go communist is Germany, and I'm like, yeah, but is there anything else?
But what else is there?
Yeah,
like
I'm not against
can you
playing.
get a guy that's pretending to be Marx in there and get him to lead the nation.
Some kind of, I mean,
you know, something a bit wacky. I know, I agree.
Like Charlie Chaplin to lead United States. I think that's in Kaiserreich, I think, isn't it? I think it's in I think it's in Redux. Yeah, I mean that is kind of funky. I suppose I like more OP stuff as well, so that you can kind of laugh at because like, whoa, that's so OP. I think here's a pro tip. Oh, this is the pro tip for the modders out there. We're banging out those top tips right now. So if you ever want to give something really OP as a part of Focus Tree to incentivize me and you as a content creator to play it, give it them. But only give it them for like 1 year or something. Don't make it a permanent modifier.
So it's like an immediate like rush for it because that makes it so much cooler.
Yeah, so like say make guns 80% cheaper. I know probably that's extreme, but only lasts for 6 months. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
yeah.
Just to give you an update, we've got a quick tech break. The host PC has been corrupted to a degree, so some countries were missing modifiers. So I'm glad we caught that early. It'd be a bit awkward if it was like a year down the line. So now we're going to be fixing that, switching over the host PC and getting going again.
So does that mean you?
Again, it's better to get this done early.
True. If my understanding is we're running a little behind, does that change the schedule for today, or are we still?
No, still same schedule.
Okay, and it's still on time as well.
So we're still running the same schedule.
Okay.
Slightly tighter, but yeah, we're still running the same schedule.
We brought, to be honest with you, when it comes to the modding stuff, not like making guns ridiculously cheap. That's probably a really rubbish one, to be honest with you. I don't know. I suppose an example. Oh, this is actually really good. I remember. Is it Sweden? Sweden has the ability to work with the Germans. And they give you a Tiger Tank division. It's so broken because you can get a Tiger Tank in 1936 before the tank had even invented. And it's a 40
it's experimental tech.
It's a 40-wit tank division.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, it really is. I mean, it was the path of the Axis path for Sweden that obviously no one bloody did. And I went down to see what it was all about, and that's where it came up. That video is coming out soon, boys.
And how do you do this exactly?
It's on YouTube. No, but seriously, it's kind of if a modder had put that as a part of a mod, that would be kind of something cool to find, to discover that's kind of hidden away. OP modifiers and daft memes are things that are the most I hate in mods.
We have a new announcement coming in.
Oh,
this is fresh from the United Kingdom. To whom it may concern, His Majesty, the King of England, monarch of the United Kingdom, pledged to fulfill all articles of ethical warfare as described in the treaty. His Majesty also pledges to support any democracy against the evil establishment of fascism, rule Britannia, King George VIII of the UK.
Gorg?
Yeah, he's in line with his German roots.
Okay.
It's spelled Gorg. Okay, production whispered on there saying, "Oh, it's George, not Gorg." The note says Gorg. I pronounced it as it was written to me. It's Gorg.
King.
It's a German. They're German. The House of Windsor is a fake house that they changed their name to. It's the House of Hanover. They're German.
Looks like you'll stay in Poland now. You go back home, blasphemy.
If I go back home, what's going to happen?
In prison, yeah. Putting you in the tower, you know.
I mean, what's the rent? The tower in London.
Well, that's why.
That'd be fantastic.
Just want to talk about the mods for a second, this kind of chat. I 100% agree with you, Manfu. I think it's a situation where you have to give it to a player temporarily just to have something cool and interesting happen. Once again, I'll admit, I don't represent the community. I am just a content creator. And I think as a content creator, I kind of want cool stuff to happen because it's just fun to show off and have a laugh and a giggle with. I think that's why I love exploits in a way, you know, because exploits allow you to kind of have a laugh and a giggle. And
yeah,
just look at
take it a little bit less seriously.
And plus, I always think it's fun.
And also,
this is a missing a DLC.
It's the newest one. We've got it under N. There you go.
Oh yeah.
I like a mod that has random events that affect something within the game. Would introduce something new. Example: bad storm affects industry in Asia. Yeah. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Brian.
Oh no.
I know. What's the world come to?
Dave and the other guy.
Yeah. So I mean, let's get readied up and we'll get going again. So Christopher's saying, yeah, well, I guess the mods that are the best are the ones that surprise you and are unique in ways, but are still well made. Yeah, I think, like, for example, in Kaiser, you've got the Mongolian guy. What's his name? The
Sony Redux that got removed out of regular Kaiser.
Oh, it did, didn't it? Yeah, Redux.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I love that. I like it.
It's great.
Because
it had a represent, like, you're going to go down the cavalry path. It's a little bit bonkers, but it's a lot of fun.
Oh, we're getting.
But it was still hard.
We're flying in immediately. Yeah. Just give it another moment before we switch to the game.
We can confirm we're in the game. We have declarations from Mexico saying they're going to be going communist and having an ethical revolution, and one from King George. So I imagine we're going down the monarchist path for the United Kingdom, but are going to be standing up to fascism, which is interesting given that Germany and Italy immediately allied and joined the Axis together. So
once again, give it another moment. Hang on a sec.
Okay.
I would just give it one more moment.
Sure.
I'm worried that someone's going to speak up and say, "Oh, there's something missing again." So
yeah,
just give it a second. If they mention on pause for a day or two, then we'll
Then we'll
start.
see.
We'll pursue it.
It might take a while to pause. I think we'll just show it off in the meantime.
Yeah, sure, go for that. Boom.
There we go. The transition, and we're back into the game. We've got 30 divisions on Austria. Do you reckon they're going to do the exact same thing, or do you think someone's going to have like a change of heart? Just immediate change of plans.
We didn't see him select a focus though, did we?
No.
We heard that we implied that he was going to go for all history, but
Well, I mean, it does say alt history, but alt history can mean a lot of things.
I suppose you could do the alt history German path, I suppose. And what would that be? That would be the what would that even be? That would be the
Befriend Poland. Go down that.
I suppose, yeah, it would be.
Befriending Poland. You've also
Danzig
got the,
for Slovakia.
Danzig for Slovakia. You've got what's it called? The Unholy Alliance. There you go. Alliance with the USSR on the left, and Palpatine Turkey. Because that could be upsetting.
It's such a weird one, that one, isn't it?
Yeah,
I feel like
it makes zero sense.
It gives you such an amazing bonus and an amazing faction, but I feel like there's not a lot of substance to it. It's just like, well, how would the world not hate you? Like the fascist communist alliance?
It does say our fellow fascists and the democratic powers will also be upset by the turn events in the event.
I don't even know what that means because I don't even know what it does. I think they just leave the faction. But
Just
it's like
a little bit, yeah. Just grumble a little bit.
Mussolini.
That was the
Who
first.
needs Mussolini
That was the first thing
anyway?
I ever did in Hoi 4. Players Germany and allied the Soviets.
I see.
It's a lot of fun.
Ooh, ooh, something coming.
We'll see.
Da, da, da.
We are playing on the German version of this game.
We haven't put. I know, that's right. I was saying that to one of the guys I sat with. I was like, oh, we'll see, we've got Mr. Shadow H. And I wonder if it's something to do with Poland or Germany. I don't know.
Oh, Adalric saying he selected the Rhineland last time, I thought. And he's done it again this time. Oh, we have an announcement for Canada. Do you want to read this one out?
Go on then. As the Prime Minister of Canada, I agree to respect all articles of the Ethical Chart and Treaty. As a member of the British Commonwealth, I also agree to follow any other ethical objective, like the global defense of democracy.
That's how they said the defense of democracy. Do you think they're going to be sort of offense is the best?
Offensive
defense?
democracy.
Offensive democracy. Want to see some offensive democracy here, chaps? Right, I want to see some initial focuses. What's going on here? We're going for reinforce the empire. Okay, so I'll stand over there.
Mm-hmm.
Something happened over here, I
Stanley.
believe. I don't know. Stanley Baldwin, or to call him by his real name.
I think that's the observer pug you've got there. Look
I
at
know.
you. Jesus, unreal.
Sin.
Oh dear.
No one knows this about Stanley Baldwin.
I thought I was being lazy, but you sit in this chair and you're like, you just slowly like, is it
finding
like, is
that?
it slippy? Someone's like,
well, to be fair, this is a very
oh, that's true
slippy
actually.
material. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got a bit more grip.
Like communist
I need to put a
jacket.
bit of Velcro on my bum that I can like be sealed in here, can't I? So France has accepted a request for a non-aggressive pact. There will be no wars between
So
our
Germany did a non-aggression pact with France.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Public announcement from Romania. The proud people of Romania would like to subscribe to all rules of ethical warfare, 1 through 16, as soon as technology and production capacity permits.
Do a Romanian voice.
Hmm?
Do a Romanian voice.
No.
Just pretend you're Looney.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not. No, that's terrifying.
I can't even think in my mind what a Romanian accent even sound like.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know. You know how there are some nations you could do accents of.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
If I told you to whip out a French accent, immediately you'd do it, no hesitation. If I told you to whip out a Chinese accent, you're like, I don't know about this one. Live on stream. You know what I mean?
I think we're in Europe. I think we'll be okay. The dawn of the League of European Nations. So we have a faction here. Has this been formed by the Toolpack? It might have been.
Must
and
have
it
been.
consists of
Italy and the German
Germany,
Reich.
Italy.
That's just the Axis, but with a
That's
rebrand.
It is. It's had a rebrand. They're trying to convince us the goodies. Then.
Yeah, I think so. But they definitely are going for Rhineland.
We redesigned the Axis logo and the name in order to restore our reputation on the world stage. Has it worked, chat? Press 1 in the chat if you agree.
If you agree that we should be appeasing them.
Oh, it's Stanley now. He's Stanley again. He's back.
All right, let's see. What are the Soviets doing? Unknown focus. Well, obviously.
Oh, the
'cause it's
chat's
there.
not
Path
convinced.
of
-1.
Marxism-Leninism.
So it might
That's a
be.
huge
It might be that they're just doing one of the smaller ahistorical paths. I mean, we're taking a shot in the dark. We don't know.
course.
We've read between the lines and presume it's all going to be all history, but we're not really sure about that.
Imagine it would be.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I mean, to a degree. Got a couple of ones there.
Oh, is there an agreement? I guess the
Big Sarge is back. Said hello again.
Oh, hi, sir.
So just also it's an amazing
Hello.
name.
Hello. Well, hello.
Okay,
Wake up.
Let's see what Bhutan's up to. You know, that's the most important nation that we can look at, really. Right, Bhutan, they haven't selected a national flag. They haven't done anything.
We're actually playing, aren't we?
No,
I wonder if they're banking PP. Do they have any interesting advisors? Do they have like the Special Forces guy? Special Forces? High Command.
Oh, sorry.
No, they don't.
No.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
Okay.
We'll see from that.
Don't you just love it when Bhutan has a tank designer, a tank advisor? It's amazing. No one suspects the Bhutanese tanks.
It's sneaking around the back.
It's,
That's pure blitzkrieg, that.
Yeah.
Okay, so this, again, is the player map mode. We have a Brazilian, a Mexican, USA. We could go through all of them, but you can see them on screen right now. And for those of you just joining us, we should elaborate what we're doing here. Today, we are playing Ethical Warfare. So it's an all-history Hoi 4, vanilla Hoi 4 game with some rules and regulations. These are stipulations in terms of war. There are 16 different rules, from not having military police to making sure you're using field hospitals, to balancing your civs and your military factories, to all pursue, well, in the name of ethics, I suppose, ethical warfare. So you can only achieve points if you are at war, and then you can go ahead and earn points for not doing any of the naughty war no-nos, as they're called.
Could you? This is a little bit of
Okay.
a brain food here.
Sure.
Is the idea of a tank ethical? So the idea is a tank isn't there really to destroy or remove positions. It is simply a spearhead tool, isn't it? Or I suppose a solid defensive bunker. So it kind of doesn't really kind of excel at casualties or destruction. It is more of a tool to create spearheads and encirclements.
I don't know if you can say that tanks aren't very good at causing casualties.
Oh, I'm not saying that. Oh, I'm
Okay.
just saying that compared to an artillery barrage of the First World War, a tank is very ethical. Would you say that the Germans' invasion of France was very ethical?
Are you saying the
because
German
it was
invasion?
the Blitzkrieg was so fast, it minimized the potential casualties.
You know what's more ethical?
Think about it. What is more ethical than Blitzkrieg? Anything.
Feedback game with another political statement here today, confirming that he thinks that the German invasion of France was fully ethical.
From a tank spared Blitzkrieg
From
perspective.
a purely
we're going to get
tank
those
point of
extra
view.
points and those bullet points. Boo, 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 boo.
Right. Let's see over here.
That is fascinating. The more you look into like Blitzkrieg, there's loads of documentaries out there. The more fascinating it actually is. You know, this concept of encirclement-based warfare and speed
'cause
to
everyone assumed
prevent
it was gonna be
entrenchment,
like World War
defense.
I.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. To be fair, what's really bizarre, and I wish France and Britain, and maybe some of the countries had this. Like, you almost have. Oh God, I'm giving ideas for the devs here.
There you go.
What about a tank doctrine tree? So it looks like doctrines, but everyone starts off with a negative modifier for tank. tanks because no one really knows how to use them because they're this brand new technology.
Right, yeah, nice.
And then the more XP you get, and of course Germany's obviously the first to get it. 'Cause it's like, ooh, Heinz Guderi's like, I've got this idea how to use tanks, you know. And he's like, oh, Poland. They just
Sits down, boys. I've got a mad idea here today.
Just kills over. Wow, these tanks really work. And as you work down the path, obviously, then you start to develop and understand how a tank actually works and how to use it the most in actual combat. Dave just brainstorming ideas like boop, 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 just shooting them out, you know. How'd you follow that? Oh, that's right.
I followed most of it, and I'm happy with it.
No. I
It
mean,
makes
follow
sense.
it.
It makes sense. We're good. We're here. I might have to rewatch the stream a couple of times.
I always thought it'd be, another cool idea. God, Dave's just spitting ideas. Well, obviously, this is a build-up phase, so obviously there's not as much to talk about. But yeah, the idea too that the tech tree for France and the UK for tanks is different because they have infantry tanks and then cruiser tanks because that was their doctrine of tanks back then. It was less about a light, medium kind of mobile vehicle and more about
more in depth,
more about a cruiser or an infantry tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought it'd be kind of interesting, you know.
It works. I was gonna say.
Please agree with me. Oh.
It's getting bright. You hearing the air raids?
What is this indicating? What is this telling us?
Oh my! This is telling us that they're allowed to declare war. War is coming. Ethical. So it's a little
I thought
bit
you were going to
softer.
knife me from your training.
I was about to stab you. Ethically, of course. So I also want to point out we do have a war, obviously, right at the start of the game in terms of Ethiopia and Italy. Should we check out to see if they're following some of these rules? So, if you don't mind for me, just a second.
Here we go.
Can you check if they have field hospitals in their
Italy. So first of all, well, actually, I'm going to check if they even got the research it now when they haven't. And they've not even begun to
They've
research
never begun to research. That's unethical. Unethical. Mussolini's unethical.
Be real. They don't have a lot of control of this war, do they, to be honest with you? It's either they attack and then build up Ethiopia, which is really annoying for Italy, or, well, they attack, and that's what they are doing, you know?
Well, I'll be interested to see if they actually go for an encirclement, because it's an AI, right?
True. This isn't a player. This is an AI.
They have to encircle them and not push it.
He's going balls to the wall, full on push through the Ethiopian highlands.
I mean, there's no one in the start of the game that has more, obviously, mills than all that cinematic.
Ooh, the view.
We're going to look at the balance of mills and civs later on.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of filling full of just my own little crazy ideas and shower of my thoughts, you know, because right now there's not a lot to look at. But oh no, he almost has a perfect ratio, and that's how he starts the game.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, so I wonder if he's gonna try
check
and
his,
keep that up.
I mean, he's trying to, but
doesn't look like it because it looks to me like.
So there is always more civilian factories than military factories.
Will they be graded on these rules per war, or is it just going to be like a conclusion at the
I think
end?
it's conclusion.
Okay. Well, in this case, I suppose it.
Because the game master's going to be watching this the entire time. That's why they're on Bhutan. So they can keep an eye on all these things. So you can imagine it being the first conflict. You're not really going to be sneaking away with much.
The spies.
If you're Italy.
Bhutan. Let's have a look. Do they have any spies?
See,
they can't
this
even
is
afford
this
an
for
agency.
Me, right here. 1 second. Sorry.
Yeah,
this is a bad move. Because then you're just going to sit there. You should just go for the... Well, I suppose you need this for the victory points anyway. But you want to try and avoid as many encirclements as possible to be as ethical as possible. That's going to cost you a lot of lives.
Oh, yeah, and you have no control of deleting, do you?
So you can't finish them off.
I wonder if these rules are specifically for player versus player combat. Then.
So
I hope it is. I really hope it is, though, because you think about it... we're incentivizing player versus player combat because that's the most fun, isn't it?
It is. And I imagine it's going to happen given the declarations that are happening.
Type 1 in the chat if you know how to beat the AI.
I'm going to type 2. Right. 1 second. We've received some intel.
Oh.
So I'll bring in a second. So if you want to.
Yeah, you might want to scroll that because I don't have any control of this
control
one.
That either.
Oh no. Okay.
If you want to stall for a second, very subtly.
Yeah, the Discord that we're looking at, can you hit control then the minus a few times to make it smaller so it can fit more of on screen? That would be really awesome.
Okay, so public announcement from India.
All right.
Here we go.
There we go.
India does solemnly swear to it. I'm not doing the accent. Does solemnly swear to adhere.
But then you're Gandhi.
Sorry. Unethical. It choked up in my throat.
Okay.
Swear to adhere to the following ethical rules of engagement. Field hospitals. Oh, they're not adhering to all of them. So they're adhering to field hospitals, no military police, no flamethrower, no strategic bombing, no last stand, no conscription requirements. Obviously, it's India, you don't need that. No total mobilization, no convoy raiding, no nuclear weapons, only local police, and no advanced spy mission. By that, they publicly announced to use the force for any strikes. They're not allowing any surrounding enemies to surrender and return home. India has stated categorically that they will not allow enemies to surrender. They have announced that they are going to violate international law. But Italy's violating it as well. You can't attack that. It's sickening.
Well, it depends how this is going to end.
But he's attacking. You can't do that. It's against the rule. We have rules.
So it looks like individual nations are coming forward and saying what they will agree to and not agree with, right? So in this case, we've not had Italy's statement, have we?
No, Italy
we need a direct telegram to Mussolini right now and say, what is your stance on the Grandest LAN convention?
It's like we're the League of Nations, but less powerful.
Yes. The convention of the Grandest LAN.
There's a public announcement by France. It's a very short one. It's not like India's. It says, as a modern country, France will follow all the gentlemanly rules of an ethical war. In this idea, we'll forget our old grudges with our eastern neighbours and befriend them. Interesting. Okay. Not sure that France had too many grudges with Germany, considering they won in World War I. But they're saying they're going to forgive the Germans. How nice.
I mean, it's
production telling me the French and the Germans were at war constantly. And, well, it depends how far back you're going. I personally would say that after World War I, France had settled most of their score because they got Alsace-Lorraine. But that's fine. And also had occupied the Rhineland for a little while. But what do I know?
They're on the surrender ticker at the moment. If they do not take some of the land back, they are about to collapse.
Oh, this is an alt history game. All right, so Germany appears to be going down. Do you think... Okay, 4-year plan. France is utilising the leagues. I'm not sure what that does.
So in the chat's made a prediction that we're going to see a fascist France based on the way they're standing. And yes, we are utilising the league and reviving the national bloc. This is an unbelievably powerful path, by the way. There's a ticking stability guy in here. There's a bunch of options to increase production efficiency, speed, stability, war support. This path is insanely strong. Someone likes France.
Someone knows what they're doing.
That's what I mean. Yeah, someone loves
France.
And
also, it looks like they're going to be allying with the Italians and the Germans, from what it seems.
Is there a shortcut key to automatically
control click? You're already Ethiopia. There you go. It's a control click. There you go.
Wow, my brain just got a little bit bigger then.
That might be the first thing I've ever taught you in Hoi 4.
Yeah, it is. We're signed somewhere, aren't we? Because I keep clicking at the very top as well, and I'm like, I declare myself as the hotkey master, and it's something I just don't know.
People said talking and watching without being able to do anything is very League of Nations. No, we're not going to not do anything. We strongly condemn them.
Boom.
So, there we go.
However, they didn't knock out Ethiopia quick enough to force a peace conference. They unfortunately were too slow. They were managed to. The Mr. Haile Selassie got on a boat and is in.
He's left.
He's got. Well, he says got on a train actually.
Oh.
Then he got on a boat and then he went to the UK.
He's gone. He's back.
Goodbye, Mr. Selassie. Until we return to Ethiopia, I suppose.
Okay, we have another public statement. This time from Portugal.
Okay.
The Portuguese Republic expresses deep concern with the situation in Ethiopia and calls upon the good officers of the League of Nations, that's us, to ensure the normalization of the situation. Moreover, Portugal will endeavor to accelerate the emancipation of the African people. That is a bold statement from Portugal.
That would imply that they're going down the coring path for the colonies in Africa.
You think?
Yeah, emancipation. Yeah, it means that they're becoming Portuguese citizens. I thought they can vote.
I thought I was likening it to self-determination.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I suppose, yeah. How would yeah, you're right. No, that is up to interpretation. Emancipation, assimilation implies citizenship, where self-rule implies autonomy. So, yeah.
That's the thing. So, I mean, we'll see which way they go. But I'd imagine, given their condemnation of Ethiopia, that they are planning to try to liberate the rest of Africa, which would put them at odds with the UK. Although the UK said that they're defending democracies around the world. Surely the UK will release their colonies in Africa, right?
What's the name of this focus? Luso-tropicalism. It's an interesting focus because it costs a lot of political power and it takes 180 days, so it's 6 months, but it caused Mozambique and Angola, all of it, which has the potential to give you... Actually, the resources. It's the manpower. You're right. It's the manpower.
How much you got in that? 2 million in the east.
I think it has more manpower than the entirety of Portugal in Europe.
I imagine it would.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 4 or 5 million overall, probably 5 million.
Yeah.
And then in Portugal, you've got.
I think it's a bit close. It's almost 50-50 almost. I know actually Portugal mainland is a bit more.
Oh, really? Has more than 5 million?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
So 1.61.
1.6. That's.
No, the mainland does have more.
Really?
Yeah. So
How much have in
700. 2.
Oh, Lisbon. Yeah. Well, that's
2,
2.
1,
That's 3.
And this is almost 2
that's
as
2.
well.
All right.
Yeah,
Roughly
okay.
the same. Yeah.
And I suppose we could also include Madeira.
But still, you're going to double, aren't you?
The Azores.
13,000 people live in the Azores.
So, yeah, surprisingly,
That's a lot of
yeah.
people.
I fear it's actually really nice. I've known a few people go on holiday there.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why 213,000 people live in it.
There you go. There you go. Germany going for autarky, focusing on the military. Of course, going to develop and going to build up. I believe this is going to be a 2-hour game, right?
So we've got 50 minutes left. 5-0.
Okay.
And then you've got the second session as well, which is going to be longer than this one. So what's going to happen is we have 50 minutes.
I was about to say that
50 minutes,
there'll be
5-0,
time,
and then we go
yeah.
to a little sit-down chat with the devs. So think up any questions you might want to ask them. And then after that, Dave here is going to team up with Dankas to take on the devs, to put them in their place, hopefully, immediately after they've been grilled by chat, in a sort of, 2v2, I guess, of Japan versus China. It's going to be a two-part thing, consistency, a two-part thing. So today, we're going to get through as much of it as we can, and then tomorrow we'll finish that off. And then we'll come back to this scenario, the conclusion of ethical warfare. And hopefully we'll have some stats about who won the previous game. So we know the Nordics
That'll
did.
be with you and Midgeman, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. That's cool.
We know the Nordics won the game. They got all their stuff in the previous game. So but it'd be interesting to see what the rest of them are.
Yeah,
so
that's
we'll
cool.
see.
Once again, looking around the world, trying to find anything that's peculiar, a little bit suspect. But right now, as I've had a little browse, there's nothing that really jumps out at me.
Take a look at the USSR and tell us their focuses. What's going on with that?
So they've gone for the Stalin path, the standard historical Stalin path. He's gone for the center. He's trying to eliminate Trotsky. Internal affairs, fix instability. When it comes down to the ratios, we have 53 to 32, so he would need to make more mills, but he is focusing on the civvies to begin with. Once again, the man will just focus on getting their ratios right near the very end, or when they're particularly at war.
It appears the Poles are going down the communist tree.
Oh, as a communist Poland.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Especially with a firmly fascist.
Have you ever done that path before?
There. The communist Polish one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, is any good?
I mean, I enjoyed it. I don't know
Well,
if that, as you like to say, I'm not a representative of the entire Hoi4 community. But
Some people like chocolate, some people like vanilla. We're all different.
I like communist Poland.
He's a communist. There you go.
I just, you know,
got the stars to see them.
Well, yeah, I have to like communism.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't really want to go down this. Just surrender the East. Just give up land.
I kind of like these paths that people generally reject because I like making videos about them just to see if there was some redemption or some people missing.
Point,
Yeah. Like I remember doing the path for, who was it? Oh, that was it. Czechoslovakia. I did the path where you give the Sudan. I did like a few practice runs and I gave them the Sudan and I was a puppet. And then I slowly over time gained autonomy to break away to finally declare war on my oppressor. Cool. And the one run I actually did is I offered the Sudan back to Germany, and they said no. Why would they say no? I have no idea.
They don't want it.
I don't know. I don't. Germany had a sudden change of heart that game.
It wasn't about getting to dating. It was about the fact you offered it. You know, if you were kind enough to give it to them, they wouldn't have taken it.
So when they demand it, they want it. But when I offer it, they're like,
nah, don't want it. Sick of it. Right.
Can we have a look at the past the Asian majors have taken?
Whilst you're looking at it, I'm going to give you a quick announcement from Spain. So, public announcement from Spain. We, the true patriotic Spaniards, announce our intention to end the corrupt republic with honorable warfare.
Honorable. Allowing
honorable surrender, providing field hospitals, no strategic bombing, and no backhanded espionage for the king, God, and country. Press note. This is a press note. I like that. They had added a press note to their own declaration. Spain publicly announced not to use flamethrowers as a force against protesting people, force their own soldiers to throw themselves at the barricades, and give no chance to retreat, but also the use of civilian economy for research and nuclear warfare. So they said they're going to use flamethrowers. They're going to use force against protesting people, and they're going to use force attack. They're also going to destroy any encircled divisions. I like that. So Spain's going, we're going to go honorable, ethical warfare, apart from we're not letting you surrender. And if you protest, we're getting rid of you.
Flo was just asking, how are you good at staying in frame? They zoomed us back. That's why we're little ants in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I could just leave frame. Yeah. Should we just annoy production for a little bit?
Bye.
No, they got the bats back. Hi.
Yes. There is something interesting that the Japanese are doing. They've gone down the civilian government path. So we are actually seeing the foundations of a democracy in Japan.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, the foundation.
And the Chinese and Japanese have signed a non-aggression pact.
Wow.
Which is not going to be the case later when Feedback Gaming and Daggers take on the devs. There you go.
Oh.
That's how to sell it.
I'll do the Mexican way, do it.
All right. It was just you and me.
It's just you. Yeah.
That's going to get very exhausting. National Spain has declared war on Spain, though, so that honourable warfare that they said they were going to take place is going to occur. But they did say, if you recall, that they are going to use flamethrowers and they are going to be taking out any encircled divisions.
Does those rules apply to civil wars?
Yeah.
Does
It's
rules
ethical warfare.
Do they apply to their own citizens?
Yes. Because
Okay.
also
That's a good
they
show.
said they're going to be using force attack, which is illegal under our international law. They're not allowed. Where Dankers is going to be appearing alongside Feedback in a game or like where they are playing as China, and then is going to be casting the second half of this with Mordred later on. So we have 45 minutes of this, then half an hour with the devs, then an hour and a half of game, roughly hour to hour and a half of game, and then back to this for a couple more hours.
Oh my goodness, back and forth, whiplash.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's good. Unfortunately, Sanjo has passed away.
Should we take a second of
It was
silence?
yeah, F.
Okay, it wasn't that important. Let's just
I was hoping for a longer silence.
It was a second, that's it.
Yes, he was it was really interesting to see how the history of him, because he was the original fascist leader of Spain when the war kicked off. But he died in a plane crash not long after the war began. And because that's how Franco stood in, and Franco was he's willing to work with the Carlists as well as the fascists.
Got his he's not his redemption, but his reputation through his acts in Morocco.
Oh, really? What happened to him in Morocco?
I don't know if I want to go into it on stream.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
He did some things that made the military very happy.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
But apparently he was like reckless and brave and stuff.
Oh, reckless and brave. Is that the traits he gets in game?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Heinous war criminal might also be on the list.
All right. Well, I mean.
But fortunately, with
He has-
ethical
he
warfare,
didn't have the best
we're not having that
reputation.
today.
I remember a long time ago, when I had a holiday in Spain. I think it was somewhere near Malaga, and I remember taking a coach ride to Gibraltar, and I remember the guy on the coach just banging on about Franco. I mean, you know, the little guy on the microphone, he just kept going on about Franco over and over again. I remember
Positively or like hammering him?
it kind of came across like he was a bit of a fan.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
It
the
is
guy at the back,
residual.
there was a British guy, stands up and he goes, Franco was a fascist. And at the time, I was a kid. I was like 8 years old. I didn't know what a bloody fascist was. And I always thought that, like, what was going on? And of course, more now about World War II and Franco. It kind of all adds up. It makes sense, you know? Like he had some weird ideas. Like, there's one thing I remember him saying. He says that he built industry right in front of Gibraltar, so that when the fumes came up from Gibraltar, came up from Spain,
fly
they
over
would fly over
Gibraltar.
Gibraltar.
Nice.
Yeah, like it's a little way of like spiting them. It's just so weird stuff. You're like, you know what I mean? Anyway, there's my little historical fact. Anyway, Dave's trip to Spain.
Dave's trip to Malaga. Away the lads.
Damn.
All right, well, let's see what Italy's up to, if they're doing anything historical. It don't look like it to me. And they've just gone full. Yeah, there you go. They've got their divisions arriving in national Spain. So I imagine there's an alliance between that lot.
Yep.
However, I'm interested to see what will happen with these guarantees, because maybe the Germans say to the Frenchies, well, look, you're going fascist. We can be buddies. Just relinquish ye old guarantees. But is that ethical? Is that in the spirit of it?
You never know, really. I mean, the enemy, I don't know. It's hard to say because a lot of the time, what I was going to say is that it's difficult to know if these fascist nations are going to work together. We're presuming they are, but we don't really know if they are.
I mean, yeah, they could also just not. Let's see if the US is going to go anything. The US is one of the few nations with a co-op. So see if that affects anything.
Yeah. So, once again, Hearts of Iron 4 game, the beginning of it, usually there's a lot of setup, a lot of building up, and we're kind of just seeing who will fire the first shot. And if we look at the world tension, Right now, the last spark of world tension was actually Italy sending volunteers to Spain. Oh, but the Soviet Union sent 7 volunteers to Spain as well. So we're about to see a Spain Royal Rumble between the commies and the fascists.
Speaking of the Germans who sent in some volunteers, I have a note here from the Germans.
The Germans.
The first public announcement from Germany. Rising from the dark time of the Black Friday and the Great War, proud Germany has chosen never to fall back on the savagery of the past. We vowed not to wage war to simply murder others, to protect the sworn to our flag and any nation whose interests align with ours. As a sign of good faith, we're willing to bury the past and make peace with our French neighbors.
Alta.
So there you go. So France is going to be fascist.
Who's that guy in the back of the bus? What did he say?
France is going fascist. France is going fascist, but it looks like the Germans and the French are going to be buddy-buddy. The Italians already in a faction with the Germans, so that's quite a powerful little alliance there. Bear in mind, the United Kingdom did say they were going to wage war on any fascist nation, but it now seems like they're going to be waging wars on all fronts.
Yeah, I've been looking at them, and they've not actually picked their ideology. You presumed it was going to be a monarchist path, but the change of course and say she goes has not been
Still not
selected
been
yet.
triggered. Okay, interesting.
No. It's difficult, really, because actually it's frustrating for Britain because if you go fascist, communist, or monarchist, you lose all your Commonwealth partners, and it is a bit of a nightmare, the fact that they all happen with every single one of those paths. I was having a look right now at the Mountaineers. The Soviets have said, awesome thing to do. However, man, the supply problems are just causing...
It's been the theme of today.
I'm
sick of it.
It's been the theme of the week.
I cannot wait until you are going to be in there with Dankus and it's going to be perfect supply.
It's inspiring me to make a video about supply when I get home. That's what it's happening. Yeah. How do you keep the supply down? How's supplying for? Yes, that is the question. Alternatively, we also have the Italians that have joined this war.
Have they joined?
No, they're
okay.
volunteering it up, yes. They've sent 3 divisions, and they've also sent Mountaineers. It seems to be a Mountaineer Royal Rumble here.
Heading around the top.
Yeah, around the outside.
I'd like to point out that the Germans have only said that they protect their soldiers. They didn't say that they were going to be adhering to which rules.
So but look. Know what's happening here?
Some field hospitals.
Yeah, that's right. So we're definitely...
The Italians have already broken a bunch of rules, though, so I'm not really... Yeah, let's go through and check to see if all of them have got field hospitals.
So far, it doesn't appear to be the case, unless that was the first thing they researched.
It was.
It was,
There you go. That's very ethical.
It was, yeah. You know, I have rated support companies and ranked them with a tier list many a times in videos. And one of my controversial takes was that engineers, I don't think, are as great as people make out them to be. Yeah, once again, we all like different things. Someone's like chocolate, some like vanilla, blah, blah, blah. You get the idea. Field hospitals will rank very low for me. Okay, They keep buffing it. They're giving them new things every single expansion. However, I think the latest expansion has given them the best thing possible. And what it's given them is HP boost for every infantry battalion that's a part of that division. And I think for the most part, that is a solid, rock-hard improvement. We have a peace conference right now for the Chinese. And
China versus Jibei Sanma. I mean, we didn't get a chance to see if that was ethical or not.
Nom. Yeah, it was such a quick one. I think, did they do that by manually justify? I don't think they did. They probably used the focus tree.
I think focus, and they just
No, they didn't. No, they did. What's happened is what they've said is that we're going to have to subjugate the warlords, but if they say no, they get instant CB. And they have got...
That's like Xinjiang and Shanxi.
And they've got all the south now as well, so they are going to gobble those ones up as well. Yunnan is a nightmare to invade. The supply there is
horrible.
Really bad, yeah. Yeah, so field hospitals, as I mentioned, they now boost HP. I don't have an example of one I could show you. Oh, no, but what I could do, once again, I'm not really a pro at observing, so maybe I could show it off here. So, and I can actually show it.
There you go.
Yeah, so if you look here and you hover over it, everyone that's highlighted is getting the bonus of 10% improvement of HP. So I presume each one of these adds 27.5, so 10% more on top of that. So 2.5, yeah. 2.7, okay, there you go. Give me the exact numbers. Mathematician next to me. And
yes, I did. 27.5. 10% off.
So the difference is you've got 251.7 HP, and if I removed it, we've just lost 24.5 HP. HP, in brief, it just means you sustain less damage to equipment and manpower as a part of the division. It also improves manpower as well. And every time you're active participating in combat or getting cast-striked, you were taking HP damage. The more HP you've got, the less overall percentage of the division will be lost, so the less percentage of manpower and equipment will be lost as well. So right now, field hospitals do a lot more than they used to. However, they still are pretty expensive. That's probably the reason I'm not a big fan of them. If you are a nation like China or the Soviet Union, you could probably still say, I'm not a big fan of field hospitals, and that's totally okay.
You know
However,
why I'm a
if you're
fan of-
Denmark or Norway, then
You
it's
need
probably a good idea. Yeah.
You know why I'm a fan of field hospitals?
What's that?
It's ethical.
It's ethical.
That's why. And we do have a war over here. We have Guangxi clique versus China. So we'll see if anything unethical happens. Oh, that's going to be... I'm not liking that.
This is exactly what you should do in this situation. This is
100%,
beautiful.
100%.
Yeah.
But I'm saying I'm not liking it.
There's only
because
three.
If he does go here and encircle him,
there's only three.
unethical.
I think there's 3 or 4 victory points inside of the Guangxi clique. And once again, you're better off snaking to them than actually fight the front line. Because remember that last war, they got stuck in Guangzhou. So in this case, you can just snake all the way.
He's not
in.
doing that this time. But what he is doing is he's encircled 2 divisions.
Ooh,
Someone ring the bell. Ring the bell. It's
he's
unethical.
He's going to have to close it though anyway, because he's got a victory point there. Yeah, sad to hear.
It's not a bell, but it's sad.
It is sad.
We'll see, but he's encircled that. And
We've run
that's-
out of
that's-
sound effects. The soundboard is...
The
that's
budget's
it.
gone.
It's just 2 sounds.
But we do have an announcement. If you want to take us through what's going on here, I'll announce what's going on with the USSR.
Yep, sure. Let me hop over.
So, first public announcement from the USSR: the free people of the United USSR proclaim that the world shall share the wonders of communism, the only humane ideology. To achieve this goal, the people of the USSR won't violate these ethical rules like the Western democracies. 2, 3, 5, 6, 10, 11, 13, 14, and 16. So the ones they are going to not adhere with is so they're not going to use field hospitals. They are going to strategically bomb. They are going to... They're not avoiding all of man serve. So that's surprising. The
AI is not adhering to the...
The AI is also unethical.
Yeah.
They're gone. Let's see. So, what else are you doing here?
Pro tip for anyone playing here, if you're trying to get a victory point like this, you want to actually hold this attack and let the AI move out of it, because a lot of times they do, and then you can just walk in when it's empty. Pro tip.
So, to be clear, they are not going to be field hospitals, doing field hospitals. They are going to be strategically bombing. They are going to be forcing all their population to fight. They are not allowing encircled enemies to surrender, and they are also going to be going total mobilization. But then also South Africa has made an announcement.
All right.
South Africa said they are going to be using field hospitals in all divisions. They are adhering on all of them. Yeah, they on all of them. Completely all of them. And they are going to be defending any nation attacked unreasonably, especially democracies. So that's South Africa. We've got a pronunciation hint here. The X in Jubei and Guangxi is a sh sound, not a z sound. So Jubei, Shanma, and Guangxi. There you go. But Poland's declared war on the Polish Republic. Those are 2 words I can pronounce.
It is.
So
it
which one's it
is
gonna
a
be?
civil war in Poland to form a communism. So there seems to be some kind of relationship with the Soviet Union here and Poland, because they're obviously nearby, their borders, and it looks like they look like they're going to form an ideological alliance.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. I mean, this shouldn't be... Have you ever done the Polish Civil War?
Hang on a second. So that's the peasants that rose up. So
Yeah.
what's the... I'm confused. Who is actually the player there?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
I'll scan through this list.
Yeah, no, it is the peasant uprising. I'm just confirming
Peasant
that.
yeah, there you go.
It's
Peasant
M2.
Rising is the player.
Yeah.
Look at that. Leftist schism. Sejm? How do you pronounce that?
No idea.
God, we're so English, man.
My tactic is, if I can't pronounce something, is to just say it with a really thick accent, because it sounds
Yorkshire
authentic.
accent.
Oh, I know. Jism. You know what I mean?
Look at this. That's unethical. I feel like most people aren't adhering to the humane encirclement law.
Well, once again, it's just difficult versus the AI, isn't it? Because the AI won't listen.
Doesn't matter. Ethics are not about...
Here's a question. Oh, this is good. This is spicy. What if you do adhere to the encirclement law, but then the opposing side refuses to disband?
Then you have to sit there.
Well, forever?
Yeah. Welcome to... Ethical rules are not meant to be easy. They're meant to be a struggle.
I hate the ethics.
I hate ethics. Just throw it up in the air. He's done.
What's right and wrong?
Sick of it.
Oh, no.
If you're in soccer divisions, are you allowed to sit there containing them in the pocket whilst they charge endlessly at your lines? Absolutely. That is their decision. You are giving them the ability to retreat, which basically means that they are allowed to disband.
To be honest, that's a big deal because that does offer quite a severe handicap.
Absolutely.
As well, yeah.
Absolutely. Which is why most of our players are, or at least a decent majority.
Goes the nation that I'm not going to try to pronounce it because I've been told it. Guanxi Clique.
He's SH.
Clique. Here we go.
Okay, clique is an English word. You can't say clique. That's on you, buddy.
The Yunnan clique.
There you go. Got that one. But that was, I mean, pure violations, that. So that's going to be detrimental.
Once again, until everyone has field hospitals research and everyone has all the tools needed to be research, I think then at that point I'll look a bit.
But for right now, you're like, doesn't matter.
There's a bit something interesting I spotted here that was I think is a little bit different. Hello, Mr.
Algeria.
Algeria, yeah. And that's the only one Francis chose to release to. Tunisia and Morocco, you know, they're not going to get released, but just Algeria.
I like how little, it's like the game's surprised when you release a nation.
Why just Algeria? That's what gets me. Yeah. Algeria, to be fair, is the best because look at all the steel he's got. Look at it, 109 steel, and that recently got buffed actually as well. They took some of the steel out of the mainland and then they whacked it into Tunisia and Algeria.
I'm just hoping that we'll see some Tunisia game here.
I knew you were going to say that.
I want to see Tunis. I want to see it happen.
Maybe we'll see a Yorkshire game. Who knows?
Tunisia wasn't actually in the game for a long time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You could release with the others. You just couldn't release Tunisia. There weren't any foreign calls.
Makes sense. Cool. Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense, but I can.
Makes sense.
Yeah, Tunisia.
Makes sense. Oh, cheers, buddy. Makes sense. Goodbye, nation.
Oh, it reminds me of that England, Tunisia. I kept bringing this up to you every now and then.
England, Tunisia game.
Yeah.
Horrible.
And it was what's his face that got the final goal as well, was it? Yeah, Kane again. It's always Kane.
Not to go off topic too much. I swear to God, I'll bring it back in.
We've got a lot of
here's the thing.
There's a lot of filler.
Here's the thing with Kane, right? I knew the coach of the Tunisian national team.
Harry Kane.
He had a nervous breakdown at half-time when it was 1-1. So he couldn't tell his players. So he changed to zonal marking, which is why Harry Kane was free both times for a header at the back post. Sick of it. Absolutely sick of it. Anyway, moving on.
He has one of the best what do you call it, conversions when he has opportunity, a chance. What do you call it?
Yeah, absolutely does. Do you want to take us through national Spain? Because they don't seem to be doing so hot, and that's a player.
So once again, Poland look like it's wrapping up at the minute.
Poland's fine, but Spain.
So the player is actually the nationalist.
Yeah.
So this tells me it's the Soviets that are mingling here that's causing the problem. Let's just have a little look at the divisions. The Spanish volunteers. Oh, they've sent volunteers to Poland as well. Wow. So right now, the Soviets have got a finger in a lot of pies right now, trying to affect the world stage with these, as the Soviets did.
Pigeon saying when you destroy a division that's from an encirclement style HP, that means they're surrendering. So refusing to close the pockets is refusing to let them surrender.
So you're actually starving them. You know, that's a good point.
But they can surrender.
So starving is more ethical than encircling them.
A siege is more ethical than that. Yes.
I disagree. Big disagree.
Well,
go back to my tank argument.
The ethical blitzkrieg.
Yeah,
you should write a paper on that. Call it the ethical blitzkrieg. I'd read the hell out of that. Spain's probably going to get the car lists.
I feel like the controversial papers are probably the ones that do the best too, so they probably would do really well as well.
I don't know if you spent a lot of time with professional stuff with academia, but they tend to try and make their titles as funny as possible. Just because, yeah. Let's see.
There was a thing. There's a bunch of scientific papers. This is so off topic, but there's a bunch of scientific papers that were wrote and submitted to journals and automatically accepted that weren't fully read, and they were really just BS stuff.
Yeah, they're horrible.
Really dumb. And they made a big deal about oh, look how it's easy to get science working and abuse the system. Well, it wasn't that way, was it? Because only a few weeks later, when they were peer reviewed, they were all removed and dismissed and taken off the website anyway. So it's not like it made a big difference in the end.
You can also pay to have your papers in different journals. So it means nothing. That's why peer review is very important. Now, after the ethics of academia, back to the ethics of war, we see the Netherlands caving to the Germans. That doesn't seem very ethical, but here we go. But we're also seeing this as the Mexico focus tree, and Mexico is definitely going down the communists, just like they said. Think they're going to have a civil war? Another one? 3 for 3? 3 games, 3 civil wars? What do you reckon?
I mean, why not? Once, twice, 3 times in Mexico, eh?
I mean,
Why not go all the
when
way?
in Mexico?
When in Mexico, do communism and
Do communism.
do Spanish civil, do junta. You know, it's a standard
It's
game.
not
right?
going to feel good for the national side. Spain, France also sent volunteers.
Yeah, so
Poland
obviously
wraps
it's
up as well.
feeling. So we're basically going to see here a massive communist bloc and a massive fascist bloc, aren't we? That's
But
what.
I mean, do you think that? I assume after National Spain dies, he's going to reseed as Republican Spain. That'd be my imagination at least.
Maybe, yeah. It's hard
I
to
mean,
say.
they are just marching in.
Does appear to be the case. It was interesting when I see the cave to the British. This is
the Germans?
Oh yeah, cave to the Germans. They're not the British. That's what I mean. It's so ingrained in my brain. I just say it automatically because every historical game has it. It's the most annoying thing, actually. You can't actually cave to the Germans if historicals turn out. They never let that focus.
Yeah.
So actually seeing them cave to the Germans is a breath of fresh air for me because you don't see this
Very
often.
happy. I only ever play with historical AI off.
When you submit to the Germans, it's a breath of fresh air.
You're right. So an ethical blitzkrieg surrounding the Germans. Are you being paid?
Slightly leaning towards the Germans.
The
yeah.
Germans in this one.
Slightly, yeah.
Made your decision.
So the situation in Poland has now been resolved. We have a Netherlands leading Germany, which is interesting. We have a Spanish civil war that seems to be massively favouring the Republicans
Despite the fact
Soviet
that
intervention.
that France, Germany, and Italy, which France is now fully gone fascist, all sent volunteers. This is just the Soviet volunteers, and I suppose the AI.
They sent a lot, though. They sent 7 mountaineers.
They did.
And these guys are really well trained. Shame about the equipment. This is one thing I want players to do more often. Now, listen to me. Oh, he's actually even done it. I kid you not. Well, okay, this is meaningless now because it sounds like I've just stolen his idea. But his main army, he's put on reserve, low priority, and then he's put his main volunteer force on high priority.
There you go.
And if anyone doesn't understand what that means, it just means now that equipment will now be prioritized to be sent to these guys over these guys. So, and obviously the troops that are fighting want to be at maximum strength, maximum stats, and do maximum firepower, and that's the best thing you can ever do as he training divisions now. So all brand new equipment, stuff that is missing out this division, is flying towards those said Spanish volunteers.
China unethically taking its smaller states.
AI.
Even if it's AI, still.
I forgive them.
I don't. I will never forgive them. This is going to be listed on the
When
war
is the China
crimes.
hate going to end from you?
Never.
Oh, God.
When they're ethical. I tell you when the China's hate is going to end. When you're playing China. With Dankers, very soon.
That's
You happy now?
right. It should be in just over an hour.
Right, we've got some announcements in. You ready for this?
Brazil, let's
A
go.
lot of announcements. First announcement from Finland. We in Finland declare that we'll follow all the rules of ethical warfare, no matter how dire the situation. That's what I like to see. Solid. First one from Australia. We, the free nation of Australia, pledge to uphold the articles and regulations of ethical warfare as stipulated by all of the 16 points. From Italy. Here we go. Italy's announcement. We finally get to hear what's going on.
Okay.
You're going to like this.
Okay.
We as Italy respect and care for all human beings. This might mean that we need to acquire territory by force because under our rule, peace continuity becomes a reality. For that reason, in our conquest, we will follow all the 16 rules of ethical warfare. Best regard to me, join our coalition, prosper and live long in peace. P.S. Ethiopia might be an exception. Smiley face.
I see. No,
you can't ethically exclude people.
I'm okay with the AI stuff. That's my take. Sorry.
You're
AIs aren't people. They are just computer algorithms. It's not human beings. That's all I'm going to say.
So when the uprising happens, this is going to be listed as a crime.
Yeah, it's
over
literally
for you.
the Matrix thing, isn't it? You know what I mean?
You know what isn't a crime?
You know what they'll judge us on? They'll judge us on if we said thank you to ChatGPT after when we've...
I do.
You do?
Yeah, I feel bad.
Thank you so
I
much.
feel bad. There's an announcement from Brazil. The Brazilian people have openly extended their arms to be able to provide for those in need. We'll dedicate our abilities to developing and producing goods for all those willing. That's it, in a nutshell. And China. His Majesty, the King of England, accepted to peacefully transfer Hong Kong back to China. The policy of Chiang Kai seeks to peacefully unite China's works, and the colonizers want to cooperate. So they want their lands, and they're saying the colonizers want to cooperate with them.
Okay.
They say peacefully wanted to take it back peacefully. I don't know if they know what that means. You know what else is almost unethical in nature?
What's that?
There's a sale going on. You can basically rob Paradox. 70% off on Steam. 70%. That is unethical.
70.
That's too much. But you at home right now can get Hoi 4 and a lot of the DLCs for 70% off. So if you haven't already, make sure to go and check that out.
So 70%, is that the base game or is that the DLCs? Is that all the DLCs?
There's a lot of different DLCs.
You've not looked, have you? We asked that question before.
Yeah. But it's, I mean, you know what? There you go. Give me a second, I'll give it for you.
Yeah, he's going to find out.
I'll
He's going to find out that information. So once again, China is invading communist China here because it has a war goal on them. I believe it's one of the national focuses they've got. So they are right now plowing into them and doing damage. Probably the Soviet Union probably isn't very happy about this, but in this scenario, what really can they do? I don't even think they can send volunteers, because one of the issues when they're a landlocked nation, you send volunteers, there's no supply that can get into them, and therefore they just end up losing all their supply and then getting encircled anyway. But by the looks of things aren't looking too good for the communist Chinese.
To be clear, it is 7% off almost every single DLC.
You can actually show
almost every single DLC. Look at that.
These are Polish
Lovely.
prices, though, aren't they?
Yeah, still 7% off.
Okay. Yeah, so the highest is like 70% off, isn't
So
it?
if you're watching us right now on the Steam broadcast, scroll down and make that purchase.
None of them are 70% off. We've just seen them. A few of them are 70% off.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You're lying to us.
Yeah, so it does vary based on how long the DLC's been out. Obviously, the one that's been out the latest.
I think it's pretty much all of them apart from Ultimate Tourney.
The latest one. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
I find it really. Oh god, I'm gonna sound like a shill when I say this, but I remember when I used to play CK2, and I wanted to obviously expand the CK2 experience, and actually look into the DLCs and finding which ones have improvements and what do certain things. It's actually really nice and refreshing to install one of the newer DLCs and then play it again and just see what was different. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times your issue is that I feel like you become intimidated. Like EU4 intimidates me because it's a game that's been out a really long time and it's got bajillion DLCs. And if you install all the DLCs, you've got buttons you didn't even know it existed. So it's kind of really overwhelming. So it's nice to install one of them that's cheap, that's on a sale.
Go for that, yeah.
Yeah, build it on the back of that one and then go from there. That's what I do.
No,
You do you, whatever. Yeah.
Carlos. Now, Carlos are there. You know what else has happened? There's a second announcement from France. As the Algerian government asked the French release them, all cultures and people who seek freedom shall see their wish granted. France will accompany the new independent Algerian government in their development. Release Tunisia! I can hear the people crying out for freedom. You have to release them. Otherwise, they'll come downstairs, unplug your PC.
This is a serious question. What makes a Tunisian Tunisian?
What makes a Tunisian Tunisian?
Yeah. Can
You're born within the borders of Tunis.
Well, I do that, but can you describe what a Tunisian is compared to an Algerian or a Libyan?
So Algerian lives over here in Algeria, and Libyan lives in Libya, and Tunisian lives in Tunisia.
I was talking about the culture, the lifestyle, and the way they live. You know.
You want me to describe the cultural differences between North Africa?
Yeah, because
okay, there are a lot of similarities. Generally, Tunisia is more of a liberal country than the others. We're the most liberal Arab democracy that there is. Well, we used to be democracy now, a little bit, but you know.
What kind of form of liberal does that mean?
It means that if you've got more conservative nations, trying to stay apolitical,
yeah.
more conservative nations, it's more on the liberal side of
Does that
Arab
align more towards the church, I presume, or not?
What, the mosque?
Well, I mean that. You are a man. You don't use that expression. Do you align with the mosque? I'm like,
do you align with the mosque?
I go to a mosque.
Feedback, are you aligned with the mosque today?
I guess. I'm
I would say the main difference is food.
Oh, okay.
It's a nice conglomeration of Mediterranean and Arab. So it's got some breads and stuff, but it's very tomato based. But it has the light olive oils. It's actually the second largest olive oil producer.
That's
after
good.
Italy.
This is what I want to know.
Italy takes our olive oil and steals it and sells it its own. I'm accusing the Italian government.
Steals it.
Huh? They buy it and then they sell it. But then the label says it's from Italy, so they can sell it in the EU.
Viva la Tunisie Libri.
That man's English, but I'll take it. Now, going back to the Spanish Civil War, moving away from olive oil sale rivalries.
Do you know any French?
Yes.
How much?
I can understand most things.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Because this is just a random reference, but I remember there was a big female YouTuber, and she spoke fluent French, and I didn't really know that now, and she grew up in Morocco.
Yeah, so it's like a second language, especially like some North Africans prefer to speak French than Arabic.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah, because they feel like it makes them more high class, and they're wrong.
Oh, I can see why. No, I can get it.
Yeah, but
because obviously the riches were with the French aristocracy, weren't they? Yeah.
It's
Oh,
unfortunate.
interesting. That's interesting. I learned about Tunisia today, guys.
You want to know something else? Do it like this.
What's that?
Do this. Trust me. Do this. Like this. So hands there, one over the other. Like this.
Yeah.
Okay. In Arab numerals, that spells 1881. See? 1881. 1881, which is the year that the French took over Tunisia. So Tunisians will say, like, there's a folklore, like, oh, we got branded. Obviously, everyone has it. We got branded when that happens. It's 1881.
Right. Okay, that's interesting. Interesting.
You asked for Tunisian facts.
Is that something that happens at school? Is that like a school thing, or?
I'll be honest. In summer, I went to my dad. When I was visiting my family in Tunisia in summer when I was younger, and my father was like, "Oh, why don't you go to school? That's a fun thing to do during your summer holiday. Go to extra school." So I went to school in Tunisia, and the the teacher, my Arabic's not great, and the teacher asked me something, and I didn't understand. So they asked me to come to the front and put my hands out. I was like that, and then they whacked me with a stick. And I had to turn around. They hit me twice more. So I went home. My dad was like, "Do you want to go to school tomorrow?" I said, "No." They beat me.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, corporal punishment's allowed.
Oh, well, is it still legal now?
I mean, it's legal, but it's more. This is more in the villages.
It's frowned upon, right? I see what you mean. Yeah. I remember it wasn't long after when this shows my age right now, but it wasn't long after when I started school that corporal punishment, whatever punishment you referred to, got banned in schools in the UK. But there was still a few teachers that were very old that still practiced it, and it was quite common, like they'd slap you on your thighs into the table, for instance. You know what I mean? Because it was just baked into them. You know what I mean?
That was allowed.
Yeah. Ruler on the wrist. You know what I mean?
Teacher got in trouble with me when I was younger. Smacked me over the head.
Pretty built character, didn't it? We're playing map games.
Right, there's been an announcement from Japan with, as of the 17th of February 1937, with authoritarian power in Japan being undermined, the forces occupying Chinese lands have stopped responding to the government in Tokyo and instead to Beijing and Nanjing. The Japanese government has not yet released an official response, but rumors suggest a different political agent than that of Tokyo.
Yep.
Very interesting. And obviously, if you want to show it off a little bit, we do see a state of war. Korea has gone independent, as well as the state of Japan fighting against Japan.
Yeah, so we have a liberal democracy inside of Japan fighting against Hirohito as they are deciding, is it going to be monarchy ruled or ruled by the people? Who will win?
And obviously that means that Manchukuo has changed the imperial Kwantung territories.
Yeah. And surprisingly, Manchukuo is a puppet.
Yeah, so that's what happens.
Oh, okay. So there's like a hierarchy, like a chain of command of puppets, isn't there? Yeah.
I want to point out that we are seeing the encirclement here.
Oh, this is beautiful. A unified Korea. Yep, let's go to the action.
This is not legal. China, for the fourth time in different wars. 4 wars, 4 violations, each of them heinous in nature. Look at that, attacking them. Not like, oh, there we go.
Yeah, it was inevitable.
It's standard. Mexican Civil War.
Inevitable.
The second Crustada.
Yeah, Mexico, once again, trying to decide. Mexico Steve.
Well, they need to fight off of the. They need to fight off the communist. They need to fight off the democratic elements in their country, and then bring forth the communists. Were you guys live all this time? Yes, not us personally, but the stream is live for hours. It's fantastic, and we'll also be live again tomorrow. If we could get production doesn't mind putting up the stream schedule as the little sidebar, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, just heads up, this is not the beginning or the end of the content. I believe we're going now for another 4 hours, aren't we? 5?
Yeah, so we have 10 minutes of this segment, and then we're going to cut a little bit later on to the sit down with the devs. So make sure you're thinking up any sort of questions you want to ask them, any discussions. If that's nation stuff, if you want to focus through Albania or Belgium, like Mr. Feedback here, then that's something you should have prepared. After that, that is going to allow Feedback and Dankus to go and get set up on China. They're going to be playing Communist China and fighting against 2 devs.
Boom.
Which is going to be fantastic.
Oh, this is an announcement from Japan.
That's the announcement from Japan.
That's the one you read
that's
out.
one I read out.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
And then after that, we will cut back to the second segment of this game, which is going to be cast by Mordred and Dankus. So
they should have a Morse code sound effect when that pops through. Like beep, beep, beep,
that'd be cool.
Beep, 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 beep. I know, I'm full of great ideas. That's why my
production has just whispered in Feedback's ear that his idea was good in a very comforting, soothing tone. Excellent. So now we look at Spain, and it looks like the Republicans have not been able to contain them as well. Maybe the Soviet attention was elsewhere, but we do see some encirclements. But Spain did say they weren't going to adhere to our Geneva Convention. They announced that fact.
There's an interesting turnaround in what we're looking. Oh, hang on, we're not looking at your screen.
Oh, sorry.
It's interesting turnaround on this Civil War because initially it did look like the nationalists were pulling back, and that's because of the contribution to the Soviet Union. Those 7 mountaineers were definitely pulling their weight. But however, now you can see that the nationalists are creeping back.
But they were tied up to this part.
Oh,
here.
it looks like they're paying most of the attention to the
Yeah, so they're now
anarchists.
finishing off this the anarchists over in Barcelona, which has allowed them to come out. They did hold quite nicely here. I mean, when you play, I don't know how much you played National Spain, presumably more than I have, but when you do start to lose heavily, you can hold up here for a decent chunk of time, and then break out when this does occur. So that's generally a strategy if the Soviets do send a lot of volunteers that you're not able to contain. So
it's hard to say the outcome of this one. I am rooting for AI Spain right now. Yeah, because I want to see the communists making an impact. So that's definitely going to make an impact. We've got a new message coming through. Hearts of Iron 4, the Grandest LAN schedule. Today, we are going to midnight. Midnight in Poland.
Yes.
So FYI, just the time zone.
So European
Poland.
time.
Yeah.
I like how we had to specify that. There's only the English.
I know. It's Portugal.
And Portugal.
Yeah, Portugal.
We may also be going along with the midnight in Poland, depending on the timings of things we want to have a succinct end to everything. So if that does take place, then we might go.
And then tomorrow, running from 10 a.m., it's a tiny little bit earlier, to a tiny little bit earlier to 11 p.m. So lots of streaming action.
And that's the big game.
Don't forget to subscribe if you don't want to miss this kind of content. And we're going to be hitting you with those live streams, and you get to.
If you're watching us on YouTube,
faces.
make sure to subscribe. If you're watching us on Steam, make sure to purchase the 70% off, limited time only Hoi for sale. If you're on Instagram, follow. I think that's all of them.
I think so, yeah. We're doing
Fantastic.
some awesome vertical live streams on other social media platforms. Wow. So, Japan.
Why'd you say it like that? Wow.
Yeah, it's wow. I'm excited.
That's your excited. That was the most excited you've ever been. Wow.
Wow. Wow. It's Owen Wilson. Wow.
This is literally the happiest I've ever been in my life.
It's interesting, this, because now we're actually seeing the player who's... oh, no, we're not. Are we? I'm confused.
The player is playing the state.
Oh, yeah. They're actually losing. You're right.
The AI is winning all of these civil wars. Look at that encirclement there. Oh, no, they broke out a little bit over in the north.
Well, we're actually seeing why now. The Italians and the Germans
they said
are sending volunteers. Oh, mamma mia. This is, it's not mamma mia, it's Japan. Oh, no, I can't think of a good Japan. Oh, no. But regardless, right now, we're seeing... it's kind of cool to see this in a way, because there's a lot of intervention happening. Oh, and then the French have arrived
here as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of intervention. The amusing thing for me is...
Amusing?
How much of that is ethical?
I wonder.
Because if they're doing encirclements, but under whose consciousness is that? If I am playing as Nationalist Spain and the Germans go and encircle someone and refuse to let them out, is that on my conscience because I allowed these men into my country? Or is that on them because they are perpetrating the crime? I say it's on Spain. And that's not because production is yelling Germany at me. I think it's Spain because they invited them in. If they see it happen and they don't want these unethical things to happen, then they should kick the volunteers out. They have the ability to do that.
No, they don't.
Can they not?
You can't withdraw volunteers.
Can you not force them out? I thought you could.
No.
Well, in which case...
You can let them in. You have the permission to say,
but then you can't kick them out once they're in.
That's exactly. The hostile,
I imagine I've never tried that before.
Takeover. Looking at this is really interesting. The China's here. I thought this would obviously be decided by the player, especially with the gaps in the front line too. But it's like he's kind of pulled back and he's kind of doing the strat that you talked about earlier. It is a good idea, but he needs to get troops out of here. Maybe he's trying to close his pocket.
He's not being able to close the pocket. That's the thing. He's tried desperately to violate ethics, but technically he's not right now.
The cheese is so important for this kind of war because this capital. If I could say the Paradox, Paradox, can you stop putting capital cities on mountain ranges, please? It's very difficult.
Even if they were there.
It's so difficult for me to get my caps and my axes, you know. And the worst one, always the one that's always in my memory, the back of my brain. To the Viva Convention, I know, the fear, is the Bolivian capital. Because you can only attack it from like 3 places, and there's like a lake to the left of it. Upsets me, anyway. That's enough about Dave's nightmares and panics. Let's look at what you're looking at.
I was looking at the war over here, which is really not going too well. But we do see an Italian mountaineer's been encircled. So The Japanese.
I'm going back to
are
Italia.
Well, they're not.
Well, I mean, they're going to POW.
As you just saw, they did not go back to Italy.
Threw the helmet in the air.
Oh well, there's
And
more
then
helmets in the air.
another
That's
one.
It. They are deceased, I'm afraid. So Italy, who perpetrated a lot of crimes in Ethiopia and also in Spain, has had it done to them. So far, I don't think we've seen a single nation at war not violate the Geneva Convention. Not a single one. Let's have a look over here in Yugoslavia.
Oh my goodness! What? I missed this one.
So it appears that we do have an independent. Who is that? Croatia.
Croatia.
Yeah.
It is the Croatians. Yeah.
So maybe we'll see some ethics. I mean,
Some ethics.
I mean, I'm trying to search for them. Look, you can at least they're not marching in over there on an encirclement.
How has this happened?
I have absolutely no idea.
I think it's the left path for Yugoslavia here, and they've gone with this one to crushing them, and they have to crush them within a certain time period by spending political power and decisions. And if they don't, they get an uprising. Because I think they've definitely gone for. There's another one here that says surrender claims to Italy, because that's why you know Slovenia has been given to Italy.
They gave it up. Over here, look at this. Unethical.
Oh dear. Another
Why
one.
is it so hard?
Another one.
They were so close. If they just didn't encircle that, that would have been a perfect war. They wouldn't have done anything wrong.
Well, they didn't close the pocket though.
They did. They did. They closed it off. They were, and they were attacking it at the same time.
Oh dear.
That's illegal. I'm sick.
It's an emergency.
Look at that.
And what? That wasn't intentional. I think they just messed that up. Oh dear.
You think?
Yeah, I think
they meant to create Croatia again with a truce with them.
Oh no.
Oh, that's a.
How many players are in the game? I think last count it was
34.
Yeah, 34. Yeah.
I believe it's 34.
34, 35, 33. Something around there. Boom.
That is
Another one.
That is rough,
Yeah, another
to
one.
say the least.
Exactly.
Oh, dear. All right, Spain's going to be flipping. Let's go back over here and check out Japan and how that's going. Things seem to have stabilized a little bit.
The issue is this front line here, you know, the Kyoto one.
Yeah.
This is going to be the main focal flashpoint of the war. And I think the problem now is that the democratic Japans don't have enough firepower. Oh, but they're actually holding Tokyo kind of well.
They've got a 20k or 15k deficit.
Yeah.
I think it's the
French
French
supply here.
Wait, what? The French sent it to the wrong side.
Who are
the
they
French.
supporting? Who is that?
The French. Look, the French sent it to the democratic Japan. Why would the French do that? The French are fighting against their own side.
Why can't you?
So they're on the same side, but they're not.
Why devs? Why cannot you not recall
Yeah.
volunteers?
Why blame me for mistaking a basic game mechanic when instead it should be in the game? We should talk to the devs about that. They've got their things.
What is really bizarre about that is an option that modders have modded in.
That's what I was thinking of. That's why I thought you could do
so
it.
that means it is actually in the game. But I wonder if the reason why they've not implemented fully is maybe there's some kind of exploit around that. I don't know.
Maybe it's what sending and recording.
It's a hunch. It's a hunch. You know, it's a hunch. Yeah. Making the presumption. Guys, we're actually about to wrap up the first segment
We absolutely are.
of this campaign.
So to recap, everyone has been unethical and they should all be very ashamed of themselves.
It's difficult right now for us to define these rules because the biggest issue we've run into is a lot of them only apply to player versus player wars. And we all
they?
now, well, from my perspective.
From your perspective, but I disagree with your perspective.
I mean, can you really
I reject
control the
your
AI's
answers.
total mobilization? They're going to do it anyway, aren't they?
But these are rules of regulations for wars. AIs are people too.
And also, some of the wars at the start of the game, I mean, we didn't even have
Yeah,
first
some of them,
research,
sure.
yeah.
But that's their fault. They should have stopped attacking until they were ready to do everything ethically. It's ethical warfare, not conveniently ethical warfare.
Well, you are going to be casting the second half
I
of
am.
this.
Well, not the second half of this.
So,
No. Dankus. I'm going to be cast. So right now we're going to be leaving this segment. We're going to pause pretty soon, and then we will go to a little sit down with the devs,
leaving, yeah, I'm
and
getting mixed
then
up.
that'll take up place for half an hour. After that, we're going to have Dankus and Feedback take on the devs. Maybe they said them to disagree with in China versus Japan. Before Dankus and Mordred resume this session, we'll also have the conclusion of the Japan versus China scenario next time we turn up, which is tomorrow. Fantastic.
So just to recap, then this game is going to be resumed tomorrow.
No, this game. Okay, here we go. This game is going to continue today. Later on. So right now, we have, this is the first session that's going to be paused. Then we have a sit down with the devs. Then we have you and Dankus versus the devs. Then we resume this game. Tomorrow, there's going to be a section where we finish off your game versus the devs. Very simple.
Okay, there's a lot going on there. It's such a busy day. There's so much content coming up. That's
Absolutely.
the beauty of it. I'm carried away by how much content there actually is. Regardless of that, though, we're going to cut away now. Enjoy the advertisements. And apart from that, I hope you have an awesome day, and we'll resume the content as it follows up from here.
Fantastic.
We've been doing this for like a month straight. I've been working like 12 hours a day.
This is something I'm arranging personally by myself.
I want everyone to understand how hard it is to organize these things. It's just us. If something goes wrong, bear with it.
A Hoi 4 tournament organized in like a World Cup style.
Continental Smash Tournament.
Ciao!
Gareth, and I'm here to talk with the other developers at Paradox working on Hearts of Iron, and I'm going to pass over to you.
Hello, Gareth. I'm Matthew. I'm the tech lead. Did you forget to mention what you do?
I forgot what I do. I'm a content designer.
Thank you, Gareth, and welcome to Hearts of Iron Anonymous. So I'm a dev, and yeah, that's it. Hello.
Hello, I'm Marie, 2D art on Hoi. I'm gonna pass it.
Hello, I'm Manu. I'm a content designer on Hoi as well. And back to Gareth, I guess.
What have we what? What did we recently work with on Hoi? Well, seeing as I most recently joined the team, I've been doing primarily bug fixing and then some new stuff.
New stuff? Oh. Yeah, that's gonna be a recurring stuff I can't talk about. I have been experimenting for a bunch of stuff for Paradox in general the last year, but I came back a couple months ago before release to help out on the tech side, so that's one of the reasons you got some nice performance improvement in the last patch. And mostly now I'm just wrapping things up and helping people figuring out the next War Efforts patch cycle, which should start actually next month, I think.
Yeah, I've been doing all the art for AAT, except Sweden actually. But yeah, all the art, almost.
Did you draw the painting, the portrait of the guy smoking?
No, I mean portraits are usually actually not what I do, unfortunately. Some, but not all. Sorry?
Loading screen.
Yeah, loading screen I did. Did you do?
I mean, one of the things I've been doing is adding a lot of art requests for Marie to make. But I've been working mostly in the last expansion from Finland and the military industrial organizations, the MIOs. And now we're working on new stuff.
What's your favorite part of this event so far?
A lot of free stuff.
I think I can guess yours.
No, it's really cool. Really cool. Like just the castle. The castle is amazing. Secret passages, amazing food, amazing drinks.
Oh yeah, I agree. Like there's so much cool stuff happening here, and I'm blown away about how everything's been organized, and yeah, a lot of free stuff.
Okay, I'll say it because Manu hasn't yet. The food here has been really, really good and plentiful. The people are obviously absolutely fantastic, everyone that we're working with, and then also the players. And just kind of walking around and hearing all the planning and scheming and plotting that's going on, it's always a real highlight.
Yeah, I want to second the castle. I mean, I've been seeing it for the EU LAN and now on the Hoi LAN, but still, it's always a delight to show people the secret passages and everything else. And I think on top of that, the organizer really sell it with all the costume and the vibe and the mood we're setting here. Haven't seen a lot of costume from the players this year, but I think the EU LAN was the same thing. The first year, most people came without any costume, and then they started a bit, and then other people were like, "Hey, I should wear a costume too." So I'm expecting to see way more in the coming editions if this happens again. How come we can't recall volunteers? I'm assuming it's a design question. Maybe you have opinions.
I have an answer. I can't recall.
No, honestly, I didn't even know. So it's something we might need to look into. We'll see.
Make it Jiro.
Yeah, please. Marie, make it Jiro.
I will.
What's the best focus tree?
The one that the best focus tree is the one we're working on right now.
I mean, I'm going to be slightly biased and say definitely the Dutch one. It just does a lot of things really well, has good use of Navy, good interactions with basically everyone around the globe. I just like the Dutch focus tree. I think it's really good.
It's a tough question. I like Poland, actually. You have many options. You can have a Romanov, you can have a crazy Cossack, you can have a bear. I mean, what else do you need? A king bear, yes.
There's 2 bears now.
There's a second bear now, but it's even more secret. What is the best bear? I mean, we're in Poland, so I'm gonna have to say Wojtek, right? But I don't know. I like the other admiral though. He's nice. He's nice. He's nice. The other admiral. It's just way harder to get. Sorry, go again.
What are our thoughts on the infantry with meta? Yes. I'm really not a fan of established metas. I much prefer it when you experiment with things and try your own strategies, particularly if it's trying to suit a particular circumstance or a particular scenario. I think it can actually be quite dangerous to be fitting just everything is this way, cookie cutter, and that's it. But that said, I'm always going to say 7 infantry, 2 artillery is supreme.
I mean, I'm a bad player, so what I what I prefer to do is just role play. Try to, as you said, like just experiment, see what I need. I am losing men. I'm losing the war. I need an anti-tank. I just add an anti-tank. I need more infantry with. I add more infantry battalions. Improvising, usually failing, but I mean having fun all along. Any opinions?
When are we going to make Hoi 5?
Actually, I have one. Actually, I'm gonna flip the question, chat. Why should we make Hoi 5? What do you want inside Hoi 5 that is not in Hoi 4? Because I mean, we could make more DLCs. Why would we do in Hoi 5 that we couldn't do with Hoi 4? Like maybe you have a good answers for us, but you tell me. Because I mean, I can just increment the number and sell you the base game again for $60. My boss is gonna be super happy, but maybe you have actual good reason behind it.
Well, chat, what are your favorite focuses? Always kind of curious which focuses you like, why you like them, what we do well, what we don't do quite so well. Like, we're always open to criticism and critique, and honestly, that's one of the best things about working at Paradox is everyone's super flexible. Everyone is reading the forums, the discords, whatever, to find out what people are thinking, and we do try to adapt what we do around that where possible. So, what are your favorites, chat? Let us know. In the meantime, I'm going to ask another question for myself. What have been your favorite things to work on Hoi?
Personally, I really enjoyed working on the Soviet Union, and I really enjoyed working with you with the propaganda system. That was really cool, and the paranoia system as well. It was really interesting. Any thoughts on the art?
On the art from the paranoia system? I mean, I thought it was a really fun idea. It feels very immersive, and that's something that I want to bring more into the art when it comes to Hoi, that it feels immersive and not too abstracty, because so far it's been very abstract. I'm not sure if it's the right way to go, but it feels more like you're playing like as it is. Like it should feel like it's you doing all the stuff. That's why I want to bring more immersive things like paper and pens and the crossed off portraits. That's fun. Well, not for them, but but you know, I think that's like one of the things. It would be nice to know if that's a way we should continue doing with art, but you let me know, I guess.
Oh, my favorite bit is going on the forum and telling people for the 20th time that yes, we can use multiple cores, and yes, naval mines have been fixed 2 years ago, and they don't like the game anymore. I had the question today again. Ah, better graphics. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, Marie likes graphics. I guess you've taken a look at Wiki 3 and now you're jealous of the nice trench lines they have and all the cool things they could do. Well, I mean, we could still add more models, but yeah, no, we could probably potentially that would be a thing. I'm not sure it would be good enough to just warrant a sequel like a EU4 a Hoi 4 HD. Like I don't know. Maybe I can always say.
Because on the topic of graphics, I think Hoi has been improving a lot in terms of quality of the graphics. We've even, I believe we've even retextured some old 3D models, some tanks, or I believe it was tanks, maybe infantry models as well, or weapons actually. And they look really good. Like, that's a lot of very cool stuff we can do, and we are always looking to search for extra content or extra very visual assets that we can add that will look really cool in the game. And I think we're going in the right direction for that lately.
Will things like balance of power ever be implemented for older content like Japan and Germany? Possibly, if we find a way that's interesting and historical to an extent for those countries, should we decide to rework them again in the future, sure, why not? I mean, it's one of the tools that we have in our toolbox. Why wouldn't we use it?
I mean, pretty much. I agree with you. It's a base of we will rework countries over time, right? We sometimes even just do minor tweaks or whatever, and it's a matter of see if it fits. We have good arguments to use one of these tools, multiple tools. We have many tools, and we bring usually even more with each expansion. So it's just a matter of finding good reasons to use them and good ways to present them and to add value to the gameplay with them. My favorite Hoi for wallpaper is oh yeah, the Polish cavalry church. Very fitting also in this castle, right?
Yeah, I think same. I mean, I already told you in a video the creative battle is probably the favorite one.
Probably have two. I really like the man the guns one, where you have the guy shouting and shooting guns from the battleship. And then the other one, actually probably my actual favorite, would be the battle for the Bosphorus, where you have the submarine sinking a convoy. I think that one's really good.
What are my thoughts? I like the scene of Istanbul, actually, from Battle for the Bosphorus. It's pretty nice. I went to Istanbul actually like last winter to see a friend, and I tried to recreate that shot when I was sitting at a cafe with my camera. Well, minus the battleship and the planes attacking, but it was pretty cool. There was the cats though, so that was a bonus. The other one I like is the like late like afternoon or maybe night ambush. I think it's Panzer tanks that are just rolling through like a forest, and there's like an air attack. I can't remember. Yeah, it's Death for Dishonor. I really like that one. It's really cool. Is Naval Invasion what? Naval Invasion hotkey. I wish we had a UX designer for this interview. Cause well, I can take that question as a wider thing, like how much UX could we do for Hoi? And I think the answer is yes. And I mean, we have someone who also does UI artists for art from time to time. You probably also would like to redo some UIs, potentially just make them bigger or more readable or more. No, or the face she's making, she's like yes. Alright, chat. Your best chance to get Murray to do anything is to have horses in it, and then you'll get everything. She'll stay after hours.
I have two. One is I believe Japanese one. I don't know what's the name called? Empire of the Sun, I believe. Yeah, and the other one is the Katyushka. Very good.
I'm trying to remember the names, but I think one of them is Sacred War. I think that one I really like. Katyushka, of course, is really, really good. And there's one which is like in a German beer hall or something. Yeah, I wish I remembered the names. I just don't.
I really like the Allied species pack. Well, not the Stalin one; it's literally unintelligible. But the speeches from Churchill and the Pearl Harbor speech is all really good. I think they really set the tone and the vibe. I'm partial to Bella Ciao. I love the song. I'm not 100% with the rendition. I mean, it sounds good, but I think it's not exactly how I like Bella Ciao to be rendered. I like something a bit more popular song than something too polished, I think. Oh, and the Soviet Union anthem that we added in the I can't remember. I think it was either in the free patch or in the Eastern Song Soviet pack. I mean, it's a classic, but it's a banger.
Actually, talking about Bella Ciao, we had a office party not too long ago, and they did Bella Ciao, but it was in German, which and considering that Bella Ciao is an Italian resistance song against the German occupation, yeah, that was interesting.
How we draw portraits? We have a photo of one of the people that's supposed to be represented as a leader, and then we restore that if it's a very bad photo. Like we try to do some sort of remove artifacts and whatever to make it look more on style in the grayscale phase. And then, I mean, we try to have the style we're going for is more or less a painted stylization. Like it's supposed to be oil painting, but still not. It's supposed to still be realistic features. I mean, what do you call it?
Well, in terms of how to call art, I am very bad, but yes, I agree. Try to be realistic, represents details, but keeping it kind of in style. Also very consistent within all the portraits, especially coming in the same batch.
Oh, I know. So proportions and everything should be realistic because it's a realistic person, but the rendition of that person is supposed to be more oil paint-y, if that makes sense. But it's really coming down to how you come to that from restoring the photo. So it's a lot of practice, really, how to make it right. You probably have to do over 100 to get it going.
This was actually a question I had when I first joined Paradox, because I didn't know what the system was like. And recently we added some new admirals for Norway, so that was the first opportunity I had to do this. And yeah, the job from the content design perspective is we need to find preferably several pictures of the same person so you can get the different perspectives and different poses, and then also different uniforms. So even if there's one well-known photo of that character, they wouldn't necessarily be portrayed by our artists in that uniform. So we need to come up with different examples of what those uniforms may look like, different badge crests and that type of thing. It's pretty cool, actually.
And very important, time accurate. It's happened several times that people do a very quick research, or especially in the past, like old Hoi, you had leaders, generals that are really, really old, and by the time the World War was raging, they were like really like 30-something, 30-odd years old, and they look like grandpas in the game. That is so we need to take care of everything. Like maybe you have a very good reference that is too old, but then you have a very low quality reference that is so. Sometimes the artists have a lot of work in the sense of, okay, well, I want this guy. This is a very bad reference. This is how it looked like later on. Please help.
And sorry, just one thing. Interesting version of that is, I believe, when the game first released, we had Mao Zedong, like when he was the president of the People's Republic of China. But then when we did the Together for Victory expansion, we did Mao as young Mao. So.
Franco had the same as well, I believe.
That's a tough question. I try myself to write people to add to add people as generals. We have considered we have a bunch of dev portraits that Mary have been doing that are really cool. I've been considering sneaking them into the game on alt story path, but it's still up for debate if that's a thing that is okay or not. You know, for some people really like very historical plausibility, even if they're playing like a bear in charge of Poland or Habsburg or some other nonsense, or worse, like an Orlean legitimist in the power in France. I don't know, some complete like insane idea. But if we ever figure out a way, then maybe we'll sneak a few less historical character in the game.
Basically, if you have an offer, send it to us. We'll see what we can do and get back to you. I've been working for 4 years, over 4 years now. I joined Paradox right away for Hoi.
I need to do math. Hold on.
I was literally doing that as well. I was like, 1, 2, 3, 4 months is my answer. 4 months. There you go.
Is it like? Think it's a little above. Yeah, 3.5 years.
A bit more, I think.
No. If you've been on Hoi for 4 years, I have been on Hoi for 3.5. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, my suggestion is to think on DLCs. Like, which DLCs did you join? I think I joined when Battle for the Vosphorus was about wrapping up, and or trying to wrap up, and ship. Oh, last question. All right, what is it? What is the hardest part of working on Hoi with so many DLC or most stressful? I would say DLC locks is probably one of the hardest bits, because you come up with a great idea for a piece of content or a feature, whatever, and we have a very strong policy at Paradox that we will never force you to buy a DLC to be able to play a new DLC, which is really good for you guys, but really painful for us, because it means that if something is DLC locks, we can't really reuse it, or we have to write it twice. The character system was an issue back in the day. We fixed that. Now there's only one type of character. The tank designer, for example, and the plane designer, I will go to my grave saying that we should have found another way to do it rather than duplicate the system, because I hate it to my core.
From my wealth of knowledge of working on Hoi, probably the most difficult for me was the localization freeze, because at that point it's usually, say, a month before release that you can't add any more text because it needs to go off to the translators. So you then need to be fixing bugs which you're still trying to get through without changing the text. And my background is as a writer. I like fixing things in the text rather than necessarily in script. But then I had to work on how to change things in script, and then after script freeze, it's like, yeah, freezes, they're hard.
Okay, so I usually panic in the beginning of a project because I don't know what's required for me to do in-house and stuff like that. And then at the end, it's more like shit. But yeah, I think it's, yeah, beginning of any project, really.
For me, the biggest problem is the DLC locks, 100%. There's some instances in the game that we have, I don't know, probably close to 1-2k lines of a script just to cover all the different possibilities. You have this DLC, but you don't have this one. But you have this other DLC. And you have to create alternative versions for national spirits, for entire focus effects. So you are basically triplicating a focus. Like, you have to do, out of one focus, you have to make out 3 of them. That makes sense and fit the same thematic and the same theme and flavor. So that is really painful, especially the designers are really painful. You have to come up with many, many different variables there. So that, and I'd say DLC locks even for art as well, like figure out where to put every different portrait and where to define them and all that.
I just thought about something I thought you guys would mention, which would be either the Turkish Focus Tree or the Spanish Civil War.
Marlin's not here, but she would agree. Anyway, I think that's all we have time for today. So thanks very much to my fellow developers for responding to the questions. Thank you also to chat for asking us these great questions, and look forward to speaking to you again soon. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
See you.
Attention! Welcome, cadets, to the Heart of Iron School of War. We'll teach you not only how to wage war, but also how to call for peace.
Russia are not in a position to fight in Sweden. If they can do it on their own with their own troops,
Can you hold the line so Sweden doesn't backhack you when you get pulled in?
I can inquire with the Russian.
Double check to make
The role playing, they've really done a really great job pulling everybody into being in a character. A lot of players are already jumping on that. Just in the prep for this, a lot of players have already started scheming and strategizing. And my partner and I, we get to play one of the major powers along with 2 of the others in our group. And so a lot of the minor countries are coming to us and looking at us as major powers regardless of our experience. So it's just who we get to play as a role play aspect versus how much knowledge we have about the actual game, which makes the gameplay that much more fun and irrelevant to winning or losing, actually.
The world is at war. The future hangs in the balance. Be it peace or destruction. Today, history is being written.
I'm not meant to be here normally, but hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome. Oh my God, my voice just went straight away as well. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Grandest LAN 2023. You are here for an exciting segment, which is going to be devs versus influencers. We have two devs co-oping Japan. We have two influencers.
There you go. My team, my boys,
your
my
boys.
crew.
Am I not an influencer anymore?
No.
No, okay.
No, you are fully on, like, behind the camera.
Oh,
sorry.
I've been demoted.
Well, I mean, feedback is only not here because...
I'll give you my channel then, right? Is that what?
Yeah,
that's what
I'll take it.
Yeah, okay.
How much debt is it in? Do I inherit that as well?
You don't want to know. you don't want to know how much debt my channel's in. But hello, my name's Midgeman. I've also been the one of the guys behind the stream. But today I am having to fill in so that someone can go get some food. But we wanted to bring you a game.
Absolutely.
I'm also ill, so I'm not normally this gorgeously husky. So it's gonna be. Bear with me.
I'd like to point out, before we started, you were like, make sure to hype it. Make sure whatever you do, hype it. And you started out with, I'm not meant to be here. I'm ill and husky. I'm meant to be behind the camera so people can eat food. Get hyped.
Right, so I am going to hype this because
There we
I
go.
am probably one of the most proficient esports casters these days for Hearts of Iron, and today we have one hell of an esports game because we have the loser himself, Dankus Mimicus, joining with Feedback Gaming, going against devs in a head-to-head, and this might also return tomorrow, so this could just be part 1 of 2. And
Well, I mean, it'll only return tomorrow if Dankus doesn't get smashed today. Which
that's true,
is
which could
probably gonna
happen. I have it on good authority that he really loses quarterfinals. So if we call this a quarterfinal, then 100% this is it. He'll be out. That's just how it'll work.
I will say that Dankus and Feedback were chatting to me beforehand. We've got to make sure we turn off once. Dankus and Feedback were talking to me just as they were eating food, and they are very confident. Misplaced so, but they were talking about some interesting strategies, shall we say. So I don't know if that's going to help or hinder them.
Well, I've seen that Dankus is going to be playing Communist China.
Yes, he's playing Communist China.
Is that a nerf or not? I'm not even sure if that is a nerf enough for him.
The idea was that they were going to both play as China, and then I suggested, hey, why don't you play Communist China? And then he giggled. And I don't know if you've ever heard Dankus. He's like 6'3", 6'4"?
No, it's more than that. I think he's like 6'5".
He's a large man, so him giggling is never a good sign.
It's like Slender Man, like just...
That's right, Dankus! You lanky bastard!
Yeah.
Get ready to lose! So ready!
Oh, I wish I could scream like that right now.
Oh, I'll do it for the both of us.
Yeah, you could scream for the... yeah. I'm not going to finish that sentence.
That does happen.
Yeah, so we've got a... we're just going to get connected into this. What are you
They haven't actually told us... Oh, there we go. Feedback Gaming. So it's that one.
Oh, right.
Dave names everything after himself.
Does he?
Yes, his channel.
Oh, right, yeah, sure.
It's the first thing known of himself. Bloody narcissist.
I don't even know if I just typed in the right password. Yeah, I did. I thought I was about to be really, really silly then and just not write any passwords in. So we're going to have the French Paradox, a.k.a. Matthew, the tech lead who you just saw in an interview, and Manu de Zombie. They're going to be co-oping Japan whilst Feedback's on Nationalist China. And Dankus, who's called himself Blowmaster.
Fantastic.
As Communist China. I mean... Is it
observe and ready up, and we'll get cracking?
I'm gonna
watch these two titans take out some trash. I flipped side. By the way, I came on here thinking that I was going to be team influencer, but you convinced me.
Yeah,
I hate Dankus and Feedback now. I've spent too long in a castle with them.
So, chat, let's see 1 in chat for team influencer and 2 in chat for team dev. Who do we want to see win, and who do you think is going to? Or I'm really. I mean, this is the thing as well. Team Dev are pretty much protected from being capped because I don't think China's got enough of a navy to beat the Japanese.
I've heard some strategies.
Oh no. Okay, I'm already thinking paratroopers from the Shandong Peninsula into Korea, into...
I'd like to point out this is the second time I'm in a stream where I've got information that I can't reveal to the audience and I also can't reveal to you.
Okay, well, let's get in-game because they are in-game. We are at a pause right now, but let's start looking around. So these two trees, China and obviously... Communist China and China can't ally until the war starts, so they're not going to be able to help each other out because they've got that negative modifier because of differing ideologies.
They hate each other.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Dankus and Feedback.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ah.
They genuinely don't. Like, do you not know this?
No, I didn't.
They
see it.
really cannot stand one another.
Oh no.
So this is a massive nerf for them being on the same team.
Yeah. Okay. That's. I didn't know that was public information.
Oh, I really saw public information. Like, I leak DMs all the time. It's horrible.
Okay.
It's terrible. Pigeon, by the way, saying we all know it's paratroopers. Don't worry, late. I can't confirm or deny if it is paratroopers, even if it probably is paratroopers.
So I can already tell. Let's go quickly check on the equipment for the start. We've just got infantry equipment for China, for main China,
standard,
and a couple of convoys. So that's probably for international market. And let's see if it's the same. It's just guns. It's just guns right now.
Increasing.
Probably
gonna keep going.
Oh, we're getting close. So also one of the things as well, having 2 devs on that, it's not just those 2 devs. They're the 2 with control.
Yeah.
I do know that the community manager and Mordred, as soon as he finishes dinner,
Are they gonna-
are going to be over the shoulder. Just their pride is on the line. The pride of Paradox is on the line. And
well, the record's not great for the devs.
No.
As of right now, I believe they faced off 2 or 3 times, and every single time they've been dumpstered by the influencers.
Yeah.
Every single time.
That's
without fail.
Yeah, I know. I've seen those events firsthand. So maybe we should put something on the line for them. Maybe we should say if the winner gets because one of the people here at the castle also runs a brewery and has recently brought in loads of their stuff that you can purchase some of their brews. Maybe we should say the winner gets a brew.
Right. I thought you were going to say the winner gets the brewery.
Oh, the brewery. That would be really cool. I'm not going to say that one stream, but anyway, although I do think we should play for pinks on terms of channels. Like, if the devs
they become influencers,
well, no,
and then the influencers become devs,
or they get the Hoi channel.
Oh,
we can put the keys on that.
Oh,
channel
why
for
not
channel.
play? I could get rid of my channel.
Get rid of your channel for a smaller one.
Just get rid of it. It's fine. Start again.
So if this stream suddenly becomes a Dankus Mimicus multiplayer stream, you'll know what happened at the end of this event, surely. But anyway, the winner gets a shout out.
The winner gets a shout out from who?
From who? Me.
From your channel. You shout them out.
Yes, I will shout them out. That's definitely the best prize that we can give. We have the game unpaused though now, and there is a lot of movement already for Japan. So many troops just being maneuvered into different army groups. The Navy is also on the move. All the troops from all of the islands are being recalled. They're going to get every man in that they possibly can. I'm really excited to see this. And we have just training troops here from Feedback. Feedback is just training all 57
I want to
divisions.
ask a question of you, a
Yes.
favor.
A favor?
The entire day, today and yesterday,
Yes.
Feedback has been roasting our participants in the Grandest LAN.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. For supply. He said it's so
right,
bad,
yeah,
he
yeah.
needs to go home and make a video.
Okay.
So if for a second any of his units don't have full supply, we need to screenshot and send it to him.
Okay.
I'm just saying. We need to use what he loves
better,
most.
we can clip it, remember?
Oh, we've got buttons here for that.
We've got
Absolutely.
buttons.
The buttons have moved. I don't know how this works anymore. I'm scared.
I believe it's that one.
A very slight change has happened, and now I'm worried.
And your day is ruined.
It's over. I'm very easily started.
I've been minorly inconvenienced, and now my day is ruined.
And therefore, it's over. I reckon they're going to feed Dankus these. If I switch over to my building.
Yeah.
I think we're playing for pinks. I think they're going to feed Dankus these walls, try and get as much surface area as possible. I think Dankus is going to hold the front line, and Dave's going to do something funky.
You think it's going to be that way around?
Yes.
See, I thought it was going to be because Communist China has smaller amounts of troops who would focus on special forces, and that's why my head went, okay.
That would make sense. That's not what they said they were going to do.
Oh, okay.
So, I don't have the confidence that well, actually, I have a lot of misplaced confidence. I don't even have enough misplaced confidence to tell them that they're doing something wrong.
Okay.
That man has a lot more hours on me than in Hoi 4.
Oh, and me.
I'm going to nod and agree.
Yeah.
Unless it's very obvious.
I will become very honest here. I joined Hoi it's now almost 3 years ago as a community ambassador, and when I joined them, I had about 340 hours on Hoi. I specifically, because I love Paradox and I love what Paradox does, but I wanted to work on a brand that I wasn't as familiar with,
of course,
so that I didn't end up hating the game that I love.
And do you hate Hoi?
No, I don't. I've actually played so much more Hoi since then. I've got like into my thousands now. I've completed the tutorial
done.
finally.
Congratulations.
I know, but it was just one of those things of like, when everyone's like, oh, they're always talking about hours in Hoi, and I'm in these rooms just like, yep. Ask me an EU4 question, please.
Oh my god, I feel like that sometimes.
Somebody mentioned like Nassau and
Someone
mission
mentioned HRE princes, and I'm so ready.
I can talk you endlessly about the mechanics about gold mines in EU4.
Are you able to talk to me endlessly about what the hell is happening in Korea right now?
No.
Okay, well, I guess we'll just stay in silence.
I mean, look, it's beautiful, whatever it is. The devs are just like, they've got all of, they've put all of their troops in an area of supply on the mainland, obviously not wanting to cross by the time the war starts. They want to be able to just click the line and go. So
fully garrisoning Taiwan.
Wow.
Because generally,
okay,
please correct me if I'm wrong here, so I don't look like an idiot. Earlier I said you could recall volunteers, and people laughed. I would say if you're going to go, look, we know Dankus and Feedback are going to try and do something special.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They're going to try and cap Japan.
Yeah,
realistically. You were saying they're immune from it, but we'll see. If they're going to do that, they need Taiwan.
In theory.
They need Taiwan to do that.
Okay.
Because from there,
I can see
staging ground, and also
airbase in Nina. Is that in the Ryukyu Islands?
It is the Ryukyu Islands, yes.
Okinawa.
But you do have, where is it? You use this as a sort of staging ground for your invasion of mainland Japan. So we'll see, because surely the devs want to be embarrassed.
Oh gosh, no.
But I would say it would be a massive embarrassment if Dankus isn't able to cap Japan, considering the amount he's been talking about it.
Apparently Dankus is listening to Spotify.
What do you think he listens to?
Okay, no, so this is a running thing. We found out that whenever Dankus plays, especially when he plays esports games, he has the same song on repeat. It's a different song each time, but he never changes the song. Because he uses it to keep a vibe and get a beat going.
Yeah,
he kind of plays with the beat kind of thing.
Yeah, well, it's like Flory with Nightcall.
Wait, Flory just listens to Nightcall the entire
when
time?
he's doing competitive stuff, he just listens to Nightcall.
That explains so much about Flory Worry.
It does. I mean, that's how it is. I mean, it didn't help him when I beat him in a 100v1, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, I know. But
also, I beat Feedback in an MP game. I've got 100. Genuinely, this is genuinely true. I have 100% win rate in Hoi 4 MP.
I mean, so in terms of influences, so do I.
But across MPs.
Yeah, because I've never played one.
I played one.
Exactly.
And I was on Dankus' team as well.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. But yeah, so it was always a good thing where we've in other tournaments, etc. We've always cut to Dankus' cam, and he's always like
bobbing along, yeah.
And then whenever he notices that his camera's come up or he's on camera, he always goes. It's just what he does. He always just goes. It's like
he's a very strange man.
I
love him to bits.
He is a unique specimen, but boy oh boy is he good at Hoi 4.
Well, that's all that counts here.
Yeah, exactly. That's all that matters in his line of work as well.
Well, yeah, if there's one thing to be good at, it is Hoi 4 at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Bit
naff if he sucks. Although having said that, I built a career out of being bad at Paradox games. So
yeah. I didn't build a career out of being bad at Paradox games.
You just built a career in Paradox games.
Yeah. I tried to do what you did, but it didn't work.
Console commands. You use a lot of console commands, man.
I already did.
Oh, no! I'm so sorry.
I know them off by heart. It's so bad. No. Anyway. Oh, dear.
It was a long day.
It's been a long week, because I was here for the EU4 event as well. Me and the team I'm with here, we hit Delirium on day 2. It's now like day 6. So this is what you get, people.
They'll walk around talking to themselves. It's honestly, it's terrifying.
Yeah.
We'll see.
What do you think of the castle, though?
Huh? The castle?
Yeah.
I thought you said the casters. I was like, well, I'm all right. I've been doing great. The others have been carrying. I don't know if you've been noticing, but on my back. The castle's fantastic.
Yeah.
I did get yelled at just now. Because there was the dev stream going on, which is great. So I was watching the dev stream, and then I was like, actually, why am I watching it when I can just go watch it live? That's a lot cooler. So I went round the back through the secret entrances, and I got yelled at because it was in the auditorium. And they told me I'm not allowed to go. They were like, cadet, you're not allowed in there. I was like, I think I am. Unless something's changed, I think I'm allowed into the screaming room.
You definitely are. Oh no, that's not the first time you've been screamed at by someone calling you a cadet either, which is. Interesting.
I think I have a very yellowable face.
Yellow ball face.
Yeah.
Apparently it's the hair.
It's the hair. Well, that makes sense. Also, I remember your team was threatened to glass me twice.
Why? What?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that's about right. That sounds about
Par
right.
for the course.
Yeah. They threatened me.
Let's check out some of these focuses.
Okay, yeah, let's
Right.
actually look at the
Burst
game.
into tears. We're seeing focus on China as presumably going to exploit the weak neighbors as early as possible. This is quite a simple war, given the lack of any sort of units. I find as Communist China, I like to downgrade my units as much as possible and then just fill the front line and then just sort of spread around.
Or smaller. Do you go 10 widths or do you go smaller?
Yeah, 10 widths.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
10
I think at the
widths-
start, like you later on, when I'm fighting like actual China, obviously in this case it's not going to take place. If I'm fighting actual China, that's when I'll fill out my units. But for these first two, to get the factions and get the core manpower, just spam out the divisions. Just because these guys generally don't have enough divisions to cover the entire front line, so you don't need to fight them when you just sort of slip through.
I wonder if we'll start to see some exploits coming in. Obviously, it's Dankus. So
Well, we told him no, which to
Okay.
Dankus means a little bit.
A little bit, because there's certain exploits. For example, I wonder if we see him take a tank at all. I know there's one specific exploit that's going to come in.
Yeah.
So the fact is right now that if you put flame tanks in your division, you
Right.
don't actually need the tank to get the bonus.
You just need the flames.
You just need it in the template.
Oh no.
So we might see like some 10 widths with flame
With
tanks.
actual-
and
right.
Yeah, so
Gotcha,
they
okay.
they might have some pretty good attack power sort of thing. And that, so we might see some things like that. It's Dankus. I mean, come on, he's going to use all his knowledge. I mean, he's put Spotify on, so that means, you know,
it's esports alta time.
Yeah, he's in the zone. He's going for it. He is.
Why do you think feedback is doing exercises with it just to grind out some naval experience? But like
possibly some naval experience. It could be for the special forces.
Yes.
Because now Marines cost
Yes,
naval
yes,
XP,
yeah.
and there's a lot of rivers in China. A lot of big rivers
I
in
don't know if you
China.
know this about China, but a lot of rivers.
I don't know if you know this about China. There's a lot of rivers. And also with the Special Forces tree, there is a way of now getting... The thing is as well, if you can have multiple of the Special Forces trees active, the first point on each of them is a Special Forces bonus. It applies to all of them rather than just the single type. It's
Right,
not
okay.
done by type. So essentially, even if you only get the first one of a certain line, it will benefit the others. So... If, for example, if you got the first one of Marines and Mountaineers, they both have a 5% Special Forces attack.
Oh, okay,
so
gotcha.
it would actually be 10% better.
Of
if-
course,
or
yeah, there you go.
across the
Special
board,
Forces
yeah.
there, Special Forces
Because it's defined as Special Forces rather than Marine attack
Gotcha.
or Mountaineer
Okay.
attack or Paratrooper attack.
Let's ask the devs about that.
Yeah, I mean...
I wanna go down
if
there now.
If we have another interview tomorrow, you can ask it then.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair,
I've got a question from Midge.
yeah.
Let's see. I want to see if they do go the paratroopers route. I imagine they probably might, but surely the devs. I mean, look at that. The devs have probably thought about it. And that's why they've got cavalry divisions.
So the Marco Polo bridge incident is late 37. So they're gonna need to like at least hold the line for some time to get enough transport planes. Because
very true.
Transport planes are pretty high in production.
very frustrating
I'm
finding
not
that out.
sure if they're directly researched by either of the Chinas. We can double check that in a minute. But at the same time, you need 100 of them, and they're not gonna. They're gonna need guns
lot, yeah.
first. So they're probably gonna have to bleed for a little while before they can even pull this off. So it's got to be about a relatively quick strike, I think, for the devs in Japan, and they can coordinate better as well because they are the same nation. They can.
They
see
are the same
everything
nation,
all
and they've got two other devs sitting behind them yelling at them as well.
Yeah.
Presumably also distracting the other two.
And I really hope Marie is just there. Marie is just there, like painting,
Just
the-
vibing.
or
Having a good time.
just like taking like a.
Oh, I see,
like
right.
just like drawing their stress.
I see.
I want to see like a self-portrait.
I want to see a portrait of stress to make myself feel better. This is what I think it's going to come down to in China as well. It's a crucial supply hub.
Yes.
Because it's on this side of the river. So if you can hold this river quite easily, and if you don't immediately thrust through, then you're going to be suffering a lot in terms of supply in this area. So I assume that they're going to try and, presumably, I mean, what's the standard Japanese thing is do the couple of naval invasions to secure some ports, spread them out a little bit, and then push over here. But they need to take the supply hub.
Yeah, the Jinan supply hub is a hugely influential supply hub. So if you can secure the Shandong Peninsula and then go into Jinan, it kind of secures the whole north, and then it's just pushing into the open plains. You start to hit a wall again if you hit the Guangxi Click area. But yeah, if you can secure that supply hub, it's a straight push to Nanjing.
Interestingly, I mean, he's not prioritizing the interior, so he's not trying to attack the warlords, as China feedback is not.
I'm guessing that's to let
the United Front.
Yeah, it's the United Front, so they can get team up early, and also to possibly let Dankus grow.
Yes, I imagine. Well, I mean, Dankus can do it sort of immediately, but
is he just
he's exploiting the weak neighbors right now.
Okay, cool.
So he's doing it via focus because he can't justify day one a lot. And yeah, I reckon he'll just nip in and take that territory. Jiangxi at this time has 4 divisions, 2 of which aren't even there. So I mean, like as Communist China, you can just immediately take them. It's a little like if you get caught, it's a little bit frustrating. But this defensive thing over here, you got division defense, means that if they decide to attack you even with your little terrible divisions, it's not really going to matter. Let's see, has he done that?
He's already on service by requirement as well.
I think you start as that.
Do you?
Yes, because it's for the Remnant of the Long March.
Oh, I see. Interesting. That's pretty good because that means he's got pretty fast mobilization speed. So
oh yeah,
it's
definitely nifty. And let's see here. Look at that. He's just spamming out divisions.
I wonder if we've seen any political.
Oh, 8 widths. Sorry. Look at that. The 8 widths.
Volunteer only. Yeah, volunteer only from China 1. What are we going to? China 1, China 2.
Dave China.
Dave China.
Chinese Dave.
Chinese. Chinese Dave. Oh, I like that. I like that.
Looks like he's spamming out some 8 widths here instead of the other 12 widths. So 8 widths, I mean, are the order of their day. I don't see why you wouldn't. You don't even need like yeah, there you go. Look, the deficit of 6K. You don't even need the guns to you just need bodies really just to run in behind the lines. Now the AI over here is going to start moving his troops pretty soon. The second he gets the notification, but as you can see, he's spammed out a couple more divisions. So he has enough to fill the front line. So Dankus needs to pin and then push immediately as soon as possible.
How do you think the devs are going to divide their troops? Do you think they're going to have army groups each, or is one going to be army, one's going to be navy and air? Like, how do you think they're going to divide up their responsibilities?
I mean, I think the optimum is probably one army and then the others are doing navy and air, personally.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. But then again, I'm bad at the video game. So that would imply that they'd be doing the opposite.
Possibly.
That's why you say, Laith, actually, you're a decent player. That's why we've asked you to be here and defend me a little bit. But you just went straight to agree with me.
Well, anyway.
All right.
Move on.
Fantastic. Back to the war. Lovely.
God, that makes me sound evil. No, you are a very good player, and I also learn a lot of EU4 from you.
Yeah,
anyway.
I'm good at EU4, to be fair. EU4, I would say I'm an average player.
Yeah, I love watching you stress in Australia in EU4. That was a very.
That was genuinely visceral. It was horrible.
I know you were talking about it elsewhere, and there we have Communist China actually declaring war. They've, interestingly as well, the devs have just finished this intelligence agency, so I'm hoping they'll use that to lower the entrenchment on that front line and get that rapid attack.
Do you see the push here? I'll flip to you so you can show it off a little bit.
You have to do it as I've misclicked and I'm unable to see troops because I'm on the espionage tree. There we go.
So, we get
so yes, we've got Dankus is actually moving it. He'll deal with this in no time. The AI is probably no match for him. If he now fails on that, we can laugh.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
It'll be amazing if we can.
He is just going to step through here. But Shanxi, this victory point over here is not enough to get rid of them. You do need to take a couple more up north, which it looks like he's doing. It's just really nasty terrain to push through.
Do you think he's going to grind his generals?
I don't imagine he would against Jiangxi. Probably maybe against Shanma, but I don't even know they'd do that. Because you spend a lot of wasted time when you really need to be focusing on other things. I mean, the war is not that far. The reason we picked the scenario is such that it would be a quick start. So I'd imagine that's what we're looking for. But we'll know when we see movement on the Japanese front. That's what will tell us when they're heading for it. Please get.
Yeah, Dankus now snaking. I will laugh if he gets this unit.
He got stopped. He's not heading to the capital.
He's been pinned in the north as well. He's snaking behind them. But that unit got pinned by the AI, but the AI hasn't kind of realised right now.
Let's see.
If this was a player, this player would have just cut off that unit. And killed him right now. But I think he's got it. I think that's
even if he takes the capital, I don't think that's enough. It's not enough. He needs a couple more provinces, and that's usually when you do the capitals when the AI starts to figure it out and change.
I see. He's now going for a forced attack here to try and close that. I mean, the north is now a closed pocket. It has no connection to its capital. So that unit up there will die, and I think he's trying to speedily kill that so he can re-utilize those 2 troops to finish the encirclement there.
Let's see here. I'm rooting for Shang-Chi.
Yeah, I mean, the longer this goes on, there it is. The longer that went on, the better it would have been for our devs. But no, cleanly done by Dankus. This is why he is a pro, I guess. If he must be.
Every time this happens, I panic because I think that I've lost.
You've broken the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cornered no more, so he doesn't get the division defense anymore.
For some reason, my game defaulted to looking at Germany.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It just keeps
What is
doing
Germany
it.
up to?
Yeah, forget this whole day.
Oh, Spanish Civil War.
Yeah, I know.
I'm used to looking at the entire globe. It's nice, like, focusing on this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
section.
So, where do you think the main problem areas are going to be for both of our teams here? It's
The
obviously
rivers.
the rivers and around Beijing is going to. If someone can get pinned down there, it's going to be risky.
It's going to be rivers and the supply zones.
Yes.
Like, I think you do need to see some naval invasions in Japan, personally. I can't imagine. It's going to be nasty against a player who knows what they're doing, and obviously Chinese Dave does know what he's doing.
Yep.
So grinding that out is going to be very tricky.
Can't get over the name Chinese.
The Chinese Dave.
It's such.
But it's also just wrong, which is great.
Yeah, it's very, but it's like a very almost like a British nickname for someone.
It is,
you know.
And that is a very British man. He's from Yorkshire.
Yeah, he is. He
Oh,
is
there we
very
go.
Much. There's the
second war.
Jibi-sama.
And he should be able to just sneak around, but I don't know if he'll do it.
Jibi-sama, are they on the attack? They are.
They're going in for him.
They're going in for the kill. Like,
they've heard it's a quarterfinal and Dankus is in it.
yeah, exactly. They're going. They're attacking. I will laugh if he starts to lose ground to this. It would just be the icing on the cake.
It'd be
for this.
phenomenal.
It
It's not gonna
really
happen,
would.
but
It
it'd be.
really would.
We,
But
we don't like them.
no,
We just don't like him.
we probably don't.
Don't know why. Well, I do know. It's because he's not a nice part. No, I just
I mean, you two were fighting earlier.
we were physically fighting. We were
Yes.
yelled at for it.
Yeah, you were showing off some of your MMA skills.
I mean, sure.
Well, I was
We're
picking
just-
you up for
We're
once.
just having fun.
Yeah,
I know, but then it makes it sound like I violently assaulted the guy.
Oh yeah.
You were showing off your MMA skills, the knife defense.
I mean, that's what the drill masters thought you were doing.
Yeah, they got upset and they
After
pointed
they
a gun at
stabbed
me.
you guys in the neck.
Yeah, I explained that earlier on the just immediately. But he was like, I think he got upset we weren't taking it seriously. So he told us to come close. So we came close. He said, "Defend yourself," and then stabbed us with a fake knife, slit on the neck and that sort of stuff.
Guys, just a guy who tells me to defend myself. It's like I have run.
So we started backing up. That's what we did. We instinctively backed up. The guy said, "No, come close." So I just sort of sat in a stance like I'm gonna get I'm just gonna
Yeah, and you just got stabbed in the gut repeatedly.
repeatedly. I mean, that's what happened.
Yeah.
It's a very
thi-
useful
yeah,
lesson.
This is the Leif clone.
Yeah.
The other ones died.
There's
It's
6 of me.
just bled out. Yeah. That's how you do all your editing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All of we regularly bleed out as well.
Really?
Yeah, anemic. A lot of us. It's a weird side effect from cloning.
What's the one in CK3? The way you are bleeder. Is it a
Oh
bleeder?
yeah, it is literally called the bleeder tray, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
I just kicked the computer under the desk, and it's
pure.
I'm not.
And then the music stopped, so I don't know if that's you.
I can't. Maybe.
That's what should be done soon. I reckon.
If I did break it, it's my problem, and I will deal with it later. I can answer this, and it's a very good question from production, and if you're a new player. So, Menguko, and the reason Communist China isn't pushing into them is they are a vassal of Japan, and it would start the war earlier. And that would be a big no bueno in right now, because I don't think the Chinas are ready.
They're not, but they have formed the Chinese United Front.
The Chinese United
Presumably
Front
through
is
the mission
now
tree.
here, and look at that. There it is, through the mission tree. That means technically all of them could join against the Jibi-sama.
Just dogpile him. Quick, it's United Front against one of the other Chinese
mate,
members.
that might actually be about to happen, because Chinese Dave is actually gearing up.
Chinese Dave gearing up for an adventure.
Chinese Dave is no gearing. Okay, if if he loses this, can we get him to change his Discord name to
Chinese Dave. I mean, I'm calling that personally if he wins.
Yeah, okay.
It's Japanese Dave who loses.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
That's who we are.
Subjugated Dave.
Subjugated Dave.
That's a different forum.
It's a mythical Dave. Subjugated Dave. It's his final fall.
Oh, dear.
Let's
Absolutely.
see. I'm going to see if any of them are buying anything.
What? Japan is doing nothing.
They're actually selling equipment.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, so they're selling to Manchukuo a couple of different things.
Okay.
They're selling, it looks like tactical bombers and fighters to the German Reich. This is just a way to get a little bit more civilian factory power, because you're not getting civilian factories, you're getting the production effects from it, should we call it? I don't know what to call that.
Production output.
Production output, look at that. The
with that.
official terms.
Yeah,
I prefer
I
more.
don't know if that is the actual.
It is now.
Yeah.
Official terminology, straight from the horse's mouth.
I see. Industrial capacity, I think, is what
It is actually.
I think it is.
I just don't like the fact the icon was the same in the test, so you couldn't tell if it was civilian factories or IC.
Oh,
that's why they added the little.
I'll give you a hint.
Yeah.
Never played the test builds. First time I played Arms Against Tyranny was when I was asked to make was like a week before when I was asked to take footage of all of the new mechanics and stuff, and I was like,
what are these new mechanics?
I don't know them yet, so I've been busy with other things. Oh no! So it was a very
Dude,
very
I had
course.
you know when they first did the tank designer and also the supply stuff. So I did the Hoi 4 tutorials for that.
I remember.
And I remember studying it extensively and thinking, wow, this is a great system. I'm like one of the first to know about it.
Yes.
So I'm going to be good at Hoi 4 now. And then I promptly forgot it all. So I always feel like an idiot. I do. That's the thing. So I'll be playing Hoi 4 and I go back and watch my own tutorials and listen to myself explain to me, the dumbass that I am, how to play the game. I'm like, where is this knowledge gone?
I want you to like re-edit them. Like re-edit, take them, re-edit them for yourself, and just just be
abuse.
like just abuse.
Oh, don't worry, that's just a constant thing in my head anyway.
Okay,
It's fine.
yeah.
I don't need editing to that. I don't need to bring those demons out.
Yeah, inner demons are just the worst, aren't they?
This is a sad stream. It's fine. You're okay.
Oh, they killed me. They killed me way more than they should have done. But anyway, we are now in March 37. I believe we're really close to the.
Should be soon, yeah.
I think it was.
We're looking at some nationalizing some war industry. I mean, what's the trigger?
Marco Polo Bridge. I think it's Japan.
There it is over here, but it's still quite far away.
Oh, so because they've gone down the building up.
Building first.
Manchurian project.
Cowards.
So we are at least. Well, if they were to do it as the next couple of focuses, we're still a year away. So
I mean,
we're not going to see it till
technically, we're 70 days away at any time because China can trigger it.
True.
I don't think they would. I don't see any reason why they would.
They want as much time as they can. It's Japan needs to kind of pull that trigger relatively early to even start the ball rolling.
What if their way of winning is just not playing?
It's just like nope. Yeah,
decide against it.
We didn't actually set any goals of what they needed to achieve.
Well, we just assumed that the competitive spirit would win out. One of these players is Dankers.
That's true.
That man, he's the kind of guy that when you sit down with, he goes, "Arm wrestle."
Yeah, that's true.
1v1 me in real life.
It's true.
And he's big enough to back it as well. Because most people, when they chat on the internet, you're like, all right, well, you're a hobgoblin. Doesn't matter. But then Dankers, he says something, you turn up, and he's like big and... it's frustrating.
Yeah, big, Swedish,
We're listing positives. So why'd you say Swedish?
Okay, yeah.
There are no Swedes in the room.
That's true. But we are representing a Swedish company.
Yeah?
It's paying our paychecks.
But they should be in the room right now.
Okay.
Look, I caved to whoever's in the room with. I won't insult you because you're next to me.
That's
How
true.
lovely did I turn on Dave? I've been so lovely to him for hours, for literal hours.
That's very true.
The first chance I got, I stabbed him in the back. Same thing with Dankers. You see me, I'm happy with him. I played FIFA with the guy.
Yeah.
The second he's not here, technically I didn't beat him. The game stopped because after 20 minutes I was beating him 5-0 and I had to go cast.
Oh, okay, okay.
There was a great game between him and what's I want to say? Hello, Russ Chad. Him and Feedback. Where it went to extra time. It was 2-2.
Okay.
Dankers had 4 red cards.
Who were they playing? What teams?
I think it was Doncaster Rovers versus a random Swedish team that Dankers likes. So not very good.
Oh God! So,
they were terrible teams. But like I said, so most of the game Dankers had 4 red cards. Managed to equalize in the final minute, but then managed to pick up another red card. So the game got forfeited.
Oh.
Because of 5 red cards, you're not allowed to do that.
No, you're not. That sounds like Sunday League football, though. To be fair. Oh, God, I keep kicking this computer. I'm gonna stop.
Why?
Because I'm trying to cross my legs.
It's a crime.
It is a crime.
It's a crime.
It is a crime. I'm gonna be arrested. This is it. They're gonna put me in the dungeon of this castle.
Have you been there?
No, I haven't. What? When?
Oh, when? I thought you said wait. We both froze.
Yeah.
Dude, my heart was in my mouth. Dude. Right! I was just like, what have we done? What have we done? I'm sorry.
I haven't been down to the dungeon yet. I haven't seen the armory either.
I haven't seen that either.
Yeah,
Let's go
apparently
there.
the armory museum is really cool.
There are a lot of guns in this castle.
There's just a lot of weapons.
There's a lot of
weapons in this. So there's the Hindenburg disaster.
I want to see where people are from. We've got Lynn Manfield, I know, is from the UK.
Okay.
Brentley Bays is from the United States. I want to see where
Where's
everyone
Pigeon
else is from. Hmm?
Where's Pigeon from?
I don't actually know.
I've seen Pigeon's content.
I feel bad now. I don't want to assume. Oh, no. Pigeon, where are you from, mate?
Sorry, bud. We've all forgotten.
That's awkward.
I'm going to blame us being, like, busy right now, and it's just, like, an
Yeah,
oversight.
yeah, we'll go with
there,
that. It's Dankus' fault.
I don't know where I don't know if they know where we're from. I don't know if the accent gives it away.
Well, I'm half from there.
That's true.
I'm half elsewhere.
That's true.
I'm gone.
I'm half right, half left.
Pure centrist. Is that a joke? Because
No, I am actually just a centrist as well.
I thought you were saying like I'm half.
Yeah.
Was that the actual joke?
That was,
I really wanted to squeeze in on this because that was horrible. I'm half right, half left. As in half of your body is left side, half is on the right hand side.
Yeah, it was that bad.
I can't cast under these conditions.
You quit.
I don't want to be here.
It's just a quit. What's a good infantry template?
Oh, what else is there?
Let's so we've got some Swedes. But yes, to attack and to hold. So holding right now, I would say 10 widths with shovels, so engineers are pretty decent or just all around. But that's going to use a lot of manpower and a lot of equipment. It's a very expensive thing to run because you're going to have more units in combat. Therefore, you'll have more unit equipment losses, etc. And then on the other side, I like 21 widths.
Yeah.
So I think that's 7 ones, 6 ones. I can't remember.
21 widths.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they are. Well, 7.2 is 20 width.
No, so it's 8-1.
Oh, 8-1.
Yeah. 1 extra infantry, but 1 less artillery. Because 21 fits jungles and forests.
Yes.
Which is normally the largest amount of terrain that you're having to push into. I like them as my attack divisions. And then at the moment, I'm running 30s quite a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of 30 widths, especially with tanks. And also pushing infantry. So, like, it's 4 artillery and then the other stuff. So if you're running tank, it's line tank, line of motorized or mechanized, line of tank, motorized, mechanized. Or if it's infantry, it's just flat out infantry. 9-1. 9-1 is 21.
There you go, 9-1.
Thank you. Pigeon
Spreading misinformation.
Pigeon's very, very good at this game.
Yes. He's knowledgeable. And he's from Canada.
Yeah. Oh, Canada.
Yes, I remembered.
Oh, now I know why he's very good at this game.
Because he's Canadian.
Yeah.
A Canadian's very good at Hoi 4, naturally.
Very good at war crimes.
Oh.
Anyway.
I see.
Yes. Oh dear. Anyway,
I want to point out, just like Midge has left and right, there is a left and right of this stream, and that's on his side. Of things. The right hand side.
I am the left brain. Anyway, let's.
Dankus is lining up, by the way.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
I wonder if China's going to pull the trigger then.
I'd surely not.
I mean, they are the entertainers here.
They are.
They are the entertainers.
It's a shame they're not very entertaining.
And to be fair, Dave has also now positioned in a defensive. Sorry, Chinese Dave has positioned himself in a very, very, very good defensive line. Like, I really like this fullback line. There's one thing Dave was saying in his casting. I think it was either yesterday or the day before. It's like when he sets up front lines before a war starts, he already likes to plan the fullback lines as well to make it easier on him.
And you like that?
I did
think
like
it's cowardly and defeatist.
I mean, there we go. Okay.
That's just Dave as a person.
The fact that you just said cowardly and defeatist and you're in a very Red Army uniform is a little bit.
I don't see what the problem is.
Oh,
could you please articulate it?
I can. It's very enemy at the gates.
Yeah. Shame.
Okay. So
just keep marching until you hit Berlin, boyo.
Okay. There is a Maxim gun over there as well. So I'll just make sure I'm not standing in front of it.
I can switch these.
Oh wow! Oh, because there's we've got a Japan hat.
Thematically appropriate.
We have a thematically appropriate hat.
I've stored this here for 2 days.
Yep. You knew this was going to come.
Does not contain the hair. But there we go. How does that look? I have no idea. Don't laugh. Hold it in.
I'm not laughing. Hold on.
What do you think of that image? Don't laugh. Look at me. Don't look away. Don't look away. Look at me. Stop laughing. Look at me. Honestly, tell me about my outfit. You're laughing already, man. Go on, tell me about it.
I think it matches your eyes.
Thank you. My Japanese eyes. Well, that's enough of that. Anyway, back to Chinese Dave. And it looks like he's doing army reform. And now we can do his army reform decisions, which is why they should have gone earlier rather than later.
Because the army reform is big for China as well. So them being allowed to do this already is going to be costly for China.
That's one of the worst modifiers in the game.
Yeah, it's
minus
huge.
30% attack, minus 30% defense. That's miserable to deal with.
I'm probably still learning about Navy on around 3,000 hours. Navy is like the only thing in Hoi I understand.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't understand any of it.
Do you not? Oh, okay.
I genuinely don't understand Navy. I've tried doing naval games, and I can't do it.
Okay, let's go look at Japan. So if I can see if they've actually, oh god, they have not screened their navy. Oh, okay, no, that's the reserve fleet. Let's see if we've actually got a well-screened navy. Okay, this is an incorrectly screened navy. Laith, can you tell me what is wrong with this navy setup?
Yes, Dad.
So
they don't have enough destroyers.
Correct. So.
Was that right?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. So what you're seeing here is
you're
seeing 4 aircraft carrier, which go into the back line.
Yeah.
You have, six battleships, 3 battle cruisers, and 16 heavy cruisers. So this is like their entire heavy ship range. So what this means is this navy right now is completely unscreened. There is a mathematical equation for screening.
Okay.
So each carrier requires 1 heavy ship to screen it.
Okay.
But carriers also count as a heavy ship.
Okay.
Each heavy ship requires 3 screens.
So you need 3 screens for each.
So if you have a carrier, you need 1 carrier,
1 heavy ship, 3
1
screens.
heavy ship, 6 screens.
Because it's 2 heavy ships.
Because
Gotcha.
it's 2 heavy ships. Now, because obviously units take damage, etc., what I like to do is I like to go 4 per.
Okay.
That gives you the flexibility that if one of the destroyers has to return to port to repair, that you're not losing your 100% screening and risking your heavier ships. So if you run off that, that's how you kind of max out a navy. There's also a decently... it can be manipulated depending on the naval doctrine, but 4 carriers is actually the max you kind of want to go in a fleet, because there is a limit to how many carrier planes can be in the air at once. And
how important is the ratio right now with a much navally inferior nation?
So right now, if this navy was to go out against a navy, say the Chinese navy, it's not going to be that devastating, because right now this fleet here is just complete firepower. It would just be able to gun down like the 6 ships that China has, because but if this was against a screened fleet where those 6 ships were protected properly, 6 others, that it would be far worse, because there would be nothing defending these ships, but their attacking line, like the battleship line, would just be able to free fire without taking any damage. They're going for it. Oh my gosh, you're joking. You're joking.
They are picking a fight with Japan.
They're picking a fight with Japan.
I'm so ready for this. Do you think they know? Do they know? They're not moving.
They're not moving.
They're not moving. They don't know.
No, because they don't get the warning until after. It doesn't give you. It's not justification.
They've got AirPods in. They don't know.
Oh gosh.
This is going to be fantastic. I mean, look at that. Manchukuo knows. Manchukuo's panicking right now.
Yeah, it really is.
He set up an entire front line here.
Can you? Oh, I'm going to quickly double check. Has Japan placed its intel agency going? They have, but it's on Nanjing, so they can't see. They've got 100%.
Do they know? They do not know.
This is going to be brutal. Okay, does this focus give them an instant annex war goal? It does.
It
so
does.
They're not going to know until the faction fights.
Immediately. War declaration. I think that's good. No. We're seeing now he's doing the agrarian focuses down here, so they definitely rushed this. They are set up for this.
Oh, no.
Look, he's even got the off-road military fracties from the guaranteeing a road to
this ain't going to feel too good, Mr. Stark.
I'm so happy.
Yeah,
I'm so excited.
No,
I've always been good friends with Deckers and
oh
Chinese
yeah,
days.
No, we were backing them all the way the entire time. It's going to be brilliant to see them.
There's a Swede that just walked in the room.
Yeah, I know. I got really nervous. No. Chat. Between you and us, please don't mention what we said about
the Swedes.
No, it's fine. No, they're looking at us. That's fine. That's fine.
5 days to go.
5 days. 5 days to the war. Okay.
5 days. 4. I'm ready.
Okay.
Getting high.
I
3.
wonder, are we gonna get the lighting change? Because I haven't ever been able to experience it. I've never been on the receiving end.
I hope we do get the lighting change.
I've never been on the receiving end.
One day until the focus is here. They are about to declare war. Any second now. The declaration. Immediately. The war's been declared.
Oh no. Are the devs, I want to see the dev reaction. They're still training. Why you're doing it for me? Oh my god. The bombs.
It's a visual cue.
It's a visual cue.
They're straight in.
Oh dear.
They are straight in. War has been declared.
Manchukuo's
exercising in the front line. He doesn't know.
I know. It's so terrible. And now there is a rapid response from the devs. They are in a bad way.
I mean, if China declares war on Manchukuo.
So here's the thing as well.
Manchukuo?
Japan hasn't broken the League of Nations stuff.
Yeah, they're the defenders.
Yeah.
So the League of Nations is still fully functioning.
Yep. Right now.
Right now, a sternly worded letter is straight to Beijing.
Yeah, I know. Good guy Japan right now. Good guy Japan. This is, oh boy.
No one's ever said that about Japan.
No. This is brutal.
This is so open right now. They're going to be rushing that fort. That port.
Yeah, if they lose this port, they're going to be pushed all the way back to...
Yeah, because this area is horrible.
It really is. It really is. So
the air raids! It's us right now! We're in the port. We're getting attacked. The Chinese.
Oh no!
The monstrous influences are here. My Japanese are
They're coming to take our channels. They're coming to take our channels. No!
God, if it was 2 people, I didn't want taking over my channel. It'd be those 2.
It's newer.
Right. They're gonna. I mean, they have been. I'm not even gonna say they've been held a little bit, but they've been somewhat stalled, somewhat inconvenienced in their advance.
Yep.
But I really don't think that's enough.
What's the equipment deficit looking like for Chinese Dave and
Chinese Dave is currently
Chinese
looking
tanks?
at a deficit of trucks, but has a surplus of infantry equipment of 1.5k, which in China is nothing.
You never
and
want to see China with a surplus of infantry equipment
nothing,
because that just means they can pump out more troops.
Right. And over here, 2k surplus in communist China.
Oh no,
that's looking rough.
Communist China's got 3 million manpower.
They probably did. I don't think they ever went off of service.
No, they have. They've gone down to extensive.
They got 3 million.
Yep.
They got more than actual China.
Yep.
How?
Because everything they took was a core.
But everything China has is a core. Or I suppose it's extensive versus whatever China has. What does China have? Yeah, they've still got volunteer.
Also got more troops in the
fine.
field.
Okay, sweet.
Massively more troops in the field.
Japan can pump out divisions, but they do have a 1k deficit of support equipment, which, to be honest, I think is one of the more common things I see on the international market.
Yep.
So we should be fine. We'll see if they're actually purchasing anything. They're not buying anything right now, but they are selling. Is China taking advantage of the international market? Let's have a cheeky gander at China.
I would say they've got to be, right?
No, nothing.
Really?
They don't care. But
That's
available right now. Support equipment is available to buy.
Okay.
So they could just get it right now as Japan.
So I was from Austria. I was
Everyone.
really confused at the flag.
Albania, Turkey, Finland, a lot of them. You're confused by the flag of Austria-Hungary.
Yeah, because it's normally in my head it's normally annexed by now.
Why is that?
Oh, what do you mean? What you mean they have an Anschluss? Yeah, this is a little wild. The Chinese have brought the fight to Japan.
They really have.
I'm gonna just quickly keep an eye on Chinese Dave. I want to still get him for those supply reasons, you know.
Absolutely. I'm just looking over here, and there's not a single naval invasion plan. There are troops, some of whom are exercising, 4 of whom are up to. Oh, there we go. So there's going to be 12 divisions hitting the front lines very soon from Japan.
Still exercising on the front lines. Oh no, it's Manchukuo. It's not the devs themselves. It's just yeah. Manchukuo.
The thing is, if you can, as China, if you can hit Manchukuo early, you can trap a lot of Japanese divisions if they go too deep.
Yep. I'm proud of Dave, Chinese Dave, sorry. He is manning the ports right now. He is keeping his ports defended, ready for those naval invasions. That is a decent statistic, but they are training there. So if he doesn't catch the boop, they could be a bit of an issue. But right now, I think the devs have just completely gone. We need to hold this.
We cannot
panic.
See? No step back, buddy.
Yes,
it works. It simply works.
Yes, tovarищ.
Is Japan using its air advantage? That's a fantastic question. I'm going to let you check that out whilst I read this out. Look at this reverse Marco Polo bridge maneuver. Excellent. They did. This time they did blow the Marco Polo Bridge.
They really did. Yes, they're using the superior air, but it's over northern China and hitting Beijing rather than any of the battles that are currently taking place.
Which is not ideal.
It's not optimum, so they're a little lacking behind on their
They put it where they anticipated the battles to be. It's a very ambitious air force.
They clicked it and left it and planned it. Chinese Dave now also exercising on the border.
Everyone's exercising, even if
Such
you look
a
over here.
BM move that
Look
is.
at that. I mean, for a second there, Manchukuo.
Yeah, but that's the AI.
I know, but even that's how ballsy they are.
Yeah, I suppose.
They're exercising in front of the
They
front line.
believe in the devs. That's what it is.
Well, they were created by the devs, so I imagine they have to. It's like, people believe in God for the same reason.
Oh my gosh, that's like some weird sentience level. Like, I'm going to go all iRobot now.
Exactly. I mean, look, Manchukuo can't sit there and go, oh no, Dave's going to field day with this one.
Wait, is he?
Supply.
Oh no, the devs don't understand supply. Is that what's going on?
Oh no, they haven't changed the motorization level.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh dear. Well, they don't even have trucks. Oh dear. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's not good.
Dave's
That
probably
means
screenshotting that himself for his video, right?
Oh,
That's
20% attrition.
Oh yeah, what's the casualties already in this war?
No.
Let's have a look. Germany's in the war?
Germany is in the war. Why?
Because
No.
this is a war of aggression against China.
And so they
Japan.
invited them to the Axis? No, because Japan's in no faction.
The tripartite pact. They get guaranteed.
By
this
Germany.
is a defensive war.
Of course.
China declared this. So if we see AI Germany just rock up like, yo.
What's up, boys? Check out these pansies. They're a little early. I heard Dankus was playing.
Oh my gosh.
They heard my AI Germany was weak.
Mordred's finished dinner, right? Have him hot join as Germany. Have him hot join as Germany.
Oh my god. Do you want to text him? Do we mess with it? That might upset them, but that could be funny. I don't care. I don't call the shots here.
No, do it. Somebody let him know. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Although Mordred is resting because he's going to be casting next for the next portion.
I've been casting last portion. I'm not
Yeah,
resting.
but then you've got dinner after this.
Yeah, but it makes me sound better.
Okay, fair. That's true.
We do see. I want to show the casualties here. Japan losing 18k, China losing 40. So it's been an expensive push, but it's manpower. Chinese manpower means nothing to the Chinese in this game.
China now not taking focuses. I think they're trying to save up political power. That or Chinese Dave is just bad. No, he is. Yeah.
I assume he's doing. Yeah, there you go. Army reform and lessons of war. Trying to get rid of that.
He's
That 30% modifier is horrible.
It's a huge, and it's the right decision to actually forget about your focuses for now and deal with those because it's only going to make you better in the long run. I think Dankus is also doing the same.
He's actually infiltrating. He's infiltrating Dave. He's infiltrating Chinese Dave. You don't think he's... Because he did joke about it. I don't think he was serious. He did joke that he was going to betray him and launch an attack. You don't think? He wouldn't.
This is a world in which China attacks Japan, so we're not going to get anime. So is it even a top 10 anime betrayal?
What would be the Chinese equivalent?
Top 10 manga betrayal? No, that's still Japanese, isn't it?
So,
Yeah.
I don't know enough about Chinese literature. He's continually infiltrating. Hey, there's something there.
Top 10 Confucius betrayal?
Top 10 Confucius immoral action. Looking at it, he would immediately become the controller, and he gets elite divisions. Maybe he's doing it so we can get elite divisions.
Maybe.
And then, but he would be at war with his ally. But maybe it's worth it for the elite divisions. I don't know. Either that, or he's planning on attacking him.
Well, let's look. Where's Dankus's divisions right now? They're not on the front line.
Well,
They're not on the front line. They're being held back.
Yeah.
I wonder if Dave even realizes.
Does he know?
Does he know? Because here's the thing as well. If Dankus rushes to, say, the Shaanxi...
Oh, it's miserable for him. You don't think Dankus goes, I'm making my own team. Screw you guys.
I think so. But, like, for example, if Dankus comes here to Shaanxi, there is nothing from Dave to protect it. He just rushes Jinan, you know, the same way that we're thinking. It's Jova. Like
that bad?
Yeah, because like, if he gets to Jinan before any of these defensive troops can, or any of these frontline troops can, it becomes a naval game in terms of getting supply up here for the entire army. And who doesn't have naval superiority? China.
I know that. Oh, come on, man. I was ready for that one.
Oh, sorry. I should have let you answer. That was my bad.
You asked you were quizzing about Navy before.
Top 10 Maoist betrayal.
Top 10 Maoist betrayals of the United Front.
I mean, it's got to be wild if it happens. Turn this into a three-way.
That sentence has never been uttered in a more positive way.
Well, moving on.
I don't understand. Why do we move on?
It's a family show-ish. It's a somewhat family show.
This is very family friendly.
Yes, World War II. Massively family friendly. Fun for all the family.
Right, let's see now. Is he still not doing a focus?
I think he's holding still, yeah.
Yep, still no focus.
On the other hand, Japan doing the
Rapidly doing
liaison,
focuses.
Conference, which is going to add planning skill to a lot of their army leaders. This is actually interesting because they're now heading towards the Marco Polo Bridge incident. They're going to autocomplete quite a lot of these.
I think it'll bypass.
Bypassing some of these, which will be interesting. I don't know, like, Germany's... I'm going to quickly switch over to Germany and have a look at if Germany's actually taking any action. Because it's AI Germany. I can expect just, like, a random naval invasion just planned, right? They've just completed it.
We're going for it.
Okay. Are they... Because they're in the war. This would be wild, actually, as a world, because this would actually allow Germany to mobilize up more.
There's Anschluss as well.
Yeah.
That's just triggered.
Yep, no more buying from Austria, clearly. Anyway, Laith, what are you seeing?
So over here, it does look like the devs are trying to squeeze into this province to try and take out 12 divisions up north, but I really don't think that that's going to be taking place, even though it's negative. It's like, oh, it'll take another 20 days. I just don't see him breaking through this, personally, but he could. He very well... Oh, actually, he's being supported by 7 on the other side. That'll be why. And now Dave is responding in kind, and now there's action all over the front. We're seeing lots of different battles, some of them to protect his 12k up... 12k, got an E4. 12 units up north.
Yep.
I don't...
12k stack out to the win back line.
I can't say that I like this strategy from Japan, personally.
So, I honestly think what's happening here is once Dave pushes far enough in, he's going to get stabbed in the back.
Yeah?
That's honestly... Because there's no pushing coming from the front line. Dave, does he have... He does have vision on this. Sorry, Chinese Dave. Chinese Dave does have vision on this. So, I don't know if Dave would be like, oh, dang it, he's not going to do this to me. Surely he's not going to do this to me. I can actually imagine Chinese Dave's reaction. He'll just slump into the chair and go, oh my God, I don't believe it's even happened.
I will say this. I have, every single time I've played in a Paradox multiplayer with Dave,
yes,
which has not been often, regardless of the game, he's always rage quit.
That's true.
Every single one. So this might be the case here. Maybe that's you do enough morale damage, done. It's over. So I think if he does declare, I reckon Dave just gets up and leaves.
Yeah, he probably does. He says, how do I even do this? Dankus, what have you done?
He
and
just
then
walks
the
over
devs
and
come out on
attacks
top,
Dankus.
and we take Dankus's and
channels.
Feedback's channels.
Yeah.
And they become
And do
Paradox
we get the
official
brewery still?
Oh, yeah.
Do we get all of it?
Do we get it, or does Paradox get it?
We get it. What have Paradox done? Apart from set up the event, make the game, that sort of stuff?
Pay us.
Yeah, that is that.
Yeah.
Aside from that.
Aside from that, this is like the conversation. Of, what have the Romans ever done for us? Oh, they built us roads,
But aside
aqueducts.
from that,
sewers.
that'll be why
System of governance.
Why he's attacking it. Look at this.
Oh, the
It's
supply.
still bad. It's still so bad.
I'm waiting for Dave to accidentally go into bad supply, and we'll just be ready for him.
He's right now. He has been perfect. I think because I told him beforehand I was going to be looking at this. But I mean, apart from this section, but even then,
he's not the
suffering attrition. He's fine.
Yeah, he's not got the attrition thing, or even the supply crates, the little supply crates of doom. Casualties now heading up to 78k for China and only 29k for Japan. That's actually less casualties than I thought we'd be seeing. Right
yeah,
now.
I thought it'd be a lot more aggressive, but I suppose that initial push was completely uncontested, and then when they turned up, I mean, would you, if you are Chinese Dave at this point, would you push here?
I don't think I would, just because you're going to be pushing the devs into a better supply position.
I mean, like, go from there and try and flood it.
If he has the manpower, I'd say yes. But the other thing about Chinese Dave, I would just keep looking at his templates, they're only 12 widths.
They
So
are
they are better on the defense. They are better. Then they've not got the punching power. There's only 35 soft attack in there and only 4 speed. They're not cavalry. They're not motorized. It's going to take them a long time. They'll easily be able to be pinned. There's not much breakthrough, but they are hot on the defense. Only for 132 for such a small division is very good. On the other hand, they're up against the Japanese divisions, which are 20 widths with engineers, recon, and artillery. 55 soft attack, but 233 defense.
Yeah, they're doing
much
pretty
more
decently.
breakthrough,
Don't forget
much
those
more
modifiers for the Chinese are scaled by the armor reform stuff.
Ah,
so they are
yes.
currently, shut off here, they're currently getting rid of it. So 81 days and it gets modified, but right now it's still minus 20%.
Yeah.
So presumably Dave is going to be, or Chinese Dave is going to be waiting for that. Oh, that's a bad supply mode. That's because they're retreating.
Oh, yeah, there is a red supply. Oh, I was
just for a second.
ready to.
I was getting rid of my phone. Just
Yeah,
quickly.
just
Cheeky little photo.
F12, just F12. Screenshot it.
It doesn't feel as realistic.
Oh,
unless I
true.
physically send it to
yeah,
them
you
at
want
the
to be
moment.
like one of those people on the Hoy Reddit that just takes a photo.
Yeah, it takes a
of their
photo because it
game.
makes
I'm
everyone
like,
upset and you get more engagement.
It makes me upset for sure. I've actually called people out on the Hoy Instagram account by going, look, just hit F12. Come on. You're on the computer.
You're making it harder.
Reddit is on computers, everybody. You just hit F12 and upload the screen. Oh my god!
But then I wouldn't get this kind of interaction with you.
That's true.
That's
true.
what I'm here for.
That's true. Do you want me? I know you guys dragged my encirclement reports earlier today. Do you want me to teach you like the actual scoring system for those, just in case it comes up again? So the deal is, it's base 5, max 10.
Okay.
If it's over 30 divisions, it counts as a 5.
Okay.
Then from then on, it becomes special. So you get a point for if it's over 100 divisions.
Okay.
You get a point for special forces being encircled.
Okay.
You get a point for tank divisions being encircled.
Okay.
The only way to get full marks is to have a railway gun encircled and all of the above.
Okay. Yeah, it's rather tricky.
So yeah, but people have done it. It's doable. I've seen the entire Army Group South be encircled, and they have everything in there. What? No. You looked at my screen and saw that.
What do you see in the middle of your screen?
I see hope.
I see hope too.
I see hope as well. The devs are going for a naval invasion of the Shandong Peninsula.
Only in one province though, which I don't think they're going to get.
No,
They generally want to do it in several different locations.
And it's 312 widths. It's like a U4. It's a fake war.
I don't know if it is.
But to be fair, they're moving 10 divisions there. It might be enough. Those 10 divisions are Marines. Let's take a look at this Marine template. It's 10 widths. Yeah, 10 width Marines. It's only got 55 soft attack. I think I'd want 20-ish. To be fair, with Marines, I'd just go really hard on the soft attack, but make them something. It doesn't have to be a natural template because you want the breakthrough and you want the soft attack to be able to punch in there faster. It's not really about health with them as much. It's why mech Marines and rocket artillery is just such a potent build as a template. 30 width Marines, but you use the Amtraks instead of Marines, and then motorized rocket artillery as the other as the thing, and you get something
just go
ridiculous.
straight there.
It's like 1,000 soft attacks sometimes.
Knife through
It's like,
butter.
yeah,
Lovely.
it is like a knife through butter, like a Katusha through people. It is.
Both known for their smooth. Does China have any convoys? Japan is currently convoy raiding in the Yellow Sea, which seems suboptimal since most Chinese routes go from South China.
50.
So some.
Tiny amount. Absolutely tiny amount. But yes, yeah, you know.
I was going to say, what I like about this naval invasion that's set up is you have your 10 Marines, but you have 18 divisions ready to follow up behind.
Yes, they've already set up the invasions to follow behind. And the thing is, we drag the devs a little bit for not being as on it as the influencers, and they drag themselves. But they do have experience playing. The devs actually still play multiplayers against themselves.
You'd hope.
I'm pretty sure Manu takes part in those quite a bit. He likes playing Spain. That's why he was begging for the Spanish Civil War.
Oh, I see, because he knew it in and out. That's shameful, baby.
It's like, this is my specialty. But also, French Paradox, also known as Matthew, is not a stranger to competitive combat. Obviously, he got his fame in the EU4 dev clashes.
Yes.
And is very knowledgeable of just breaking mechanics in various ways because he likes the tech portion and numbers. He is a numbers guy. So I'm hoping good things. Dave still on the offensive. Chinese Dave, sorry, is still on the offensive.
He is. I think the devs have probably. I mean,
They
they were
pushed him
already
back a
aware of the fact
province.
that the army reform will be ticking down, and we're going to see that soon. Here's my thinking. Chinese Dave is going to be looking at this screen because he has to click it very often. Once every 180
Oh my
days.
God.
Underneath here, he will see that there is states with a known communist infiltration.
That's true, unless he doesn't have it open.
He surely does.
Well,
No
also,
way.
just the other thing, just exactly where you had your screen. Go back to, drag over. Look what's being covered up by that screen.
On China?
Yeah, no, just zoom, same zoom level. You couldn't see any of Dankus's troops there.
You think he doesn't know Dank isn't on his front line?
Possibly.
No way. Surely he does.
I mean, he
did get knocked out of that of that little enclave, by the way.
Yes, I did see. I
So he
did see.
did get separated
the
out.
devs are back on the offensive. Come on, Team Dev. Come on. We want to win their channels. Just fill it with ads. We don't have to pay them anymore. Sorry,
Money?
that's the corporate. That's the
I'm
corporate
certainly
bias
so
coming
here.
in.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, the corporate bias just really came in there. And
corporate
honestly,
bias.
I think I could be the next Dankus. I could shave my head and
Go,
choose
give us your best esports alter. Damn, non-verbal as well. It was a non-verbal esports alter. Those are the rarest. Lean so far forward.
Dankus does this a lot as well.
He does. He rubs his chin.
Yeah.
Big chin rubber.
Need a lean cam. Anyway. No, I know. Don't change that streaming profile, please, production goblins. That one don't break everything. But yeah, Dankus has actually minimized his army. Like he's consolidated his forces to
the better kinds, and he's training them as well.
They're only 12 widths again, no artillery. If he does push in, he's not going to have much power to do so.
What are
with
his
24
logistics looking like in terms of supplies and such?
okay, yes. He's in the positive for guns, but that's all he's got.
Right. If you look at Dave's, or Chinese Dave's, he's currently not doing so hot on that front.
Is he not? Is he really not? It's not as bad.
Well, let's see. Oh, actually, he's improved. Last time I checked, it was negative.
It's probably he's taken some troops out of production, most likely. Would be my assumption if it's been that rapid. Trains, however, is already in negative. He's not building trains, which means if there was CAS striking,
you'd imagine that the Air Force has to play into it. It is World War II at the end of the day.
How are Japan building air? Are they going down that tactic?
I'll check it out. Let's see.
They do have. They've got heavy fighters. And
They've got a
medium
decent
air.
amount of factories on as well.
Yeah,
that's got to be how they played it.
They've got to be going CAS.
They broke the Chinese. The Japanese broke the Chinese cipher as well.
Oh.
You
Okay.
have to think here.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, that explains the air as well. If we look at the air map mode for the Japanese, look, it's now red for China. Like China not having a good day. So that naval invasion is going to be supported by air as it comes in. They've got those tactical bombers, and it's going. It's going.
There you go.
It's going. It's going. It's
Is it
going.
land?
And it's not. It's trying to. It's
No.
not landing in one place either.
It's not?
It's not. It's only one arrow though.
Oh, there we
graphically
go.
For us. Look,
Surely.
Devs. Come on, Team Dev. Come on.
Launch into the attack. Help support.
Come on. Yeah, here's it's supporting the attack. Now, force attack. Split those off from that general and force attack them. Come on.
God, I've never backseated this hard in my life.
Come on. What are you doing? Keep walking that first division. I know you're pinging. Oh no, they've got reinforcements in. Dave's accidentally what's it called? Training his divisions that he's attacking with.
Oh, I mean that's bought him some time, but still.
Is he going to get through?
I think he will.
Oh no, that battle there is going to go red. He's now pinning the combat. The double combat negative is going to start coming in. He's going to have to stop pushing that. Otherwise, the unit is just going to organization debuff out before the invasion.
I think
completes.
Dave is defended. I think it's over.
I think Dave has counteracted this, but it's enough to pull his attention. It's a good try.
But the material losses are going to be painful for that.
Honestly, though, yes. If the devs can pull this off, if Dankus pulls the switcheroo, at the same time, it'll be over for Dave. It'll be
Absolutely.
so over for
And
Dave.
we're assuming that the switcheroo occurs.
And do you know what I'd love to see? If Dave loses China, he joins those devs.
As Germany.
As Germany.
Let's have a little whisper in his ear, because we are continuing this, of course, tomorrow.
Yep. absolutely. So this is going to be a failed naval invasion, but a good attempt. We love to see it.
I like attempts.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
prefer success.
It's a lot of Marines that are dying though. That's 7 divisions.
It's painful.
Can we get like a sad trombone for the loss? Yep. 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 There we go. That's the sound. What's happening? Oh my god. He's gonna backstab.
That's what's happening.
Oh no.
Okay. It's front line. It's front line.
It's not.
It's front line.
I know.
It's front line.
I don't think that's the area he should attack in though.
What's he doing?
Surely he wants to cut off Jinan. Look, also, the thing is, Jinan is a really important...
It's happening. He's actually doing it.
Yeah.
He's doing it.
It's...
This is going to leave us
The
with
Chinese.
a perfect cliffhanger. Oh, I'm
Oh
so
my God.
excited for this.
We got 10 minutes before we go back to the normal game.
But we'll be back tomorrow.
Oh, God, yeah, this comes back tomorrow. Do I get to cast it again tomorrow?
Oh, I have to.
Yeah, we have to. We have to be here for this. Surely we have to be able to give them shit for this. Dave in chat just gave an F for Chinese Dave. I think that's the real sign that it's over.
Salute Chinese Dave.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, I mean, I don't view this as a betrayal. I view it as a liberation of the Chinese people.
And there he goes. Communist contained.
He's seen it. Has he? Does he know?
Wait, communist contained. Is that enough?
Yeah, look, communist infiltration and by he's seen it.
They know that they're going against each other. So what's Dave?
Maybe
Chinese Dave?
I don't think Dave knows the uprising because it's a surprise, isn't it?
Yes.
He doesn't know the uprising is happening. He's seen it. He doesn't know it's happening. And now he's getting pushed back. Now he's suffering.
Yeah, he really is. He really is. Oh gosh. Oh, and Dave, like Chinese Dave, really suffering on some of those the supply out
Yeah,
there.
look at that.
North
He's doing what he can
He's-
in terms of the communist infiltration stuff.
He's also increased his template size to these unicorn templates, which are now 17 widths. A really awkward
very
combo
strange
width.
number.
I think that's it's just a 12 width plus. Sorry, it's a 14 width plus artillery. So he's just trying to get as many men and much soft attack on the line as possible, realizing that he needs more soft attack to
He
get
needs
the
something
hold.
there.
But look
Also,
at
this
them.
is so historical. Free China betrayed by Mao. I don't know if you could call nationalist China free China.
Yeah,
It's just not communist China.
It's just
It's the
just,
other China.
It's just part of China.
It's one of the Chinas. Take us through that battles up north, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
keeping on the
absolutely.
communist
So
China side of
we're
things.
actually seeing Chinese Dave start to get pushed back here. He had to up his division templates to these 17 widths, but they're not able to hold now that the Japanese have got better supply here. Manchukuo are also shoving troops into the line. It's looking pretty green for the Debs. They're able to push up here. And the thing is, there's still all of Chinese Dave's army up here. And they're going to just be smacked as soon as these lines roll. I'm not sure Chinese Dave is going to know what to do. He will need to pull all the way back to defend Qingdao and Nanjing in a massive
that
pocket.
rage quit.
We'll probably see a rage quit. We'll probably see a rage quit. But it's
inevitable.
If we do, next time he casts, I want every person watching to just say, "How about that rage quit?" in chat. That's what I want.
And that might happen in 3, in 2 days,
Oh gosh.
in 1 day. It's here! Communist China has declared war!
Top 10 Maoist betrayal! Oh gosh, now let's see Dave's Chinese
There we
Dave's
go.
reaction. He's instantly reacted.
He's
moving
flooded
those
down
troops.
to try and deal with this, getting assaulted from all sides, from the Japanese up north, his betrayal in the west.
No!
I don't see him able to contain this. There are too many divisions. That is a rapid advance.
It's a rapid advance. That really is the wind and fury of the north.
It's
Oh
getting
my
us.
gosh, it's like a romance of the 3 kingdoms now. Kind of going on a 3-way
This is not a
war.
romance, this is a Greek tragedy.
To be
Or
fair,
Chinese
yes,
tragedy, I
but
suppose. Oh, there's going to be a couple of divisions encircled up here. Japan definitely taking advantage, spreading down south.
Yeah,
Needs to take that thing in
there's gonna
Jinan.
there's going to be some encirclements there, almost south of Beijing. If they can close that gap, with a lot of troops getting caught there, Chinese Dave going to lose a lot of ground here. But he's now focusing all the defense on the Maoists here. A full line is being stabilized. He has managed to reorganize and get on that line without losing too much ground. Jinan is pretty secure.
River lines, though.
Oh dear. This is.
He's
yep,
managed to get to the
he's
rivers.
lost some troops against the Japanese as well. Now, this is the perfect time if the Japanese launch this naval invasion again.
Surely,
because
surely
there is
they will.
no, there's no one on the port. There's no one on the port now. They've all been pulled to defend against the other Chinese menace.
I mean, the dotted line's means it's been triggered, right?
It's been triggered.
It's
It
been
has
triggered. They
It's
just need to
it's-
wait
the Navy's
another
not out.
like
The
8
Navy's
days.
not out.
Dave is now Chinese Dave pushing back against the communists.
Yeah, let's go.
Very slightly,
Let's
not
go,
giving up. The
Chinese
rage
Dave.
quit was too premature, we called it.
Yeah, no, it's only if it happens, remember. It's only if it happens. If it doesn't happen, nobody talk about rage quit ever.
No one ever say it, but just say you held, just clap and say you resisted valiantly.
Absolutely, absolutely. So what's stopping this naval invasion right now? Is it
Time.
just time.
Just time. It's going to trigger literally in a
Oh,
second.
he was still planning.
Yes.
Oh, that's wild.
Here
There
we
it
go.
goes. There
It's
it goes. It
happening.
is happening. That's a free port. That's a free port right there. And these guys are just going to go straight on in.
Chinese
There they
Dave
are.
has broken through in Yan'an, though.
And so, but no, look at the devs. They are rolling Beijing. The naval invasion is not going to matter. They're going to meet Jinan beforehand. And if Jinan falls, a lot of this defensive line in the north here
Oh,
is
that's
going to
up
struggle.
north. Right, that one.
Oh, okay. Let's quickly. It's currently a 5. It's just infantry. No, it's a 6 because the other modifier that I forgot to say in the thing is chance of escape. And right now, very
Nil.
little.
Absolute nil.
Yep.
I tell you what,
And
chance
look,
of escape is.
Qingdao has been reached by the land army before the Marines even got off.
Oh, dear. Oh, it's a mess. It's
This
a mess. I mean, China is holding where it and pushing where it wants to, but that is not enough against the Japanese. Chinese Dave needs to relocate east as like some sort of resources. He is snaking with. He's converted to cavalry units to try and snake to the north here. Xinjiang does offer some
He
sort
needs
of
to-
distraction.
He needs to pull all the way back, I think, to the river here in Hubei and in Shanghai.
I think he's trying to knock out Dankus.
I think so too. He does have the better troops, but I believe Dankus gets modifiers in the mountains, does he not? Or slightly better modifiers in the
Sure,
mountains.
we'll see. I mean, the army reform is about to complete here.
He has a mountaineer
3,
as a general, so that
2.
helps. Mao Zedong is a defensive genius, so he shouldn't fall too fast. But look at Japan just really take advantage. The issue is if the devs overextend and then get themselves stabbed in the back with the communists pushing through into Beijing and doing the exact same.
Well, I imagine the communists will. We have a nice 3-way war now.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, the communists aren't at war with.
Oh, they're fighting Xinjiang as well, so they had a rear front.
But the communists aren't at war with Japan.
Anymore?
This is a 3-on-1. This went from a 2v2 to a 3v1.
Because they became their own faction.
They're on the side of Japan. That is filthy.
Because they left the Chinese.
Dankus has joined the devs. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, it's not as tasty. So, do we need to send someone in, like, as Britain to even this up?
I mean, we'll have time to decide. We have 5 minutes until the next game is due to begin.
We are going to have to decide for next week. Chat, give us some options. How do you want to see this play out? Do you want to see someone else join in as Germany? Do you want to see someone in just a wild card, USA, come on in? Like, we like, mod the save file
Rootin'
and
tootin',
just
straight in.
Just as, just like, pew pew, like revolvers high, like. Well, how
The
did
front
they
line
do
is
that?
stabilized. It really has.
It really has.
On the east and
I will say,
a push in the west.
Chinese Dave seems to be better than real Dave at multiplayer.
Honestly, fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's done really well to stabilize that
I
and
want to
push
see
in
him
the
in the
west.
next tournament. I want to see
I wanna
Chinese
see him.
Dave
The issue
in
is
the next
this.
tournament. Yeah.
4K deficit.
Oh,
That's not
4K
happening.
is not too bad.
It's not too bad, but
what's
it's
the
not good.
recovery time? Because right now he's committing to an offensive. So
60
obviously
days.
That's not as bad because as soon as he stops attacking,
He
will
won't
start to
stop
recover.
attacking.
No, he won't stop.
He will
Germany
not.
and UK, so we've got to find 2 players. Oh no, Uruguay, yes.
Bhutan?
Bhutan could be a game changer.
Right, should we start prepping for the next session?
I really think we should start for the next session because the next session of the main game, the main showcase today, the ethical war, which is completely and utterly ethical, of course, is happening. So we will have to say, this is a goodbye from me. I will be going
Absolutely.
back to my production desk
see
and
you
giving my
tomorrow.
voice a rest. And yes, you can have a nice dinner now.
I'm done, yeah.
Yeah, you're done for the day as well. Let's go
Absolutely.
get some dinner.
Fantastic.
Absolutely. We will see you guys in just a moment.
We've been doing this for like a month straight. I've been working like 12 hours a day.
This is something I'm arranging personally by myself.
I want everyone to understand how hard it is to organize these things. It's just us. If something goes wrong, bear with it.
We got Hoi 4 tournament organized in like a World Cup style.
Continental Smash Tournament.
Ciao!
Hello, my name is Mordred Viking, and Dankus and I are back for some more Hearts of Iron shenanigans. How are you doing today, Dankus?
I'm good. How are you?
Are you sure? Because I'm hearing a little graveliness on your voice there.
Nah. That is fake news.
Absolutely no gravel at all. So have you had a chance to be watching much of what has been happening so far?
Not this game, and I see a lot of funny colors on the map. I actually wonder what has happened.
Yeah, so I did wander around and talk to some of the players, but that was like an hour ago. No, 2 hours ago, in fact.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
So things may have probably changed since then. So we know that there are a couple of different factions around the world at the moment. If I just switch over to mine.
Yeah.
We can see that we have the Nordics up here. It doesn't look like they have united into a faction just yet. I know there was a bit of anger at the great betrayal of Denmark not joining them. We've got the United Kingdom, the Allies. Still looks like it's more or less the Commonwealth. And I understand that there may be some federation coming not too far from now. We've got the Communists, who seem to be one of the very large factions at the moment. I know that the Central Powers were very worried about how many communist neighbors they were going to be having. Looks like it's only so far Poland that has actually flipped to them. But I suspect we can probably expect a couple more of those. And then the final faction that I know about, there may well be others, are the Central Powers. They're basically trying to form a proto-EU. Initially, they were not going to go fascist, but I think they have decided to go fascist because it will allow them to get the faction up and running a little bit sooner. I know that the civil war in Spain is being fought. Spain is intending to join them. I don't know what France is doing, though. Do you have any idea of what France is doing?
France, I am well aware actually of what France is doing because I think France is the person I spoke to the most. And we see here Nation Francois, it says, which is, I believe, the fascists.
Yes, it is.
So fascist France here, R7, which is actually the computers. They're all like named, stuff like that. But I went and talked to France, and they are friendly with Germany. And that is about what I knew back then. But obviously they then went fascist, so they do seem very friendly with Germany, which means that the great powers of Europe are either communist or fascist right now. I mean, not counting Great Britain, but yeah.
So I do kind of wonder then what Britain's planning to do. Like I said, they want to do the Federation, and they're basically going to have 5 players co-oping the extended Great Britain. But that still kind of leaves the US. I have no idea what the US is planning to do. They are still fully democratic.
Yeah.
Whether the British intend to stay democratic, it looks like they do. So maybe we'll still see the old Anglo-American alliance. Maybe we won't.
Yeah, and I see a very big China here. So, yeah, even named himself Shanghai Shrek. So, a lot of civilian factories there. Actually, a really funny thing. Japan has been in a civil war for 2 hours, maybe?
Yes.
Yeah?
That was the last thing I saw when I left, was Japan starting in their civil war. So they have been fighting this.
We can see the casualties. Current wars: Japan versus Japan, 148,000 to 242,000, and the player is playing on the state of Japan, which has more casualties. So it's not going so great so far. But actually, the fascist Japan is about to capitulate at 90%. But I say that, but it's been 2 hours, so you never know. Oh, it's because of a recent landing in Tokyo. That is actually interesting. So he's going actually to mop up the civil war after 2 hours. Yeah.
Although that's not actually entirely true.
Oh,
the
yeah.
last 2 hours,
2
been
hours
on break.
ago was break.
So we're actually almost fully up to date, as it turns out.
Time is time, Mordred. That is, you know.
Right, because I was off doing some other recordings. You were off playing against the devs. How did that go?
Dave didn't... I didn't catch Dave downstairs, but I hope he doesn't catch me on my way to my room tonight.
He is not happy with you. I did.
Yeah. So we pray. We pray.
Apparently there was a bit of a dialogue between Dankus and Dave before that game started. Dankus was like, do you mind if I betray you? Dave was like, no. No, seriously, do you mind if I betray you? Yes, I do mind. Don't do it. Do you mind? I'm going to do it. No, I do mind. Don't do it. So, of course, Dankus did it.
No, then I actually went on to say, okay, I won't do it.
Did you?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I think he always knew.
So it's not like, oh, there we go, France is joined the fascists.
He had a
Interesting.
slight inkling, perhaps. But yes, France has just joined the fascist powers here. Actually, the other thing I might do is put this into player map mode, just so we can see who is actually being played right now.
I'm putting it into ideology map mode. I think that's actually better in a way. You
Yeah.
see all the non-aligned fascists and communists, so to speak. And actually, Sweden and Norway are communists, while Finland is not. But Finland seems to be going communist. So
Yeah, Finland has a bit
we'll
of a
see
slower.
very communist north and east.
Yes, so I think that's why the Central Powers are a little bit nervous about the growing power and growing influence of the communist powers.
Yeah.
Because the Nordics definitely do seem to have gone over to them. And like I said, they are not happy with Denmark, so already there is a bit of a grudge building there.
Yeah. You said the player map mode to see what people were playing, I guess.
Yeah, to basically get us an idea of who's still
Yeah.
left that hasn't thrown in anything yet. So Mexico is
Mexico
one.
is
Mexico is
having
fighting a civil
a
war.
non-aligned civil war versus the Democrats. Okay. Yeah.
And it looks like they are non-aligned.
Yeah. But they can go either way here. Kind of 34% communism, 15% fascism. Oh, there you go. Munich conference. There you go. Yeah, 13% Democratic, which obviously they won't go since they didn't choose the Democratic side in the Civil War. But yeah, non-aligned, probably the most likely outcome here. Actually, we could see their political advisors. I remembered, I'm a spectator. That's awesome. They have no such advisors, and they're still on civilian economy in the Civil War. Okay, yeah.
I'm going
Not really
to-
sure what they've gone for then, PP wise. I mean,
Oh,
the game
right.
started. The game started what? 600 days plus 7. Yeah, like 5 PP picks ago, and they have only made 4 PP picks.
Mhm.
So it's an interesting. Yeah, amount of PP they've spent. Oh, never mind. It's because the Caistas, the stability, and that's basically it, I guess. So they make way less PP.
Yeah, they do. They're really not getting much income at all.
Yeah. Other than that, who do we have that is interesting to look at?
Netherlands, they haven't thrown in
Oh, yeah,
yet.
right. I forgot to turn.
Although they are going fascist, so we may well assume the naval burden Netherlands.
Yeah.
Japan is going democratic, so there may well be a bit of a struggle in the East Indies over that.
Because the Netherlands was going fascist?
Because the Netherlands is going fascist and Japan isn't.
I think when they go fascist, they lose their puppet. I'm not sure.
They can. So they basically have two options. If they go and assume the naval burden, they can completely give up their territory to the Japanese, or they can give up just the resources and keep the manpower.
Okay.
And then it's up to Japan to basically say yes or no.
Yeah.
And I believe it's a yes or war. I don't think there's really a way of saying no peacefully to that one.
Speaking of peace, the Polish do not believe in it, as they have just declared on the Lithuanian AI. I guess since the Baltics is all AI, we might see Poland going for all of it. I'm not really sure.
Well, this definitely doesn't seem like Poland's particularly going for peace here. Is this really an ethical war going on?
No. Wait, right.
Right.
You just reminded
I
me.
did.
The entire scenario is ethical warfare, and they're attacking a small nation. Well, what is unethical about that?
I mean, they are bringing them to a greater glory of power or something.
So it's ethical?
I mean, people are dying.
Who? Oh,
Won't-
wait.
Encirclement.
Oh, yeah, it's a player. Is it? Yeah, they can't do it with AI. Oh, there.
Well, they just killed it.
Yeah, they just killed it.
So that was an unethical
Yeah.
move there. So one of
Very
the
unethical.
ethical things is if you get an encirclement, you need to give them a way out so that they can retreat, and
Yeah.
they did not. So we just saw Poland breaking the ethical laws of war right there. The
Yeah.
Geneva Convention will be knocking on their door shortly. Although I wonder, is there anyone that's actually enforcing the ethics?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it's more like you get bonus points for being ethic, not for being unethical, I think.
Yes, you're right.
So,
'Cause
yeah,
I know
no
that-
bonus points there.
I know there were a couple of proclamations from nations earlier on saying they're going to be this much ethical or this little ethical.
Yeah.
So I know like one of them was like, I'm not going to make any promises about strategic bombing,
Yeah.
but I'm not going to encircle anyone. Things like that were
I don't know
coming
if you spoke with the U.S. player, but I did, and the U.S. players, I should say in plural, because there's 2 of them, they said they would go warmongering, but they're still democratic, so I guess they're going on a democratic warmongering?
Democratic Crusade.
Yeah?
Yeah, quite possibly. Do they have any ways of actually
They
starting
went
beef?
Alfland and...
They did.
Didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. So I think they can declare war on the Americas in that case.
Aha. They're currently doing the American Institute of Science. Oh, there, Poland's going off to Latvia as well.
The entire Baltics going down. They also have a war goal on Estonia. So, yeah, it's all going down.
And it doesn't look like the Americans have done any of their war plans yet, so I don't think they're planning to get involved for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean they won't.
Spanish Civil War is still dragging on in mid-38. Yeah.
Spanish Civil War is actually a very interesting one because, again, this harkens back to the Central Powers wanting to go democratic initially. And I think that this is part of the reason why the fascist side, the nationalists, were so small. Because I think he started going down the democratic path and then decided at the last minute to change sides.
Oh, okay.
Because when the Civil War actually started, he basically had just Galicia and that was it. But he has actually made a pretty good comeback. Which nations...
That leader is really cool. Look at that. 15% attack and defense on cores. Peace deal. There we go. Latvia's gone. And then Estonia will fall shortly after.
I do believe so. Unless Finland does something about that, because those two do have ties. Well,
I doubt.
They
Surrounded by Sweden and the Soviets, I doubt Finland will make any efforts to save Estonia, especially since they're going communists. But yeah, now we'll have a basically communist Baltic here.
Oh man, this guy is really good. El Director.
Yeah.
Division attack, division defense, and max planning.
15% max, and then max planning 10%.
I actually really rate max planning. I think it's a really good stat to have.
Oh yeah, it is. It modifies great. So, yeah, good stuff.
So who do they actually have volunteers from? So they have volunteers from Germany, France, Italy, and Yugoslavia, which is actually a nation we have not spoken about yet.
Oh yeah, Yugoslavia. Is it the fascists? It's not. It's a non-aligned. Okay. But so is Spain, I guess. Spain is actually technically non-aligned, so...
Technically, but they're going very fascist. I think they've bought into the story that the Europeans have been selling them. But what about Portugal? Portugal's a player. They're non-aligned.
Oh, really?
Like, literally completely unaligned. Not in a faction or anything.
Also AFK from the looks of it?
I have seen that happen a remarkable amount, actually, walking around.
Also not being partial mob. Oh, maybe saving for partial mob. Maybe it was holding focus for PP. Unstable Republic. He just spent 10 PP on something.
So no.
Oh no, he just
got
focus.
a focus going.
I see. So what is he going for exactly? Not the fascists. Allow free elections. Okay, so maybe democratic?
Certainly sounds that way. So joining the Allies?
Perhaps, yeah. Going out for a lot of industry here. Developing the colonies and such.
Maybe they're hoping to stay as a independent neutral on the peripheries of the great powers.
Yeah.
I wonder how that's going to play out for them.
Yeah.
And then Yugoslavia was the other one to look at. They're also non-aligned. Not currently in any factions. They have sent volunteers to Yugoslavia, though, as we saw. So maybe trying to curry some favor, either to then stay neutral, or maybe they are longer term planning to join the Central Powers. I don't know.
Looking at the German build, so to speak, they have, well, they have quite a big eco, actually. For September 38, this is all right without having Czechoslovakia. It really is. Although what they're producing, I'm not quite sure of. They have 4,000 artillery in stockpile. With 10 on it, going up to 15 on it. I'm not quite sure why. They have 13 on guns, 30k gun stockpile. I mean, kind of the idea with producing equipment is, sure, you need a stockpile, but when you're at peace, just pump out as much as you can.
Yep.
Have it trained up for actual war. Only 10 on air, actually 8. 6 on fighters, 2 on CAS. They don't have a whole lot. I believe the UK will have air supremacy. Only 10 on fighters on the UK. Also, they're going to go to 5 on CAS later on. Yeah, the UK hasn't really got a lot of mills yet, so I guess that's why. Oh, yeah. They're going naval bombers also on the US, on the UK. Carrier naval bombers.
Interesting.
Russia seems to be going for, basic medium tank destroyer.
Yeah, Britain's
1
still-
mil on it.
Britain's actually building carriers as well,
Yeah,
so
okay,
they are
yeah.
going carrier aircraft, carrier navy.
How do you rate this production queue with 1 on T-32s and 1 on tank destroyers?
It's certainly an interesting move.
Yeah. I'm not sure why.
So what have they got? They've got 10 on guns, 5 on support equipment, and 1,800 in the bank.
Yeah.
Very few tanks, quite a lot of anti-air, and
Anti-air is good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially because they've only got 1 fighter in production right now, and
Yeah.
1 CAS and 1 tactical.
So looking at the TD, it looks basic heavy cannon. And they have this. Yeah, I mean, it looks alright, actually. But I don't know, is the basic heavy cannon really that bad?
I don't think so. It's the most balanced.
Okay. And they went for heart attack. That's interesting in a game where nobody goes tanks.
Maybe
Heart
they're
attack
expecting
cannon.
someone to go tanks because
Yeah.
generally Germany does, but in this
Yeah.
one they're not.
Also, 1 on railway gun, so they're planning to get it out in 1940. Yeah, maybe they're expecting to fight in 1940 then, I guess.
China producing a lot of artillery. They've got 12 factories on artillery, 5 only on infantry equipment. Although they do have 15,000 infantry equipment already in the bank.
Okay, cool. China also just got early trucks. I mean, looks kind of decent here. They have, I would say, a bit of an unbalanced production as of right now. They have 48 of the Sanjiao Jun template, which is just 12 with infantry. And they have so many thousands of equipment in stockpile that they're not using. Also, they have, actually, that's it. They have 48 of the Sanjiao Jun division template. They also have the XP to make a new template, but I guess they're not expecting to fight anytime soon, so they don't really want to, well, I guess, I don't actually know. I would just make a new template and start producing that.
I think it is
wow.
something of a recurring theme, just the sheer number of airplanes not being built. Like, just looking over the US now, they've got a grand total of 7 on air, and no tanks at all.
This is interesting. If we look at what's called China's railway construction, they're connecting all the railways via, well, railway, right? All the supplies via railway is being connected. Which is interesting because it's not really needed unless they're going to war with somebody outside of them. That's going to raid them, so to speak. Like, each port, of course, will need supply from another port.
Yep.
But yeah, I guess they want to make sure that they don't get raided. But yeah, really good CVECO from China. Not the greatest Milico, but
23 at the moment, and they're now focusing a lot on civilians and then railways. Yeah.
They're just now going for the 1936 gun. So they only have interwar weapons.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's
mean-
the first thing I went for as Communist China, actually. The 1936 gun. It has twice the attack.
There is an argument, though, for China that you just pump out as many guns as you can just to put guns in people's hands.
Yeah, yeah.
And
It's
they
also
do have
like,
16,000.
At some
so-
point, your quantity isn't good enough to compensate for quality.
Right.
Like, your divisions can be bad, sure, but you also gotta be able to deal some damage to the enemy. And longevity, I don't think going for the interwar guns being the play here, really.
Which other major powers should we look at? Let's look at Sweden. I say that now
Yeah.
living in Sweden. Of course they're a major power, duh. Still working on civilian factories and infrastructure. They've got only 5 military power factories, no manpower. They have dreams of building an air force at the moment with the factories assigned, but none actually working on it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, artillery and a couple of guns. Maybe they're trying to sell them? Not really.
Japan almost finishing up Japan also. It's not long left, I would imagine, because actually it's further from being over than it used to be.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I guess they would need to make naval invasions of all of the north, and then actually Japan should capitulate. I don't think they need Yokohama. It's a 40 VP. Actually, they might need
It's
it.
because they've been counter-naval invaded themselves around Sendai.
Where?
This bit.
Sendai. No, they naval invaded that.
But that's not the player, that's the AI, isn't it?
Oh
no, that is the
yeah,
player.
that is the player. Yeah.
I thought they were Okay. I'm
Yeah,
getting myself confused. I thought the fascists were always the yellow, the white color, but they're not.
Yeah, apparently not.
Interesting.
I think it's a bit random. I'm not sure if it's 100% consistent all of the time with like what becomes what color in civil wars and such. Spanish Civil War is usually very consistent, right? But
Yes.
then you have, well, I guess Japan. Yeah.
It's just Japan.
Yeah.
Japan's
yeah,
just being
yeah.
different.
No, but yeah, actually, sometimes you see in the German Civil War, you might not get the colors you might expect.
And it looks like in the Spanish Civil War at the moment, there are just a bunch of tiny little encirclements, mostly player units.
Mm-hmm.
So
Also 2 Germans.
and
there,
Germans as well, yeah. What on earth happened here? It's kind of an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Germany's doing inside of it, but yeah.
I mean, it looks like they tried to push out somewhere and then just got outmaneuvered. Maybe they just don't have enough units to cover that entire front line, because it is a pretty long front line.
Yeah. Yeah, going over all the majors. France going for transport planes. It looks like it's recent, a recent decision, so to speak. Infantry with artillery, just trains and motorized for supply, and then yeah, transport planes. Not sure what they're going to use them for. I mean, obviously, I would imagine it's paratroopers, but they're going a lot into Navy actually.
Yeah, I was noticing that.
It
Quite
is
a
a
few players are
French
actually going
naval
for light
player.
cruisers. I noticed that France is, and at least 2 or 3 of the others have also been building light cruisers.
Mhm. Interesting, yeah. And what was Italy doing again? Did we check Italy?
We have not checked Italy.
Oh, yeah. So just infantry with artillery and engineers.
Oh,
I
but
would
have you seen
imagine.
what ships they're building?
Hmm?
But have you seen the ships?
Oh.
The ships! Super heavy battleships under construction.
No way.
2 of them will be ready for March 1941.
That's actually like kind of realistic to have them out.
Mhm.
And yeah, they're really good actually. Really good super heavy battleships. Yeah, interesting. Question is if they'll be able to use them for anything useful in time, so to speak.
Yeah, they already have 26 dockyards in production, so Italy's going all out naval here by the looks of things.
I'm just thinking, what if the game is more like concluded at that point, you know?
Mhm.
You gotta invest a lot on thinking like, hey, I want to go for nukes, but maybe the game doesn't last until 43, 44, 45. Maybe I shouldn't go for nukes then, you know?
Yeah, I recently played a game actually as the Netherlands in one of the developer multiplayers, and I decided to go assume the naval burden Dutch. I tried to go with super heavy battleships and use them as raiding ships against the British in the Atlantic. Don't do that, doesn't work.
Ah,
I just
okay.
had 2 lost super heavies, so yeah.
Aw.
Don't do it.
We actually have an Air Controller Canada, maybe. It's not getting lend-leased, but it's producing CAS with 5 mils, license producing it from the UK. That's interesting. I like that strat. Like spreading out your production of air. It's a
Not
smart
using an
decision.
MIO for it.
Yeah, he's using the British. Actually, yeah, that's true. But he doesn't have one. Yeah.
Right, no, you're right.
Yeah.
Doesn't Light do that? Or are they just fighters? No, they're just fighters. That's why.
Yeah, everybody currently, at least, are going for a very similar build, so to speak, with just guns, support equipment, artillery, maybe AA, supply. That's it.
I mean, it's relatively standard for the run-up. I mean, we're still in
Yeah.
38, although we're about to hit 39.
Yeah. Oh, wait. What are we seeing in Manchuria right now?
Oh, yeah.
This is interesting. And is that a player?
Soviets are, but Manchuria is not.
Okay. I guess we just
I had the
check
same
faction.
thought.
Yeah. So that's interesting. They're trying to keep China from getting stronger, I guess, in the East. Because by taking out Manchukuo, China cannot. And it is Chinese cores, so they won't be getting that.
Also gives them a way into Korea, and then basically keeps Japan off of that area entirely. In fact, Korea right now is completely independent. So
Oh, yeah, that is
Japan
true.
has no holdings outside of Japan.
Don't they? Like Okinawa. Oh, well, Iwo Jima and such are Japanese.
Right, but just islands.
Yeah.
So we'll probably see a very naval Japan at the end of this.
Yeah, probably.
I think
or
we would
sending
have to.
like not volunteers, but like expeditionary units to where the fighting is actually going on. I would imagine.
So we've seen France is doing navy. We've seen Italy's doing navy. Britain's doing carriers. Japan probably will go navy. US, I don't remember, is going for lots and lots of battleships.
Yeah, let's show that. That's a lot of dockyards, 50.
Yes, it is. 1936 ships. They're building 3 sets of battleships at the time, and then also 3 sets of destroyers. No, light cruisers. 2 light cruisers, 1 destroyer. All 36 models. So we are going to see a pretty mighty American Navy here. I'm kind of wondering.
That's very interesting, yeah.
We're going to see a pretty big scuffle, I think, between the French and Italian navies versus the British and American, and possibly Japanese. Guessing Germany wasn't doing much.
And the Soviets don't seem to want to assassinate Trotsky, actually. They have been able to for a while now, from the looks of it, and they're not going to do the focus either, it looks like.
Well, they're about to pick a new one, so what are they going to choose?
Yeah.
Nothing yet. It's ticking.
They haven't done the 3rd 5-year plan. It's really good to do because you can then go down for the industry bonuses 2 times 100%, and that can get you like tools. As Soviets, you can have tools 5 in 1940, which is OP because of the. Oh yeah, actually, let me show that. Yeah. So you get 2 100% bonuses here. You use them on. Actually, usually people use them on tools 4 and concentrated 4. I'm pretty sure. And then use this one on tools 5 because you get a 2 years ahead of time bonus, and you get 5% efficiency cap. And they could have done all of this by now.
So usually, if you're thinking about your construction technologies or industry tax, how do you prioritize them?
Oh, tools first, concentrated second, construction last.
Really? Because I'm usually the complete opposite to that. I love my construction. I love going ahead of time. Like, I usually don't go ahead of time unless I absolutely have to. Although more recently with MIOs, I do. But I love getting construction because I just want to build up my economy as early and as big as I can. And then I go concentrated, especially if I'm naval, and then tools. But I think that's also partially I like playing the democratic nations. They tend to get involved a bit later.
Yeah.
So the snowballing effect of the Hearts of Iron economy means that construction pays off.
Yeah. I get that, yeah. I usually go tools first just because of the efficiency cap. Because not only do you produce more than going for concentrated, like if you compare the two, you'll produce more going for that one first. Like if you have to pick between concentrated 5 and tools 5, you should pick tools 5.
Okay.
Essentially, you will produce more.
Major pact signed between, France, Germany, Italy, Denmark, Hungary, Iceland, Algeria, Spain, Netherlands, Romania, Yugoslavia, United Kingdom, Canada, British Raj, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and Malaysia. Full text is in the casters. The Commonwealth of Nations. We announce a mutual Asian territory defense pact between 2 factions. In addition to this, we sign a non-aggression pact for the non-determined duration. Peace and stability shall remain for the sake of all. Signed by the undersigned. I'm not repeating that list again.
You don't need to. That's interesting. That's the democratic nations and the fascists.
It is.
That's interesting.
So that's going to be 2/3 of the world versus the communists.
Yeah.
So what preparations are the Nordics and the Soviets making for this, I wonder?
That's interesting, yeah, because they seem to be actually going here for Asia, so to speak.
Is Japan in that list? Japan is not in that list.
Yeah, that's interesting, but Japan is going democratic, so I don't really get that.
Neither is China.
Yeah. Well, I get that. China probably has some expansionist views on the subject. But so does the Comintern, obviously, now we see. So that's very interesting, actually.
So yeah, if I just go back to the faction overview, just to bloop, over to here, we can see Comintern just mostly up there in the north. Here comes the Scandinavian Defence Union. So the Nordics have a faction which is not Comintern, so they've set out on their own, although they do, of course, have the joint focus trees, which will empower and embiggen them a little bit further. So we've got the Allies, the League of European Nations, Comintern and Nordics, I think probably allied in reality, and then the wild cards of China, USA, and Japan.
Interesting here is that we saw Poland earlier go for Lithuania and Latvia, but they never went for Estonia, even though they have cores on Estonia.
See, I'm
and they
telling
do
you.
have a war goal.
This is going to be Finnish. The Finnish are going to finish Estonia.
Oh, that is probably the deal that they have made. Probably, yeah.
But yeah, USA was also not on that list. So
Mm.
the US, Japan, China are the wild cards. I do really wonder. Maybe we're going to see a US-Japanese faction?
I hope not. That would be so cursed.
I mean, they're both going to be democratic.
Yeah.
And they would have the naval power to actually match up against the Allies. Because right now, in fact, if the Allies are only going to be fighting the Comintern, they have no need for those navies.
Yeah, that's true. Oh. I actually like this about Poland. They have an embargoed economy. So it says expected number of consumer goods, 5%. It's the lowest in the game. That's interesting.
Interesting, yeah. That's because Danzig is still theirs. I think Germany embargoes them. I'm fairly sure that's a result of that. Which is why effects when removed, remove international city.
Yeah, okay.
So they've chosen to keep Danzig.
That's interesting. But they could go to limited export or free trade. Like, yeah, they're able to. They have just chosen not to, I guess. So they get extra consumer goods, which is bad for them. I thought it was an economy law at first because of consumer goods, but then I remembered it's not.
Nope,
So it's
trade.
the worst trade law in the game, actually.
And I'm guessing it doesn't give them access to the market either. Nope, it doesn't. So they can't buy or sell anything
That's
either.
funny, yeah. And they're actually lacking stuff. Oh, they can trade with everybody, actually.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Maybe it's
trade, yes. International markets locked off. Yeah, those are two separate things.
Liberian commune is where they have access. And they can actually buy Liberian guns. I'm not quite sure how that works, but yeah, sure.
A famous merchant of death, Liberia.
Yeah. Oh, it's because they're puppets.
Wait.
Liberia is a puppet of Poland. That's a feature. I remember that now. It's a bit south. Yeah, yeah.
There it is. Yes, it is. There's a focus about this.
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact reasoning.
So we
but
have
that is a
communist Polish colonialism. And now we have a democratic fascist anti-colonialism league, which includes the UK.
Yep.
Yeah. Interesting indeed. Oh, now I can say with certainty that Japan is about to win their civil war.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Definite.
I mean, they just got to take that one tile and it's over. So I would imagine. So, yeah. It is your...
Yeah, it is already. I was looking at your screen going, why is this not changing? Confused myself, and there you go. Oh, look at that. You were correct.
Yeah, let's go. But, yeah, I'm wondering now what the Soviets' future plans are here in China. Because China, I don't know, still just going into civs, which is dangerous when you have a guy like the Soviets here who seems expansionist in Asia, going for mills, has 3 times your mill count almost, just going ham at it.
But I don't know about this, because if the Soviets get bogged down fighting against China, they're just leaving themselves completely open to the Europeans. Like, they've got to be concerned about that.
I'm not sure. I mean, Germany has a lot of economy, yes, and they're allied with France and Italy. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, and also the UK. Like, it's the whole of Europe against the Soviets. And actually, China's got to be looking at this going, I know they're a big buffer, but how long is the Soviet Union really going to last?
It includes now Romania and Hungary, too. This is a mega faction right here.
Wow.
And they're allied with the Allies.
Yeah.
That is, yeah, okay. Actually, we see a Northern People's Union. They're not even going with a Comintern.
Yeah, I mentioned that. That's because they've gone with the Nordic Union just shared focus trees. So they're probably trying to build themselves up through that. I would imagine in everything that really matters, they're aligned.
Yeah.
But they're not in the same faction, which means they can't share, for example, air bases.
Okay, that's interesting, yeah. Maybe they want to have revenge on Denmark without involving the Allies.
I strongly suspect that is the case.
Yeah. Fascist Iceland. Yeah.
Yep, and Greenland.
Yeah.
Although the US can demand Greenland, which is very annoying.
Yeah. Who made this game?
I don't know. playing a game as Denmark, and I was like, I'm going well, going to join the Allies. America's like, I want Greenland. I was like, no, America, I declare war. Huh, wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
Yugoslavia managed to field hospitals and all of their troops.
Okay.
I kind of wish there were 2 fields there. Yugoslavia managed to field hospitals and all of their troops.
True. But also here, I'm looking at the U.S. tank, which I would say is basically the best one we have seen so far. He goes for soft attack, a little bit of hard attack, but yeah, you should obviously go for the medium cannon here, not the high velocity one.
Nope.
Due to everybody going infantry. You counter by looking at what people are doing, and then, yeah, he's doing that quite well.
So America's building a bunch of carrier aircraft, but no real land-based aircraft. No one's really going air that I've seen.
Intervention in the Americas. The focus have been picked. 20 days left, so they can go for both. Oh yeah, they can go for Canada. That's interesting.
I mean,
and they did have Americas as their goal, so that is very, very interesting.
And in fact, if we're looking at America right now, I am seeing a little guess about where they're going to go from here. I have an inkling who the next target will be.
Nah. Maybe. I don't know. Let's not guess.
No guessing.
Yeah.
Only certainties.
Yeah. But yeah, the U.S. troops are quite unequipped so far. Actually, not. They do have field hospitals, but I'm not sure about the template itself. I mean,
just infantry with a bit of artillery.
66 soft attack is not really, well, the pinnacle of stats, so to speak. But their frontline divisions are also just pure infantry, yeah, with support artillery. Support artillery is good, don't get me wrong, but like if you want pushing units as a major nation, you might as well go for line artillery. Because it's kind of cheap for you as a major nation, and it's hard to counter as a minor nation.
Oh yeah,
especially in Mexico with 9 or 10 mils.
Mostly fielding National Guard divisions. I was
And
getting
Mexico is communist, so who will help Mexico?
Comintern?
Or the People's Union?
Possibly.
Who knows? Maybe they want Alaska back. Maybe that's where they're expanding east, you know? They're like, damn, there was gold there?
I am kind of wondering if the US goes against Canada and Mexico, which I think they obviously will.
A deal has been made in the east.
Oh, okay.
A big deal has been made in the east.
Interesting.
Although, it's funny. The funny part here is that the Comintern gave the Mongolian AI some territory. I guess for border gore minimization, but that means that China does not get these states. Which is kind of funny. That'll probably like egg him on in the head, thinking like, those are my states. Why are they not under my control?
Yep. But that does very much sound like China is supporting the Soviets potentially.
Or they have signed some kind of a pact, since they were basically teamed upon in Asia here by the British and the I guess you could say Axis, right? It is the Axis.
I don't know. Isn't it the Central
League
Powers?
of the European nations.
I
And
think
even Albania's in it.
I think it's the Central Powers, isn't it?
Wait, that's Italy. Never mind. Oh, yeah. They're stealing territory from Yugoslavia, and Germany has a war goal on Yugoslavia. I'm not sure what Yugoslavia will do about all this. They're completely surrounded, giving up territory. Actually, we have an AI Bulgaria being justified upon by Romania. Yeah.
Only 60 days to go.
Yeah, it's not a lot. Also have an AI Greece and a player Turkey. That's in a faction with the AI Greece. Okay, interesting.
So Turkey is also kind of a wild card here. They don't really know what they're doing.
Yeah, non-aligned between all the extremists. Yeah.
So that leaves the Netherlands, Yugoslavia, Turkey in Europe, and Portugal.
Yeah,
there's 4 of them. And then Spain probably going to be joining, well, certainly will be joining the fascists if the plans that I overheard are anything to go by. Yeah, US definitely going after Mexico. Mexico being communist, but will they join the Comintern?
They're called the Mexican Soviet Republic, so I'm not really sure.
They have sent volunteers to Spain. They're being guaranteed by the US.
I think that can be reversed, so to speak. You know?
Do we have anyone in South America? Yes, Brazil.
Okay. So I believe the USA is saving up political power to go for, to go for partial or even more economy when they go to war. Actually, they can't because of war support, but at least they will lose undisturbed isolation. And after the war with Mexico, they'll be able to go partial, probably because of the world tension alone. Partial on the US is really good. I think they could have had it a long time ago. They have not sent an attaché. Oh yeah, right, because they want Alf Landon. So I guess it works different. No, still 30% war support needed for the giant wake. So they could have done this probably a year ago, I would guess. But it is what it is. Yeah.
There it is. I'm going completely blind as I know the giant wakes is around here somewhere. Yeah, found it.
Yeah. The vanilla focus tree is really like different from how I remember it being.
Yes.
So, yeah.
But Brazil, just while I was looking at that, is also fascist, so I suspect that's going to be another member, potentially, of the European alliance.
Yeah.
What were they called again? Central Powers?
Entente.
The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Yeah.
Alf Landon can save you a bit of political power because you don't need to support the House and the Senate.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Is that just not enough?
But I think it's just the worst path overall, speaking from what you get out of it.
Possibly. I have to say, the US is probably one of my least played nations. They're too big. I find them a bit dull.
I played in mods. This is though vanilla, right? And I'm not too familiar with the vanilla meta, but I used to play it a lot. So I know that as the US in a historical game, maybe December 37 usually when Japan declares war on China, which isn't really happening here. But then you usually get the giant wakes, and then you could go partial mob. So yeah.
I mean, the mods that I usually play, I'm used to the American Civil War. Yeah. Not happening here, though.
Definitely not.
And India, all of their troops massed up against the Chinese front.
Oh, really? There's a lot of British there, too.
That is an awful lot of Brits. I'm actually realizing that is ethical infantry divisions.
Oh, yeah.
They've actually
the
named
field
them.
hospitals, yeah.
So yeah, they're all facing off against Siam and China with no troops anywhere else, including in the ports. So I guess they're expecting just overwhelming naval superiority.
Yeah.
And you're right, I'm not seeing any... Oh no, there's Indian troops. Just 6 divisions on a port.
Cool.
7. They have 7 divisions.
China now at 97 civilian factories and 29 military factories. That is a really good economy. I think even rivaling the Soviets at 102 civs and 72. I mean, they're not going to catch up. Oh, they just annexed Shaanxi. They have just annexed Shaanxi, which brings them up to 98 civilian factories, I guess.
Crikey, yeah,
unless it's been not loaded in yet. Oh, I think it's just 98, yeah. So 98 civs and 30 mils. So my guess is that they're going to go annex the state of Xinjiang soon also. I'm not sure at what point they can. Yeah, they don't even have them as an integrated puppet yet. They would have to lend lease a lot to make that happen. And they have actually made proper templates at this point. The copy of Sanjai Jun. Yeah, this is what I did last game, except for with engineers. Basically, these templates here. It's good. Yeah, I believe he has noticed that he needs to put in the artillery to see what he needs.
We have another announcement coming in. France's 4th announcement. By spending a diplomatic envoy to Japan after helping them in their civil war, France stopped their naval race before it turned them into a problem. We need to send diplomats and not missiles at each other. So there we go. France making overtures to Japan there.
Yeah, wisely said. So France is no longer going to compete in the naval race? Oh, he's lying. He's lying. Yeah, okay. Up to 39 dockyards is France. Yeah,
yeah.
Not trying though, guys. Not trying to have any naval race.
Italy still with their 29 dockyards, still building their super heavies, of course. and then a bunch of light cruisers.
Interesting. The UK is building in South Africa and such, and I'm pretty sure those are players. Yeah.
South Africa is. New Zealand? Not sure.
He's building in. Oh, it's Australia, I guess.
Both of them are players, New Zealand and Australia. But again, this is going to be working towards the National Federation, the Imperial Federation.
Yeah, what does that entail?
Basically, it means that Britain annexes the entire Commonwealth.
But they're players.
Yeah, so they're going to be co-oping 5 players in Britain.
Okay, that's smart. Yeah, I guess. So Imperial Federation, they need to be an integrated puppet. Oh, and New Zealand also needs to. So they're kind of close, actually. Everybody else is an integrated puppet. So they are close to New Zealand and South Africa being integrated puppets, and they're just saving focus days. What they could be doing, though, is, I believe, suppress subjects.
Yes.
Which would be a better choice than not choosing a focus, I think.
Unless they're saving that political power for something. Doesn't look like they are.
Because they already have the days saved up, so to speak.
Yep.
So, yeah, they just finished constructing one of the mills, and that put them at, let's see here. Oh, yeah, it's almost good to go. South Africa is almost good to go. And, yeah, New Zealand also almost good to go. So, yeah, really interesting strategy here.
And I think the Imperial Federation gives you a core on everything.
No way.
I think it does. It's stupidly powerful.
Okay, well, I'll do that.
Reading. Just as annex
in the focus.
Core of UK.
Wait. Oh, they're all cores. Oh, wow.
It cores everything.
It cores everything. This is the most cores you can get as any nation then.
Except for the anarchist Spanish, who can core the world.
The Spanish?
Yeah, anarchist Spain can core everything.
So can you do it as you go, like go?
I think it's one you can pick where you don't take any faction. Yeah, anarchism knows no borders. It appeared there for a second before this popped up.
We'll see it after.
But I believe that the requirements there are you have to be completely independent and not in a faction. And then you can just, for political power, core everything.
That's insane.
That's war support justifies. Seeds of revolution. Allows you to spread anarchism to others. And then the Global Defense Council. Transfer and core any foreign-controlled states that have sufficiently high compliance.
Wow. Yeah, that's a really good focus. Technically, if Britain gives all of USA to Canada, you can core all of USA too.
Oh, wow.
Okay, that's smart, yeah.
British North America, yeah. Because they're not a Dominion anymore. That's right.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I really do wonder, like, if the Allies and the League of Extraordinary Europeans is going to be standing together, then Comintern really going to be able to stand up against this? Like, I think that China and Comintern have to ally in order to stand a chance.
Against the Allies?
Against the Allies.
I mean, the allied nation that it's about to be, so yeah.
Well, not just the allied nation, I mean also because they are allied with the League of European Nations.
Yeah. I agree with production. They play a lot of UK, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're about to actually annex, after this mill is built, even maybe before that, if it keeps ticking right now, they'll annex the entire Commonwealth very, very shortly. Yeah, 16 now. So it's ticking by like 4 a day. Yeah, 5 even there. So it's ticking quite fast, actually. 7. I'm just going to stay on this until they annex all of it. Actually, they have to do a 70-day focus, but, you know.
Yeah. Oh, no, a 70-day focus.
Yeah, 2 and 0, and now we're going to see them tick over. Actually, I might have to reopen it. Nope. Oh, yeah, they have to actually use PP.
Yes, they do.
So
they can do New Zealand now?
Yeah, they can do it now. And then they're going to be able to do the focus. They missed a day.
2 days.
2 days. 3 days.
England! Wakey, wakey.
Okay, I guess he doesn't want it.
I guess not.
Maybe he's having another speech.
He was just psyching out like the rest of his allies. Like, we're going to work together. We're going to be allied. We're going to be annexed. No, puppets, suck it.
You're like integrated now. Suck on that. Yeah.
Do you feel British yet?
There you go. And
Finally.
now I believe we're going to see the focus happen.
There it is, Imperial Federation.
Yeah, that is insane. So that's how many states scored? I mean, we can actually check what the UK will get here. Additionally.
1, 2, 3.
I'm going to do the math on my phone. How many?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, those are generals. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Those are generals. It's actually very hard to pass because it mixes in the generals with the states. I've lost count already. I'm giving up. Chat, you can tell us. Laughs in British. Ha ha! Marvelous.
So just counting mills and civs, it's 113 mills and civs in total.
Wow.
That they're going to add on to their economy. So they're going to be the biggest economy in the world.
Yeah.
Mostly civs. It's like 80% civs of that. So probably like 80 civs and then the rest mills. But then, yeah, they should just spam mills everywhere because they have infinite resources now with Malaya being annexed even and such.
Of course, and they'll have...
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing they'll be kind of lacking will be oil.
Yeah.
So I wonder who they get that from. I mean, it's going to
Actually,
have
they
to
don't
be...
get course on Malaya. Huh. Interesting.
Because Malaya was not Commonwealth, it was a colony.
Yeah.
And I'm
So
guessing it's not a
insane, though,
player?
getting this.
Is Malaya a player? No. Neither are the Dutch East Indies this time.
Oh, actually, we see Germany ahead in the air war right now. The British are surely going for the air war, but not to the extent of how much Germany's going for it. They have a lot of unassigned mills also in the UK. I think they're more doing diplomacy than production and such. The UK has 17 on fighters and 15 on casts. And on Germany, how did you do again? Was it control? Spectate? Yeah, it was. Okay, cool. And on Germany, we have 30 on fighters and 20 on casts. So definitely Germany ahead in the air war.
US is still producing the same number as previously, 5 on basically all of them, mostly carriers.
I mean the USSR.
USSR is on 15 on fighters now, and 3 on close air support. So they're increasing the number of fighters they have, but they're still going to be quite a ways behind the European
counterparts.
I'm trying to think of a proper name for that, the European behemoth.
Yeah, behemoth is probably the right word. What is more powerful, though? The European faction or the allied Commonwealth nation that's about to appear?
I would say probably still the League of European Nations, because I think they'll have more concentrated industry, but resources they're going to struggle for.
Yeah.
Whereas I think that the Imperial Federation is going to have the resources and the longer-term potential to get that industry. If they're given time, the other players are going to regret it. Like, I think they basically have to go after them.
India is non-core, though, someone said, is it? Let me actually... Ba-ba-boom. India. Let's see here. Bergeraj. Yeah, you do not get cores.
Okay. Imperial Federation, 43 days done. Slowly but surely getting there. What's the US doing now? Meanwhile, 2 Ocean Navy Acts, they're increasing the naval power. They've got War Plan Green. They're reaffirming Monroe. They've not gone for Crimsons. They're not going for Canada.
Yeah, I guess because they know the UK is doing this. They probably had some kind of negotiation like, hey, you do this, I do that. We're Gucci, right? Probably. The UK also going for soft attack tanks. I mean, I see soft attack tanks, but they really aren't that good early game. Tanks really scale late game, I would say. So we'll see them pop off later on, I would say.
Building Crusaders, yeah, which have medium cannon. Yugoslavia joined Germany, so that's one of the wild cards that's now been rolled into a faction.
Oh, really? So now it's basically all of Europe, mainland Europe.
Yep.
Actually, it's not.
Except for
Because
the
you have the
Netherlands.
Nordics, the Eastern Bloc.
And the Netherlands bravely standing alone.
Really?
Oh no, Dutch Reich.
Yeah,
They've gone
yeah,
fascist.
yeah. It's
right.
a fascist Europe.
Yeah, I know this from experience because I play a fair amount of the Netherlands. It takes a long time to become fascist. Like you have, I think, about a month between all the focuses you need to do and Germany declaring war on you.
Mm.
Like, it gets that close, and if you like mess up the
In
the
multiplayer,
build by 1
though,
or 2,
I guess they can get longer.
yeah, because Germany just doesn't declare war on them.
How nice of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Netherlands with Assume the Naval Burden can become really, really strong. Probably one of my favorite focus chains. So if I just switch over here,
Yep.
you basically go down, join Germany,
Oh, you
placate the
didn't.
Japanese, and then assume naval burden, which they haven't actually done. They went Netherlands
Yeah.
first, which is interesting. But you get this, 10% cheaper ships and also 6 dockyards.
6 dockyards for free is still a lot of IC.
Oh, yeah. But
so
you
what
do
did they
have
get
to
on
give
the
up.
right side, actually? The French Flanders? Wait a minute. Taking back the French Flanders. The folks at the bottom who run it.
Yeah, I think that's the Benelux. So you take over the entirety of the Low Countries.
Uh-huh.
So you'll get the Belgian steel, Belgian industry, Luxembourg. Not sure about Congo. Not sure about that one. Iraq was puppeted. Let's go back to that.
Yeah, at the bottom there.
There it is.
Yeah.
Gain a claim on Nord de Calais. So Calais, that's against France. It's not against Belgium, though. This gets you fascism and recruitment. So this isn't the Belgian path. Which is that? Any man a Dutch government?
Wasn't it the Democratic? Where you annex Belgium?
Yeah, form Benelux, there it is.
Yeah.
Made the minor democracies and then over there. Okay, I always assumed it was the fascist path, but it's not.
Yeah. In one day, and there we go. We have the, well, Commonwealth, I guess. That's a funny looking flag.
Commonwealth of Nations. Oh, I
Yeah.
haven't seen that flag before. Rise of the Commonwealth of Nations.
You.
There we go. Oh.
The flag is you, the color is kind of cool.
Interesting.
It's a bit darker shade of red, right?
Mhm.
So, yeah, interesting. Economy-wise, they have 136 civs now. So actually not as much as I thought.
No, because bear in mind, when you have a puppet that has very low autonomy, they give you most of their civilian factories already.
Yeah, no, but it actually was, I think, calculated already. Because democratic nations don't get that much from puppets that are integrated. It's just Britain and, I mean, the Commonwealth and Ethiopia in a faction. And Ethiopia doesn't even exist.
No, that's normal. So when Italy goes after Ethiopia, Ethiopia
true.
can choose a host.
Yeah. Can you kick them?
I think you can. You must be able to. If you don't join the war with them.
So does this mean Italy's still at war?
Probably.
Yeah,
Yes.
they're at war.
Yep.
Wow.
And that can sometimes mess things up because Germany can technically be called into that war.
Yeah.
So who are the wild cards now? Netherlands, Turkey,
Netherlands
USA.
fascists.
Netherlands fascist, you're right.
Yeah.
So USA, Turkey,
Portugal,
China,
right?
Japan, Portugal.
Yeah.
There's 5 remaining wild cards that could join anyone.
There's also Brazil that's going fascist. So
yeah, I'm
never
pretty
mind.
sure that Brazil's
Yeah.
going to be. Well, I don't know. They're called the League of European Nations. So are they really going to allow a non-European?
How do we fail RP?
No. Is that really ethical?
Is fail RP ethical? Welcome to my TED Talk. Yeah. But the oh yeah, that's a lot. They have 1.4 million men fielded now on the Commonwealth, and they have a huge stockpile.
Yep.
So, yeah, they're gonna be having a big eco.
So I'm just checking the player list here, and yeah, 1 player, 2 player, 3 player. 4, 5, 6, 7 players. 7 players co-oping as Britain right now.
That is insane, actually. Yeah.
That's going to be an interesting one to coordinate.
Yeah. So they're not going down for the aircraft production group nor the BSA company, which I think are the 2 best focuses basically on the UK.
Well,
I
I
mean,
think
at this point it would be for sure. 10% cheaper air and guns is insane.
Absolutely, but they had to go down the colonial stuff, which you wouldn't necessarily do this early normally.
Yeah, I know. But they're going for the research slot right now. Maybe they do need a lot of research, considering they only have 4 research slots. So yeah, probably it's a good choice.
Yep.
When you have half the world under your thumb.
Just going to take a quick look to see where they are technologically, actually. Because I think that when you annex other countries, you absorb any technologies that they had that you didn't, that finished. You don't?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
They have medium tanks fully up to scratch. They have artillery up to scratch. Ships. They've done
Not really much,
No,
right?
not much. They could definitely upgrade the guns and the torpedoes and things.
Yeah, and go for the modifiers.
Aircraft. They're researching 1940 fighters in 39, and also the engines. Radar 39, and then industry 39 stuff. In fact, they're one behind. No fuel upgrades at all. I do suspect that fuel may become a problem for them, especially if America turns against the Commonwealth. I'm still really curious. What is America going to do? Bureau of Ships. They are really ramping up their naval production. They've been researching 2 ocean navy, and now also that. So I think they're a little concerned about somebody.
I'm a bit confused here. Isn't Hirohito a part of the fascist party?
Possibly. Sorry, we have another announcement. The state of Bhutan. Bhutan?
Bhutan. I don't know. We'll just go with it.
Decided to get rid of the war in
Bhutan.
Bhutan. Nice last minute edit there.
Yeah.
Production. Well done. The state of Bhutan decided to get rid of the war industry. From now on, we are going to focus on dominating the automotive industry. Expect the first offers coming soon to the market. We also encourage other countries to follow the pacifistic path. Oh, wait. Japan just did something with a faction.
Yeah, they disbanded it.
Oh.
But it looks like it's still fascist Japan.
State of Japan Democratic.
Yeah, they're democratic, but if you look at them, they have fascist stuff here. And if you go into their focus tree, they have the fascists. Oh, actually, they don't. They are democratic.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, we have a little bug, it seems.
The
that every now and
Showa
then it will flip.
Constitution gives you Hirohito. Oh, okay. Okay, sure.
With his 50% stability buff.
So they can invite Korea, and they can liberate Manchuria, which doesn't actually do anything, because Manchuria isn't a country.
No.
And then Philippine sovereignty. So I'm not really sure what Japan will do in Asia.
I don't know. I'm still kind of expecting Japan and the US to ally. I'm expecting China to either go with Japan or with the Soviets. I don't know yet which.
Yeah.
And then I'm expecting the Comintern to basically be in a fight for their lives against the Central European powers. I don't know if the Commonwealth is going to keep their word. I don't know if it's necessarily in their interest to.
Honestly, the Comintern can't stand up to the German threat.
No, they can't.
The Germans alone have more mills than the Comintern, literally. So then they have Italy, Hungary, Romania, Yugoslavia, France. I mean, probably Netherlands too.
Yes.
And Spain probably. Yeah, Spain will also probably join since Spain is fascist. So we'll see a lot of fascist nations in Europe. Basically, no one has the power to stop them.
No. I reckon if Comintern, China, Japan, and the US allied, maybe. Because then you have Chinese and Soviet manpower supplied by the Americans with the Japanese and US navies running interference.
Yeah,
And
they
then
would need to somewhat team up.
And then the battlefield in Poland is just going to be absolute butchery.
Yeah.
I think that's the only way that the Comintern can realistically win this.
Yeah. Oh, Germany going for improved heavy tank chassis. That's interesting because they don't have any heavy guns. So maybe they go for heavy SPGs.
Quite possibly. Let's take a look at what their industry is. Oh, artillery is. Yeah, they have.
They already have the good, like the improved small airframe and already improved medium tanks with 25 soft attack, 18 hard attack. That's actually good, honestly. So already looking kind of fine on tank production on Germany's part. They're over importing Actually, they're not importing. How do they have all this? Oh, they got it from Sweden. They bought all the resources they need from Sweden, basically.
Mhm.
Or something. I don't know. They have the resource rights there.
Yes, that is a focus I think that Sweden gets in exchange for MIO upgrades. I'm trying to remember this for sure.
I would not take that. Landwerk, maybe?
Yeah. Allow
Oh, is
Landwerk
that-
to operate independently. No, that's not the resources. That's industry.
Landwerk. I'll show my. Landwerk is, I think, this one. So you get funds and create Swedish unit. No, not there, not there. I guess we could search. A search for Germany. Nothing.
That's not the
Resource.
vacations. It's not urbanization. There is something that they can do that increases their their resources. What is it and where?
It's probably a German thing then, maybe. No, because Germany.
German focus tree hasn't changed.
Yeah. Maybe it's a decision or something.
Yeah, it is a decision, but it's unlocked by
A focus.
a focus.
Yeah. Oh, maybe here. Yeah, it's here probably. Allow the Landsberg to operate independently. So they did get funds here, and probably Germany got, through a decision or event, the resources.
I don't think so.
That's the only one that they collaborate with Germany in.
Yeah, but that's purely about industry and the MIO.
Yeah.
Because I know
Ethan
Finland
says it's in
has
the
one,
German
which is
tree. It might be. I mean, honestly, it might be.
Oh, you know what? It's events. There's an event where Germany can demand increasingly ludicrous things from the
Oh,
Swedes.
here, German-Swedish trade agreement. There is actually a focus. We actually joked about Germany not having gotten any focuses, but look at this. I see one.
Under Rhineland.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there it is. Add off maps, civilian, military, German-Swedish trade agreement. They gain construction speed for 1.5 years. German Reich gets rights to all resources in Westerbotten, which is something that Sweden can say no to.
Okay, yeah.
I believe. Yeah,
I
effectively
believe they don't want to anger anybody, though, right?
And that is one of the increasing escalations that Germany can do to Sweden, which can end up in a war.
Yeah.
Which was historical. The Germans kept on demanding more and more things from the Swedes.
Yeah.
And then eventually the Swedes said no, and then kind of expected an invasion, but it never happened.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm Swedish.
Why am I
should-
telling you
yeah,
this?
Yeah.
Exactly. It's just like clicked. It's like, hang on, I'm here streaming with a Swede.
See, I know history up until when we had wars. You know, that's where my history knowledge.
I do remember I was at university with a Swedish friend of mine, and she didn't know that Sweden had an empire at one stage.
That's the one thing you should know. We have all the songs you sing in school are about that. They're literally about Carl the 12th.
Yeah.
And shit. Yeah, okay.
She
Yeah.
didn't know. But the only reason I know this much about Swedish history is because part of the work test to work at Paradox is you had to make a Swedish focus tree.
Oh, yeah. Wait, you made this?
I did not make that, no. That was Victor and
Aw.
Amy.
What did you make?
I haven't made any of them. I joined too late. I only joined 4 months ago.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
So I did a lot of the bug fixes,
Mhm.
but that's as far as I got. Now I'm working on secret things.
Oh, okay. Secret.
Secret
Yeah,
things.
okay. Okay. Adding secret German focus that gives resources.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And they also have Danish produce, which is actually bad for Germany, I would say. Actually, it's hard to say. Well, they get no real great buffs from it. Supply range, I would say, is the best thing they get, and plus 15% consumer goods factor. Plus 15% factor might not be a huge deal, but
They also
still.
get the attrition reduction.
Yeah, attrition reduction doesn't do much, though. It's like, imagine you lose 10 guns in a day, minus 10% is you lose 1 less gun.
Yeah, but that can really rank up, because it's not just going to be 10 a day, it's going to be several hundred a day.
Yeah.
And also supply efficiency, I think, can be good, because it means your supply hubs will do more.
Oh, it's actually supply combat penalties that they get. Then they get division attrition 2.5%, so that's 2.5 guns for every 100.
Right, that's true.
Yeah. So it's not a lot for the because what you got to think about, could have they built more mills that could have replaced those guns cheaper than you know, actually just getting the division attrition minus. You know?
But the other side of that is this does also buff up Denmark because they get free factories for selling their produce.
Yeah, I guess since Denmark is their ally, that's probably good for them.
They get, civilian factories from events and occupations. I think they get 2 for every one of those they sell, and they can sell to Germany and to Britain. Where are they? Here they are. Trade with Britain, trade with Germany. These are the Danish things. So off-map civilian factory, they gain 10% consumer goods factor, so actually 20% if they get both the trade deals going through.
Wait, what? Commonwealth of Socialist Republics has a war goal against the United States. Overthrow the ruling government. What? Now, I'm not sure how... Oh, maybe it's because of the Mexican situation? What do you think?
Possibly. I'm trying to work out who the Commonwealth of Socialist Republics are.
Oh, it's Poland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can click on the flag also.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yep. I work at Paradox under the Hoy.
We know everything, absolutely everything about these games. There's absolutely nothing we do not know.
Wait, okay. 19 market contracts. I don't know why it says 19. Maybe he's using he's using 19 civs to buy stuff with.
Yes.
Interesting.
Trying to get the deliveries to come through very quickly.
Yeah, a lot of convoys needed there, but they have enough. So yeah.
Buying 800 artillery. Well, I guess he's buying from Brazil. It's just a long way.
Yeah.
And then also, just artillery. Just buying a lot of artillery.
Yeah.
So have any of the other players actually joined a faction yet? Netherlands still hasn't. Spain has.
Yeah.
Portugal hasn't.
Not, yeah.
Yugoslavia has, but we saw that previously.
There's actually a Balkan Entente I didn't even notice. Turkey has formed their own faction. It's just the same color as everybody else's. I noticed because of Greece, because it's the same color as Turkey.
Yeah, they did that a while ago, because we know that AI Greece had joined them.
Yeah.
China, still no. Although China is getting military access. Sorry, Japan's getting military access through China now.
Yeah, I think they're going for some kind of Asian collaboration there.
So yeah, China, Japan, still unknown. US, still the big wild card. They've shown that they're at least friendly or cordial towards the Canadians. Do they still have battle plans drawn up against the Mexicans? Not as aggressively. Actually, this is interesting.
That is very aggressive, yeah.
But that's not against Mexico.
No, it is not.
That's against somebody else.
It's against someone selling guns to the communists.
Yeah. Apparently, the biggest exporter of guns doesn't like the fact that people are other than themselves are exporting guns.
Competition? I don't think so. Yeah. It's a free market, and I'm here to free you.
Free you from this market.
Yeah. Yes, you can compete with us. Now let's compete. Yeah.
This is what we call an aggressive takeover.
Yeah.
A hostile takeover.
Yeah. Hostile market takeover.
This is vanilla, yes. There is one mod which gives the Game Masters a couple of tools, but that's it. Oh, apparently the Swedish resources, they're in the German tree. Chat, you should have told us.
Yeah, chat. I actually did credit Ethan on that, saying that,
I totally didn't see it, so sorry, Ethan. Yep, America building more Marines. What's Germany doing at the moment?
Very infantry intensive.
Lots of infantry, good grief.
Oh, wow.
46 divisions waiting to be deployed in Germany.
What do they lack? Probably field hospital. Anti-air. Okay.
Are they even making that?
I don't know why they would be, because they have green air, you know?
They don't.
And Germany building airports means that they'll probably soon go to war. And they're building them in the east, which means that we actually can kind of see from where they're building where they want to go. Also, that's where they have the entirety of their army. So, yeah, quite a few indications. They do lack, if we look at their total equipment, they only have 180 anti-air, but they still have it in all their templates, which I don't really get. But
I think it's probably just a matter of having forgotten.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
But we can see that the Soviet armies have moved into Eastern Europe. There's a large number of troops around Prussia. In Germany's shoes right here, would you try to defend Prussia?
Never. But considering you'll have complete green air and the Soviets have 1 division per tile in the north, it's kind of safe to say that you can.
There are quite a few German tank divisions down here. 4 of them. No, 3 of them.
Oh yeah, over there.
And then
are they
Danzig, 1,
good?
2,
Let's
3,
see.
4.
131 soft attack. And now we check the average German infantry, and it's at 165. You know, at some point, you know, I know tanks are tanks, but if you go for tanks, you got to make them good. You know, like when your infantry is better than your tanks are not good.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, French have just started to arrive in Prussia as well. So
Yeah,
it definitely
so
looks
some
like they have a bunch of tanks here around Gdansk that are going to try to cut across and open up the Polish corridor.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how Russia is supposed to stop this. There's just so many. I don't know. It feels like Russia has very few divisions. Well, they have a lot behind, and so does the Polish. They have a lot behind, actually. So
another 24 divisions in training.
Yeah, the Russian infantry is about the same as the German, although it has anti-air in their divisions. Russia also going for somewhat of an air force, but they're so like late on it, right? Right now, Russia's producing 1.25 fighters per day. Germany's been producing, I don't know, 3 for the past 2 years per day. Germany's also producing how much CAS per day is that?
What am I trying to click on? Intel.
Germany producing 2.2 CAS per day. Actually, I can just check the Air Force. 1.3 thousand fighters from Germany, 300 of which being the modern ones, 400 CAS. Checking Russia, they do have a starting larger Air Force, but I doubt they'll have 100 new planes. All of these planes are very, very bad. They're the starting air of Russia, and even like the German fighter ones that they produced will beat those.
Yep.
So, yeah, we won't see a lot of air supremacy on the Russian side, hence why they built a lot of anti-air. I think they had like 15 mils at some point on it. They have 10 right now. Yeah.
I'm just going to check the Americans because I think they're the only other ones that could actually rival them in the air, but they're still building only carrier aircraft. So, yeah, the Central Powers are going to have an unrivaled air force. What are the British doing? Let's take a look at that. British Air, if we actually tab over to them, they have 1,700 fighters, so they have been building them.
But not modern fighters.
No,
right?
they're
Or
all
actually, if you
Hurricanes.
scroll down, they might have some.
Oh, yeah, Spitfires.
Oh, yeah, Spitfires, 1,200. Yeah, never mind.
So they've just started making those, but it's primarily Hurricanes. But they do have a lot of them.
Yeah.
And then other aircraft as well, 72,000 fielded manpower for Air Force compared to the Germans with their 34. So double the size right now.
Yep.
But they're on the same side.
Production, could I get some paper?
Oh dear.
Yeah.
To mop things. Mopping paper.
I spilled water.
While Dankers is getting that cleaned up, I'm going to take a look at China because I still consider China to be a bit of a kingmaker here. They've got 5 factories on guns. They are producing a lot of aircraft. They've got 15 on improved small airframe, 13 on improved CAS, 10 on artillery, so it does look like they're going to go quite heavily on that. They also have 4,000 anti-air in the bank at the moment. So China might well be able to assist the Soviets here with a bit of an air force, and then Japan are building mechanized. Interesting. And then very, very few aircraft. So I don't think they're really intending to contribute that way at all. And also Japan is also entirely out of fuel. Is that because you're drilling your ships? It is. This is a bit of a trap you can fall into. If you're drilling your ships with 0 fuel, you take extra damage.
Yeah.
So you will spend more time with your dockyards repairing that damage. So if you ever see your fuel on 0, stop training.
Wait. Finnish proposal for a Finno-Soviet pact.
Oh.
Either they get a non-aggression pact and guarantees Finland and Murmansk. Wait, what? This is good for the Soviets. They just get a bunch of stuff, right?
Yes. And the Finns get a guarantee from this.
Yeah, and otherwise nothing happens. So yeah, okay, interesting. Oh yeah, and the Finns are now going for Estonia. Do they get course? Is the question? Yeah, they do actually get
Yes,
course.
they do.
No, they only get claim.
Wait, what?
Unless they can core it by decision, I would guess.
They get a person, building slots, civilian factories, and a lot of different places. That's not Estonia, though. That's a different thing. Oh, we have an outer sync.
Nice.
Just one.
R6. Ooh, mine R6B.
Darn it, R6.
Yeah.
Who is R6? That's name
Oh,
and
it's
shame.
actually Japan. Too much of a civil war.
Japan! Shanghai Shrek.
Yeah.
That's a great name. Is Hoi 4 the best political game? I would say the best... Are we talking internal politics or external politics with that question? It was asked a while ago. I just saw it and thought, that's kind of interesting while we were
That's
waiting.
a long time. I think
Yeah, I know. I know. But now we have a bit of time
Oh,
to... Ooh,
yeah, we do
re-hosting.
have a bit of time. For sure.
Yep, it does look like we're
Bit
going to
of
be
a
re-hosting,
re-host.
so let's go ahead and quit. Hopefully I don't need to save, because I didn't. So, is Hoi 4 the best political game?
You asking me?
I'm asking you, Dankus.
I don't play any other games.
So,
yeah,
according
sure.
to Dankus, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I play like Counter-Strike, which doesn't count as a political game, I guess. So it's like, I don't have much to compare to, but I would say so, yeah.
I would say of Paradox's games, the best political game on paper probably should be Victoria, but just because of the sheer amount of geopolitics involved, I'd say probably U4. Because the amount of diplomacy and diplomatic actions and that type of thing you can do in EU is absurd. Should ask Lath what an ideal width for an offensive mountain division is.
Why should we ask Leif that?
I don't know.
It's probably a joke that was made before we came here.
Most likely.
We can actually ask Dave. Dave, do you know what the ideal combat width is for a Mountaineer division?
The outfit for Mountaineers?
Mm-hmm. It seems like a joke you and Lath made.
According to Lath, this is supposed to be.
Hi guys. For a Mountaineer, well, what great deal of difference is that going to make for?
I don't know. Maybe we're getting trolled. I think so.
Hi guys. I'm going to say my own knowledge of the combat width at the moment is 36 is king. That's what I'm understanding. So, yeah, 36.
For a Mountaineer?
It is an average, weighted average based upon all terrain types. And
Yeah, but Mountaineer. Oh yeah, true, Mountaineer. But for mountains, it's 25.
So specifically only mountains that attack mountains.
I don't know.
I don't even know what the modifier is. You have to hover over it in game to actually see.
Oh, well, he said offensive mountain division, so I would have guessed, yeah, 25.
Hello, Pigeon. How's it going? I think so. That's probably my assumption. I'm going to give you a microphone. See, 1 2 1 2.
You actually got your own mic.
I know. I feel special, right?
Wow.
Nice. Because, yeah, my way of usually working out ideal combat widths is looking at the terrain and then what is half of that width.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I can't remember offhand what that is for mountains. I think it might be 50, so 25.
It's like 25 is the base, and then whatever additional reinforcing amount is that?
Yeah,
extra
it's the
10?
reinforcing amount. That's the number I use.
Oh, okay. Right.
I keep timing out. Do you keep timing out?
Oh, you gotta refresh.
So my understanding with combat width, the
top one,
the big change that everyone's talking about is where now if you go over the combat width, you just sustain a higher penalty when it comes to the combat width modifier. So at the end of the day, it doesn't even make a great deal of difference what combat width you go for, as long as it's like viable via stats. You could be able to.
The joke was Lath wouldn't know the answer.
Okay.
Me and Lath are comedians anyway.
Yeah, that was a bit of an analysis you were giving.
Yeah,
Dankus and I, we're like the analysts, and then these two are just the comedians. Would you agree with that, chat? Is that a fair assessment of different commentary styles.
So it's 50, 25, 25. Yeah, so that would suggest you keep stacking the additional 25, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
See, it's easy when it's an even number as well, so then you can considerably add more and more. How do you find the changes when it comes down to special forces, doctrine tree, tankers? Have you played much around with it?
Some of them are OP, some of them were. You saw that one that we posted in the developer Horse War Discord.
I don't think I saw that. What did it kind of look like? Oh.
Different artillery.
I say you're all very skilled. Thanks.
You know the one with different artilleries?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That was
the
like
6,000 soft attack division.
That was kind of like an exploit just for a little while, though, wasn't it? Did they patch that?
They did patch that.
Did you make a video on it?
No.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to.
I was going to.
Oh, right,
And I was like, you know, I stole it from ISP. Might as well not make a video on it then. And also, he made a video on it, actually. He did.
So what was the width of it?
No, it doesn't matter. You just need one of them.
Oh, okay, right, okay.
You know, like, any tile gets broken by a 6,000 base soft attack division, it's just, yeah.
Oh, so regardless of the combat width, the initial attack, the first one will always get in regardless of the width. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, if you have one division, it will get into the tile. So it can be 60 width and get into a 50 width tile.
Because there was that mod, can you remember that mod everyone was using, and it like extended the division template to sort of like, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like a big running joke that like everyone's making these ridiculous divisions. And you know what, I actually might make a video on that actually.
That's true.
Just a colossal 200 width, one infantry division. Yeah, but think about it, it gets bad supply everywhere. It'll never get good supply, will it?
No, it wouldn't.
With the logistics. Oh yeah, true. It only goes like what, minus 20% supply consumption, so it's still gonna consume a
Purely
lot.
for the meme. How did you think of our game? How did you think it went?
Our game?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently it's gonna get continued, maybe.
Oh my goodness, there's not gonna be long left of that game. I'm gonna get demolished.
I like how quickly you responded, actually. So apparently you can counter-infiltrate very much quicker than I can infiltrate. You know, just before you were about to do that, I was like, no, I'll give it another tile, you know, another 90 days.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have, because otherwise I would have gotten 3 states and elite communist divisions in those states. But I was greedy. I wanted another one.
Every time I counter swoop, it cost me 1,000 guns, and I had to do that 5 times. So you think about it, you deprived me of like 3 or 4 or 5 different divisions that I could have actually had on the front line.
Yeah.
So, but luckily the timing was dead on perfect, because it's like, oh, he's done his little infiltration right there. How many uprisings? 0. Absolutely none. How is this game progressing? Are we reaching a conclusion? How long have we got the cast?
Dude, there is no conclusion because everybody's strong.
Yeah, everyone's
Comintern's strong. The Axis, or is it European Parliament of... No, I'm not going to even try. But the Commonwealth is now one nation. Central powers, exactly. But the UK is now all of the Commonwealth in one nation.
Yeah, they did the Imperial Federation.
Yeah, the US is a wild card.
7 card players in that nation now.
Yeah.
I saw the flag and I was like, oh, that looks familiar. What is that one?
Yeah, the US is strong, but a wild card. China is strong, but a wild card. Japan is meh, but a wild card. And you just have the strong communists, the strong fascists, and the strong democratic people. And I really don't see, unless fighting starts soon and they start bashing at each other, and they also got to be ethical, then I'm not sure. Like, right now, I can't tell who's going to win.
We kind of need someone, the GMs, to like tell us at this point if we have like a running total of who is being ethical and who is being naughty, you know?
I guess Bhutan is pretty ethical, sitting there just selling trucks.
Selling cars, yeah.
But do you have to go to war to actually get ethicy points?
I would say so, yeah.
It's going to be interesting how they conclude. Who's the winner?
Oh, wait, I just remembered something. There's no unethical rule about...
We need a naughty list, actually, yeah, production. Can you try and get us one?
Who's getting coal, eh? Ooh.
Yeah, but there's no actual... I think what should be on the naughty list, so to speak, is selling equipment to both sides, but it's not. So you can sell equipment to both sides to prolong a war, and I would say that is unethical. Right?
But it's
profitable.
profitable.
You make profit from 2 sides killing each other.
But think about it. I mean, if you could use that profit to instigate great social reforms within your country and make an amazing welfare
Yeah, but the rest of the world is on fire.
It's ethical to your people, though.
Who's got the mountaineers then?
I don't know. It was just a question. It was literally that.
It's just trolling. It's just trolling.
Pigeon, did you bring me on here? Is this what you did? You brought me.
Yep.
I had to walk all the way from over there, like 10 steps.
So far.
Anyway, have fun with the game, guys. I'll see you guys later.
Cheers to be back. See ya.
Bye-bye.
Oh, we got to wait for one more hot join after this.
Cool. Oh,
Yeah.
but they gotta start before they can actually hot join. I don't know if they know that. I'll type it in. I can't even type in chat, so it is what it is.
Yeah, because we're observers, I don't think we have typing rights. Oh, I can.
I mean, I typed, but it didn't send. Yeah, see. VF Production could actually tell the GMs that they need to click on the start button to actually do the hot join that we're waiting for. Yeah.
Naughty list: Ethiopia, USSR, and India. Do we have some context?
Oh, the three most naughty is India, which doesn't even exist.
Yeah, so does the Imperial Federation inherit the sins of India?
I would say it does.
Yeah, I would say it does. Yeah.
Mm.
Now, I think there was also a announcement from China. Or are we waiting for the game to go live again before we do those?
Yeah.
Because we haven't read that one either. Sorry, we're talking to do production at the moment, chat. Sorry about this. Okay, so fourth announcement from China. The great general Chiang Kai-shek is supporting the democratic reform in China. He will step down from power and allow free elections. It is all possible because of the successfully unified China. I'd say it's pretty ethical.
Yeah.
That definitely gets some ethical good points. And then we've got a third announcement from Japan as well. With the authoritarian regime gotten rid of, almost 1 million Japanese men, women and children dead, a new humanitarian government has taken hold in Tokyo. New policies are as follows. All divisions will have field hospitals. All occupation is done through civilian administration. 100% of offensive forces will be either tanks, mechanized, or armored cars, and they will be volunteer only. No more than 100 military and more than 100 civilian factories. A new era has dawned in Japan, an era of humanitarianism and happiness. Asia will be free.
Yeah, that's a good effort from Japan. I'm not sure, chat.
Yeah.
It's my...
I know it's your thing.
Yeah.
Esports.
Yeah.
Dankers Esports.
My throat's too sore to say any of that.
Just to repeat that, Dankers is esports, unless there is a quarter-final involved.
Yeah, then you gotta watch out for. No, actually, you don't gotta watch out. Yeah.
Don't watch. Just don't watch.
Yeah. Actually, it was semis last time, so the curse might be moving forward at least.
So who do we reckon is going to kick all of this off? Because we are now in January
I think
1940.
it's Germany. Germany is the kicker of stuff.
The kicker of things.
Yeah.
The kicker of hives.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell already by seeing that Germany has a front line and that Poland has a fallback line. Yeah, so it's not going to be Poland or the Soviets. Definitely going to be Germany.
And do you reckon that the British Federation will stand by them, or do you think they'll backstab?
I'm
kind of hoping they backstab.
Yeah, same. I hope so. But that's unethical?
But is it ethical to come to the aid of the underdog?
Yeah, but if the underdog is a communist...
I mean, communists in this case are incredibly ethical, like social reforms and caring about people and,
Yeah.
equal rights and all of that jazz.
The Purge.
The Purge.
Yeah.
The Gulags.
Actually,
Yeah.
they did not assassinate Trotsky. Maybe that dude. Maybe that's why they didn't assassinate Trotsky.
Because that would be unethical.
That,
Assassination.
yeah, that would be unethical. Oh, yeah, actually, they talked about agency. You cannot use agency missions to do stuff like that because it's unethical to go into other people's countries and murder political opponents. So yeah, actually an ethical move from
There you
Russia.
Oh, okay. People in the game are asking whether this is an old autosave. It is, because the autosave from the crash was lost, so we're going back to an autosave, which is the 1st of January. Hence, it's the 1st of January.
I mean, how old can it be?
Don't know. What was anyone working on at the time that we could check? Why am I getting unknown focus when I click on Germany? I'm on Germany's perspective.
Yeah.
So why am I not getting
Oh,
Germany's
you just gotta
focus?
re-click it. I mean, you can also click top left corner probably, and then you'll. Yeah.
There it is. Weird. So currently working on army innovations, going. I haven't done Molotov ribbon drop because that would be unethical.
Yeah. Wait, would it be?
I mean,
They're
yes, because they're going to
agreeing
do
on
the
stuff.
backstab afterwards.
Yeah, but they're agreeing on stuff. They don't have to backstab.
That's true. Oh, is this game just going to be one big piece?
Yeah, I think so. This is actually what we talked about before, though. Will people just be peaceful and conquer AI, or will they go into a massive war and show off their ethical skills that way? And I don't believe they built up for nothing, or it's just like a Cold War where they don't want to get attacked, you know?
I think that may happen. I'm currently looking around the world just to see what spaces are left unconquered. So we have Belgium, Switzerland, Estonia, though we know that there are plans afoot for that, Greece, Algeria.
Yeah, don't right-click that. That feels like one of those nations I right-clicked yesterday.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Right-click it, do it. I'll do it.
No.
I'll do it.
Fine. We know Belgium already checked that. Afghanistan, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman. Oh, you did it. Yeah, that didn't work.
Third time's the charm?
No.
I mean, it is the third time, so it is. Come on. Every nation I want to right-click on. They look so interesting, you know?
Tibet, Mongolia, Siam.
It wasn't Tibet. It was the
Dusty
Chinese
Indies.
railway.
I'm saying all the
nation.
countries not yet conquered.
Yeah.
Philippines, Korea, and then most of South America.
Yeah. So, okay. Lesson learned. No, it wasn't. I mean, obviously, if it is the third time, did I learn anything?
Chat, you tell us. Has Dankus learned from his mistakes? And if the answer is yes, you have not been watching.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to the players. Like, what's this hot join? Oh, Dankus clicked on a nation again. I see. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
We're paused. Probably for you.
Maybe. Oh. Nice.
But this does kind of raise the question, how on earth did the Republic of Algeria get free? Does that happen if France goes fascist? No, because Tunisia is still theirs. I actually don't know.
Yeah, he released Algeria, and I don't know more than that. So I was actually interested in clicking on it. I talked to the France player. Dankhurst. Hey, he even spoke to me about the nation of Algeria, and I was like, let's see what Algeria is up to. Maybe not agree.